Reborn in Hong Kong of the 1970s. Zhang Ting, once the enigmatic grand commander of the legendary limit-up suicide squad, has seized another body and become a penniless illegal immigrant in Xinjiang. No one knows that hidden within his mind rests a super financial simulator. Hong Kong stocks, London stocks, U.S. stocks, gold, futures, foreign exchange. Once he runs a simulation in advance, the future trend is laid bare before his eyes. While others are still toiling away on factory floors, he is already earning $1 million Hong Kong dollars a day from the stock market. While Xinjiang tycoons are still fighting over territory, he has begun to devour Hutchison Wharf Wheelock and other giants piece by piece. He cuts off Li Huanghua ahead of time, crushes Fengshan Liu, and seizes every talent and opportunity under heaven. In this life, he does not merely seek to become Xinjiang's richest man, he aims to build the largest financial conglomerate in the world. A splitting headache tears through his skull as the acrid bitterness of herbal medicine assaults his nostrils. Zhang Ting snaps his eyes open, jolting awake from chaos. Before his eyes is not the luxurious interior of a top-tier sports car, nor the opulence of a private club, but a crude, dilapidated earthen house. The wavering light of a kerosene lamp throws dim shadows, the mottled clay walls are riddled with cracks, and a dense time-worn aura of an earlier era presses in on him. Where am I? His heart trembles violently as countless fragmented memories surge into his mind like a raging tide, flooding his thoughts in an instant. In his previous life, he had been a legendary titan who dominated the domestic investment world. At 15, he entered the market with 50,000 yuan of New Year's money, suffering defeat again and again, yet never giving up. At 17, he shifted into foreign exchange, earning millions within 2 years and making his name with a single battle. At 18, he stormed into the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets, seizing every emerging trend with precision and amassed tens of millions in just 1 year. For the next 8 years, he rampaged through stock and Forex markets at home and abroad with ferocious, swift, and precise tactics, earning the title of the most mysterious mastermind behind the limit-up suicide squad. Barely past 30, his wealth had already exceeded 10 billion, placing him firmly among the top echelon of tycoons as he lived in seclusion, in Xinjiang, his true background known to no one. Yet at the very peak of his life, seated atop endless wealth, a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy brought everything to an abrupt end. He drank himself drunk and got into a car. The driver turned traitor, his fellow investor, plotted against him, and a bizarre car accident took his life in bitter resentment. A life that should have ended in dust instead underwent a heaven-shaking reversal. A vast flood of unfamiliar memories surged in one after another, utterly overturning his understanding of reality. 1972. Xinjiang. Tunmun. He has been reborn into the body of a teenage illegal immigrant with the same name, Zhang Guodong. The original owner hailed from Yingda in Guangdong province. His hometown suffered constant floods and famine. They could not fill their stomachs nor see any path forward. Desperate to survive, he gritted his teeth and prepared for over a year before setting out with childhood friends from the same village to risk their lives crossing the sea into Xinjiang. But while swimming across Back Bay, they were pursued by Xinjiang Marine Police. In the darkness, amidst howling winds and towering waves, the original boy drowned and perished, making way for the 10 billion level magnate Zhang Ting to seize the nest and return through rebirth. Heaven truly has eyes to grant me a chance to live again. An extreme surge of joy and sharpness flashes through Zhang Ting's gaze. Xinjiang in 1972. This is a legendary era where opportunities lie everywhere and gold all but litters the streets. Real estate soars, the stock market surges, and chances abound. Countless people will ride these tides to overturn their fate and become rich overnight. Armed with 50 years of cutting-edge investment experience and insight into every great shift of the times, he knows the full trajectory of rises and crashes for decades to come. So long as he seizes these opportunities in this lifetime, he will surely climb back to the summit, remedy every regret of his past life, and stand atop the world. Just then, voices drift clearly from the next room, falling into Zhang Ting's ears and allowing him to fully grasp his current situation. Ma, you really shouldn't have brought this mainland boy home. Prices in Xinjiang are soaring now. It's already hard enough for us 2 women to survive. With one more mouth to feed, how are we supposed to live? The voice of a middle-aged woman is laden with helplessness and anxiety, every word bearing the crushing weight of life. Ennui, this is a human life. How could I stand by and watch him die? A few days ago, Xinjiang was lashed by torrential rain. Landslides poured down the hills, and the sea was raging. When he was drifting near the shore, he still had a breath left. If we hadn't saved him, the rising tide would surely have claimed his life. The old woman's voice is mild and kind, tinged with sorrowful compassion. Look at the state of the world now. Disasters ravage the mainland without cease, and countless people risk their lives to cross the sea only to be hunted down by marine police. They are all children of misfortune. The woman lets out a long, bitter sigh. And they are hardly the only ones who suffer. Prices in Xinjiang have gone mad. Choy sum is $3 to a caddy, eggs 45 cents each. A house that cost only a few tens of thousands 2 years ago now can't be grabbed even for over 100,000. I work multiple jobs alone raising Nyonyo and taking care of you. I've long been stretched to the point I can barely breathe. The dialogue between mother and daughter makes everything clear to Zhang Ting. The ones who rescued him are a poor single-parent family in rural Tunman. There is no adult man in the house. 3 generations, grandmother, mother, and child, cling to one another living from hand to mouth. To save him from his feverish coma, the kind old woman even spent a large sum of money, braved the rain to travel to Kowloon, and persuaded Zhu Hagao, a top physician of Xiangjiang, to come personally and prescribe medicine, tending to him with utter care for 7 days and nights. This life-saving kindness, delivered like charcoal in a snowstorm, is etched silently into Zhang Ting's heart. When he soars in the future, he will repay it 100-fold. He does not know how much time has passed when the old wooden door creaks softly open. A little girl of 5 or 6 dressed in plain homespun clothes timidly pokes her small head around the door. Her clear, bright eyes blink as she stands quietly by the bed gazing at him. Behind her, the white-haired old woman walks in carefully, carrying a bowl of warm herbal decoction. Papa, is Big Brother still not awake? The little girl's milky voice is soft and tender as she asks. The old woman's brows knit slightly as she murmurs under her breath, Dr. Zhu's skills are unmatched in all Xiangjiang. There's no way his prescription could fail. At that moment, Zhang Ting coughs lightly twice and slowly opens his eyes, his gaze clear and bright, no trace of delirium remaining. He woke up. Big Brother woke up. The little girl exclaims, eyes lighting up as she claps in delight. The old woman exhales in instant relief, her face full of comfort. Young man, you've finally woken up. You nearly scared this old granny half to death. This is rural Tunman in Xiangjiang. Rest here in peace. Zhang Ting's voice is hoarse, but his gaze is steady. Papa, thank you for saving my life. My name is Zhang Ting. Zhang as in seal, Ting as in court. My home is in Yingda. Floods never ceased there, and life became impossible, so I risked everything to make this illegal crossing. He explains his origins, half-truthfully aligning with his current circumstances and giving a reasonable account of himself. After a few casual exchanges to grasp the general situation, Zhang Ting politely declines the bitter herbal soup. A veteran of 100 financial battles, he can already sense that his fever has subsided and his vitality is returning. The medicine is no longer necessary. The old woman does not insist and turns away with the bowl in her hands. Before long, the little girl from earlier runs in again, her chubby hand clutching a freshly boiled egg, which she offers to him with great care. Big Brother, Papa said you're hungry, so this egg is for you. A warmth rises in Zhang Ting's heart. He knows well that in the inflation-ridden Xiangjiang of 1972, an egg is immensely precious, a rare source of nourishment for such an impoverished family. He does not take the egg immediately, but instead asks softly, little sister, could you lend me a mirror? Okay. The girl skips over to a drawer and soon returns with an old small bronze mirror. Under the glow of the kerosene lamp, Zhang Ting finally sees himself in the mirror, and joy surges through his heart. A tall figure about 1.78 m, far taller than in his previous life. Thick brows and handsome features, eyes sharp and spirited with a conspicuous mole of fortune between his brows that lends him a natural air of authority. His hair is dense and black, brimming with vitality, the very peak of a teenage physique. The only flaw is that years of malnutrition have left his frame on the thin side. The loose, worn clothes hang from him and make him look somewhat frail. But this is no real problem at all. Young, healthy, standing in the golden age of Xiangjiang in 1972, and equipped with a top-tier investment mind that sees through 50 years of turbulent trends. The time, the place, and the people, all are aligned in his favor. In this life, I will not only become fabulously rich, I will stand atop Xiangjiang, command the winds and clouds, and be unmatched by any. Zhang Ting tightens his fists, a boundless razor-sharp brilliance flashing in his eyes. Half an hour later, the little girl came over and called out, Big Brother, get up for dinner. The place where they ate was beneath a tree in front of the house. On a square wooden table that seemed steeped in age sat a bowl of egg soup, a plate of salted fish, a plate of half-eaten half-lean pork, and another plate of unknown preserved vegetables. This body of Zhang Ting had been unconscious for a full week, and during the swim across the harbor from Hohai Bay to Xiangjiang, he had exhausted a tremendous amount of strength. In truth, this body was already ravenous. When he saw the dishes on the table, he could barely stop his mouth from watering. Young man, eat, someone said. The 3 of us already ate just now. By now, Zhang Ting had taken note of the middle-aged woman. She looked to be in her 40s, not yet 50, dressed in plain clothes. What surprised him was that she turned out to be the mother of the little girl from earlier. In other words, this middle-aged woman had given birth late in life. More importantly, the little girl had lost her father before she was even born, a posthumous child. Given her age, it would be very difficult for her to remarry while bringing along a child, so it was only natural that she carried a heavy burden. Zhang Ting went to wash his hands. Because he was so hungry, he first wolfed down 2 bowls of white rice to pad his stomach, only then feeling as if he had come back to life. After that, he became much more restrained. He then slowly savored the food before him. In his previous life, he would probably never have touched such fare. Zhang Ting, do you have anyone to rely on here in Xiangjiang? The middle-aged woman posed the question. In this era, people who slipped across from the mainland, especially from Yu province, to Xinjiang usually had someone to depend on. It might be family relatives or friends. Under normal circumstances, very few would risk crossing over without such support. Someone to rely on. In this day and age, one really did need a patron or contact when venturing out into the world. Zhang Ting thought about the circumstances of his body's former owner Zhang Guodong. Auntie, I originally came with a childhood friend, he said. But now I don't know if he's dead or alive. My friend does have a distant maternal uncle here in Xinjiang, and they used to correspond by letter. Where does your friend's uncle live? She asked. In this era, relatives still placed great importance on family ties. I think it's somewhere called Shamshuepa. Shamshuepa. From rural Tunmun to Shamshuepa was only a little over 20 kilometers. The middle-aged woman usually lived near Kowloon walled city. This time, she had come to visit her mother and bring her daughter back. Where exactly? Shamshuepa is very large. And indeed, Shamshuepa was no small place. Auntie, I've forgotten the exact address, he admitted. The letters from my friend's uncle had it written down, but when we brought the letters this time, we never had a chance to read them carefully. We thought we'd wait until we reached Xinjiang to look for him. What does your friend's uncle do? She asked. I think he runs a rice shop, he replied. A rice shop? That meant he sold rice. However, Shamshuepa had no shortage of rice shops. More importantly, Zhang Ting did not even know whether his childhood friend was alive or dead. If the friend was gone, finding that distant uncle might prove useless. The middle-aged woman did not press him further. Zhang Ting ate 5 bowls of rice and 2 bowls of soup in one go, leaving almost everything on the table wiped clean except for some pickles. He truly had been starving just now. Only after eating and drinking his fill did he feel genuinely alive again. Originally, the middle-aged woman had thought that since Zhang Ting had relatives or friends in Xinjiang to depend on, he would soon be able to go and seek refuge with them. But now things were troublesome. From the look of it, he clearly had no one reliable to turn to. Her own mother still needed her support, and there was no way they could afford to take in a young man like Zhang Ting. After eating, Zhang Ting stood up and naturally wandered outside to stroll around and look about. In his previous life, his status had been such that clothes and food were always provided for him. Apart from thinking about investments, everything else in his life had been handled by his mother and the servants. Now he behaved just as naturally as before. This made the middle-aged woman feel that in Xinjiang a person like Zhang Ting would likely struggle to find suitable work to support himself. This was still rural Tunmun, not yet like the 80s and 90s when the surrounding area would be developed into high-rise buildings. For now, as far as the eye could see, there were only simple adobe houses, some wooden shacks, and roughly thrown-together dwellings. After the recent heavy rains and the typhoon some time ago, many of the surrounding houses had collapsed. Zhang Ting squatted down, gazing into the distance. He knew that what he needed to do now was first find a way to feed himself. According to the original owner's plan, he was supposed to go with his childhood friend to seek refuge with that uncle. But now Zhang Ting certainly no longer thought that way. Back in his home village, Zhang Guodong had been extremely diligent, doing all kinds of hard labor and even serving as a militia member. However, the current Zhang Ting knew that he himself could not manage such heavy work. So what should he do to make a living? He thought of how that middle-aged woman at her age still had to work several jobs every day to support 3 people. It was in truth very difficult. When Zhang Ting rose from his squat, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Was he going to return to his old trade? In his previous life, he had entered the stock market at the age of 15. Moreover, for the sake of investing, he had studied the economies of various eras and countries almost as thoroughly as his father had. He had even gone through Xinjiang's economic history, real estate history, and its path of development. It was now precisely 1972, a bullish period in Xinjiang stock market during the 70s, one of the easiest times to make money. In other words, it was entirely feasible for him to return to his old trade and re-enter the stock market. Just then, Zhang Ting suddenly sensed that something extra had appeared within his mind. Super simulation warehouse system, he murmured in confusion. As he wondered about it, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, activate the simulation warehouse system. Activate, Zhang Ting replied in his heart. As the word formed, he saw before him something very much like the stock market simulator he had played to death in his previous life. Most people had at least heard of, or even personally used stock market simulators. Using such software, a simulator could perform virtual trades based on live markets or historical client charts, carrying out dynamic reviews. The system would then evaluate the user's actions and performance. From those evaluations, users could gauge their own level of trading proficiency and gradually refine their strategies. Some simulators were for practice, while others were designed for competition. In his previous life, before Zhang Ting officially entered the stock market, he had played several computer and mobile stock simulators to the point of exhaustion. Even so, while he could win consistently in those simulators, his first real foray into the stock market ended with him losing his entire principal. This was why many investors felt that simulated trading was utterly useless. Why did they say so? Many believed that because simulated trading did not involve real money, they would never take it seriously. They went all-in and allowed speculating recklessly and engaging in maneuvers they would never attempt in real life. Whether they made or lost money, they hardly cared. Yet once they entered the real market, they repeatedly made mistakes and suffered frequent losses. Because there was no psychological pressure in simulated trading, they could perform normally and most of their actions were rational. But when their own hard-earned money entered the fray, they became haunted by gains and losses and thus frequently made wrong judgments and choices. One could say that in his previous life, Zhang Ting had been thoroughly familiar with simulators. What he had never expected was that his own mind would now contain a super simulation warehouse system. It was obvious that stock investment was one of its functions. As Zhang Ting wondered what exactly this simulation warehouse was for, he was in for a shock. This simulator seemed somewhat different from those he had used on computers or mobile phones in his previous life. It displayed the country or region of each listed company, the exchange where it was traded, the time at which one needed to buy the stock, the number of shares to purchase, as well as the total amount used to buy them. It showed stock codes, stock names, buy, sell, cancel orders, trade records, and so on. This simulator resembles the stock market simulators that Zhang Ting played to exhaustion in his previous life, yet he discovered certain differences. The simulator clearly displayed the stock market simulation time he had set. In other words, to simulate a specific time period in the stock market, one must input the exact time themselves. However, the stock market simulators from his previous life operated in real time according to reality. This means that the fluctuations of real stocks, whether they rise or fall, would dictate the outcomes when using the stock market simulator mirroring reality. It was impossible to predict the results of the stock market days or even months in advance. Yet now Zhang Ting felt a sense of surprise. Could this super simulator really foresee tomorrow's stock market conditions or even those of the future? What if that were the case? What would this mean? Zhang Ting could hardly believe it. After all, he came from the future and had a good understanding of the upcoming economic and stock market developments. However, the Hong Kong of the 1970s was still somewhat unfamiliar to Zhang Ting, and he needed to look through newspapers and other sources to gather information. Zhang Ting did not linger there, but approached an elderly woman. "Grandma, do you have any newspapers?" "Young man, what do you need newspapers for?" the elderly woman asked. "I'm hoping to find a job," he replied. "Finding a job." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman and a middle-aged woman realized that he could indeed find job listings in the newspapers. However, the mother and daughter knew that many rural people had crossed the border illegally and were not well educated. They assumed Zhang Ting understood little. "I have some. I collect old newspapers that others don't want to wrap salted fish," the elderly woman said, as she usually gathered scrap materials nearby, including discarded paper and unwanted horse racing journals. When the elderly woman went to fetch some newspapers she had collected, Zhang Ting opened one immediately. It was the Oriental Daily. The date was June 22, 1972. It was a Thursday in the year of the rat. On June 18, 1972, at noon, a landslide occurred at a filled hillside in Kowloon Chicken Nest due to insufficient compaction of the fill and poor drainage. Under heavy rain, the saturated fill slid extensively, covering more than 70 wooden houses in the Hue Mo Tin resettlement area and burying 71 people alive. The Fire Services, Civil Aid Services, Medical Auxiliary Team, the stationed British Army in Hong Kong, and the Hong Kong Scouts participated in the rescue efforts, tirelessly searching for victims. This was the headline news of the Oriental Daily. It corresponded with what Zhang Ting had just heard from the elderly woman and her daughter about the heavy rain in Hong Kong, causing a disaster. Zhang Ting did not continue reading this, but flipped through the pages. Soon he found the economic section, which reported on the 4 major exchanges in Hong Kong. Zhang Ting knew that before the establishment of the Hong Kong United Securities Exchange, there were 4 legal stock exchanges in Hong Kong. Among them, the Hong Kong Stockbrokers Association was founded in 1891. In 1914, it was renamed the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, and in 1921, Hong Kong established its second stock exchange, the Hong Kong Securities Brokers Association. In 1947, these 2 exchanges merged to become the Hong Kong Stock Exchange Limited. Until the late 1960s, the original exchange in Hong Kong could no longer meet the demands of a booming stock market. After 1969, 3 more exchanges, Far East Gold, Silver, and Kowloon, were established, marking the so-called era of 4 exchanges in Hong Kong's securities market. Among them, the Far East Stock Exchange was founded on December 17, 1969, while the Gold-Silver Stock Exchange was established on September 15, 1971. The Kowloon Stock Exchange was founded in 1972. Before the establishment of the other 3 exchanges by Chinese individuals, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange was primarily managed by the British, with most listed companies being British-owned. Moreover, prior to this, the Hong Kong stock market had always been a monopoly. Now, due to the emergence of these 3 Chinese exchanges, there were only 59 listed companies in Hong Kong before 1968. However, by 1970, Hong Kong had nearly 100 listed companies. From last year to now, dozens more had been added. It can be said that the Hong Kong stock market was bustling and had truly entered a bull market. Now Zhang Ting noticed the fluctuations in the stock market reported in the newspapers. The more Zhang Ting looked, the more astonished he became. With his years of experience in the stock market from his previous life, he realized that many of these stocks were worthless junk stocks, yet they were still being traded at high prices. Most importantly, it was still a bull market. As long as it remained a bull market, many junk stocks could soar to incredible heights. Grandma, what's today's date? Zhang Ting observed several newspapers and found the dates were inconsistent. The elderly woman might not recall the date, but the middle-aged woman said, Zhang Ting, today is June 25th. On June 24th, Hong Kong Wireless Television initiated a charity performance for the June 18th disaster, inviting famous film stars, Cantonese opera artists, television performers, and singers to conduct Hong Kong's first-ever marathon fundraising event, raising 9 million Hong Kong dollars. June 25th. That's a Sunday. The normal trading days for the stock market are Monday to Friday except for holidays. This means that tomorrow, which is Monday, all 4 major exchanges in Hong Kong will engage in stock trading. With this thought, Zhang Ting felt nothing but excitement, as if he had returned to his previous life, and suddenly caught a whiff of the bloodthirsty atmosphere in the stock market. Now Zhang Ting wondered if the stock market simulator in his mind was somehow connected to this. In the stock market simulator in his mind, Zhang Ting first input the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, entered the code for a company called Chi Chong Insurance, inputted the time, June 26, 1972, and then randomly entered the investment amount. As Zhang Ting prepared to see how this differed from the stock market simulator he played in his previous life, he was curious if it was as he had imagined. Soon Zhang Ting discovered that the super simulation warehouse in the stock market simulator actually began to simulate. From the opening to the end of the simulation, the time could be slowed down or sped up. When it would rise or fall was displayed very clearly on the simulation warehouse. Zhang Ting was truly astonished. If this could correspond to the actual stock market after tomorrow's opening, what would that mean? Zhang Ting knew he was about to become wealthy. He then found the listing codes of the companies from the newspapers and simulated again using the super simulation warehouse. He found that it was the same as his first simulation. In other words, once this stock opened, when it would rise or fall was crystal clear, even to the exact minute and second. However, regrettably, Zhang Ting currently had not a single cent in his pocket, making it impossible for him to even open an account. With this thought, Zhang Ting decided to temporarily abandon the super simulator in his mind and first find a way to earn his first pot of gold. He continued to read the newspapers under the kerosene lamp, lucky that his previous self had excellent eyesight. Young man, have you found a suitable job? The elderly woman came over to ask. I want to take a look again, Grandma. Can you bring over the newspapers from the past 6 months? 6 months. Some had already been sold by the elderly woman, and the middle-aged woman thought that with so much time having passed, those job positions were likely no longer valid. Zhang Ting ignored those comments and began to carefully sift through the remaining newspapers when the elderly woman brought them over. Because of his past life experience, he knew exactly how to interpret the information about the listed companies presented in these newspapers. After studying until late at night, Zhang Ting decided to personally visit the Far East Stock Exchange the next day, which is now located at the Chinese Bank in central Hong Kong. The headquarters and trading floor of the Far East Stock Exchange were located there. At that moment, Zhang Ting's eyes had become somewhat dry from reading newspapers under the kerosene lamp for so long, but he was still extremely excited. He knew his opportunity had arrived. As Zhang Ting blew out the oil lamp, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, it was already daytime. He immediately jumped out of bed. Stepping outside, he saw the old lady tidying up some scrap at the door. Her daughter and granddaughter had already left. Young man, you're awake. Grandma, where are Auntie and the little sister? They went back to Kowloon City. Kowloon City. Zhang Ting once again heard about this historically significant place of the era. Grandma, I'm sorry for bothering you during this time. Without you, I might not have survived. However, I cannot stay here long without disturbing you. I plan to go to Central to look for a job. The old lady understood that this young man could not stay here for long. Initially, she had taken him back because she saw him alive while picking seafood with her granddaughter at the wild beach in Tuen Mun. When the old lady went inside to fetch the clothes Zhang Ting had worn from his hometown, they were already clean. A white sleeveless vest and a pair of gray long pants, though the pants had several obvious patches of different colors. This was already the best clothing Zhang Ting had when he smuggled into Hong Kong. Looking at this set of clothes, he felt somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, he still went in to change out of the deceased husband's clothes and put on this set of ordinary clothing. As the saying goes, a person relies on their attire. Now in this outfit, Zhang Ting looked just like a young man who had just smuggled in from the mainland. Young man, you should eat first, and after eating you can go. Zhang Ting sat down to eat, just as he did last night. However, today, he felt quite full after eating 3 bowls of rice. After finishing his meal, he was now empty-handed. Even the original Zhang Ting had brought nothing to Hong Kong, as everything had long sunk to the sea. Zhang Ting was still pondering how to get to the Central District. The old lady came out of the room with a $100 bill in hand. Young man, this is for you. You must find a job to support yourself. Zhang Ting did not expect that the old lady would give him $100. Although prices in Hong Kong are not cheap now, the average salary is only about $300 to $400 a month, especially since this old lady mostly relies on collecting scraps to support herself aside from the little money her daughter gives her. At this moment for Zhang Ting, this $100 was equivalent to 10,000 or even 100,000 in his past life. Grandma, once I save up some money, I will return it to you 100-fold. Young man, no need. The old lady was uncertain if she would see this young man again after he left. Before leaving, Zhang Ting asked the old lattice name. She only mentioned her surname, saying that the middle-aged woman he met last night was her daughter and that the little girl was her granddaughter named Zhou Zishi. Zhang Ting found the name very unfamiliar, naturally thinking that the mother and daughter were just ordinary people from Hong Kong. Young man, outside the village entrance there are buses to the city. Zhang Ting thanked the old lady, who then caught up to give him a few $1 bills for the bus fare. He had to say he felt that there were indeed great people in this era. As Zhang Ting headed towards the village entrance, he indeed saw a temporary bus stop. It displayed a few simple routes. Zhang Ting waited for nearly half an hour before a red minibus arrived. As it stopped, he asked driver, "Does this go to Central Hong Kong?" "Yes, it does." Zhang Ting found a seat. When the ticket seller came over after confirming, she directly collected $5 from him, as he needed to pay an extra $2 to cross the underwater tunnel. On the way, Zhang Ting gazed out the window. He found that there weren't many cars or houses outside. It wasn't until he reached Sin Wan that he saw houses gradually increasing. Once he entered Sham Shui Po and Yao Tsimong district, Zhang Ting saw many tall buildings in West Kowloon. He had to admit that Hong Kong was already quite prosperous in the 1970s. At this moment, West Kowloon was filled with skyscrapers and the streets outside were bustling with vehicles and people. Compared to many cities in the mainland in the 1990s, Hong Kong was even more thriving. During the journey, although the minibus made stops, it was still quite fast. The Hung Hom Tunnel had not yet opened, so crossing the sea was done by ferry, which was somewhat troublesome. However, upon entering Central Hong Kong, the sight of the skyscrapers astonished Zhang Ting. "Sir, we've arrived at Central Hong Kong." The minibus stopped at a bus station. After Zhang Ting and the other passengers got off, he noticed the hurried pedestrians around him. He couldn't help but think that the citizens of Hong Kong were generally well-dressed and in good spirits. In his outfit, he looked just like a young man who had just smuggled in. Zhang Ting intended to head straight to the Chinese Merchants Bank, as the Far East Stock Exchange had already started trading. Zhang Ting knew that in his current attire, he probably wouldn't even be allowed at the entrance of the stock exchange. He thought he should first see if he could buy a cheap set of clothes to change into. Even if he couldn't buy a suit, he still needed something that looked decent. After walking for half an hour, he finally spotted a clothing store. Entering inside, he first saw a black suit that caught his eye, but he knew that the price tag was beyond what he could afford with the money he had. He picked up a white shirt and a pair of black pants. Together they cost just over $40. "Sir, are these the only two items?" "Yes, that's right." Zhang Ting didn't haggle. He paid directly and went to the fitting room to change out of his old clothes and into the new ones. As a person is judged by their appearance, Zhang Ting realized that he indeed had a good physique. Aside from being a bit thin, he was quite a good fit for clothes. When he came out of the fitting room, the two female attendants in the store looked at him with some surprise. "Please keep an eye on that suit for me. Oh, once I have the money, I'll return to buy it." Zhang Ting left the store. Stepping outside, although he had been to Hong Kong many times in his past life. Now looking at the skyscrapers and street signs in front of him, he surprisingly had no idea how far the Chinese Merchants Bank was. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where the Chinese Merchants Bank is?" The man, though hurrying past, heard Zhang Ting's question and kindly provided him with the specific address and directions. "It's at the intersection of Queens Road Central and Pedder Street." He told Zhang Ting that it was just a few hundred meters away. After walking for 20 minutes, Zhang Ting finally arrived at this Chinese Merchants Bank building, which was built in the 1920s and had stood for decades. This Chinese Merchants Bank building was 9 stories high. However, being located in the central area of Hong Kong, and with the Far East Stock Exchange headquarters here, it was bustling with people. As Zhang Ting stood outside the first floor of the Chinese Merchants Bank, he saw many men in suits and women in skirts passing by discussing stocks. Over an hour ago, the stock exchange in Hong Kong had already opened. At that moment, it was in the midst of the morning trading session. Zhang Ting proceeded to the trading floor on the second floor. At this time, the trading hall of the Hong Kong stock market, known as the Goldfish Bowl by the locals, was filled with men and women, many of whom were discussing buying or selling stocks. It was still not the computer age. Unlike later, even in this situation, the stock exchange was still very lively. Occasionally, someone would inquire about stock prices and others would buy or sell stocks. Of course, some were joyful while others were distressed. Although it was a bull market, now many were still losing money in the Hong Kong stock market. Moreover, those newly listed companies were genuinely easier to profit from. Conversely, stocks listed before last year were fluctuating up and down. Last night, Zhang Ting had studied for a whole night and simulated many times through a super simulation account, and now he was watching the stock situation displayed on the trading hall's blackboard. At this moment, the traders in red vests were busy running around in the Far East Stock Exchange, writing down stock prices on the blackboard, while clients rushed forward to place orders. This situation was completely different from what Zhang Ting had seen in his past life on the computer or on the enormous screens in the trading hall, where changes were immediate. However, the fluctuations in the data on the blackboard and the reported numbers still made Zhang Ting feel a surge of excitement. As he observed the constantly changing data on the exchange's blackboard, Zhang Ting felt the same data shifting in his mind, as if he were born for this purpose. At this moment, there were continuous sell-offs as well as retail investors buying in. These were just numbers, but they also represented money. Some were making profits. Some were losing money. Some were hoping for a skyrocketing increase, while others were eagerly anticipating the rise to their target share prices. Currently, there were no concepts of price limits in Zhangjiang's stock market. Many stocks when first listed might start at $1 Hong Kong per share, but on the same day a stock could very well rise from $1 per share to $10, or even $20 per share, meaning a tenfold or even 20-fold increase in just one day. This was during a bull market, a time when even junk stocks could soar. Zhang Ting's ears seemed particularly sharp. Amidst the noisy environment, he could hear other investors or retail traders discussing, and he could gauge the conditions of these investors. In fact, he could tell from the expressions of these people. If they made a huge profit, their faces would be filled with excitement. If they only made a small profit, they would smile, but not much. If they suffered significant losses, their entire demeanor would reflect their distress. At this moment, the expressions of these individuals were almost identical to those of the retail investors Zhang Ting had encountered in his past life, except that in his previous life, he was observing others while remaining anonymous. Zhang Ting watched for a long time. He was searching for opportunities to earn his first pot of gold. However, he had yet to find a suitable chance. At this point, the trading hours of the Xiangjiang Stock Exchange were from Monday to Friday, with morning trading from 9:30 to 12:00 and afternoon trading from 13:00 to 16:00. This meant there was an hour for lunch at noon. Zhang Ting had already exited the Far East Securities Exchange Hall, as he had not found the right person and would not act recklessly. However, just as Zhang Ting stepped outside the Chinese bank building, he saw a young woman with long hair dressed in a red dress and tall in stature coming out of the exchange. From her expression, Zhang Ting could tell that it was her first time trading stocks, and it was obvious she had lost a considerable amount of money. At that moment, her demeanor seemed somewhat off. Zhang Ting understood the mindset of retail investors trading for the first time, especially those who had incurred significant losses. As she prepared to leave in her high heels, he naturally did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Zhang Ting immediately approached her. At this moment, Lao Shirley was contemplating her recent losses and had not noticed Zhang Ting coming over. "Hello, miss," Zhang Ting greeted her. Lao Shirley looked up to see a young stranger in plain clothing standing before her. "Hello, is there something?" Lao Shirley was not in the mood. Besides losing money in the stock market, she was also perturbed by the fact that she did not know this young man at all. "I guess you must be trading stocks for the first time and have lost a lot of money," Zhang Ting said directly. "How do you know?" Lao Shirley was surprised. She wanted to say something, but held back. In fact, those coming out of the Chinese bank building were almost all traders, and though her expression was subtle, Zhang Ting could see through it at a glance. "You are very worried about losing so much money and are unsure of what to do. You're wondering whether to continue trading to recover your losses." Most retail investors in the stock market are akin to gamblers, especially first-time traders. Lao Shirley was astonished. This young man seemed to have been following her, as if he could see right through her. "If you want to recover the money you lost in the stock market, or even earn more, it is not impossible." "How do I recover it?" Lao Shirley asked. "Of course, by continuing to trade stocks, but you must not trade blindly. Many of your behaviors are quite apparent to the market makers. As soon as you buy, the stock price falls, as soon as you sell, the stock price rises." As the mysterious leader of the death squad in his past life, he understood the psychology of these ordinary retail investors all too well. Lao Shirley saw that Zhang Ting spoke with authority and thought he must be an expert in the stock market. However, looking at his attire, it didn't seem fitting. "As long as you listen to me, you can recover your losses and even double your earnings." Lao Shirley had indeed lost her tuition and living expenses for studying abroad, as well as her savings. At that moment, she truly did not know what to do. Now, upon hearing this young man speak, she felt as if she had grasped onto something. "Why don't you tell me what stocks you bought during this time, when you bought them and when you sold them? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can walk away now, but you will miss the opportunity to recover your capital." At this time, there were indeed many scammers in Xiangjiang. Initially, Lao Shirley thought this young man was a scammer, but the first impression of his eyes and demeanor did not seem like that of a fraud. Most importantly, despite his ordinary appearance, he still looked presentable. When Zhang Ting's stomach growled due to hunger, Lao Shirley couldn't help but laugh, revealing her white teeth. This was the first time Zhang Ting had seen a beauty up close since arriving in Xiangjiang. "Sir, shall we go eat first?" Thinking of her current situation, Lao Shirley wanted to avoid being scolded by her family later and was thinking of winning back the money she lost in the stock market. There were many places to eat in the central district of Xiangjiang. However, the rent here was very expensive, and naturally the food was also relatively pricey. Given the money Zhang Ting had in his pocket, he certainly couldn't afford it. Although Lao Shirley had lost a lot of money in the stock market, she still had enough for meals. The two of them went to a nearby restaurant. This morning, Zhang Ting had breakfast and was now quite hungry. Upon entering the restaurant, the aroma of the dishes made him even hungrier. When the waitress brought the menu, Zhang Ting realized that the prices here were indeed not cheap compared to the current average income of Xiangjiang residents. A meal would likely cost $200 to $300. Lao Shirley's family background seemed quite good. She was perhaps a young lady from a certain family in Xiangjiang, and she ordered several dishes without asking about the prices. As the waitress took the menu away, Zhang Ting asked, "Miss, may I know your surname?" "My surname is Lao," she replied. This was a less common surname, and few notable figures bore it in his past life. Zhang Ting had heard of the surname Lao. She did not disclose her full name, and Zhang Ting did not probe further. "My surname is Zhang, the character for seal. Miss Lao, I would like to ask about your trading situation in the stock market." Lao Shirley began to recount her situation. It turned out she was preparing to study abroad at a university in country M, and her family had given her $10,000 for tuition and living expenses. In the early 1970s, that $10,000 was undoubtedly a significant sum. Based on the current exchange rate of Hong Kong dollars to USD, it was roughly 5 Hong Kong dollars to $1, which totaled about 55,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lao Shirley had also occasionally heard her cousins mention that Xiangjiang was currently in a bull market, making it easy to earn money in the stock market. Thus, she opened an account with the new Hong Kong securities company specifically to trade stocks from the Far East Exchange. Who would have thought that within less than half a month her initial 50,000 Hong Kong dollars along with her nearly 100,000 Hong Kong dollars in savings would all be invested in the stock market, and now only a little over 10,000 remained in her account, resulting in a loss of over 130,000. To put it bluntly, the average salary of a worker in Xiangjiang at that time was only $300 to $400 a month, meaning she had essentially lost the equivalent of 30 years' wages of an ordinary person in Xiangjiang. Currently, Lao Shirley's securities account still held stocks valued at over 10,000, but she was unsure whether to sell them. If she didn't, she might lose it all. Although this amount of money was not significant for the Lao family, she was using her tuition for studying abroad to trade stocks, and if her family found out, they might laugh at her. Lao Shirley recounted the stocks she had purchased. Zhang Ting listened intently, while using his finger to trace the T on the table, analyzing her buying situation. It was clear that these were all stocks manipulated by market makers, and any ordinary retail investor getting involved would be walking into a dead end. In other words, as long as Lao Shirley continues to hold on to the remaining stocks, the other party will inevitably sell them off due to the decline. Ultimately, the other party's investment of 1,500 Hong Kong dollars could dwindle down to just a few thousand, nearly leaving them with nothing but their undergarments. Zhang Ting was already aware of this. At this moment, the restaurant's waiter had brought out the dishes. Zhang Ting was very hungry and decided to eat first. People are like iron and meals are like steel. Missing one meal makes one anxious. "Miss Lao, I will eat first." Lao Shirley saw Zhang Ting eating. However, she had no appetite. She waited until Zhang Ting had almost finished before she ate a bit of vegetables, half a bowl of rice, and half a bowl of soup. Zhang Ting had only a few dozen dollars left on him, so he obviously couldn't pay the bill, otherwise he would never let a woman spend money on him. Lao Shirley called the waiter to settle the bill. The lunch cost nearly $200, and with the tip from Lao Shirley, she handed over $200 without needing change. As Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley were heading outside, Lao Shirley asked, "Mr. Zhang, now that you've eaten, what's next? Let's discuss over there." Zhang Ting pointed to a nearby spot where there weren't many people passing by. Lao Shirley followed him over. "I have a way for you to regain the 1,500 breaking even. In fact, I can even help you double your profits, turning it into 300 Hong Kong dollars. However, I have conditions." This was inevitable. "Go ahead," Zhang Ting prompted. "A commission of 10%. A commission of 10%. If it was based on breaking even at 1,500, Zhang Ting's proposed commission was naturally not low. It was much higher than those brokerage firms. Of course, if it turned into 300, Lao Shirley could earn over 100 Hong Kong dollars on top of the initial 1,500. Most importantly, Lao Shirley knew she wouldn't have to return home and face ridicule from her family. Okay, after all, it was a gamble now. At most, she would only lose the remaining 1,000 or so. If it really turned into 300 Hong Kong dollars, that would mean a profit of over 2,000. "We will return to the Far East Stock Exchange, and you will operate, as I say." Lao Shirley followed closely behind Zhang Ting. At that moment, she felt that despite his ordinary attire, this young man exuded a strong sense of credibility. The two returned to the trading hall of the Far East Stock Exchange. At this time, there were only a few minutes left before the market opened at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The trading hall, both inside and out, was bustling, resembling a vegetable market. However, most of the people inside were dressed very glamorously. The most conspicuous were the traders in red vests who had already entered trading mode. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, trading officially began at the Far East Stock Exchange. Just like in the morning, some shouted to buy while others shouted to sell. The only difference was the prices being called out. Every stock's numbers were changing. The traders were quickly writing and recording on the blackboard. "Mr. Zhang, should we sell the stocks now?" "Sell everything immediately." After Lao Shirley sold those two stocks, she had 1,300 Hong Kong dollars left in the market. However, stocks in Xiangjiang had no restrictions on price fluctuations. Just like what Zhang Ting had seen with those newly listed companies in the morning, a stock could rise from $1 per share to over 10 or even 20 by the afternoon. Of course, some stocks could also drop from $30 or $40 to a mere 10 or several dollars. One could say this was a gambling city, equally exhilarating. After Lao Shirley immediately instructed her broker to sell the stocks, Zhang Ting was also watching the numbers written by the traders on the blackboard. Then leaning in close to Lao Shirley's ear, he spoke. Lao Shirley, who was about 165 meters tall, had her height increased to nearly Zhang Ting's ear level due to her high heels, so Zhang Ting had to slightly bend down to talk to her. Upon hearing this, Lao Shirley immediately went to call her broker to buy the stocks Zhang Ting mentioned. In fact, Zhang Ting had simulated many stocks last night, paying particular attention to this one. With the remaining 1300 Hong Kong dollars, and with the stock price at 5.6 Hong Kong dollars per share, she could buy 2300 shares. After purchasing, Lao Shirley began to feel a bit anxious, constantly watching the trading on the distant blackboard. Just as Zhang Ting leaned in to speak to Lao Shirley, the fragrance emanating from her body wafted into his nose. However, at that moment, everyone was focused on the changes in the stock price and did not notice Zhang Ting's slight embarrassment. Before long, the stock that Zhang Ting recommended indeed began to rise rapidly. Zhang Ting noticed that it was the other retail investors who started buying in. It quickly increased from 5.6 Hong Kong dollars per share to 6.2 Hong Kong dollars per share. It's rising, it's rising. Mr. Zhang, it really is rising. Although it was only an increase of $0.6 per share, Lao Shirley was still very excited. Next, more and more people began to buy this stock. Soon it broke through 7.1 Hong Kong dollars and continued to rise to 8.4 Hong Kong dollars per share. At this moment, the trading personnel in the hall were continuously writing on the blackboard. Many investors were buying and selling this listed company. When it reached 9.7 Hong Kong dollars per share, it had already increased by $4 per share. Having bought 2300 shares earlier, if sold now, she could make over 9,000. Lao Shirley was very excited. However, Zhang Ting asked her to watch as the time was not yet right. Although the retail investors had begun to jump and the major players had not yet entered, and it was not the time to sell. When this stock broke through 10 Hong Kong dollars per share, it seemed uncontrollable, starting to rise continuously. The afternoon trading had only just begun for an hour, yet this stock had risen from 5.6 Hong Kong dollars to 15.8 Hong Kong dollars per share, meaning an increase of $10. Calculating it, if Lao Shirley sold the 2300 shares now, she could earn $2300. Lao Shirley was so excited that she nearly cried out. Although this amount of money was nothing compared to the Lao family's wealth or even her previous pocket money. However, she never expected that making money in the stock market could be so easy. Zhang Ting remained focused, also observing the expressions of the surrounding investors. Although some people were trading via landline phones, Zhang Ting could clearly see the attention and facial expressions of those following this stock. When this stock started rising to 35 Hong Kong dollars, nearly $25 per share, he knew the opportunity had arrived. Even though this stock might rise a few more dollars, he didn't want to be greedy. Being greedy would mean losing the chance to exit, as he knew that the major players were starting to take their profits. Miss Lao, it's time to sell everything. Lao Shirley, who had been watching the stock price changes, went from initial excitement and exhilaration to gradually feeling indifferent. At this moment, it had increased by nearly $25 per share. Lao Shirley, without daring to hesitate, hurriedly went to call for the sale. When all the shares were sold, Lao Shirley realized that in just over an hour, she had earned $5,750. This meant that Zhang Ting had indeed delivered on his promise. Yet the principal had not yet returned. Zhang Ting noted that there were still over 2 hours until the market closed. As Lao Shirley secured her profits, Zhang Ting leaned closer and whispered, "Wait, you should buy everything as I say." Adding the remaining 1300, Lao Shirley's account had around 700 Hong Kong dollars. Zhang Ting planned to double that amount. However, he did not act rashly. He continued to wait for the right opportunity. By around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Ting had his eyes on a particular stock. This stock was currently priced at 11 Hong Kong dollars per share and was a real estate stock, but it seemed that retail investors were still not many. Mr. Zhang, this is a real estate stock, and it seems to have dropped quite a bit in the past few days. Buy everything immediately, Zhang Ting whispered. He had already researched this thoroughly last night and simulated it. This real estate stock was bound to surge today. Lao Shirley wanted to say something, but Zhang Ting knew this wasn't the place for discussions. When Lao Shirley went over and directly bought the real estate stock Zhang Ting mentioned, she purchased 6300 shares. As soon as Lao Shirley followed Zhang Ting's instructions and made the purchase, the stock began to climb. It quickly rose from 11 Hong Kong dollars per share to 13. Lao Shirley was anxiously watching. When the stock price quickly rose from 13 Hong Kong dollars per share to 17, her expression was once again filled with astonishment. Zhang Ting knew that it was still not the right time. Now this real estate stock was shooting up rapidly, catching the attention of retail investors. Most retail investors tend to chase gains rather than losses, so as this stock was rising, many were following suit. The stock price kept climbing higher. When it began to break through 20 Hong Kong dollars, Zhang Ting started to pay closer attention. However, he knew it was still not time to sell. As it reached 25 Hong Kong dollars per share, Zhang Ting understood that the major players and large investors were beginning to sell their stocks. At this point, Zhang Ting knew it was time to act, as he just had to wait for the major players to sell off their stocks. This real estate stock would eventually decline. Although it wouldn't drop back to its original price, it still wouldn't meet Zhang Ting's expectations. When the stock price broke through 27 Hong Kong dollars per share, Zhang Ting knew the moment had arrived. Sell everything. Lau Shirley, reacting quickly, sold all 630 shares of the real estate stock. This time she had made a profit of 16 Hong Kong dollars per share, totaling a profit of 100 Hong Kong dollars. At this point, there was still over an hour left before the afternoon market closed. As Lau Shirley followed Zhang Ting's instructions and continued to buy two more stocks, one in transportation and one in shipping. By the time these two stocks were sold again before the market closed, Lau Shirley's account had grown to 350 Hong Kong dollars. This was quite impressive in Xinjiang. At this moment, Zhang Ting had no intention of staying any longer. Securing her profits, Lau Shirley realized that her stock account had now exceeded 350 Hong Kong dollars, which was an increase of 500 compared to her original capital of 300. If she calculated based on the morning's capital, it amounted to a profit of over 330 Hong Kong dollars. All of this was thanks to this young man. At this moment, Lau Shirley was nothing short of astonished by this young man's skills in the stock market. She never imagined that there were indeed experts in the stock market. Lau Shirley followed him outside. When they reached outside, it was mainly because it was too crowded inside, and Zhang Ting did not want to say anything further there. Zhang Ting and Lau Shirley had just exited the hall of the Far East Securities Exchange, and just before the market was about to close, the two stocks that Zhang Ting had just instructed Lau Shirley to sell began to plummet. Retail investors who hadn't managed to escape in time were in dire straits, with the stocks falling dramatically. Of course, this was still during a bull market, and Zhang Ting knew that as long as the retail investors could hold on, the prices would eventually rise again. However, the vast majority of retail investors found it difficult to hold on. When faced with a significant drop, they would think about selling, only to be harvested by the market makers. Recalling the daring strategies of his past life's limit-up squad, these retail investors, even ordinary market makers, truly paled in comparison. Zhang Ting walked ahead. Lau Shirley followed behind. She was increasingly curious about this young man. At first, she had indeed been skeptical of Zhang Ting, but unexpectedly, after a series of operations, not only did she recover her losses, but she also made a substantial profit. When Zhang Ting stopped, Lau Shirley said, "Mr. Zhang, my name is Lau Shirley. I didn't expect you to be such an expert." "Miss Lau, I am Zhang Ting." They reintroduced themselves. However, Lau Shirley was somewhat surprised that Zhang Ting did not seem curious at all upon hearing her name. "Miss Lau, as I mentioned at noon, I have already accomplished what I said. I am just here to collect my commission." "Commission? Isn't it 35,000 yuan? I thought it was something else." "Mr. Zhang, I will take you to collect it now." Lau Shirley led Zhang Ting to a nearby parking lot. Her red Bayer car was parked there. Zhang Ting knew that there was still a significant wealth gap in Xinjiang. Those who could afford a Bayer and study abroad in Europe and America were typically wealthy individuals. Lau Shirley opened the car door expecting Zhang Ting to sit in the passenger seat, but to her surprise, he naturally took a seat in the back. In fact, this was related to Zhang Ting's habits from his past life. Before he turned 18, he already had his own dedicated driver, and later, he would travel in Rolls-Royce or Maybach cars, making it impossible for him to drive himself. As Zhang Ting sat there lost in thought, Lau Shirley, who had already started the car, grew increasingly curious about him. After about 10 minutes of driving away from there, they arrived at the largest HSBC branch located in the central district of Xinjiang. Lau Shirley parked outside and entered the building with Zhang Ting. "Hello, how may I assist you?" A bank staff member at the lobby asked Lau Shirley. "I would like to withdraw money." Zhang Ting scanned the HSBC branch, which looked like it had been established in the early 1970s. He found it did not seem to differ much from what it would look like decades later. In the future, computers would be used predominantly, but now their application was still minimal. "Miss Lau, how much would you like to withdraw?" Lau Shirley couldn't access the money she earned at the exchange yet, but she still had several tens of thousands in her account at HSBC. 35,000. Originally, Lau Shirley intended to say that. After some thought, she added, "Make it 50,000. The staff member quickly went to prepare the stack of money for her. After about 10 minutes, the staff member counted the money in front of Lau Shirley, which amounted to 50,000 in 5 stacks of 10,000 each, and packed it into a bag. Lau Shirley brought it out. Zhang Ting initially thought it only contained 35,000 yuan, but upon opening it, he found it was actually 5 stacks. "Wasn't it 35,000? "Mr. Zhang, this is what you are entitled to." Zhang Ting, realizing he was short on cash, did not refuse. After taking the money, he prepared to open a new account in his name to deposit it. Suddenly, Zhang Ting remembered that he had just smuggled into Xinjiang and had not yet obtained his new ID card. He was still considered an undocumented resident, making it impossible for him to open an account at HSBC. It seemed he would have to either return to that old lady and rely on her connections as his sponsor in Xinjiang, or register for an ID card at a nearby police station. In this era, if one had not obtained an ID card and was discovered by the police as an undocumented resident, they could easily be arrested and sent back to the mainland. Moreover, without a new ID card, dealing with matters in Xiangjiang was indeed very inconvenient. Seeing Zhang Ting lost in thought with the money in hand, Lao Shirley asked Mr. Zhang, is there anything else? Zhang Ting understood. If he did not return to the old lady in Tunmun, he could only rely on this recently acquainted Miss Lao as a sponsor. Miss Lao, I originally intended to open a new bank account and deposit the money directly, but I do not have an ID card yet. However, Zhang Ting's operation in the stock market made her regard him with new eyes. Hard to imagine that he had just arrived from the mainland. Because I don't have an ID card yet, am considered a black household. If discovered by the police, I could be sent back home. I want to apply for a new ID card, but I currently have no one to rely on. So that's the case. I will accompany you to apply for it. Thank you, Miss Lao. Since that's settled, Zhang Ting wouldn't need to return to the old lady in Tunmun. When Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley left HSBC Bank and arrived at a nearby police station, Lao Shirley went in first, stating that she was from the Lao family, and the staff at this police station seemed a bit different. Miss Lao, is there something I can assist you with? This friend of mine just arrived from the mainland and hasn't obtained an ID card yet. Zhang Ting went to apply for a new ID card. In addition to registering his new name, he also had to provide his date of birth, and the officer initially asked him if he had a place to stay. Naturally, Zhang Ting did not. He then proceeded to take a photo. It took about half an hour. After half an hour, Zhang Ting had already received his new ID card, which was a legal ID card in Xiangjiang, and he was no longer called Zhang Guodong. With a Miss Lao handling the situation, Zhang Ting's ID card application was indeed very quick. After receiving the new ID card, Zhang Ting noted the attitude of the officers towards Miss Lao and realized her status was quite different. However, based on Zhang Ting's knowledge of the families in Xiangjiang from his past life, there was indeed a powerful Lao family in Xiangjiang, which was the second richest family since Xiangjiang opened its port. He was curious about the relationship between this Miss Lao and the Lao family. Thank you for your help, Miss Lao. No problem. I wonder where Mr. Zhang is currently residing. The old lady in Tunmun is too far. Making a round trip is inconvenient. I plan to stay at a hotel for now. After obtaining the new ID card, Zhang Ting returned to a branch of HSBC Bank. Zhang Ting left a few $1,000s in cash for emergencies and deposited the rest into the bank account he opened with his new ID card. In the 1970s, theft and robbery were still quite common in Xiangjiang, and carrying so much cash was not safe. Now he deposited it in the bank. Lao Shirley noticed that Zhang Ting had not left the bank, but was looking at the female bank staff who had just helped him and asked, Miss, can I open an account to trade stocks here? Of course, sir. Here you can not only purchase stocks from the Far East Stock Exchange, but also from the other 3 major exchanges in Xiangjiang. I would like to open an account for stock trading. Sir, I will go get Manager Kai Si for you. While the female staff went to call someone, Zhang Ting waited. After a while, a tall, young Caucasian woman in her 20s with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a black dress and high heels, walked over. In the 1970s, British industries were largely monopolized by white people. It was quite normal for the management at HSBC to be predominantly white. Mr. Zhang, I heard you want to open an account for stock trading. Yes, I wish to trade stocks in the 4 major exchanges of Xiangjiang. No problem. This white supervisor named Kai Si personally brought over the relevant risk agreements, commission contracts, and so forth for Zhang Ting. Initially, she thought Zhang Ting wouldn't understand English, but both she and Lao Shirley discovered that Zhang Ting's English was indeed fluent with no barriers to communication. This surprised both women. After Zhang Ting understood, he realized that the risk responsibility agreement was quite similar to the investment responsibility agreement for stock trading. The investor is responsible for their own decisions. As for the commissions, Zhang Ting noticed that the commissions at HSBC were not particularly high, nor were they very low, mainly because many securities companies had emerged in Xiangjiang, such as the account opened by Lao Shirley at the New Hongji Securities Company. New Hongji Securities Company currently monopolizes most of the stock trading at the Far East Exchange, and because of this, the traditional investment commissions at banks like HSBC have also decreased significantly. Zhang Ting signed his name and pressed his fingerprint. This trading contract was thus activated. Mr. Zhang, the trading day in the Xiangjiang stock market is almost over today. I don't know what stocks you want to buy. Do you need our broker to conduct an investment analysis? Kai Si inquired. Zhang Ting shook his head. No need. However, I will come here tomorrow morning to have your traders buy and sell stocks for us. Zhang Ting did not wish to go into the hall of the Far East Exchange. Besides, there were many people inside, and it was a hassle. Furthermore, Xiangjiang had 3 other major exchanges. He didn't need to run around to each exchange. If he spots a stock he likes, he can just let them handle the trading. Mr. Zhang, we look forward to your visit tomorrow morning. Zhang Ting is a person who is very focused on his work. Miss Kai Si personally escorted Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley out, and Zhang Ting thought Lao Shirley had returned. In fact, Lao Shirley guessed that Zhang Ting could turn her investment of over 10,000 into more than 300,000, indicating that the other party was exceptionally skilled at investing. Mr. Zhang, where are you going? I'll take you. I want to buy a few sets of clothes first. Zhang Ting always kept his word. when he arrived again at the clothing store from the morning. As he entered with Lao Shirley, the two female staff members immediately recognized Zhang Ting's identity, but they were surprised to see a young beauty following him. Zhang Ting went straight for the casual wear he had admired earlier, along with 2 suits, a pair of leather shoes, and a tie. Of course, it wasn't for a formal occasion, and Zhang Ting wasn't very fond of wearing ties. Lao Shirley watched Zhang Ting from the side, and the 2 female staff members were also amazed. One must say that Zhang Ting had a very discerning eye and didn't need their introductions to know what clothes suited him. "Mr. Zhang, would you like to try it on?" Zhang Ting knew that it would fit perfectly without trying, as he planned to take them back to the hotel to have them cleaned and dried before wearing them later. He had to wear them directly in the morning, which was unavoidable. Seeing the look in Lao Shirley's eyes, he took one suit to the fitting room to change into the black suit. When he came out wearing the suit, both Lao Shirley and the 2 female staff members were again taken aback. In fact, Zhang Ting had good looks and a great physique, but he was a bit thin due to not eating much meat back in his hometown. Even so, now that he had changed into this suit, it immediately gave off a different impression. "Mr. Zhang, this suit really suits you well," praised Lao Shirley. When Zhang Ting had the female staff pack everything and took out the money to pay, he spent a total of 1,500, which was roughly equivalent to half a year's salary for an average person in Xinjiang. After taking the clothes outside, Lao Shirley kept glancing at Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting was preparing to find a mid-range hotel nearby to settle down. "Mr. Zhang, where are you going?" "I'm going to the hotel." "Then I'll take you there." "Which hotel do you want to go to?" "Just one with air conditioning will do." Lao Shirley was preparing to head toward the Xiangjiang Wenhua Hotel. She was becoming increasingly curious about Zhang Ting. A person claiming to have just smuggled into Xinjiang from the mainland, yet knowing about stocks, clothing, and even air conditioning certainly didn't seem like someone who had just come from the mainland. At this time, there were not many 5-star hotels in Xinjiang. Many famous 5-star hotels would only appear a few years later or after the 1980s. In the central district of Xinjiang, the Xiangjiang Wenhua Hotel was still the main one. It was not yet called the Xiangjiang Dongfang Wenhua Hotel, as that name would only come 2 years later in 1974, when the Xiangjiang Wenhua Hotel acquired a 49% stake in the legendary hotel, the Bangkok Oriental Hotel. In 1985, the Xiangjiang Wenhua Hotel merged with the Oriental Hotel and was uniformly named the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, and the hotel management company officially changed its name to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel Group. Therefore, at this time, there was only the Xiangjiang Wenhua Hotel, not the Xiangjiang Dongfang Wenhua Grand Hotel. Lao Shirley drove to the Xiangjiang Wenhua Hotel. In his past life, Zhang Ting had stayed here before. However, at that time, it had already been renovated. When Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley got out of the car, the hotel's valet quickly came over to park Lao Shirley's car. Zhang Ting took the few bags of clothes inside. At the front desk, the staff greeted, "Hello, sir, how may I assist you?" "I would like to check in." This was a 5-star hotel, and staying a night cost about what an average person earns in a month, so it wasn't cheap. Zhang Ting booked for 1 week, paid part of the fees, and the hotel staff immediately warmly escorted Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley upstairs. They took the elevator to a luxurious suite on the 20th floor of the hotel. Although the decor of this era still looked very much like Xinjiang style combined with Western elements, it was considerably better than the earthen house of the old lady in Tunmun, where he stayed last night. Inside, there was everything: a sofa, a television, classical table lamps, and in addition, air conditioning that only the wealthy could enjoy, as well as a bathtub that only the rich could afford. "Mr. Zhang, do you need any other services? Please take these clothes for cleaning, hang them to dry, and bring them back to me." "Okay." The hotel staff took the bags of clothes. However, seeing that Zhang Ting was still standing there at first, he didn't quite react. Lao Shirley took out 10 Hong Kong dollars from her pocket and gave it to the hotel staff, who immediately became enthusiastic. In fact, it was all about the tip. Zhang Ting knew that after living in Xinjiang for so many years, although some places did accept tips, it wasn't common, and it was usually collected all at once when settling the bill. However, in Xinjiang now, with the strong influence of Y country, it was common to tip everywhere. "Sir, is there anything else?" "I would like the major newspapers and magazines in Xinjiang delivered here daily." "All right, no problem." Then the hotel staff left. "Miss Lao, everything is great in Xinjiang, but I'm still not quite used to the tipping culture." Lao Shirley thought Zhang Ting was just not used to giving tips because he had just come from the mainland. Having grown up in Xinjiang, Lao Shirley was already very accustomed to this. After all, at home, she and her cousins would casually give tips to the servants who worked for them. Zhang Ting looked out from the hotel balcony. One must say that in the early 1970s, the Xiangjiang Wenhua Hotel, with its 20 floors, was quite tall. From here, you could see the almost completed Kowloon building in the distance, along with many high-rises under construction, as well as the Kowloon Peninsula, and even the skyscrapers around Victoria Harbor. Standing here, the view was still very beautiful. At this moment for Zhang Ting, whether it was getting his ID card, or having Lao Shirley drive him around, or even troubling this Miss Lao. "Miss Lao, I appreciate you driving me around." For Lao Shirley, this Mr. Zhang seemed quite different from the Xiangjiang men she had interacted with before, aside from the mystery surrounding him. "So what do you think I should do for you?" Zhang Ting turned around and saw the clock hanging in the luxurious suite, which now showed that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Treat you to dinner. There was a Western restaurant in the Wenhua Hotel. Zhang Ting took the room card and went downstairs with Lao Shirley to the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel. This was Zhang Ting's first time treating Lao Shirley to dinner. The dinner here was quite lavish. After eating, there was no need to settle the bill immediately. They would settle it when leaving the hotel. Zhang Ting ordered a well-done steak, while Lao Shirley ordered a medium steak. Some might think that steak can't be well done, but it actually can. It's called well done in English, and at this point the internal temperature of the steak reaches 71 degrees Celsius with a brown surface. Well-done steaks are generally coffee-colored or reach a charred yellow level. Most Westerners might eat medium or medium-rare steaks, with medium-rare steaks having an internal temperature of 6,368 degrees Celsius and a slightly pink surface. Miss Lao, I don't like to eat raw things. In his past life, or rather in his previous body, even when he was very poor back home, he still didn't like raw food. Lao Shirley smiled. She realized that this Mr. Zhang was indeed becoming increasingly extraordinary. Moreover, the name of the red wine that Zhang Ting had just mentioned surprised the white waiter. When the waiter left, Lao Shirley whispered, "Mr. Zhang, are you sure you really just smuggled into Xinjiang, and not that you returned from studying in Europe or America?" Zhang Ting's gestures while cutting steak and his posture while drinking red wine in Lao Shirley's view would be difficult to develop without long-term practice. From this perspective, Lao Shirley's curiosity about Zhang Ting's true identity deepened. After dinner, Zhang Ting prepared to take a comfortable bath. During this period, he hadn't bathed for about a week. If it weren't for having wiped himself down with water when he left the old lady in Tunmun, he might have been quite foul. "Miss Lao, if there's nothing else, I'll head up first." Lao Shirley watched as Zhang Ting left. She went outside. Upon returning to the luxurious suite upstairs, Zhang Ting took a comfortable warm shower in the bathroom, using body wash and shampoo to clean off the grime, feeling significantly more at ease. Draped in a bathrobe, he stepped out of the bathroom. Just as he sat down, he heard the doorbell ringing. Zhang Ting went to open the door. It was the female attendant. "Mr. Zhang, here is the newspaper you requested." Zhang Ting saw the female attendant bringing a stack of newspapers. He instructed her to place them on the table. Seeing the female attendant standing there, Zhang Ting took out a 100 Hong Kong dollar bill and handed it to her, saying, "This is my tip for 10 times. Thank you, Mr. Zhang." With the tip received, the female attendant was naturally more enthusiastic. After she left, Zhang Ting sat there and began to read the newspapers. In his previous life, like his father, he would research the stock market and investment situations through the internet, newspapers, and all available materials. In this era, while computers existed, the internet had not yet emerged. To understand the latest information, one could only rely on newspapers and magazines, or through television and radio. This might be why the newspapers in Xinjiang were very developed. However, Zhang Ting regretted that even when flipping through these newspapers, the so-called crazy bull notes, secrets of the stock market, big player secrets, market trends, insider information, and wealth diaries were all misleading. Zhang Ting found these articles to be completely deceptive, lacking any substantial content, rendering his reading futile. After a thorough review, he simply tossed them aside. For the current Zhang Ting, the reference materials were limited. Aside from these newspapers, there were hardly any people around him. In the past, although he started as a retail investor, aside from analyzing data with his father, there were plenty of reference materials available. Later on, when he established a private equity investment company as the leader of the Limitup Death Squad and the company's head, he had several talented individuals working for him. Whatever information he needed to check, even trading secrets, someone would quickly look into it for him. The saying, to win in the stock market, one must know both oneself and the enemy, holds true. Otherwise, charging into the stock market like a headless fly hoping to make money from it would only result in losing money. Zhang Ting turned on the black and white television, which was broadcasting the evening news on TVB. It reported on the aftermath of the recent flooding in Xinjiang and the continued fervor of the Xinjiang stock market, where the daily trading volume had already surpassed 100 million and sometimes even reached 200 million Hong Kong dollars. In the early 1970s, a daily trading volume exceeding 100 million Hong Kong dollars was indeed impressive. Zhang Ting turned off the TV before the evening news concluded. At that moment, there was another knock at the door. It was the female attendant from earlier. "Sir, would you like some coffee?" "Yes." When the female attendant placed the cup of coffee on the table, Zhang Ting took a sip and suddenly remembered the stock market simulation he had initiated last night. From today's stock market perspective, the results simulated in his mind matched exactly what he saw in the stock market today. What does this indicate? He was about to become wealthy. With this thought, Zhang Ting looked again at the stock market simulator in his mind. "Would you like to activate the simulator?" "Activate." Zhang Ting found the recently acquired newspaper and inputted the stock code for a company named Changjiang Garment. This was a publicly listed company from 1970, led by a person with the surname Chen, a Chinese-owned enterprise that raised 16 million Hong Kong dollars 2 years ago, and now had a market value of over 80 million, with 20 million shares, making it about 4 Hong Kong dollars per share. After entering the company code, it immediately appeared on his stock market simulator. Then he inputted the buying price purchasing at 4 Hong Kong dollars, meaning he could buy 100 shares with his 400 Hong Kong dollars. Next, he entered the stock simulation trading date as June 27, 1972, which was the opening time for the next day. Would you like to start the simulation? Start. Just as Zhang Ting's mind echoed this phrase, the stock market simulator in his mind began to operate. From the changes in stock prices on the simulator and the detailed candlestick charts, he felt as if he were truly immersed in the experience of buying this stock. The stock of Changjiang Garment initially dropped from 4 Hong Kong dollars per share to 3, 5 Hong Kong dollars per share, then returned to 4, 2 Hong Kong dollars per share before the lunch break. By the afternoon's opening, the stock price soared again to 4, 5 Hong Kong dollars per share. If sold at this point, Zhang Ting would have earned 0.5 Hong Kong dollars per share, which after commissions would still amount to over 4,000. However, at this moment, Zhang Ting naturally didn't sell. The stock price suddenly began to decline, quickly plummeting from 4, 5 Hong Kong dollars per share to 3, 1 Hong Kong dollars per share. When the simulated stock market concluded, it finally stabilized at this price. This meant that if he had followed the simulation, buying at 4 Hong Kong dollars per share would have dropped to 3, 1 Hong Kong dollars per share. Each share would have resulted in a loss of 0.9 Hong Kong dollars, factoring in commissions that would equate to a loss of about 1 Hong Kong dollar per share, totaling 1.0 Hong Kong dollars. Of course, this was merely a simulation, as he hadn't truly bought in yet. That would not be a real transaction. If the price had risen to 4, 5 Hong Kong dollars per share at any time, selling then would have resulted in a profit of over 4,000. In this era, earning over 4,000 in less than a day seemed substantial. At this moment, Zhang Ting was astonished by the stock market simulator in his mind, realizing that if this simulator truly predicted the future stock market, he was indeed about to become wealthy. He no longer needed to investigate various materials as before. With this stock market simulator, he could simply sit back and earn big money. After Zhang Ting ended the simulation and the simulator returned to normal, he already knew that this stock would peak tomorrow at a rise of 0.5 Hong Kong dollars per share, offering little prospect. Unless, of course, he could use leverage through a brokerage. Generally speaking, ordinary investors could only leverage a few times at most. However, if Zhang Ting wanted to leverage 10 times or even dozens of times, that was not impossible. But to achieve higher leverage, it had to be under conditions of certainty. Now Zhang Ting knew that this simulator was indeed as he had imagined. The simulated results of this stock would match the actual results from the market opening to closing tomorrow. In other words, according to the 4,000 Hong Kong dollars, he had leveraging 10 times would turn into 4,000 Hong Kong dollars. With 4,000 Hong Kong dollars all invested in Changjiang Garment at 4 Hong Kong dollars per share, that would mean 1,000 shares. Even if only each share rose by 0.5 Hong Kong dollars, that would amount to 5,000. This means his capital would double. And this was merely for this ordinary stock. What if it were another stock? The more Zhang Ting thought about it, the more excited he became. He began to input another listed company's code, a securities investment company named Immigrant Investment. This company was also listed in 1970, raising a capital of 10 million. However, due to the recent bull market in Xinjiang over the past 2 years, this company had developed well, attracting many investors to open accounts there. Now this company had a market value of 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars with a total of 3,500 shares, equating to 5 Hong Kong dollars per share. Zhang Ting inputted the code into the simulator just as he did before, entered the trading time and the buying price. With 4,000 Hong Kong dollars at 5 Hong Kong dollars per share, he could buy 8,000 shares. After purchasing, he started the simulation. This stock initially rose from 5 Hong Kong dollars per share to quickly break through to 5 Hong Kong dollars per share. Before long, Zhang Ting noticed that the simulator indicated it had risen to 9 Hong Kong dollars per share. From this, Zhang Ting deduced that this company must have released favorable news from the insiders or major shareholders after the market opened, attracting a large number of retail investors to pay attention and buy. By the time the noon market closed, this stock had already surpassed 10 Hong Kong dollars per share. This meant it had risen by 5 Hong Kong dollars per share in the morning. When the market resumed in the afternoon, the simulator continued to run. The stock had risen to 12 Hong Kong dollars per share and still hadn't dropped, but rather continued to rise. It continued to rise until it hit 14 Hong Kong dollars per share, then dropped to 12 Hong Kong dollars per share, only to see a surge of retail investors buying again, causing it to rebound to 14 Hong Kong dollars per share. By the time the afternoon market closed, this stock had directly increased by nearly 10 Hong Kong dollars per share. Based on Zhang Ting's 8,000 shares, that would equate to a profit of 8,000. If calculated with 10 times leverage, he could earn at least 8,000 Hong Kong dollars. Of course, considering the total market value of this stock, he still had to take into account the associated risks. Earning 8,000 Hong Kong dollars at once might be somewhat difficult. However, making 3,000 to 4,000 Hong Kong dollars in profit would certainly pose no problem. After the establishment of the 3 major Chinese exchanges, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, previously controlled by white individuals, made it difficult for Chinese companies to go public. However, now with the listing of the 3 major Chinese exchanges, it can be said that in the past 2 to 3 years going public has become the easiest it has ever been. Now over 200 companies have been listed in Hong Kong. Especially in 1972, this year alone nearly 100 companies will go public in Hong Kong, which is quite astonishing. For those that have not yet gone public, Zhang Ting pays no attention. However, for the more than 200 companies that are already listed, he can only select a portion for simulation. Until late at night, Zhang Ting had simulated over 30 listed companies. This means that he can clearly observe whether the stocks of these companies will rise or fall tomorrow through that super financial simulator. If tomorrow he officially enters the stock market for trading and everything aligns with the results of his simulation tonight, he knows that the stock market will be like a money printing machine for him. When Zhang Ting began to feel a bit tired despite having just had a cup of coffee, he decided not to continue simulating and prepared to turn off the lights to rest. A knock sounded at the door. Zhang Ting opened the door to find the same female attendant. "Sir, here is your leisurewear now dried. Your suit will be ready by tomorrow." The female attendant, appearing very enthusiastic after receiving Zhang Ting's tip, handed him the dry leisurewear, and he replied, "Remember to bring my suit to my room before breakfast tomorrow." "Yes, Mr. Zhang." As the female attendant was about to leave, she looked back at Zhang Ting and asked, "Mr. Zhang, is there anything else? Don't forget to wash my tie, leather shoes, and socks as well." The female attendant took the bags and prepared to leave. That night, Zhang Ting did not dream and slept very comfortably. Perhaps it was due to the comfortable environment of the 5-star hotel and the air conditioning, which reminded him of his previous life in Shenzhen. When Zhang Ting woke up, he was startled awake by the ringing doorbell outside. After changing into his leisurewear, he opened the door expecting to see the female attendant from last night, but to his surprise, it was Lao Shirley. "Miss Lao, what are you doing here? What? Is it not allowed?" If yesterday she was curious about Zhang Ting from their encounter, then after returning home last night from dinner and reflecting on their meeting, Lao Shirley found herself preoccupied with thoughts of him. This mysterious man was indeed extraordinary. Thus, even knowing that Zhang Ting had just smuggled over from the mainland, she was willing to engage more with him. "Of course it's fine." Zhang Ting went inside to wash up. At this moment, the female attendant brought in his suit and leather shoes. "Just put them here," Lao Shirley instructed the female attendant. Habitually, she pulled out a tip for the attendant, who responded, "Miss Lao, Mr. Zhang gave me a generous tip last night." "He gave you a tip all at once?" Lao Shirley was puzzled as Zhang Ting, having finished washing up, first changed into his suit, trousers, socks, and leather shoes. When Zhang Ting came out after changing, it was undeniable that he impressed both the female attendant and Lao Shirley. If yesterday they felt Zhang Ting was like someone who had just arrived in Hong Kong, now after a night's rest, his rejuvenated spirit and well-fitted suit gave off a distinctly different impression. "Mr. Zhang, that suit really suits you well." Zhang Ting knew that his physique was indeed much better than in his previous life. Once he regained proper nutrition, he could even be a star. After getting ready, Zhang Ting felt like something was still missing. He headed down to the restaurant on the 2nd floor of the hotel. They were serving a buffet breakfast, primarily Western cuisine, including milk and bread. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley separately went to get their food. He could tell that Miss Lao had indeed come from a prominent family, and he guessed it was likely related to the mysterious Lao family in Hong Kong. However, he still did not know what kind of relationship Lao Shirley had with the wealthy elite. Watching Zhang Ting eat, she could tell he had been trained to, otherwise he wouldn't appear so natural and composed. Breakfast didn't have to be overly filling, but it needed to be substantial. After drinking milk, eating bread, and having some pancakes, Zhang Ting said, "Miss Lao, I'm done." "Mr. Zhang, I'm done as well." Lao Shirley knew that Zhang Ting was heading to the HSBC branch to trade stocks. Originally, if Lao Shirley hadn't driven, Zhang Ting would have taken a taxi. But now that she had driven, he naturally would ride with her. When Lao Shirley parked the car, the two of them arrived at the HSBC branch again. At this time, it was just after 8 in the morning, and the stock market wouldn't open until 9:30. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley entered the building. Soon they saw a woman named Kusi dressed in a blue dress. Her blue attire stood out and caught Zhang Ting's attention. "Good morning, Mr. Zhang." "Good morning, Miss Kusi." It was evident that Kusi also noticed the change in Zhang Ting's attire compared to yesterday. Entering an office, Kusi mentioned, "Mr. Zhang, I wonder if you will be buying stocks personally, or if you'd prefer our traders to do it for you." Zhang Ting did not go to the trading hall of the Far East Securities Exchange. However, there was a phone here to contact the trading hall at any time. Moreover, there were also traders here specifically for investors. "Miss Kusi, I will let you know what to buy soon." "All right, sir. We are currently in the bidding phase and am unsure which stocks you wish to buy." Last night, Zhang Ting had already simulated many stocks. However, he still couldn't confirm the correlation between the stock market simulator in his mind and real stock trading. If he could ascertain that his mental simulator was indeed predicting future stock market movements, then he would know he could sit back and make money. Therefore, he initially considered whether to leverage for more funds. Now it seemed wiser to just use the initial capital of 40,000 Hong Kong dollars. First, buy all shares of Jianhuang Real Estate. Kusi immediately instructed someone to purchase Jianhuang Real Estate. With 40,000 Hong Kong dollars, Zhang Ting wouldn't be able to buy many stocks. But for him, it was essential to first verify the connection between his mental stock market simulator and the real stock exchange. If it indeed worked as he suspected, then he could be bolder in his next moves. Mr. Zhang, all shares of Jianhuang Real Estate have been purchased. At 9:30 in the morning, the four exchanges in Hong Kong officially opened. Since Zhang Ting was not present in the trading hall, he could only learn about the stock price fluctuations via phone notifications. In fact, Jianhuang Real Estate stock price had already started to rise rapidly. Zhang Ting's stock value had doubled in no time, reaching 80,000 Hong Kong dollars. When Zhang Ting heard Kus's report, he was not just surprised but astonished. This indicated that the real-time stock price changes in the market mirrored those he had simulated last night. Mr. Zhang, this stock price has already more than doubled. Would you like to sell? It's still not time, let's wait a bit longer. Zhang Ting remembered the simulation of this listed company very clearly. At least it had to double before it began to decline. Sure enough, when Zhang Ting's stock value soared to 150,000 Hong Kong dollars, he decided it was time to sell. Sell all shares, Zhang Ting instructed directly. Kusi immediately notified the trader, who quickly called to have Zhang Ting's shares sold. When the shares were sold, it was just before the morning session ended and a slight decline began. Of course, it was only a minor drop. However, for Zhang Ting, it was more than enough. After one morning, 40,000 Hong Kong dollars had turned into 150,000, effectively earning him about 110,000. This scene once again left Lao surely astounded. Kaisi was also somewhat surprised as she looked at Mr. Zhang. In just one morning, Mr. Zhang had made a staggering HKD 100 in the stock market. In 1972, that was indeed quite impressive. However, for Zhang Ting, this was just the beginning. After Zhang Ting had confirmed multiple times that the stock market simulator in his mind was exactly the same as the real stock market, he realized he needed to extract as much money as possible from it. Especially in 1972, when Hong Kong was still in a bull market. Once the stock market started to decline next year, it wouldn't be impossible for him to make a significant profit, especially with the stock market simulator. However, it would be much more challenging. After all, given that the daily trading volume in Hong Kong was around 100 million Hong Kong dollars, with the highest possibly reaching 500 to 600 million Hong Kong dollars, making money in such conditions was naturally the easiest. Mr. Zhang, congratulations. Kaisi initially thought that Zhang Ting's earnings of HKD 100 were already sufficient. However, Zhang Ting then asked, Miss Kaisi, if I want to finance, how much leverage can I get? Currently, Zhang Ting's account held only HKD 150,000. Under normal financing conditions, the maximum leverage would be a few times, with the highest being 10 times. If he used 10 times leverage, that would amount to 1 Hong Kong dollar. 5 million. Entering the Hong Kong stock market with 1 Hong Kong dollar. 5 million, he certainly couldn't buy just one stock entirely, but if he diversified his investments across multiple stocks, selling them later would be entirely different. Mr. Zhang, you want to finance? That's right, I want to trade freely. That amount of money is not enough for me to fill the gaps. In his past life, Zhang Ting had managed private equity funds that reached hundreds of billions RMB. Although back then hundreds of billions RMB were not the same as they are now, for him, that amount of money was indeed not enough to fill the gaps, especially given the knowledge that his simulator could have such an effect. I need to ask first. Okay. After Kaisi inquired, Lao Li had been watching from the side, knowing only that Zhang Ting had made over HKD 100 in the stock market. However, it seemed that Zhang Ting was not satisfied and wanted to leverage financing. Many investors in Hong Kong were aware of leverage financing. Lao Li naturally understood this as well. However, she didn't expect that Zhang Ting would know about it too. From this alone, she realized that Zhang Ting was certainly not just an ordinary person who had recently smuggled into Hong Kong. After 10 minutes, Kaisi returned with a financing risk contract for Zhang Ting. Mr. Zhang, I asked upstairs, and our bank can provide you with financing. The maximum leverage we can offer is 10 times, but the financing interest is a bit high. This was to be expected. In any era, the interest rates for leverage financing were relatively high. There was no alternative in this regard. For Zhang Ting, that interest was negligible. Then I will leverage 10 times. When the stock market opens in the afternoon, I want to enter the market. No problem. When Zhang Ting saw that the financing risk contract was entirely in English, he merely glanced at it before signing his name. After signing, they proceeded to allocate the funds to Zhang Ting. Soon the funds in Zhang Ting's stock account grew to 1 Hong Kong dollar. 5 million. In the present context, 1 Hong Kong dollar. 5 million was indeed a substantial amount. Although property prices in Hong Kong had risen somewhat, a house in the suburbs was only around HKD 100, which meant this amount could buy about 10 such houses. Zhang Ting felt indifferent, having seen much larger sums of money in his past life. However, Lao Li was astonished that Zhang Ting remained unfazed even when his funds transformed into over 1 million with 10 times leverage. To Lao Li, this was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Miss Kaisi, let's go eat first. When the market opens in the afternoon, my funds will immediately enter the stock market. Zhang Ting left with Lao Li. Once outside, as they got into the car, Lao Li asked, Mr. Zhang, that's over 1 million. Aren't you the least bit worried? With the stock market simulator in hand, Zhang Ting felt it was a sure win. What was there to worry about? What do you think? I see you aren't worried at all. Zhang Ting was indeed unconcerned. Moreover, I increasingly feel that you don't seem like an ordinary person who just smuggled from the mainland. Zhang Ting smiled. How could he be an ordinary person? Lao Shirley drove them to a nearby grand restaurant. Zhang Ting ordered dishes. When the waitress brought the food, Zhang Ting said little more, as they had only 1 hour for lunch and were quite rushed. As they approached 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley returned to the HSBC branch, where Miss Kaisi was already waiting for them after finishing her lunch. Mr. Zhang, the stock market is about to open in the afternoon. Zhang Ting had an excellent memory. Furthermore, he had simulated the listed companies last night and remembered them very clearly. Moreover, he had relevant simulation records from the simulator after last night's simulation. Miss Kaisi, I want to buy certain stocks. Oh, please follow my instructions. China Bus by HKD 1000 worth. China Power by HKD 1000 worth. Wing On Company by HKD 15000 worth. Hong Kong Trust by HKD 3000 worth. Huibao Piling by HKD 1000 worth. Shengli Brewery by HKD 1000 worth. This 1 Hong Kong dollar. 5 million ultimately resulted in the purchase of just over 1 Hong Kong dollar. For million worth of stocks, totaling 10 stocks. These stocks were noted down by Zhang Ting after last night's simulation, and each of them was expected to at least double, with 2 expected to triple. Zhang Ting had an excellent memory. He could tell when stocks would rise or fall. Now he could hear Kaisi receiving phone calls that echoed the same information he had seen last night. Sell China Bus. After Kaisi sold China Bus, Zhang Ting quickly made a profit of HKD 15000. Now sell Wing On Company. In Zhang Ting's account, aside from the return of the principal, he also gained an additional HKD 200. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, before the Hong Kong stock market closed, he had sold all 4 stocks. Aside from the return of the principal of over 1 Hong Kong dollar. For million, he also earned nearly 2 Hong Kong dollars. 1 million in profits. This was achieved through an initial capital of HKD 15000 and then leveraging it 10 times. Ultimately, after deducting commissions and high-interest leverage, Zhang Ting still had around 2 million Hong Kong dollars left. If he had entered the stock market with HKD 400 and ended up with 2 million Hong Kong dollars in one day, that was absolutely insane. That equated to a staggering 50-fold profit. What does that mean? It meant a daily return rate exceeding 5000. At this moment, apart from Kaisi being so shocked, she could not speak. Lao Shirley beside her was at a loss for words. Just yesterday, she had encountered Zhang Ting, who seemed to be a mere pauper, but now in just one day, he had become a millionaire. Although 2 million Hong Kong dollars may not mean much in Hong Kong today, if others knew he had gone from being a pauper yesterday to a millionaire today, how would they react? In his past life, Zhang Ting entered the stock market with 50 RMB, and it took him nearly 8 years for his wealth to exceed 100 million, which is equivalent to a nearly 2,000-fold increase over that time. Now, with the help of the stock market simulator, Zhang Ting believes he can surpass 100 million Hong Kong dollars this year. There was little expression on his face, yet he felt a surge of excitement within. Kai's admiration for Zhang Ting was beyond words. Mr. Zhang, you are truly remarkable. You are the most skilled trader I have ever seen. In this era, there certainly are skilled stock investors. In fact, during the early 1970s in Hong Kong, many such stock experts emerged. Some investors might have turned hundreds into tens, or even hundreds of thousands. Others made the leap from thousands to millions. However, when the stock market crash arrives next year, many so-called investment experts will find themselves back at square one overnight. At this moment, Lao Shirley looked at Zhang Ting, unsure of how to express her thoughts. Miss Kai, see you tomorrow. Today's stock market session had already concluded. Zhang Ting did not linger. As he and Lao Shirley made their way outside, Kais watched the young Chinese man depart. Before the 1970s, Chinese people in Hong Kong held little status. It was not until after the 1970s that the wealth of Chinese capital in Hong Kong gradually rose to prominence, gaining some status and influence. Nevertheless, many white elites in Hong Kong still look down on their Chinese counterparts. This is why there are no Chinese faces in the British capital or important positions in Hong Kong. They simply despised the Chinese and did not need these elites to work for them. However, now Zhang Ting, this young man, was making waves in the stock market, truly astonishing. Kais. Mr. Zhang, where to? Back to the hotel. Lao Shirley drove back to the Wenhua Hotel. It was just past 4 in the afternoon, still early for dinner. However, Zhang Ting was not fond of discussing investment matters in public. Returning to the luxurious suite upstairs, a female attendant brought over 2 cups of coffee upon seeing them return. Zhang Ting was rarely this happy. He took out a $100 bill as a tip for her. The attendant was somewhat surprised. Thank you, sir. For this attendant, who earned just over $800 a month, receiving $100 as a tip from Zhang Ting was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. The attendant left. Lao Shirley took a small sip of coffee. The more she looked at Zhang Ting, the more she felt he was extraordinary. Mr. Zhang, how do you know which stocks will rise? Lao Shirley asked with curiosity. Zhang Ting pointed to his brain. What he meant was of course due to the stock market simulator in his mind. However, Lao Shirley asked, "Your brain?" "Correct, the brain performs analysis." Lao Shirley did not understand. When she saw Zhang Ting reading the morning newspapers, especially the financial section stock market reports, Lao Shirley guessed that Zhang Ting was analyzing these stock analyses and reports in his mind to make his purchases. However, with so many so-called stock experts in Hong Kong, why did they still end up losing money? How can you see it so clearly? Lao Shirley sat down beside Zhang Ting. "Because I am different from others." Zhang Ting's confidence was directly reflected on his face. This was also what attracted Lao Shirley the most. Of course, in her eyes, Zhang Ting's gaze, his face, and the focus and confidence he exhibited all captivated her. For the Lao family, 2 million Hong Kong dollars was certainly not a significant amount. After all, in the 1920s, the Lao family owned a large house of 30 square meters in Hong Kong. In the 1940s, their annual income exceeded tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. At that time, that amount of money was comparable to the wealth of nations worldwide. Around 5 in the afternoon, the doorbell rang. Lao Shirley went to open the door, and it was the attendant bringing the latest Hong Kong evening news. Lao Shirley took the papers and handed them to Zhang Ting. In fact, Zhang Ting thought that the stock analyses and reports in the newspapers were of little use to him now. The information from other areas was still relatively useful. After Zhang Ting finished reading, it was already past 6 in the evening. Dinner time had arrived. "Miss Lao, I invite you to dinner." Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley went to the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel. They had Western cuisine as Zhang Ting wanted to celebrate his big win in the stock market today and recognize the power of his stock market simulator. He ordered the best Bordeaux red wine and a table full of Western dishes and seafood. "Cheers." "Cheers." Zhang Ting lifted his tall wine glass and clinked it with Lao Shirley before slowly sipping the red wine. However, Lao Shirley had to drive back after dinner and was concerned about drinking too much. "Miss Lao, you have to drive back later, so it's best not to drink too much." In fact, Zhang Ting was still somewhat wary of getting drunk and inexplicably ending up in this world. "Don't worry, I will stay at the hotel tonight." Seeing Lao Shirley's beautiful eyes glance over, she smiled and said, "I will open a room next door for a while." This mysterious man Zhang Ting indeed captivated her. The two continued dining until after 7 in the evening. After getting drunk, Lao Shirley's eyes were slightly red, resembling a blush. On the contrary, Zhang Ting was doing quite well, as his previous self had often snuck drinks with the production team back home, thus developing a strong tolerance for alcohol. As Zhang Ting helped Lao Shirley upstairs, he called for the attendant to book a room for her next door. At that moment, Lao Shirley had already been assisted by the attendant to the big bed in the opposite room. On the balcony of the luxurious suite on the 20th floor, a gust of wind blew, and Zhang Ting felt much clearer now. After drinking, he did not rush to take a shower. Now he needed to prepare for tomorrow's stock market. After all, nothing was more powerful than this stock market simulator. Just as he had done the previous night, Zhang Ting began to simulate a portion of the more than 200 listed companies in Hong Kong, particularly those stocks he had purchased today. He worked late into the night. Zhang Ting had completed the simulations. In total, he simulated nearly 50 listed companies, of which over 20 had risen, more than 10 had skyrocketed, and several had slightly declined, while a few had plummeted. At this time, it had been 6 or 7 hours since drinking. Zhang Ting's drunkenness had completely dissipated, and he first took a comfortable hot shower. Wrapped in a bathrobe, Zhang Ting lay down to sleep. In the adjacent room, Lao Shirley had just been assisted to bed by the attendant and had removed her high heels, quickly resting due to her slight intoxication. When she woke from her nap, she realized it was already the early hours of the morning. Lao Shirley was no longer drunk. She got up, deciding to take a shower first. In such a grand hotel, she had previously stayed in the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong. Now she took the bathrobe and found a separate bathtub. She filled the bathtub with warm water, then took off her skirt and comfortably sat in the tub to soak. In June, Hong Kong's temperature was already very high, nearly 35 degrees Celsius during the day. Many people outside felt faint from the heat. If Lao Shirley had been outside for a long time without air conditioning, she would surely be sweating profusely. Soaking in the warm water now was the most comfortable thing. Lao Shirley thought that Zhang Ting must have already rested. She reflected on her situation. Earlier this year, her family had arranged for her to attend university in country M, meaning she was scheduled to go there next month to acclimate for a while before officially studying abroad in August. Now it's already the end of June and July is approaching. Originally, she had no attachment to staying in Hong Kong. Going to study in country M was just a chance to change to a new environment. However, she never expected to encounter Zhang Ting, which only drew her in further. Should she give up her studies abroad? Lao Shirley was quite surprised, as she couldn't understand why she suddenly had such thoughts. Was it because of Zhang Ting? If that were the case, Lao Shirley was unsure whether she was shocked or something else. After all, this trip to study abroad in country M was both a family arrangement and her own desire. If she were to abandon the thought of studying abroad now, what would her family think? Zhang Ting awakened sunlight streaming in through the window. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was already past 7 in the morning. Zhang Ting was a person with a strong sense of time. As he quickly got up to wash and changed into a suit, he opened the door to find Lao Shirley waiting outside. Miss Lau, how did you sleep last night? Not bad, I haven't stayed in a hotel for a long time. The two conversed as they walked. From Lao Shirley's perspective, Zhang Ting's expression seemed unchanged. When they arrived at the hotel's second-floor restaurant and finished breakfast, it was already past 8 in the morning. Zhang Ting got into Lao Shirley's car and headed back to the HSBC branch. As Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley reached the bank's entrance, Kai Si was already waiting there. This young man, who was like a god in the stock market, had indeed left a strong impression on others. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Good morning, Miss Kai Si. After greeting each other, Lao Shirley, who had just gotten out of the car, exchanged pleasantries with Miss Kai Si before they entered an office. Since the market had not yet opened, there was time to chat. Mr. Zhang, will you be financing again today? Yesterday, Zhang Ting had directly financed from 1500 HKD to 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars to enter the Hong Kong stock market, and by the time he exited, he had already earned over 200 HKD. However, Zhang Ting knew that the daily trading volume in the Hong Kong stock market was only around 100 to 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Even if he financed more, it would be difficult for such a large volume to be accommodated. No need, Miss Kai Si. At 9:30 a.m., the Hong Kong stock market had opened. Zhang Ting had poured all of his 200 HKD into the stock market. Last night, he had simulated over 50 listed companies, keeping track of which ones would rise, which would fall, when to buy, and when to sell. He remembered every detail clearly. Zhang Ting didn't need to look at anything else, though his stock market simulator had records of the simulations from last night. Now Zhang Ting was directly following last night's simulation. He began to buy shares of different companies in stages. Fudu Grand Hotel by 100 HKD. Zhuang's Group by 15000 HKD. Shou DeLong Company by 15000 HKD. As Zhang Ting called out these orders, Kai Si immediately notified the trader, who promptly called the exchange to execute the trades. After a while, Kai Si approached and said, Mr. Zhang, Fudu Grand Hotel has already risen by 10. It had just begun to rise by 10, which was still early in Zhang Ting's eyes. At this point, Zhang Ting had bought all the stocks with his 2 million, and now he just had to wait for the right moment to sell. During this time, aside from Kai Si occasionally receiving feedback from the trader, there was no way to directly know the results of the trades since they were not in the exchange hall. Moreover, Zhang Ting's stock purchases were spread across 4 major exchanges. Even if he went to the Far East Securities Exchange Hall, he wouldn't be able to rush to the other 3 exchange halls. Mr. Zhang, would you like some coffee? While Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley sat there, another white female staff member warmly brought them coffee. Lao Shirley occasionally glanced at Zhang Ting. From Lao Shirley's perspective, even in the 1940s, the Lao family was considered wealthy enough to rival nations in Hong Kong, and even in the 1960s they remained one of the richest families. It was only in recent years that they had gradually become low-key. And now all this was money. Yet Zhang Ting showed no visible expression. Zhang Ting checked the time and looked at the simulated trading records, knowing how many stocks he could sell. Miss Kai Si, sell all shares of Ruishing Limited. Upon hearing Zhang Ting's command, Kai Si immediately notified the trader to sell Ruishing Company. Zhang Ting had just bought 200 HKD of Ruixing's stock, a Chinese-funded department store in Hong Kong that had only gone public 2 years ago in 1970, but had received little attention. Now when Zhang Ting sold it, the 200 HKD had turned into 4500 HKD, meaning Zhang Ting had already made a profit of 2500 HKD from just Ruishing. Not long after, Zhang Ting ordered Kai Si to sell. What astonished the trader was that just like yesterday, as soon as Zhang Ting ordered the sale, Ruixing's stock began to drop. Initially, the drop was minor, but gradually it worsened. Retail investors who couldn't escape had no choice but to hold on or cut their losses. Zhang Ting was unconcerned. Once Ruishing was sold, he said, sell shares of Jianxing Limited. This was another Chinese-funded company that went public 2 years ago, primarily focusing on garment manufacturing. Prior to this, the company had been quite low-key. This time, Zhang Ting had directly invested 300 HKD, and upon selling all shares, it had grown to 680 HKD. This meant he made a profit of 3800 HKD from this stock alone. Now, considering both stocks, Zhang Ting had earned a total of 6300 HKD. This was considered extremely outrageous in Hong Kong, even in the context of its stock market. Throughout the morning, Zhang Ting had been buying as well as selling. However, by then he had already made over 1 million Hong Kong dollars in profits. The rest would have to wait until the afternoon market opened. Mr. Zhang, congratulations on earning another million HKD this morning. Kai Si spoke respectfully. At the moment, Kai Si earned only a few thousand HKD per month, which was considered a high salary in Hong Kong. After an entire morning, Zhang Ting had netted over 1 million HKD from the stock market. What does this imply? It meant Zhang Ting earned the equivalent of a decade's salary in just one morning. Zhang Ting merely smiled, saying nothing. After all, his experiences in his past life had rendered him relatively unmoved by such wealth. As lunchtime approached, Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley left to have lunch. They drove to a nearby restaurant and ordered dishes. Mr. Zhang, why don't you finance to buy more stocks? Lao Shirley asked. Yesterday, Zhang Ting had financed 10 times, going from over 1 to over a million to enter the market. From Lao Shirley's perspective, why didn't Zhang Ting finance to turn his 2 million into 20 million today? Miss Lao, let me explain. Currently, the trading volume in the Hong Kong stock market is between 1 to 2 billion across the 4 major exchanges. So when I enter with 2 million Hong Kong dollars, it represents about 1 to 2 of the shares. In fact, this is already a substantial amount of capital, which is why I try to diversify by buying into multiple companies. However, if I were to enter with 20 million Hong Kong dollars, that would equate to about 10 of the trading volume. This could easily attract the attention of many investors, as it would occupy 10 or even 20 of the trading volume. Zhang Ting recalled the trading conditions in the domestic stock market from his past life. Considering the trading volume in the domestic shares at the time, if we estimate it at 1 trillion renminbi, then one of that would be around 10 billion Hong Kong dollars dispersed across over 10 companies. Each might only have a trading volume of a few billion. For stocks with high market values, such an amount wouldn't mean much. However, in stocks with lower market values, buying several hundred million HKD at once would be terrifying. Of course, if we consider what Lao Shirley said, trading 10 of the trading volume at once, that would be equivalent to 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. This would be quite alarming. Even if he diversified across 100 companies, each would still involve 10 billion HKD. In his past life, Zhang Ting primarily operated in a fast in and out mode akin to a daring team that capitalized on stock limit UPS, quickly driving up stock prices to attract the attention of other retail investors, private equity, and public funds. Once these investors followed suit, he would quickly exit, profiting from the price differences. Now he didn't need to do that at all. His stock market simulator already anticipated the results in advance. What he needed to consider was only the trading volume that the entire Hong Kong stock market or the stock he purchased could withstand. Of course, he wanted to make more in one go, but he didn't want to get trapped inside. It was like having the answers in front of you and still making mistakes. There was nothing left to say. Lao Shirley observed Zhang Ting drawing a circle with his hand, and from the points inside, she understood. The capacity of the Hong Kong stock market is about this any larger, and it would be difficult for me to enter and exit. At that moment, Zhang Ting thought that if he could enter the London Stock Exchange or the New York Stock Exchange, the trading volumes there would undoubtedly be much larger. In this era, Zhang Ting was still unclear about the listed companies in these two exchanges. Most importantly, his stock market simulator had not yet displayed the exchanges of these two countries, so there was no need for him to take risks by giving money to those foreigners. According to Zhang Ting's current plan, he could earn 2 to 3 million HKD each trading day. With 22 trading days each month, he could make at least 50 million Hong Kong dollars in a month. For Zhang Ting, in 2 months, his wealth in Hong Kong would likely exceed 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Lao Shirley understood that Zhang Ting likely knew he would win, yet he wouldn't invest too much in stocks at once. After about 40 minutes, Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley had finished lunch. As they left the restaurant and drove back to the HSBC branch, Kai Si and the trader were already waiting for Zhang Ting. Mr. Zhang, there are 5 minutes left until the afternoon market opens. After personally pouring a cup of coffee for Zhang Ting, Kai Si said. Zhang Ting simply nodded. When it reached 1 in the afternoon, the 4 major exchanges in Hong Kong officially opened. It was the same as the morning. However, trading in the afternoon was even more frequent. Since trading in Hong Kong, like in Europe and America, does not limit the number of transactions or the price fluctuations, the trading experience was far more comfortable and exhilarating than Zhang Ting's past experiences in the domestic market. In China, there were limits on price fluctuations, often the maximum rise was 10. This was why Zhang Ting was known as a daring team member who capitalized on limit ups. Here there were no such restrictions. Stocks could rise by hundreds of percent or even thousands of percent. Particularly when significant positive news emerged for some companies, the fluctuations could be insane. In the absence of a well-established stock market in Hong Kong, such price fluctuations were akin to gambling. Sell Kowloon Hotel. The main business of Kowloon Hotel was hospitality and real estate, also a Chinese-funded enterprise. Kowloon Hotel had gone public 2 years ago, but it remained very low-key in Hong Kong. Zhang Ting had only noticed the positive news regarding Kowloon Hotel yesterday, prompting him to simulate this stock, not expecting it to skyrocket. As a result, Zhang Ting directly purchased 300 HKD worth of shares. Now, when selling all shares, it had risen to 8700 HKD. This meant that he made a profit of 4700 HKD from this stock. This was the stock from which he earned the most today. The remaining stocks were sold one after another at Zhang Ting's insistence. By 4 o'clock, when the market closed, all the stocks Zhang Ting had bought that day were sold. In the end, tallying up, he had entered the market with nearly 2 million Hong Kong dollars in stock value, which had now transformed into 489 million Hong Kong dollars upon selling. After deducting commissions, transaction taxes, and so forth, Zhang Ting's account had turned into 5 million Hong Kong dollars. In other words, on the first day, Zhang Ting's account was 150,000. On the second day, it had risen to slightly over 2 million. Now on the third day, his account had reached 5 million. In just 3 days, Zhang Ting had transformed from having nothing to becoming a wealthy individual with 5 million Hong Kong dollars. This amount was still not considered significant in Hong Kong, even in this era. Mr. Zhang, you are truly remarkable. Kaisi was at a loss for words. Having only seen this young man for the third day, his account had grown from over 400 to 5 million. After exiting the HSBC Bank branch, Kai Si personally saw off Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley. As they got into the car, Lao Shirley asked, Mr. Zhang, are you heading back to the hotel? Not in a hurry today. If you have time, you can take me around. This is Hong Kong in the 1970s. In fact, the Hong Kong of today feels quite prosperous to Zhang Ting. In the 1970s, Hong Kong had already established itself as one of the 4 Asian tigers. Lao Shirley drove towards the seaside of Victoria Harbor. On the way, Zhang Ting leaned back in the back seat, deep in thought. He was actually contemplating what to do next. First of all, he knew that he could not stay in a hotel for long. Although the service at the Mandarin Hotel was quite good in every aspect, it was impossible for Zhang Ting to stay there for an extended period. Previously, he had no money and no home, which forced him to temporarily reside there. Now that he had money in his account, and it was increasing, he surely would take it out to buy a mansion. Miss Lao, do you know what the housing prices are like in Hong Kong now? The housing prices in Hong Kong. Lao Shirley actually didn't pay much attention to them. She roughly knew that the housing prices had risen somewhat in the past 2 years. Mr. Zhang, compared to 2 years ago, the real estate market in Hong Kong is quite hot now. On the other hand, Zhang Ting quickly thought that this year should be the peak of the real estate market in Hong Kong during the 1970s, as starting from the second half of next year, housing prices would begin to plummet. This was related to the global economic environment. In addition, the stock market in Hong Kong would also shift from a bull market to a bear market next year, with a significant drop in stock prices, which seemed to cause housing prices to follow suit. For Zhang Ting, this was the best time for his wealth to expand. How about the villas over at Repulse Bay? It was actually a bit far from here to Repulse Bay. However, in the 1950s and 1960s, some wealthy individuals had already moved there. Mr. Zhang, the villas over there might cost several $100,000 to $1 million each. Several $100,000 each. Given the current prices in Hong Kong, that wasn't a low price. A few decades later, the housing prices in Repulse Bay and Deepwater Bay would not be cheap at all, with a single unit costing over $1 billion or even $2 to $3 billion. This meant that for Zhang Ting, the money he currently held could buy several villas in Repulse Bay. Even if he did nothing decades later, it would turn into tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Zhang, are you planning to buy a mansion over there? Indeed. Half an hour later, Lao Shirley parked the car not far from Queen's Pier at Victoria Harbor. As Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley got out of the car, they walked to the seaside to enjoy the breeze. At that moment, some of the tall buildings at Victoria Harbor looked familiar to Zhang Ting, but most of them would change in the future. Moreover, the coastline was clearly still changing as land reclamation continued in front of Queen's Pier, and Victoria Harbor was gradually shrinking. What was now in front of him was basically the seashore. For Zhang Ting, this was all wealth. In his past life, Zhang Ting could only be confined to the domestic stock markets of Shanghai and Shenzhen, knowing that by focusing solely on this, he had accumulated over $100 billion in wealth through the limit-up stock trading strategy. This life was different. He not only had a profound understanding of the next few decades, but more importantly, he had a stock market simulator in his mind. He knew he could obtain information from the simulator in advance, then acquire a steady stream of funds from the stock market and reinvest those funds into the market. In his past life, he was limited to the stock market, as he knew that being able to do that was already pretty good. In this life, he would definitely not be satisfied with just that. A gust of sea breeze blew, and not only tousling Zhang Ting's scattered hair, but also stirring his emotions. At that moment, his inner thoughts were that he wanted to make a lot of money. He wanted to become the richest person in the world. Of course, it wasn't just that. He also wanted many beautiful women. Thinking back to his past life, he was already over 30 years old. Although there were many beautiful women around him, and many were willing to get close to him at that time, Zhang Ting was indeed not interested at all, as he had almost all his energy focused on the stock market. Zhang Ting realized that he had missed out on many aspects of life, including the fact that even though he left over $100 billion for his parents before coming here, thinking about his aging parents with no son or descendants, he feared that they would be at a loss with so much money. Zhang Ting saw the Star Ferry on Victoria Harbor, and at that moment he knew he had already arrived in this familiar yet strange world. Lao Shirley quietly watched Zhang Ting. Although she didn't know what he was thinking, she knew that this man was certainly different from most men. Last night she couldn't sleep. It was because she met Zhang Ting, who completely disrupted her heart and plans. According to her family's arrangements and her own plans, she was supposed to study at a private university in M country for 4 years, complete her undergraduate degree, and even continue to pursue a master's degree before returning to Hong Kong. For Lao Shirley, having finally met a particularly interesting and promising guy, she truly did not want to give up. Who knew how things would change when she went to M country and returned 4 years later? Lao Shirley knew that it wouldn't be long before Hong Kong would have another billionaire, and if all went well, he would become increasingly wealthy. The most important thing was that this guy was completely inscrutable to her, which was what attracted her the most. Miss Lau, didn't I just say? I want to buy a mansion in Repulse Bay, Zhang Ting said. Seeing Zhang Ting ask, Lau surely came to her senses. Mr. Zhang, I heard that the feng shui in Deepwater Bay is better than that in Repulse Bay, and many wealthy Chinese in Hong Kong live there now. Couples like Li Jiaqing from Chung Kong Holdings, Mr. Bao from Global Shipping, and the Kadori family of the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong are among them. Actually, people in Hong Kong are very superstitious about feng shui. Li Jiaqing and Mr. Bao are all aware that the feng shui in Deepwater Bay is particularly good for wealth, so they have all bought mansions to live there. Historically, whether it was the Li family or Mr. Bao, they were indeed the wealthiest Chinese in Hong Kong. And it was precisely because Zhang Ting knew about the feng shui there. Although it could bring great wealth, it was indeed prone to health issues for some people. For instance, Li Jiaqing's wife, Zhuang Yueming, passed away in the early 1990s at just over 50. Similarly, Mr. Bao also passed away in his 70s. Later, there was a wealthy individual from the mainland, Mr. Pan, who wanted to be neighbors with Mr. Li and built connections moving to Deepwater Bay. However, it wasn't long before not only his company had issues, but his health deteriorated as well. From this perspective, Deepwater Bay was indeed not suitable for some people. On the contrary, Repulse Bay did not have such problems with feng shui. Of course, Zhang Ting, having died once, might not be afraid of these things. He was very cherishing of his current body, especially in the current situation. Because the couple Li Jiaqing were still doing well, and Mr. Bao was becoming wealthier, Lao Shirley naturally had no idea about future circumstances. Thus, in Lao Shirley's view, the villas in Deepwater Bay had good feng shui. Zhang Ting smiled and did not elaborate further. Miss Lao, no matter how good the feng shui in Deepwater Bay is, it is not suitable for me. Mr. Zhang, if you want to buy a villa in Repulse Bay, I can have someone inquire. Miss Lao, that would be troublesome for you. Zhang Ting knew that he was only staying at the Mandarin Hotel for a few days. Since using that money wouldn't affect his current investments, he had to move into his own house as soon as possible. Originally, Zhang Ting wanted to find someone else. Since Lao Shirley was willing to help, he let her do so. He'll help you ask when I get back. Last night, Lao Shirley stayed in the hotel. Although she took a shower, she didn't change her clothes and would have to go back today. They left the seaside of Victoria Harbor. The two got into the car. As Lao Shirley drove Zhang Ting back to the Mandarin Hotel, she did not stay for dinner with him and left first. Zhang Ting had already guessed that this Miss Lao was likely from the mysterious Lao family in Hong Kong. However, in his past life, he was not familiar with the Lao family and was not very clear about Lao Shirley's identity. Zhang Ting returned to the hotel and first went to the restaurant for dinner. After finishing dinner, he ascended to the luxurious suite. After a while, he saw the female attendant enthusiastically delivering the evening newspaper. Mr. Zhang, do you need any other services? What is your name? Mr. Zhang, my name is Wang Hui. Upon hearing this, it was also a name quite characteristic of this era in Xianjiang. Wang Hui was puzzled as to why Mr. Zhang suddenly asked her name. How much is your salary per month? This seemed to be a rather confidential matter. Generally, one wouldn't tell outsiders. Over 800. In fact, she was just a female attendant at a 5-star hotel, and apart from her fixed salary, she mainly relied on the small tips from guests, which were usually around 5 or 10. However, compared to other ordinary attendants, her salary was considered quite decent. Zhang Ting did not ask further. Wang Hui left. Zhang Ting picked up the newspaper that Wang Hui had just delivered. There were no reports about him in the newspaper, indicating that those reporters were still unaware of his significant gains in the stock market. Moreover, the traders at HSBC's central branch had not disclosed anything, so the outside world naturally remained uninformed. Zhang Ting knew that even if they knew, it wouldn't matter. He employed the fierce tactics of the limit-up death squad, and coupled with information obtained in advance from the stock market simulator, was virtually guaranteed to win. After looking through these newspapers and finding no news he desired, he set them aside. By the time he conducted another round of simulations on the simulator, it was already deep into the night. Zhang Ting took a shower and rested for the night. The next morning, he woke up. After getting up, he saw Lao Shirley waiting for him outside the door. Lao Shirley was wearing a yellow dress today, looking quite attractive. When did you arrive? Just a moment ago. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley came down from upstairs and had breakfast in the restaurant. Mr. Zhang, I inquired about the situation regarding the hillside villas in Repulse Bay last night after I returned. Currently, there are over 10 villas for sale there priced between 900,000 and over $1 million. However, I haven't been to see them yet to know the specifics. Today is Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. Zhang Ting planned to take some time on Saturday to check out suitable villas in Repulse Bay and then buy one moving in on Sunday or next Monday. I want to go see it on Saturday. If Miss Lao has time, please come with me. In fact, housing prices this year are still relatively high. If Zhang Ting can wait until next year, prices might drop by 30 to 40%. He knew it was unnecessary to save this little money by staying in the hotel, as it was inconvenient for his investments and plans. Sure, Mr. Zhang will go with you on Saturday. After finishing breakfast, the two took a car to the HSBC branch. At this moment, Miss Kaisi was already waiting for him. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lao, good morning. Good morning, Miss Kaisi. After greeting each other, Zhang Ting and Kaisi sat down inside, and Kaisi personally prepared coffee for Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley. As it approached 9:30 in the morning, the traders were already preparing to buy stocks for Zhang Ting. Compared to the past few days, Zhang Ting was now even more familiar with using the stock market simulator. Moreover, this stock market simulator not only mirrored real stock market transactions, but also allowed Zhang Ting to accelerate the transaction speed, clearly indicating when the lowest and highest points were, as well as the best times to buy and sell. Since trading in the Shanghai stock market is unrestricted as long as it is within today's trading hours, one can buy or sell. This means that if one can buy at the lowest point and sell at the highest point. In reality, this is the king of short-term trading. However, in his past life in the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets, he was subject to the T1 trading system, meaning stocks bought on the same day could only be sold on the next trading day. Additionally, there are limits on the highest and lowest price ceilings. However, none of these restrictions applied here. In the current, less regulated Shanghai stock market, trading was even more frantic. Now, the more familiar Zhang Ting became with this simulator, the easier it was to operate. While Kaisi awaited the stocks Zhang Ting wanted to buy, Zhang Ting still decided to buy stocks worth 2 million Hong Kong dollars, knowing that the current trading volume in Shanghai was limited and trying to invest more would likely be futile. Buy 100 Hong Kong dollars of Xianxia Company. This is a department store owned by a Chinese business family established many years ago in Shanghai. However, now these businesses are outpaced by other emerging Chinese enterprises. Buy 300 Hong Kong dollars of Dali Enterprises. This is a company controlled by Jews in Shanghai, primarily engaged in clothing and department store businesses, which went public 3 years ago in 1969. Buy 200 Hong Kong dollars of He Bao Limited. This is a British investment and trade company. Last night, Zhang Ting simulated nearly 80 listed companies through the accelerated stock market simulator. In fact, these listed companies were ones Zhang Ting had browsed through newspaper information, finding them potentially profitable before simulating. He discovered that indeed some had experienced explosive growth today. Of course, some had also declined. The stocks Zhang Ting bought ranged from 100,000 to 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. With 2 million Hong Kong dollars invested, it amounted to over 190,000 Hong Kong dollars, with a few thousand still not invested, mainly because they were too fragmented. Now, after buying these stocks, the traders were constantly monitoring the changes in the stock market, frequently contacting the trading floor via phone. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley were drinking coffee. Kaisi occasionally returned to update Zhang Ting on the fluctuations in the stocks. By the time the morning trading session was about to end, in addition to recouping over 800,000, Zhang Ting had already made profits exceeding 1,500,000 Hong Kong dollars in the stock market. Kaisi was once again left speechless in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lao Shirley seemed unfazed. When Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley went to a nearby restaurant for lunch, they returned to the HSBC branch after finishing their meal. At this point, it was already 1 in the afternoon, coinciding with the opening of the afternoon stock market. After Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley had more coffee brought by Kaisi, the afternoon stock market officially started. As the traders executed Zhang Ting's aggressive buying strategy, the remaining stocks Zhang Ting held were sold off, typically yielding profits of 1 to 2 times. This meant that by the time the 4 major exchanges in Shanghai closed at 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Ting had not only recouped his capital of over 110,000, but also made nearly 2 million in profits. Calculating it all today, he invested 2 million Hong Kong dollars and made a profit of 3,500,000. This already exceeded yesterday's gains by over 100,000. At this point, Zhang Ting's account had grown to over 8 million. Under normal circumstances, by tomorrow, the last trading day of this week, his account would surpass 10 million Hong Kong dollars. In other words, by the end of the week, Zhang Ting had transformed from having nothing to becoming a millionaire. After exchanging a few words with Kaisi, he left with Lao Shirley. As Lao Shirley drove Zhang Ting back to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, Zhang Ting went upstairs to the hotel. Every day, he would leave after breakfast and return in the afternoon. When the female attendant Wang Huiyi saw Zhang Ting return, she immediately greeted him enthusiastically with water or coffee. By around 5 in the afternoon, Wang Huiyi brought some evening newspapers, and Zhang Ting sat with his feet up reading. At this moment, he noticed that the news finally reported on the significant trading activities at HSBC's central branch. In fact, this was akin to the share market's dragon and tiger list in his past life, which included the stocks listed and the securities firms involved. In his previous life, as a member of the Limitup Death Squad, his private equity often appeared on the dragon and tiger list, but the public did not know who he was. Now in the Shanghai stock market, there was no such term as the dragon and tiger list. The traders at HSBC's central branch were buying at least 2 million Hong Kong dollars daily, due to Zhang Ting's influence naturally drawing some attention. Currently, it was unclear who this mysterious investor was, with some thinking he was a certain speculator. After all, to those people, ordinary investors or retail traders simply couldn't afford to buy so many stocks at once. Zhang Ting glanced and realized that staying there for too long would still draw attention. "Sir, is there anything else?" Wang Huiyi asked. Zhang Ting put down the newspaper in his hand. "You mentioned last night that your salary is over 800 a month. If I offer you 2,000 to work for me, would you be willing?" Looking at Wang Huiyi, It was clear she came from an ordinary family and Xiangjiang her looks were average, but she had a certain charm. In these past few days, although Wang Hui initially attached importance to tips, she seemed quite nice when serving water or delivering newspapers. Zhang Ting thought that once he settled down in the Repulse Bay villa, he would need someone to serve tea and water. Although he could hire a maid, she wouldn't be as familiar as Wang Hui. Wang Hui was somewhat puzzled. $2,000 was certainly not a low salary. However, she currently made over $800 a month, and if tips were included, sometimes it added up to about $1,000. This meant that Mr. Zhang was effectively offering her an additional $1,000. She was unaware of what Mr. Zhang did. Mr. Zhang, what do you want me to do? If it's something criminal or that sort of thing, I don't want to be involved. Just a maid's job. I should be moving to Repulse Bay in a few days. If you consider it over the next couple of days and give me a reply, once you miss this opportunity, it won't come again. Zhang Ting did not say more. After Zhang Ting finished reading the newspapers, he went to the bathroom for a comfortable shower. Coming out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, Zhang Ting stood on the balcony, feeling the breeze, looking at the distant scenery of Victoria Harbor, and began simulating tomorrow's stock market. It was past 11 at night. Zhang Ting had completed the simulation and returned to the room, turned on the air conditioning, and lay down to sleep. After resting for a night, the next morning Zhang Ting got up. He heard the doorbell ringing outside. He went to open the door and saw that it was Lao Shirley again. Zhang Ting noticed that Lao Shirley had changed into another dress, and it looked like a custom-made one. In his view, if Lao Shirley were not from the mysterious Lao family in Xiangjiang, it would be hard for her to wear such dresses every day. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Good morning, Miss Lao. Zhang Ting first went to wash up. After he finished washing up, he changed into formal attire and went downstairs with Lao Shirley to the second-floor restaurant. After finishing breakfast on the second floor, the two drove to the HSBC branch. Miss Kaisi and the traders were already waiting for Zhang Ting. As with yesterday, after the morning stock market opened, Zhang Ting had already purchased over 220,000 worth of stocks. As the morning trading session was about to end, among them, over 90,000 was recouped, generating profits of over 150,000. They had a quick lunch. In the afternoon, the Xiangjiang stock market continued to open. By the time they wrapped up at 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Ting had recouped all his remaining capital of over 130,000 and earned an additional profit of over 230,000. Calculating it all today, he made a profit of 380,000, surpassing yesterday's profit of 350,000 Hong Kong dollars once again. Thus, by the end of the week, Zhang Ting had made nearly 12 million Hong Kong dollars from trading in the 4 major exchanges in Xiangjiang. In other words, at this point, there were already 12 million in his account. The stock market has closed. Before leaving the bank, Zhang Ting took a stack of HSBC checks. Next, Zhang Ting plans to buy a luxury home in Repulse Bay, and he cannot withdraw all the cash from his account. Miss Kaisi watched Mr. Zhang get into Lao Shirley's car. Lao Shirley headed back to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. The two got out of the car. While Mr. Zhang was sitting in the hotel courtyard on the first floor, Lao Shirley asked Mr. Zhang, are you sure you want to view the house tomorrow morning? Yes, I will go after breakfast tomorrow morning. It was around 5 in the afternoon. Lao Shirley had dinner with Zhang Ting in the hotel's second-floor restaurant. After Lao Shirley left, Zhang Ting went up to the luxurious suite. Wang Hui had already brought Zhang Ting a glass of lemonade. After delivering the drink, she went to fetch the evening newspaper. Yesterday, Zhang Ting had asked her to consider whether she would go to Repulse Bay with him, and Wang Hui had thought about it for an entire night. Working at this 5-star hotel seems good, but even with a promotion, it would only be to a supervisor position. The young man in front of her appeared different. Although she did not yet know what Mr. Zhang did, he was accompanied by the beautiful Miss Lao, and the luxury car was a clear sign of his status. Most importantly, the way Mr. Zhang looked at her was very kind. Currently, there are many maid jobs in Hong Kong, mostly filled by people from Southeast Asia. Some are illegal immigrants from mainland China or local residents. In the early 70s, Hong Kong's unemployment rate was relatively high, and many people might struggle to find a job that pays 200 to 300 Hong Kong dollars a month. Mr. Zhang, are you sure you want to hire a maid? Wang Hui asked. Yes, I will view the house tomorrow morning and then move in. Then I have made up my mind. If Mr. Zhang is willing to sign a 5-year work contract with me, I will go with you. Wang Hui was still worried. If she left her job and Mr. Zhang ended up without work, she would find it impossible to return to the Mandarin Hotel. Don't worry. If you do well and make no mistakes, I will let you work until retirement. Then I am willing to go with you. Although she had some training as a waitress at the Mandarin Hotel, she knew that with her limited education, it would be very difficult to find a job in Hong Kong besides working in textiles. Then be prepared and resign from your current job. If the hotel requires you to pay compensation, I will cover it. Zhang Ting knew that being a female waiter at one of the few 5-star hotels in Hong Kong was a good opportunity. When Wang Hui went out, Zhang Ting picked up the newspapers and went to the balcony to look outside. After reading the newspapers, it was already past 7 in the evening. Zhang Ting turned on the TV but found nothing interesting to watch. He switched off the television. The night market in Hong Kong had a lot of vibrant entertainment, especially the dance halls. However, the public safety in Hong Kong was not good. At this moment, Zhang Ting, being unprotected and without bodyguards at night, did not want to go out. On the contrary, staying in the hotel felt very safe. Thinking about moving to Repulse Bay, he knew he would need to hire security there. In other words, Zhang Ting had many things to consider. He kept recalling what he learned about Hong Kong's economy and other aspects from his past life while contemplating his next steps. It was past 9 in the evening. Zhang Ting took a warm bath in the bathtub. Around 10 o'clock at night, he lay down to rest. Early the next morning, after waking up early last night around 6 o'clock, the sunlight just began to shine through the curtains, waking him up. After Zhang Ting got up, he went to wash up and had a glass of water. Then he changed into casual clothes. After a while, he heard a doorbell ring at the entrance. Zhang Ting opened the door to find Wang Hui. Like many newspapers in Hong Kong, there were numerous options. Besides the famous Oriental daily Chung Pasing Tao Daily and Ming Pao, Hong Kong had a plethora of newspapers. Recently, with the rise of the stock market in Hong Kong, there were many more newspapers regarding stocks. Some of the information in these papers was true, while some were false, but for Zhang Ting, obtaining effective information from the newspapers was a supplement to his knowledge. He had read a lot of materials about Hong Kong from his past life, but he did not know the exact date of the occurrences. Zhang Ting picked up the newspaper and began to read. Around 7 in the morning, Lao Shirley arrived. Today, Lao Shirley wore a white dress and high heels. Her long hair was clearly well-groomed, giving her an elegant air. "Good morning, Mr. Zhang." "Good morning, Miss Lao." As Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley went to the second-floor restaurant for breakfast, Lao Shirley said, "Mr. Zhang, the owner I contacted, is already waiting for you in Repulse Bay. No problem, I'll go after breakfast." For Zhang Ting, having breakfast was also a form of enjoyment. After he slowly finished his meal, Lao Shirley was already waiting. The two left the Mandarin Hotel, got into the car, and headed towards Repulse Bay. On the way, Lao Shirley asked Mr. Zhang, "Why don't you like the villas on the Peak?" The Peak Villas and Jardines Lookout Villas are the traditional villas of Hong Kong. For a long time, the Peak's mid-level villas were monopolized by wealthy Westerners or elite expatriates, and only they could live there. Wealthy Chinese could not live there either. It was only later that as the status of Chinese in Hong Kong improved slightly, some Chinese began to move in. Even so, the Peak still primarily housed Westerners. In contrast, individuals like Li Jiaqing, Li Zhaoji, Zheng Yushuan, and Mr. Bao lived in Deepwater Bay and similar areas. Of course, Deepwater Bay and Repulse Bay were not as famous in the present day. This was because these wealthy Chinese had not truly risen to prominence yet. The Peak is indeed nice. From there you can see the skyline of central Hong Kong and even the entire Victoria Harbour. It's beautiful both day and night. You know, the night view of Victoria Harbour is too bright. Especially in the future when the lights become even more dazzling, I simply dislike seeing such bright lights. In his past life, Zhang Ting lived in Shenzhen. He did not reside near the Bund or Lujiazui, even though those areas boasted the most expensive luxury homes in Shenzhen. He knew that the light pollution there was severe along with the overwhelming number of people. Both he and his parents preferred quiet places, so they lived in a very quiet villa in the center of Shenzhen, far from disturbances. Now that he had come to Hong Kong, Zhang Ting was considering this aspect as well. While it could be said that the Peak had the best feng shui in the past, Hong Kong had produced many British investments and various industries were monopolized by Westerners. Feng shui can shift and is not immutable. For people like Li Jiaqing, who believed strongly in feng shui, upon realizing that Deepwater Bay was the most auspicious location for wealth, they naturally moved there instead of to the Peak. Zhang Ting had even more to consider because he was from the future. "Mr. Zhang, you actually don't like bright lights." This surprised Lao Shirley. Who would dislike bright lights? Perhaps Lao Shirley did not even know what light pollution was. If one truly saw too much of it, it would indeed be uncomfortable. During the day, the growing number of skyscrapers in the central district of Hong Kong had glass installed on their exteriors that reflected sunlight. In reality, this also related to light pollution. Thus, while property prices in Central or the Peak would keep rising for Zhang Ting, they were only suitable for investment, not for living. Deepwater Bay and Repulse Bay are different. Being far from the bustling city, the environment there is much better. Lao Shirley felt that despite Zhang Ting just having arrived from the mainland, he seemed more familiar with Hong Kong than she, a native of the city. Previously, she had some difficulty understanding why those wealthy Chinese did not want to live there, but now under Zhang Ting's explanation it seemed clearer. In other words, feng shui has its reasons and science also has its explanations. Exiting the Mandarin Hotel and heading towards the villas in Repulse Bay, it was roughly about 10 kilometers. If it were during a workday, or if there were traffic jams or red lights, it could take half an hour to an hour. The main issue is that Hong Kong is quite small and the streets are not wide. As the number of cars increases in the future, it will inevitably lead to more congestion. Since it was Saturday, Zhang Ting observed that there were quite a few cars on the road and many pedestrians. After about 45 minutes, Lao Shirley parked the car. Lao Shirley rarely came here. She had carefully studied the map of Hong Kong and followed the road signs along the way. At this point, Zhang Ting had already spotted a small town-like area. This was the environment of Repulse Bay, but in reality, there were not many houses resembling a rural setting. However, as Lao Shirley drove up the mountain road, some scattered detached villas came into view. In the 1950s, some had already begun constructing villas here. In the 1960s, they became more numerous. Now in the early 1970s, there were quite a few villas in Repulse Bay. Mr. Zhang over there is the luxurious residence that Mr. Ho from Macau bought for his wife in the 1960s for 700,000. However, that lady has long moved to Macau and rarely returns here. Lao Shirley mentioned Mr. Ho from Macau. Zhang Ting guessed that this must be the gambling king Ho Hongyan, and his wife was definitely his first wife, because Ho Hongyan's second wife lived in the Jardines Lookout area and could not have bought a place together. Looking out from the car, Zhang Ting found that the property famously known as Ho's House No. 1 in Repulse Bay was quite large. Unfortunately, besides a few people looking at it, Ho Hongyan and his first family seldom returned. With no one living there for an extended time, it naturally became desolate and gradually deteriorated. Along the concrete road, Zhang Ting saw scattered villas. Some of these villas Zhang Ting had seen during his previous visits to Hong Kong. However, at that time his focus had been on Xinjiang, and he did not purchase any luxury properties in Hong Kong. As Lao Shirley stopped at the iron gate of No. 23 Repulse Bay, the gate soon opened. Lao Shirley drove inside and parked in a parking lot. Zhang Ting and she got out of the car and saw a somewhat portly Caucasian man. Upon seeing Lao Shirley and Zhang Ting, the man immediately extended his hand respectfully to shake hands with Lao Shirley. A couple of days ago, Fan Lindang had already contacted the Lao family, knowing that the friend of a young lady from the Lao family wanted to buy a house. Miss Lao, hello, I am Fan Lindang. Mr. Fan Lindang, hello. This is Mr. Zhang, my friend. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Fan Lindang also greeted Zhang Ting. Before arriving, Zhang Ting already knew that the owner selling the house was from the Netherlands doing business in Hong Kong. In fact, Zhang Ting understood that before the 1970s, there were still quite a few investments from the Netherlands, but gradually decreased after the 1980s. Why was that? In reality, every year a number of Westerners sold their assets in Hong Kong and returned to their home countries or moved to other countries. After 1997, besides the Jewish families, most of the Westerners in Hong Kong had moved to Europe, America, or other countries. Mr. Zhang, if I weren't returning to Amsterdam, I wouldn't be willing to sell this villa. Fan Lindang expressed satisfaction with his property. He had purchased this villa in the early 1960s, and it had been nearly 10 years since. Aside from its exterior, the interior was still very new. This is a typical European-style hillside villa. Besides the 3-story main building, there are several small buildings nearby, some made of brick, others constructed from metal sheets. Fan Lindang introduced the situation of this villa to Lao Shirley and Zhang Ting. It was evident that the Fan family cherished this villa, as it appeared clean both inside and out. As Fan Lindang led Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley on a tour, especially when they reached the second floor, Zhang Ting noticed that he could see the distant sea and some islands. Mr. Zhang, that's Lamma Island. Zhang Ting naturally knew that, recognizing that it later became a power plant. The clear weather allowed for a great view. From this vantage point, it was indeed very nice. The distant sea was refreshing to the mind. This aspect was different from being in the central district of Hong Kong. In his past life, Zhang Ting had never viewed luxury properties. He wasn't particularly interested in the layout of this villa. After Fan Lindang finished the upstairs tour, Zhang Ting discovered that down below, close to the cliff, Fan Lindang had built a large balcony, and a basement had been constructed beneath it, separated by glass. This looked like a semi-underground basement where wine cabinets and entertainment areas could be placed. Due to the trees blocking the sunlight from above, the basement did not receive any light. Without turning on the lights, it was indeed indistinguishable from a true basement. Mr. Zhang, our villa, excluding the basement, has more than 1,000 square meters. Including the other buildings and garden areas outside, it totals around 3,000 square meters. All of this land was purchased by me and has ownership certificates. In the 1960s, aside from the houses being pricey, much of the land was very cheap, practically being given away. Zhang Ting merely nodded and said nothing. He felt very comfortable in this place, at least there were no other issues. Mr. Fan Lindang, I wonder how much you would like to sell it for. 2 million Hong Kong dollars, the other party replied. 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Zhang Ting found it a bit expensive. The main issue was that property prices in Hong Kong were indeed at their peak in the early 70s. By next year, this villa might only be worth over $1 million. The Ho family bought their villa for $700,000 in the 1960s, which was actually more expensive at that time. The Ho family's property was quite good in all aspects. Mr. Fan Lindang, there are still quite a few villas for sale in Repulse Bay. We can go see others as well, Lao Shirley said. She knew this Dutchman was deliberately quoting a high price. Upon hearing that Mr. Zhang wanted to view other villas, Fan Lindang hurriedly said, Miss Lao, I have been friends with your family for a long time. Since it is your friend buying the house, the price can certainly be negotiated. Although Fan Lindang was Dutch, his Cantonese was exceptionally fluent. So much so that both parties communicated smoothly without resorting to English. To Fan Lindang, Hong Kong's property prices had already peaked. More importantly, he intended to sell his Hong Kong assets and return to Amsterdam. Given how rare a serious buyer was at that moment, letting this one slip away was out of the question. He had purchased the property in the early 1960s, roughly a decade earlier, for HK 4500, and subsequently invested another HK or so in renovating the surrounding structures. Factoring in 10 years of occupancy, his total outlay amounted to nearly HK 6,000. Selling now for 2 million Hong Kong dollars meant a substantial profit. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley both found the price excessive. "Miss Lao, you negotiate with him," Zhang Ting murmured beside her before stepping outside. Once outside, Zhang Ting leaned against the railing and gazed into the distance, only to notice the garden surrounding the villa brimming with vibrant flowers, revealing the former owner's deep affection for horticulture. Adjacent to the garden stood an elegant modern swimming pool. Zhang Ting loved swimming. Whether at home or abroad, he maintained the habit rigorously. Seeing the pool now, he imagined how delightful it would be to swim here daily. Nearly 10 minutes passed before Lao Shirley returned. "Mr. Zhang, I've reached an agreement. Mr. Fan Linding is willing to sell for 1 Hong Kong dollar. 5 million. Then we'll proceed at that price." Zhang Ting knew well the current state of Hong Kong's real estate market. He couldn't afford to wait until prices began declining tomorrow. Zhang Ting approached Fan Linding and asked, "Mr. Fan Linding, your villa is so spacious. Do you employ a butler or domestic staff?" "No, we have no need for a butler. As for servants, we once employed 2 Southeast Asian maids. One accompanied my wife and children back to Amsterdam. The other has gone to Kowloon to visit a friend." Given the villa's size, maintaining only 2 maids suggested Fan Linding had lived frugally. "Mr. Fan Linding, we shall formalize the sale at the price agreed upon with Miss Lao." "Agreed." Zhang Ting paid an initial HK 500 deposit. The remaining 1 million Hong Kong dollars would be transferred upon receipt of the property title deed. Since neither party engaged a real estate agent, they handled all procedures themselves, and Zhang Ting entrusted Lao Shirley with the task. She readily accepted. "Mr. Fan Linding, I've been staying at a hotel for quite some time. I plan to move in this afternoon." "Mr. Zhang, you're most welcome anytime. Once I receive the balance, I'll depart immediately for Amsterdam to reunite with my family." For Fan Linding, little in the villa held significant value beyond personal belongings. Crime in Hong Kong during this era was rampant, not merely due to the proliferation of triads, but also because even Chinese police inspectors routinely accepted bribes. The city teemed with opportunistic thieves, rendering it perilous for affluent families to store valuables at home without armed protection. Consequently, most of their liquid assets remained securely deposited in banks, and nearly every wealthy resident maintained a private safe deposit box across various Hong Kong financial institutions. These banks offered secure vault services. Clients stored jewelry and other precious items inside, paying only an annual fee for custodial security. Indeed, Fan Linding had little left to take. Everything was ready for departure. Yet, as it was the weekend, the land registry under the governor's office remained closed. Thus, the earliest possible transaction date would be Monday. Since Zhang Ting paid in full, without requiring bank financing, the transfer process proved remarkably straightforward. Lao Shirley and Fan Linding finalized arrangements on Monday. Both parties would meet at the land registry office to complete the conveyancing. Thereafter, Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley departed. Back in the car, Zhang Ting prepared to return to his hotel. Approximately 40 minutes later, he arrived at the Mandarin Oriental, Hong Kong. Truly, Lao Shirley's assistance made countless tasks infinitely smoother. As lunchtime had not yet arrived, they ascended to the upper floors. Hardly had they settled onto the sofa in the luxurious suite when the waitress Wang Hui entered. "Mr. Zhang, I've resigned. Rest assured, the house is secured. This afternoon I'll move in. Please pack your belongings. You may join me there shortly." Zhang Ting provided Wang Hui with the address of the Repulse Bay hillside villa. After she noted it down, Lao Shirley was genuinely astonished. How swiftly Zhang Ting had recruited a staff member for the new residence. "Mr. Zhang, I observed her performance over these days and decided to bring her aboard." Lao Shirley was genuinely taken aback. She never imagined that after merely a few days at the Mandarin Oriental, a 5-star establishment, Zhang Ting would successfully recruit one of its elite service staff. Wang Hui departed, closing the door behind her. Zhang Ting had originally planned to stay at the hotel for 1 week. Tomorrow would mark precisely that duration. Most significantly, residing here proved increasingly inconvenient. Today was July 1st. Lao Shirley reflected that per her original itinerary, her departure from Hong Kong loomed imminent. "Miss Lao, I'd like to host Miss Case for a casual dinner tonight at the Repulse Bay hillside villa. Would you kindly arrange it?" Lao Shirley had been lost in thought when Zhang Ting's sudden invitation startled her, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Mr. Zhang, why invite her suddenly?" "Naturally, it concerns stock investment. Then I'll visit HSBC this afternoon to meet her." With only landline telephones available and no mobile phones, Zhang Ting found contacting people genuinely cumbersome. If Case were absent from HSBC over the weekend, locating her would require knowing whether her residence possessed a landline. Otherwise, they'd have to wait until Monday. At lunchtime, Lao Shirley and Zhang Ting dined together. Afterwards, she departed while Zhang Ting rested for an hour at the hotel. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lao Shirley arrived. She had first gone to HSBC only to learn Case was off duty today. Through Case's colleagues, she obtained her residential address, But since Case lived in a single-occupancy apartment without a landline, Lao Shirley had no choice but to visit in person. Initially surprised to see Lao Shirley at her door, Case remained uncertain about the nature of her relationship with Zhang Ting. Yet once informed that Lao Shirley represented Mr. Zhang in inviting her to dinner tonight at the Repulse Bay Villa, Case accepted without hesitation. How could she possibly decline an invitation from a young man who within a single week had earned millions in the stock market, regarded by many as nothing short of divine? Case had not expected Mr. Zhang to reside at the Repulse Bay Villa. Mr. Zhang, Miss Case has confirmed she'll attend dinner tonight. Then let us return to the villa. Beyond a few changes of clothing, Zhang Ting had little else to collect from the hotel. At 2:30 p.m., he checked out at the front desk and settled the week's full bill. We warmly welcome Mr. Zhang's future stays at our hotel. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley exited the hotel, climbed into the car, and she drove toward the Repulse Bay hillside villa, a journey of nearly 1 hour. Upon returning, Zhang Ting found Fan Lindang had already packed his belongings. Seeing Zhang Ting and Miss Lao arrive, Fan Lindang understood it was time to leave. The final payment had been prearranged. Both parties would complete the transaction at the land registry on Monday, where Zhang Ting would deliver the remaining 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lao, I bid you farewell. Fan Lindang stepped into a Fuji automobile. Zhang Ting watched silently as the car pulled away. Lao Shirley handed Zhang Ting the villa's keys. Though Wang Huai had yet to arrive, a maid was already present. The maid appeared to be in her 20s, her slightly dark complexion hinting at Southeast Asian heritage, otherwise unremarkable. Her name was Connie. That morning, after returning from visiting friends in Kowloon by bus, she learned from Fan Lindang that the villa had been sold to a wealthy Chinese gentleman surnamed Zhang. Fan Lindang was departing Hong Kong for the Netherlands. Should Connie wish to accompany him to Amsterdam, she would be retained there at local wage standards. Connie had grown accustomed to life in Hong Kong. Her circle of friends limited to fellow Southeast Asians here. Flying thousands of miles to an unfamiliar Netherlands filled her with uncertainty. Still, she wished to assess her new employer firsthand. Hello, I'm Connie. You must be the new master, Mr. Zhang. Connie hurried forward. Zhang Ting nodded briefly before entering the villa's ground floor hall. Though ordinarily tended by 2 maids, the villa gleamed immaculately, evidence of their diligence and dedication. Zhang Ting valued hard work. Connie, Mr. Fan Lindang has sold the property to me. You're aware of this, correct? Yes, Mr. Zhang. Will you remain or depart with him? Mr. Zhang, if you permit me to continue in this role, I gladly accept. What was your previous monthly wage? Over 300 Hong Kong dollars. Zhang Ting was mildly surprised. Though he knew average wages in 1960s Hong Kong hovered around a few $100s, he hadn't expected even a villa maid's salary to fall below 400 Hong Kong dollars. He recalled that even in his past life, centuries later in the 21st century, Hong Kong domestic workers still earned only HK monthly, with top-tier salaries rarely exceeding HK 700. Thus, wages for domestic staff had remained consistently low, indicating this was indeed the prevailing market rate. I'll raise your salary to 600 Hong Kong dollars per month, an increase of over 200 Hong Kong dollars. Connie was astounded. Her new employer not only retained her, but generously doubled her pay. Such generosity exceeded anything she dared imagine. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Perform your duties diligently. Also tonight, I'm hosting a Western female guest for dinner. What dishes can you prepare? Mr. Zhang, I specialize in Southeast Asian Cantonese and Dutch cuisine. Then prepare a simple Cantonese meal. Zhang Ting kept most of his funds in the bank, but carried several $1,000s in cash. He allocated HK 5000 for groceries this month. Connie needn't travel to central Hong Kong. Fresh produced seafood and meat were readily available in nearby Repulse Bay town. Only with larger household numbers would a trip to the city become necessary. As Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley sat conversing, Connie quickly served each a cup of coffee. Dutch people cherished coffee, and the beans remaining in the villa were those left behind by Fan Lindang and his wife. It was past 3 in the afternoon. Wang Huai had traveled from central Hong Kong by bus following the address Zhang Ting provided. Upon reaching the Repulse Bay town bus stop, she disembarked and walked several hundred meters up the hillside to the villa. When Wang Huai rang the doorbell, Connie opened the door. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang's residence? Yes. May I ask who you are? Mr. Zhang invited me to work here. Seeing Wang Huai dressed so formally, Connie found it difficult to believe she was joining as domestic staff. Once inside, Wang Huai saw Mr. Zhang swimming in the pool, while Lao Shirley observed from the side. Zhang Ting had swum throughout his past life, and his former self, raised in a rural village crisscrossed by rivers, had served as a militia member. Frequent floods demanded constant rescue efforts. Swimming was second nature. As he dove into the pool, the first sip of water revealed its salinity, prompting him to recall Hong Kong's chronic freshwater scarcity. In the 1960s, severe droughts plagued the territory repeatedly. Without the Dongjiang water diversion project from mainland China, Hong Kong might still face acute shortages today. Even then, Hong Kong strictly segregated freshwater and seawater supplies. Proximity to the sea made seawater abundant, ideal for flushing toilets or filling elite swimming pools. While the wealthy could afford to fill pools with fresh water, the frugal Fan Lindang couple naturally opted for seawater instead. After tasting the salt water, Zhang Ting noticed its surface layer had warmed pleasantly under the afternoon sun, making a leisurely lap both refreshing and comfortable. Watching Zhang Ting's buoyant ease, Lao Shirley, seated beneath a sunshade, could not suppress a smile. "Miss Lao, would you care to join me for a swim?" I cannot swim." Zhang Ting remained uncertain whether her hesitation stemmed from inability or mere modesty. As he completed several laps and prepared to exit, he saw Connie approaching with a young woman. None other than Wang Hui. "Mr. Zhang, I've arrived." Recruited from the Mandarin Oriental at HK monthly, her role differed significantly from that of ordinary domestic staff. "Wang Hui, please coordinate responsibilities with Connie." As Zhang Ting emerged from the pool, Connie promptly brought him a bathrobe. Finding the seawater genuinely saline, Zhang Ting first rinsed thoroughly with fresh water before donning casual attire, emerging refreshed and invigorated. "Connie, do you prepare afternoon tea?" "A little." "Then prepare 2 servings." Connie and Wang Hui set about preparing the refreshments. Half an hour later, Connie presented traditional Dutch pastries favored by the Fan Lindangs alongside 2 cups of coffee. Neither Zhang Ting nor Lao Shirley particularly enjoyed Dutch cuisine, suggesting the need to hire 2 professional chefs, one adept in Chinese culinary arts, the other in Western gastronomy. In a single apartment in the central district of Xiangjiang. Today is Saturday, and normally Kes would rest like she usually does on weekends, either having coffee and chatting with her white friends by Victoria Harbor, or she might meet some important business clients. However, just moments ago, when Kes saw Miss Lao come in person to represent Mr. Zhang and invite her to dinner at a hillside villa in Repulse Bay, she took it very seriously. In her eyes, perhaps the appearance of this man could change her life. After taking a nap, Kes woke up in the afternoon around 3 o'clock, took a shower, changed into her most beautiful dress, and then sprayed on some perfume. It was nearly 4:30 in the afternoon. Kes left the apartment, driving the 2 high-end cars towards the address given by Miss Lao. After almost an hour, around 5:30, Kes saw the house number outside the villa's large iron gate. This should be the place. Kes got out of the car and rang the doorbell. After a while, she saw a woman resembling a maid walk over. "Hello, my name is Kes, and I am here to see Mr. Zhang." Connie recognized her as the friend Mr. Zhang had invited. She opened the large iron gate. Kes drove inside. Just as she got out of the car, she already saw Mr. Zhang and Miss Lao. "Mr. Zhang, I have arrived." Mr. Zhang, seeing Kes in a red dress, realized she had specially dressed up for their meeting. He invited her to sit down in the garden. It was just past 5 o'clock. The sun had not completely set yet. It was no longer as hot as noon. Under the trees, a cool breeze blew, making the place quite comfortable. After Wang Hui and Connie brought a cup of coffee over, the 2 women went to prepare dinner. "Mr. Zhang, did you live here before?" "No, I just moved here recently." They chatted casually for a while. Mr. Zhang then directly asked, "Miss Kes, how are the salary and benefits at HSBC?" In other words, how are the compensation and benefits? Mr. Zhang knew that jobs at HSBC were quite rare for many elite Chinese, because the majority of major workplaces were monopolized by white people. Kes, being young, managed to be in charge of stock market securities investment at HSBC. Besides being a white person from country, why her educational background was likely also impressive. "Mr. Zhang, my current salary is over 3,000. The stock market in Xiangjiang has been improving greatly over the past 2 years, and considering the commission and benefits, it should double. Since I encountered a big client like Mr. Zhang, I believe my salary this month will multiply many times." Mr. Zhang bought 2 million Hong Kong dollars worth of stocks daily, which was not something ordinary people could compare to. With each transaction, Mr. Zhang made the brokerage under HSBC earned a commission. Kes was one of the responsible parties and would receive a significant share. Calculating Kes' salary and benefits without considering him, it should still be 5,000 to 6,000 a month, which amounts to 60,000 to 70,000 Hong Kong dollars a year. In 1972, this salary was definitely not low. Connie earned only a few hundred a month, totaling just a few thousand a year. Wang Hui worked at a 5-star hotel, earning over 800, but after calculation, her annual salary was only around 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. "Miss Kes, your salary should be quite good in Xiangjiang, right?" "It's not bad, much higher than my peers working in London." Many white people from country Y come to work in Xiangjiang because the salaries here are higher than many jobs in London. Moreover, many positions are prioritized for white elites, including those in the governor's office, Hong Kong Jockey Club, HSBC, etc., which are mostly dominated by white individuals. "Miss Kes, if I were to start an investment company and have you work for me, I would double your salary to 10,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. Would you be willing?" Doubling the monthly salary. 10,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. For many people in Xiangjiang now, aiming for a monthly salary of over 10,000 is something they dare not even dream of. Upon hearing this, Kes did not think much and directly said, "Mr. Zhang, I am willing to work for you. However, it is not just because of the salary you offered. It can be said that the salary Mr. Zhang offered is indeed quite good. Before Kess arrived, she had already thought that finding a stock investor as capable as Mr. Zhang in the world would be quite difficult. In just a week, he could earn over 10 million Hong Kong dollars. What if given a month? Kess could hardly imagine. Don't you need to think about it some more? No need. Kess was very clear that if she did not seize this opportunity, it would be difficult to find another chance like this. Mr. Zhang thought she would say more. Unexpectedly, Kess agreed directly. There was no need for further discussion. Mr. Zhang knew that if he wanted to grow and strengthen, he could not rely on just himself. In his past life, as part of the Limit Up team, or when establishing a private equity firm, if he only had himself and his father, it would not work. He still needed help from others, including collecting materials and financial statements from listed companies, all of which require assistance from others. Furthermore, now that Mr. Zhang had come to this world, his ambitions were not limited to just stock investment. Kess, very good. I believe you won't regret your choice in the future. Currently, Kess was in charge of stock securities at HSBC with a promising future ahead. As long as she persevered, she would eventually be promoted. The fact that she was willing to leave HSBC without hesitation to work for Mr. Zhang was because he offered her greater hope. Mr. Zhang stood up and looked into the distance. For me, stock investment is just the first step. In other words, for Mr. Zhang, stock investment is merely the initial step to earn capital for further investments. His soul originates from decades into the future. He understands future developments very well. However, he knows that relying solely on financial investments without real industrial foundations is not feasible, including those who were very familiar with the wealthy Li Jiaqing in Shanjiang from Mr. Zhang's past life. Li Jiaqing can also be regarded as a skilled stock investor. Apart from initially obtaining support from his father-in-law, who was also his uncle, and his cousin, who was his wife, Zhuang Yueming, after gaining his first pot of gold, he entered the artificial flower market, becoming the king of plastic flowers in Shanjiang, accumulating substantial funds for a qualitative change, and then immediately entering the real estate market in Shanjiang. Most importantly, he conducted a series of acquisitions in the Shanjiang stock market in the 1970s, which ultimately led to him becoming the richest man in Shanjiang in his past life, even among Chinese. At this time, Li Jiaqing was already a famous Chinese tycoon in Shanjiang, but he was still far from the richest man in Shanjiang from Mr. Zhang's past life. Besides Li Jiaqing, Mr. Zhang knew that many wealthy individuals in Shanjiang had basically made their fortunes in the stock market, including Lu Lianxiong, known as Fan Lu, who made a considerable amount of money in the Shanjiang stock market and in the U.S. bond market, and then through industrial support became a billionaire in his past era. Kess looked at Mr. Zhang, and so did Miss Lau. To many, it seemed impressive that Mr. Zhang made 200 to 300 Hong Kong dollars daily. Unexpectedly for Mr. Zhang, this was merely the first step. I want to establish an investment company, and I need more people to help me. Kess, you will be the first. Boss, what do you need me to do? I want to establish Galaxy Investment Company. Galaxy Investment. Mr. Zhang thought of the various names of companies in Shanjiang. For example, Li Jiaqing's company is called Changjiang Real Estate Company, which would soon change to Changjiang Industrial Company. Mr. Bao's company, besides being famous for global shipping company, has several other companies. The Dong family's company is called Orient Overseas. In addition, there is a well-known company in Shanjiang called Universe Shipping Company, which is also a Chinese capital company. Shanjiang has many different companies with various names. Mr. Zhang named his company Galaxy Investment, which naturally included his great hopes for the future of this company. Galaxy Investment Company. Kess asked, you first rent a suitable office space in the central district of Shanjiang and then register this company. In Shanjiang, registering a company is actually very easy. Talent remains indispensable in every era. Now that Zhang Ting has founded Galaxy Investment Company, he asks Kate to recommend a group of qualified professionals. Boss, you'd like me to recommend some talent? Yes, many matters henceforth will not require my direct involvement. He'll consider tonight which candidates would be suitable. As Zhang Ting and Kate conversed, Lao Shirley stood nearby, listening intently. She had not anticipated that Zhang Ting would so effortlessly recruit a senior white executive from HSBC, and even entrust him with talent recommendations. Zhang Ting noticed Lao Shirley's lingering gaze. He smiled faintly, but said nothing. The more they spoke, the deeper Kate's admiration grew, for this new employer was clearly extraordinary. At 6:30 p.m., in the private dining room outside the villa, Wang Hui and Connie had prepared a Cantonese meal. Zhang Ting, Kate, and Lao Shirley took their seats. In his past life in Shanghai, Zhang Ting had mostly eaten home-cooked meals prepared by his mother and nanny. Moreover, given his wealth and status, he had dined on countless rare delicacies during business banquets. By contrast, his current incarnation had rarely tasted meat, even once a week, back in his hometown. Though his recent hotel meals had been excellent, the sight of meat still stirred a visceral reaction within him. Wang Hui and Connie stood quietly nearby, as Zhang Ting ate in silence. After tasting the dishes, he realized the Cantonese cuisine lacked authenticity, likely because both women had followed standard rather than refined Cantonese techniques. For once Zhang Ting and Kate shared a rare moment of ease, neither broaching other matters. By shortly after 7 dinner had concluded and night had fully fallen. Kate excused herself to drive back to her apartment, not only to scout suitable office premises, but also to finalize her list of recommended candidates for her new employer. After Kate departed, Lao Shirley remained beside Zhang Ting. They stepped outdoors to enjoy the breeze, cool mountain air sweeping gently across the terrace, profoundly soothing. Mr. Zhang, I too can recommend individuals for you. Zhang Ting already knew Lao Shirley hailed from the Lao family, the most enigmatic tycoon lineage in Hong Kong. Yet the precise nature of her relationship with the second-generation patriarch remained unclear to him. Though such a high-born young lady had already rendered him considerable assistance, Zhang Ting understood she could not remain at his side indefinitely. Recommend individuals? Zhang Ting reflected. Apart from 2 maidservants, the villa housed no staff, and above all he regarded personal security as paramount. He recalled that Hong Kong's public safety had been notoriously precarious between the 1970s and 1990s. Not only ordinary citizens, but even wealthy elites had fallen victim to kidnappings and extortion. As his fortune and renown inevitably grew, so too would the attention he attracted. Without reliable bodyguards, peace of mind would be impossible. Feeling Zhang Ting's gaze settle upon her, Lao Shirley's heart quickened, as though he had pierced through her very thoughts. Miss Lao, you've seen for yourself beyond these 2 maidservants, the villa is utterly unstaffed. Since you know many influential people in Hong Kong, and since I place absolute trust in you, your recommendations would indeed be ideal. Mr. Zhang, please proceed. First, a steward. I require someone capable of managing this villa with competence and discretion. Previously, Fan Lindang, a mere merchant, had deemed such an expense unnecessary and thus employed no steward at all. Zhang Ting knew hiring a steward was essential. Second, 2 chefs, one expert in Western cuisine, the other masterful in Cantonese cooking. Neither Connie nor Wang Hui were professional chefs. Their culinary skills sufficed only for simple domestic fare. Yet if Zhang Ting wished to savor fine dining or host distinguished guests, he would need to engage top-tier chefs at substantial cost. Such roles demanded absolute trust. One could never be certain whether an unvetted chef might surreptitiously introduce harmful substances into the food. Third, I must hire security personnel immediately. Miss Lao, you're well aware of Hong Kong's security landscape, and this villa left unguarded at night offers easy access to intruders scaling its walls with unpredictable consequences. Whether stewards, chefs, or bodyguards, all required vetting and personal endorsement from trusted sources. Zhang Ting knew that given Lao Shirley's lineage, extensive network, and his own confidence in her judgment, entrusting her with these recommendations was the wisest course. Mr. Zhang, anything else? The bodyguards must also be skilled drivers. These past days you've chauffeured me constantly. I'd hate to impose further. Lao Shirley understood instantly. All such hires must come with personal vouching. I wouldn't dare accept anyone without your full confidence. That you've entrusted me with this task speaks volumes about your faith in me. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your trust. Under his steady gaze, she flushed faintly, her composure momentarily softened. Zhang Ting placed a hand lightly on her shoulder and met her eyes. Miss Lao, I assure you, you will not labor for me without just recompense. Lao Shirley knew mere compensation would hold little appeal for her. It was late, but Zhang Ting had invited her to rest overnight and depart only after breakfast the next day. Yet upon hearing Zhang Ting's urgent need for personnel, she resolved to return to the Lao residence immediately. Mr. Zhang, I'll return tomorrow. Before he could reply, she was already striding toward her crimson BYD sedan. As Lao Shirley drove away, Connie opened the iron gate. Once the car vanished into the velvet darkness, Connie approached and said, Mr. Zhang, Miss Lao has departed. Zhang Ting merely nodded, saying nothing. He observed that only the ground floor lights were on. The rest of the villa lay in shadow. Connie, why are the other floors unlit? Mr. Zhang, Mr. and Mrs. Fan Lindang were exceedingly frugal. They seldom switched on lights unnecessarily. Zhang Ting now grasped the situation. Though the Dutchman Fan Lindang ranked among Hong Kong's affluent, his parsimony meant upper floor lighting was used only when occupants were present. I'll bathe shortly. Prepare everything. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Connie and Wang Hui hurried off to make arrangements. Connie placed Zhang Ting's garments in the bathroom. This villa's bath was far more spacious than any hotel's, and once preparations were complete, he stepped in for a long restorative hot soak. Emerging refreshed in casual attire, Zhang Ting ascended to the master suite on the second floor. Originally occupied by the Fan Lindangs and their youngest daughter, the master suite spanned nearly 100 square meters, vast and opulent. Beyond the main bedroom, it contained a smaller chamber, a dedicated study, and a private bathroom, though its overall layout still felt impractical. This villa was expansive, yet currently inhabited by only 3 people, rendering it eerily silent. Mr. Zhang, the master suite has been thoroughly reorganized, Connie announced. Zhang Ting knew much of the furniture and fixtures had belonged to the Fan Lindangs, and would soon require complete replacement with new pristine items. Money posed no constraint, he would spare no expense. Settling into the study, he found a large bookshelf filled with volumes, most still intact save perhaps a few taken by Fan Linding. The room exuded the quiet gravitas of a true scholar's retreat. Seated at the desk, Zhang Ting turned his gaze toward the two women standing before him. "Are newspapers delivered here?" "No, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Fan Linding did not subscribe to any periodicals. Zhang Ting fell silent. In this era, lacking newspapers meant forfeiting a vital channel of information. Clearly, such oversights would need correction once the news steward arrived. "Sir, I'll bring you water," Wang Huai said, moving to pour a glass. Zhang Ting sensed there was nothing further to attend to. "You may attend to your own affairs, and retire early if you wish." "Yes, Mr. Zhang." After the two women withdrew, Zhang Ting sat alone in the study, bathed in soft lamplight, gazing out the window where only distant villas shimmered with faint illumination. All was profoundly still. Reflecting on his first week in this world, Zhang Ting considered not only his possession of 10 million Hong Kong dollars, but also this prestigious villa nestled in Repulse Bay's hills. Most crucially, he knew his stock market simulator would continue generating boundless wealth, effortlessly, inexhaustibly. Many people find it difficult to sleep on the first night in a new environment. Zhang Ting casually picked a book from the study and read for over an hour before feeling sleepy. He fell asleep directly on the large bed. Early the next morning, Zhang Ting heard the chirping of birds outside the window and opened his eyes in a daze, seeing that sunlight was already streaming in. When Zhang Ting got up and opened the door to the master bedroom, he saw Wang Huai standing at the entrance. "What time is it, Mr. Zhang?" "It is 7:16 a.m. now." Wang Huai glanced at her Omega watch. Almost everyone in Xinjiang wore luxury watches, even those pulling rickshaws or porters at the docks had a Rolex on their wrists. It was probably around this time that Rolex began to be referred to as labor Rolex in Xinjiang. Zhang Ting went to wash up. He stepped outside. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew and feeling quite pleasant. Zhang Ting arrived at the villa's swimming pool. He tested the water temperature, finding it neither too cold nor too hot. Zhang Ting changed out of his casual clothes, warmed up, and then climbed down into the swimming pool from the side. While Wang Huai watched from under the sunshade, Zhang Ting had already swum a lap in the pool. Perhaps due to the seawater, it didn't require frequent changes, as Zhang Ting knew that in crowded places pools could get quite dirty. The water in the pool here still needed to be changed regularly. After swimming a few laps and feeling his body warm and somewhat fatigued, Zhang Ting knew it was about time to stop. When Wang Huai brought over the bathrobe for Zhang Ting to put on, he went inside to rinse off with fresh water. He changed back into his casual clothes. Stepping outside, he did not see Connie. "Mr. Zhang, Connie is making breakfast in the kitchen by herself." Last night, Wang Huai and Connie had shared a room, and the two women gradually became familiar with each other. "What's the difference between here and a hotel?" "Sir, at the hotel I have to serve many guests every day. Here I just need to take good care of you." Zhang Ting smiled. It was indeed the case. While taking a stroll outside, he headed towards the dining room. At this moment, Connie had already prepared breakfast. She brought out the breakfast. Zhang Ting noticed that besides fried eggs, hot dogs, milk, and bread, there was also some plain porridge, which naturally couldn't compare with a hotel. Zhang Ting said nothing and quickly finished his breakfast. With no newspaper to read, he could only head upstairs. Around 9 in the morning, the doorbell rang at the villa's iron gate. Connie went to open the door and found it was Miss Lao Shirley who had driven over. Lao Shirley drove in. Getting out of the car, she asked, "Where's Mr. Zhang?" "He is in the study upstairs reading." Lao Shirley went straight up. Indeed, she found Zhang Ting reading in the study. When Zhang Ting saw it was Lao Shirley, he noticed that she had changed into a different dress, as she usually did every day. With such attire, Zhang Ting knew that if Lao Shirley were not from the Lao family, she would never be able to afford it. "Mr. Zhang, after I returned last night, I found some suitable talents for you. First is the butler. Due to the relationship with the Lao family, they have employed quite a number of butlers over the years. After all, the Lao family is quite large. However, after the 1970s, the Lao family's prominence was gradually replaced by other rising Chinese tycoons, and now the Lao family appeared to be more low-key. Even outsiders find it hard to know anything about the Lao family." "You mean the recommendation is for a former butler of the Lao family?" Zhang Ting asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes. However, he is now 60 years old and retired. I thought for a long time after returning last night and asked some people in the family, and they all felt this old butler did well. But at 60, many people may think of hiring him as essentially hiring someone to retire." Lao Shirley had a deep impression of this old butler. Besides that, he was very experienced in his role, having never made a mistake during his many years with the Lao family. "Mr. Zhang, he is just a bit old. If you feel he is not suitable, I can recommend someone else." Seeing Zhang Ting silent, Lao Shirley thought he was dissatisfied. Zhang Ting replied, "Miss Lao, the old butler is good. I prefer someone with experience." He knew that despite the age being a downside, it was also an advantage. The experience was certainly rich. Besides, he should know quite a few people, making things much easier. "Really?" Lao Shirley asked, somewhat in disbelief. "Indeed, have him come to meet me." "Mr. Zhang, I will call him now. There is a landline telephone here in the villa." When Lao Shirley went to call the old butler, she said, "Mr. Zhang, I have already notified the old butler. He will drive over to meet you shortly. Besides the butler, I have also selected chefs for you. They might arrive soon. As Lao Shirley spoke, Zhang Ting had to admit that with her help things were indeed much easier. Now he even thought about having Lao Shirley stay by his side to work. Zhang Ting looked at Lao Shirley before him. He speculated that since she was from the Lao family, he was not clear about her exact status within the family. If Lao Shirley were from the direct line of the Lao family, would she be willing to stay by his side to work? Lao Shirley, how about you stay by my side to work? Zhang Ting's gaze turned towards her. Lao Shirley did not evade. During this time she had indeed considered it. Mr. Zhang, I have thought about working by your side. According to the family's plans and arrangements, I am supposed to study abroad in country M this month. The day you saw me outside the exchange was because I had lost the tuition and most of my savings in the stock market. It would be hard to explain to my family, so I was quite anxious at that time. Studying abroad in country M. Zhang Ting knew that many people in Xinjiang had long been going to Europe and America, including country Y, country M, and even Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. These people might not be able to enter the top 3 universities in Xinjiang, but their families hoped they could learn a lot and see the world, thus arranging for them to study abroad or to get an upgrade. In fact, many early wealthy families in Xinjiang or second-generation rich people had this overseas background. Are you really from the Lao family? Mr. Zhang, there are not many people with the surname Lao in Xinjiang. The most famous one is our Lao family. Then what is Lao Miannong to you? He is my grandfather's older brother. Grandfather's older brother. Doesn't that make him a granduncle? From this perspective, Lao Shirley, although a collateral descendant of the Lao family, is still a significant member of the Lao family. This Lao Miannong is indeed quite remarkable. It can be said that Lao Miannong is very low-key and mysterious. There are very few photos of him in the outside world, and he made his fortune through tobacco. He was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine and lived a life of luxury from a young age. In the 1920s and 1930s, he lived in a large mansion of several thousand square meters with servants in the house. At that time, the tobacco market in Xinjiang was quite open and anyone could partake in it. Lao Miannong seized this opportunity, securing the agency for British-American tobacco and quickly becoming a major tobacco merchant in Xinjiang. In 1948, Lao Miannong paid 800 in taxes to the governor's office with an annual income of nearly 10 million, while at that time the average monthly income in Xinjiang was only about 50. After accumulating wealth through tobacco, Lao Miannong also turned his sights to real estate. Later he purchased several high-rise buildings in Central and built the first commercial building in Xinjiang with escalators, the Wani building. The Lao family is remarkable because before the 1970s, Lao Miannong was the second richest person since the opening of Xinjiang. The first was Ho Tong. After the 1970s, the third richest person in Xinjiang was Mr. Bao, known as the King of the Seas, who succeeded Lao Miannong. After Mr. Bao's departure, Li Jiaqing took his place. Moreover, the wife of Li Fuzhao, the current chairman of the Far East Stock Exchange, and its founder, is Lao Miannong's daughter. When Li Fuzhao's family was at their peak, they were much more powerful than Li Jiaqing. Considering this, the marriage between the Lao family and the Li family is also a match made in heaven, a strong union. However, what Zhang Ting did not expect was that indeed, as he had anticipated, Lao Shirley truly came from the Lao family in Xinjiang. But now it turned out that she was merely a collateral descendant. Although Lao Shirley is a side descendant of the Lao family in Xinjiang, her starting point is destined to be much better than that of the vast majority. According to the arrangement of the Lao family, Lao Shirley would study abroad and then return to work in the family company or marry into a prominent Xinjiang family. So do you want to go abroad or stay and work for me? I still don't know. Lao Shirley truly did not know how to choose. Since that was the case, Zhang Ting did not ask further. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, a black Koenigsegg car stopped at the door. Connie went to open the door. The Koenigsegg drove in. Getting out of the car was an elderly man dressed very formally. He had received a call from Miss Lao last night asking if he would be willing to serve as a butler for a wealthy man in Repulse Bay. Zhang Jinrong entered the Lao family when he was just over 10 years old and worked his way up to the position of butler. He retired at the age of 58. Now 2 years into retirement, he still appeared to be very vigorous in all aspects. At his age, a true retirement is something Zhang Jinrong is not quite willing to accept. In a family like the Lao family, when one reaches a certain age, retirement is inevitable. However, receiving a pension from the Lao family means that as long as one is frugal, it is enough to sustain a lifetime. Zhang Jinrong did not expect to be recommended by Lao Shirley to this new wealthy individual in Repulse Bay. Without hesitation, Zhang Jinrong accepted. Apart from it being a personal recommendation from Lao Shirley, he also wanted to find something to do. Now he drove over from Kowloon. Upon arriving here, he saw such a large hillside villa, and at first glance he realized that it would not do to leave it unattended. Mr. Zhang, the old butler, has arrived. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley had discussed many things in the study. Now upon hearing that the old butler had come, they came downstairs together. Soon they saw an elderly man who appeared very sprightly. In fact, in this era of Xinjiang, many people in their 60s and 70s, even 80s, still had to continue working to support themselves. Like the elderly lady Zhang Ting met in Tunmun, she also had to fend for herself at this age. Miss Lao, this must be Mr. Zhang, right? Mr. Zhang, this is the old butler I mentioned, surnamed Zhang, given the name Jinrong. It was obvious that Jinrong was a name quite characteristic of the era. After Zhang Ting and Zhang Jinrong greeted each other, it was clear that although Lao Shirley was not a direct descendant of the Lao family, the old butler still showed great respect towards her. Butler Zhang, please take a look at any issues with this house, and then we can sit down and discuss further. Zhang Jinrong went over to inspect carefully. Half an hour later, Zhang Jinrong had already taken a good look around. Upon learning that Mr. Zhang had just purchased the villa at a high price from a Dutchman, he understood why it was somewhat different. Zhang Jinrong still did not know Mr. Zhang's preferences. Because he had not heard of Zhang Ting's name in Xinjiang, he could see that Zhang Ting seemed very familiar with Miss Lao. Mr. Zhang, I've finished my inspection. There are indeed several issues here. I would like to know your preferences or any changes you might want to make. Zhang Jinrong understood that since Zhang Ting was the owner here, any changes he wanted to make had to be according to Zhang Ting's wishes. If Zhang Ting preferred tranquility, then the layout would need to reflect that. If Zhang Ting favored liveliness, then the layout would need to be designed accordingly. Zhang Ting shared some of his thoughts, and Zhang Jinrong understood. Mr. Zhang, I understand. However, with so many interior and exterior aspects of the villa, relying solely on those two maids won't suffice. We will need to hire more staff, which will likely incur significant expenses. Hiring more people would mean incurring a large amount of expenses. Butler Zhang, money is not an issue. If that's the case, then it would be easy to handle. Mr. Zhang, may I hire a few more people for you? Zhang Ting found no problem with that. In addition to the maids, since the chef and bodyguards were personally arranged by Lao Shirley. If that is still not sufficient, Zhang Jinrong could hire another batch of people later. Besides that, being located in the hillside villa of Repulse Bay, it is far from the central area of Xinjiang and Kowloon, making transportation a significant issue. Although there are buses outside, they are very inconvenient. Zhang Ting would still need to buy a car. In this era, cars are quite affordable for Zhang Ting. Many ordinary cars in Xinjiang come from Y country, and a price of around 20 to 30,000 Hong Kong dollars would suffice. As for the car that Lao Shirley drives, which is a Bayer later known as a BMW, it only costs a few tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. This means that it is certainly inconvenient for Zhang Ting to travel using Lao Shirley's car. He needs to have his own vehicle. Butler Zhang, we need to purchase a few cars first. Buy a car. Zhang Jinrong noticed that there were indeed no other cars here. Sir, what kind of car do you want to buy? A Mercedes-Benz Bayer Volkswagen or even a Fuji would be fine. While Zhang Jinrong was still pondering, Zhang Ting had already gone upstairs to get a check. It was a check from HSBC. Zhang Ting directly wrote out a check for 1 million Hong Kong dollars, allowing Zhang Jinrong to use it to buy cars. Sir, no problem. Seeing Zhang Ting's generosity with a $1 million check, Zhang Jinrong realized that this Mr. Zhang was indeed not simple. No wonder Miss Lao cared so much about him. Now that Zhang Jinrong had the check, he was prepared to leave. Lao Shirley on the side was also somewhat surprised. Mr. Zhang, this is a 1 million check. Aren't you worried he might take the money and run? I didn't trust Butler Zhang at first, but I trust you. After all, he was recommended by Lao Shirley. Lao Shirley is now part of the Lao family in Xinjiang, and Zhang Ting truly did not worry that Butler Zhang would abscond with the 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Lao Shirley felt a warmth in her heart, knowing that her status in Zhang Ting's mind was not low, and she felt that everything she had done for him these days was worth it. The most important thing is that Mr. Zhang trusts her, which seems to be more significant than anything else. Zhang Jinrong now drove away in the other two Koenigseggs. Not long after the other party left, two people arrived at the villa. They were the two chefs that Lao Shirley had invited. One was Lu Jingluan, who specialized in Cantonese cuisine and had worked in Cantonese restaurants for many years. The other was Zhu Jintong, who learned to cook from a young age under a master and had worked in many hotels and tea houses specializing in Western cuisine and dim sum. These two men also received a call from Lao Shirley yesterday, prompting them to give up their original jobs and come over today to meet their new boss. As it was approaching lunchtime, Zhang Ting asked the two of them to try cooking something. As for the salary and benefits, they would wait for the new butler Zhang Jinrong to return and discuss it then. In addition to these two chefs, 5 bodyguards arrived before lunch. These bodyguards had previously worked for a security company and had also served the Lao family. Lao Shirley had hired these 5 individuals for Zhang Ting, knowing that they were not only capable, but also trustworthy in all aspects. When Zhang Ting saw these 5 people, he was quite satisfied. As for the salary and benefits for the 5, Zhang Ting would also wait for Zhang Jinrong to discuss it with them. At 12 o'clock noon, Lu Jingluan and Zhu Jintang prepared to showcase their signature dishes for Mr. Zhang for the first time in the kitchen of the Repulse Bay hillside villa. Due to not having prepared enough dishes, and even lacking many utensils, the two could only make use of the environment and the available ingredients here. On the contrary, Connie and Wang Hui observed these two chefs and realized that they didn't even need to lift a finger as the two men prepared everything themselves. As lunchtime approached, Zhang Ting indeed felt hungry. Now, while sitting down to eat with Lao Shirley, he looked at the dishes laid out before him. Compared to the meals prepared by Connie and Wang Hui, just yesterday these dishes were indeed much better. One must say that in any field there are professionals for each trade. The two women were not adept at cooking, so they could not compare to these two renowned chefs. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley finished their lunch. As they exited the dining hall, they saw Zhang Jinrong getting out of the car. Zhang Ting glanced at the purchase invoice. In addition to buying a Mercedes sedan, a Bayer sedan, and a Porsche, there were also two Fugis and a Koenigsegg. Even after such a lavish purchase, there were still over 400,000 Hong Kong dollars left. Butler Zhang, the remainder will be used for household expenses. Also for the two chefs recommended by Miss Lau, as well as the salaries and benefits for the 5 bodyguards, please negotiate with them on my behalf. Zhang Jinrong already knew that these individuals were recruited by Lao Shirley. As for the remuneration and benefits that had yet to be discussed, Zhang Ting's request for him to handle it indicated his trust and delegation of power. In this regard, compared to his time at the Lao family, he was clearly trusted more by Zhang Ting. From this point of view, Zhang Jinrong knew that becoming a butler for Mr. Zhang was indeed a good opportunity. Zhang Jinrong enjoyed this job of managing people and finances. Before leaving in the morning, he learned from Connie that Mr. Zhang liked to read newspapers. The previous Dutch employer had not even subscribed to newspapers to save money. Earlier, when Zhang Jinrong returned to the city, he arranged for several major newspapers in Xiangjiang to be delivered to the villa, ensuring that both morning and evening papers would arrive. In addition, Zhang Jinrong personally hired several more servants for the villa, including a full-time electrician, 2 gardeners, and 5 cleaning ladies. These individuals would soon come over. Zhang Ting decided not to concern himself with the affairs of the villa, fully delegating authority to Zhang Jinrong. Zhang Ting was accustomed to taking a nap after lunch. He felt more refreshed after waking up in the afternoon around 4 o'clock. Perhaps because it was summer, sleeping with the air conditioning on felt particularly comfortable. While Zhang Ting had not yet woken up, there came a knock at the door. Zhang Ting got up to open the door and saw it was Wang Hui. Sir, Miss Kaisi has arrived, and she has brought several people with her. Kaisi has come. Then the people she brought must be the talents recommended to him. Zhang Ting immediately became alert. He quickly washed up, changed into casual clothes, and went downstairs. Indeed, he saw Lao Shirley and Kaisi talking with 8 unfamiliar men and women. Kaisi, you're here. Boss, these are the employees I recommended to join the company. Zhang Ting looked over. Among them were 3 Caucasians and 5 Chinese. Boss, this is Derek. He previously worked at the London Gold Exchange. He came to Xiangjiang to find a job, but hadn't found a suitable one yet. Upon hearing that I recommended you, he wants to join our company, the London Gold Exchange. This is currently the world's most renowned center for physical gold and gold futures trading, which means Derek is indeed a talent. However, for Zhang Ting, ability is second to loyalty and professional ethics, which are the most important. Hello, Mr. Zhang. He had already heard about Mr. Zhang from Kaisi and learned that Mr. Zhang earned tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars in just 1 week in Xiangjiang, which is indeed impressive for a stock market investment boss. Zhang Ting chatted with Derek about the current fluctuations in gold prices, gaining a general understanding of what kind of person Derek was. Next to Derek sat a bespectacled Caucasian woman. Boss, this is Chiang. She just graduated from Imperial College London with a degree in finance. Since she couldn't find a suitable job in London, she also came to Xiangjiang to seek employment. Zhang Ting knew that many British expatriates came to Xiangjiang every year, some of whom were elite professionals, because better-paying jobs were available here. Kaisi and Xiong were already acquainted. Xiong had initially intended to join HSBC, but upon hearing that there were more suitable job opportunities available, especially since Kaisi had left HSBC to join Galaxy Investments, Xiong followed along to see. Now, upon first seeing Zhang Ting, she initially thought little of him. However, upon hearing Mr. Zhang's English and understanding of finance, they realized that this new boss was not to be underestimated. In addition to Derek and Xiong, there was also Tang En. Boss Tang En is from Australia. In fact, there are many talented individuals from Australia currently in Xiangjiang. There's also a well-known professional manager, Wei Li, who, although originally from Scotland, came from Australia. Tang En also came to Xiangjiang to seek employment in finance, but his educational background was not particularly high. It might be difficult for him to enter HSBC or Standard Chartered. After meeting Kaisi, she recommended him to join Galaxy Investments. Tang En knew this was a good opportunity and agreed. After communicating with Tang En, Zhang Ting could see that although Tang En's education was not as high as Derek's or Chiang's, he excelled at gathering business information, which was a significant advantage. In addition to these 3 Caucasians, there were also 5 other Chinese individuals. The current situation in Xiangjiang is that elite Caucasians dominate the major positions. Currently, Xiangjiang is primarily composed of British banking and British enterprises, making it relatively difficult for Chinese elites to enter these companies, so they can only seek employment in Chinese companies. There are indeed many Chinese companies now, especially after many have gone public in the past couple of years, providing more Chinese elites opportunities to find suitable high-paying jobs. Even so, it is still quite difficult for Chinese elites in Xinjiang to stand out. Now these 5 individuals saw hope when they learned that Kaisi had chosen to give up her job at HSBC to join a new company founded by a Chinese individual. Among these 5, 3 are women. One is named Tang Jiahui, who worked for a while at a Chinese bank. Another is Zhou Shufan, who previously worked at a financial company in Xinjiang. The last is Jiang Jiai, who worked at a pawn shop company in Kowloon. In addition to these 3 women, the other 2 are named Huang Huawen, who is originally from Nanyang and later immigrated to Xinjiang with her family, coming from an average background, without any overseas education. However, she had changed jobs several times in the past and was never quite satisfied. Kaisi met her at a gathering and saw that Huang Huawen was quite capable but had not found a suitable job. Aside from this, there is also Zhao Zhuomin, who has a study abroad background and previously studied in Danyang. He did not have a comfortable life there, which led him to return to Xinjiang for work. Unexpectedly, he also struggled to find several jobs, unable to find a position that fits his qualifications. He could not enter the British enterprises or banks, and he had originally intended to apply to other major exchanges. However, he encountered Kaisi, who informed him of better job opportunities, so Zhao Zhuomin followed her over here. Zhang Ting understood that he had studied in Danyang during his time. He knew that by the early 1970s, Danyang had already become very developed with rapid growth across various industries. Zhang Ting and Zhao Zhuomin discussed the situation in Danyang, which surprised Zhao Zhuomin. Mr. Zhang had never been to Danyang, yet seemed to know quite a lot about it. This astonished him. In other words, this boss, although seemingly young, was indeed remarkable. Everyone, our company Galaxy Investments is newly established. Miss Kaisi is our first employee. Now that we've met each other, and since you were recommended by Kaisi, I trust your abilities and professional ethics. However, I will give you half an hour to consider. If you feel it's suitable, you may stay and join our company. If you do not wish to, that's perfectly fine. As for salaries and benefits, my company will offer the highest among our peers in Xinjiang. Zhang Ting allowed them time to consider before leading Lao Shirley and Kaisi upstairs to the study. Zhang Ting understood that since they were willing to come with Kaisi, there would be no problems. He was very clear that all his investments would involve crucial stakes in the future, and loyalty and professional ethics were paramount. In this world, there is no such thing as true loyalty. Anyone around you, even those closest to you, may betray you for various reasons. Ultimately, interactions between people are still driven by interests. Yesterday, Kaisi returned and not only found a few suitable employees, but also located several potential office spaces for the Galaxy Investment Company through phone calls. One of the locations is the Chinese Merchants Building. Boss I inquired at several places, and in the central district of Xinjiang, it is the Chinese Merchants Building that has 2 floors available for rent. This Chinese Merchants Building is no ordinary structure. Originally built in 1924, it has been nearly 50 years since its establishment. Even at that time, it was only constructed with 9 floors. In the past, many buildings and office spaces in central Xinjiang were monopolized by British capital. It was only after the Li family and the Feng family acquired this Chinese Merchants Building that the Chinese people had the opportunity to set up offices in central Xinjiang. After establishing the Far East Stock Exchange, Li Fuzhao set the exchange's headquarters and trading hall in room 201 of the Chinese Merchants Building. Due to the overheating of the stock market, the governor's office summoned the fire department to drive away investors from the trading hall next year, employing various means to cool down the stock market, forcing the Far East Stock Exchange to relocate from the Chinese Merchants Building. In the following year, not only did the Xinjiang stock market begin to plummet, but the real estate market also crashed. The Li family and Feng family's Chinese real estate faced a severe debt crisis, ultimately having no choice but to sell the building for $27 million. This can be considered an extremely cheap price. Soon after, the building was demolished, and Li Jiacheng became its new owner. Many believe that he had purchased it with his own money. In reality, it was HSBC that purchased it. However, Li Jiacheng cooperated with HSBC under very favorable conditions to construct a new Chinese Merchants Building, gaining a 50 stake, while HSBC held the other 50. Ultimately, HSBC's high-ranking official Shun Bai sold the new Chinese Merchants Building at a low price to Li Jiacheng. Moreover, this collaboration marked the beginning of Li Jiacheng's rise to become the richest man in Xinjiang. Now Li Jiacheng can only be considered a relatively wealthy Chinese tycoon in Xinjiang. Hearing Kaisi mention renting an office in the Chinese Merchants Building, Zhang Ting suddenly found it amusing. If history were to repeat itself, the building would be demolished within 2 years. Now Zhang Ting has made up his mind to acquire this building. He knows that neither HSBC nor Li Jiacheng will have the chance to stop him. Miss Kaisi, I visited the Chinese Merchants Building in central Xinjiang a while ago, and it is quite dilapidated. Lao Shirley remarked, worried that it might not be suitable for an office. It is indeed old, but in central Xinjiang it is quite convenient for work. Most importantly, the Far East Stock Exchange is right downstairs. Kaisi was unsure of her boss' thoughts. Zhang Ting stated directly, we will rent the office in the Chinese Merchants Building. Boss, shouldn't we look at other places? Kai-si asked in surprise. No need, just that one. To Zhang Ting, that place is merely a transitional office. When the time is right, he plans to seize the Chinese Merchants Building before HSBC and have it demolished to construct the Galaxy Investment Building. The two women were unaware of Zhang Ting's thoughts. The Chinese Merchants Building, due to its age, although equipped with elevators, is quite inconvenient, resulting in several floors being vacant. Historically, it was the pressure on the Far East Stock Exchange to vacate the Chinese Merchants Building that prompted the two major shareholders of Chinese real estate to see the lack of tenants and, due to their debt crisis, to sell it at a low price. Now Kai-si's desire to rent it is not difficult at all. Once the company has decided to secure an office address, Zhang Ting and Kai-si discussed further. At this point, the 8 individuals on the first floor had already made their decisions. Joining Mr. Zhang's Galaxy Investment Company is undoubtedly an opportunity for them. If they miss this chance, they might not have another opportunity to join in the future. Most importantly, even someone like Kai-si, a mid-level manager at HSBC, is willing to leave the bank. Additionally, they knew that the mysterious family in Xiangjiang, the Lao family, was actually working for Mr. Zhang, which made him seem even more formidable in their eyes. Zhang Ting, Kai-si, and Lao Shirley came down from upstairs. Upon seeing their expressions, Zhang Ting already understood what they were thinking. Boss, I am willing to join your company. Oh, I hope to be part of it. Derek stated directly. The others also chimed in. In that case, I already mentioned the salary and benefits. They are the highest among peers in Xiangjiang. Furthermore, the new office address will be on the 8th and 9th floors of the Chinese Merchants Building. Miss Kai-si is preparing to sign a contract with the property management of Chinese real estate. As for what else needs to be done, Kai-si will notify you. Tomorrow morning, I will be at the company and hope to see you then. These individuals confirmed they had no issues. However, they all arrived by taxi earlier. Naturally, it wouldn't be possible to walk back or take public transport. Zhang Ting instructed the bodyguards to drive these individuals back to the city. The 8 of them clearly viewed their new boss in a different light. By the afternoon, after the cars ordered by Zhang Jinrong arrived, the bodyguards began to escort these 8 back to central Xiangjiang. The group departed. It seemed that quite a few people were missing. It was still not yet dinner time. Kai-si, Lao Shirley, the public safety in Xiangjiang isn't very good right now. Are you staying here for dinner, or should you go back first? If you are having dinner here, you can return to the city tomorrow during the day. The two women exchanged glances, knowing that Mr. Zhang was concerned about their safety. Neither of them had brought any clothes, and Lao Shirley knew that if she frequently stayed overnight outside, her family would have something to say. Lao Shirley had to go back first. Mr. Zhang, I need to go home. She planned to return before the sun set. After Lao Shirley left in the car, Kai-si decided to stay, preparing to return to the Chinese Merchants Building with her boss the following morning. It was just past 6 in the evening. When Zhang Ting had dinner with Kai-si, he was surprised that just one day later the dinner served here was much more sumptuous than the previous evening. In addition to butler Zhang, who was invited by Zhang Ting, there were also 2 renowned chefs brought in. The dishes they prepared were clearly tailored to the tastes of Zhang Ting and Kai-si. Boss, your chef here makes excellent food. If you like, eat more. After finishing dinner, it was already past 7 in the evening. Zhang Ting went upstairs first. Back in the study, Wang Hui delivered the evening newspaper that had arrived that afternoon. She knew Mr. Zhang needed to read the news during his stay at the hotel. Boss, here is the evening newspaper that just arrived. Zhang Ting took it and found several newspapers, including the Oriental Daily, Sing Tao Daily, Ming Pao Chung Pao New Daily, and Xiangjiang Commercial News, all of which Zhang Jinrong had subscribed to due to their high sales in Xiangjiang. In an era when communication and information technology were not well developed, especially before the advent of the internet, Zhang Ting discovered that authentic reports in newspapers were indeed quite remarkable. These newspapers now feature a plethora of topics covering a wide array of subjects. From them, Zhang Ting could certainly grasp the latest news he wished to learn. Upon reading the financial section on the stock market in the Oriental Daily, Zhang Ting realized that he had indeed attracted attention, though the identity of this mysterious investor remained unknown to the outside world. Thinking of this, Zhang Ting understood that the next day he would not be heading to HSBC, but rather to the Chinese bank building to carry out his plans. After finishing his reading, Zhang Ting knew that he needed to continue simulating the stock market. With nearly 200 listed companies, he would conduct simulations for a portion of them. He first entered the company code followed by the purchase amount and the time for simulated buying. For Golden Pine Garment Company, he input a purchase of 150 Hong Kong dollars on July 3, 1972. At this moment, this listed company began its simulation on his stock market simulator. From the changes during the simulation, it was evident that this stock had market makers and large investors. The owner of this listed company was Zhang Mingtian, who was also a major shareholder of the Hong Kong Overseas Trust Bank. Although the Overseas Trust Bank had not yet gone public, Zhang Ting surmised from the simulation's fluctuations that it was likely the Zhang family controlling this stock, meaning that the biggest market maker was indeed the Zhang family itself. Regardless of how the other party manipulated things, Zhang Ting could see everything clearly on his simulation platform. This meant he was acutely aware of their strategy of buying low and selling high regarding this stock. Thinking of this, Zhang Ting couldn't help but smile. Aside from Golden Pine Garment Company, Zhang Ting continued to simulate several dozen companies. Due to the speed of the simulation, he could accelerate it, which might not provide as much detail as a slow observation, but the Klein charts displayed clear peaks and troughs, making it easy for a short-term trader to grasp at a glance. After completing his simulations on the simulator, Zhang Ting felt as if he had already previewed the changes in the stock market for the next day. At this moment, he left his study. It was very quiet outside. Looking up, he could see the moon and stars in the sky. "Sir, is there something you need?" Wang Huai approached him after noticing Zhang Ting's emergence. "Where is Kaisi?" "Boss, Miss Kaisi is resting on the 3rd floor. Should I call her down?" "No need." Zhang Ting prepared to take a shower. Meanwhile, Connie quickly tidied up for Zhang Ting. As for other matters, butler Zhang Jinrong had already arranged everything. Zhang Ting comfortably finished his shower, relaxed his mind, and then returned to bed to rest. The next morning, when Zhang Ting woke up, he got up to wash and headed downstairs. He saw that Kaisi was already awake. "How did you sleep last night?" "Boss, it's quieter here than in the city, and without so many lights it was quite comfortable to rest. The shallow water bay hillside villa is free from light pollution, unlike the apartments in the city. In the central district of Hong Kong, without drawing the curtains, one would definitely see the lights from the tall buildings outside. However, in the 1970s, it was still manageable, but by the 1980s, the lighting in central Hong Kong would increase significantly." Zhang Ting decided to head to the swimming pool first. He changed out of his casual clothes, warmed up, and then entered the pool. "Sir, the butler just had us change the water." "Is that so?" "Just in time." Zhang Ting was not looking to save on water expenses. The pool still contained seawater. He planned to switch to freshwater once there was enough available in Hong Kong. After swimming comfortably for several laps, Zhang Ting returned upstairs to take a shower and changed back into his casual clothes. He noticed several unfamiliar women, all in their 30s and 40s. "Sir, these ladies are the new maids I hired, mainly responsible for cleaning," Zhang Jinrong explained as he guided the new maids in their tasks. Previously, Connie and another maid managed the cleaning decently, but with such a large villa and their responsibilities for the employer's daily needs, they simply did not have enough energy. Now, with more newly hired maids, cleaning was done well. Additionally, some of the electrical wiring here had aged. The newly hired electrician evaluated the wiring and determined that some parts needed replacement to ensure the safety of the villa's electrical system. Zhang Ting left the villa's affairs to butler Zhang, and he naturally wouldn't ask many questions. By around 7 in the morning, Zhang Ting and Kaisi were seated in the dining room, where the two chefs had nearly finished preparing breakfast. Compared to yesterday, today's breakfast was naturally more abundant. A table full of breakfast surprised Connie. Zhang Ting and Kaisi enjoyed breakfast together. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Ting prepared to leave and take a car to the Chinese bank building. When Kaisi arrived, she had driven a Fuji car, and naturally, she would drive back as it would be inconvenient otherwise. Now that Zhang Ting had bodyguards, he could have one of them drive. He and Zhang Ting were in a black Benz sedan. In Hong Kong, Benz was referred to as a Pingji sedan. Sitting in the car was indeed quite comfortable. The bodyguard driving Zhang Hua was recommended by Lao Shirley, and he had previously served as a team leader in a security company and worked for the Lao family for several years. Now coming to the Zhang family, Zhang Ting appointed him as the head of his bodyguard team. Besides being Zhang Ting's bodyguard, he also doubled as a driver. Zhang Hua drove very smoothly, and Zhang Ting genuinely did not feel a single bump. They left the shallow water bay hillside villa and headed towards central Hong Kong. Today was a weekday. There were still quite a lot of people in the morning. However, looking out, besides minibuses and buses, there were also some private cars, and the streets still had many human-powered rickshaws running. Zhang Ting knew that in the early 1970s, there were still many rickshaws in Hong Kong, but they would soon be phased out. As time went on, more wealthy individuals in Hong Kong began buying private cars, while those without money would take buses and minibuses. Eventually, with the advent of the Hong Kong subway, these human-powered rickshaws would gradually be replaced by public transportation. After about an hour, Zhang Hua parked the Benz near the Chinese bank building. As the stock market trading time approached, the Far East Securities Exchange was located nearby, and there were still many vehicles outside. "You park the car first, and we'll go upstairs." Zhang Ting and Kaisi got out of the car and arrived at the elevator entrance on the 1st floor. The two waited for the elevator to the 8th floor of the Chinese bank building. Upon arriving, Zhang Ting spotted Derek and his 8 companions. They had arrived early. They found that apart from a very simple desk, there was nothing else. Even if they wanted a landline, they would need someone to come and activate it. After Zhang Ting and Kaisi entered, he seemed to have figured out what was going on. It appeared that they needed to sort out the office supplies here first. In addition, Zhang Ting prepared to send Qiong and Zhou Shufan to HSBC to execute trades according to the stock trading times he had written down. In fact, currently, only Zhang Ting had an account. He knew the situation now allowed a daily purchase of only 2 million with profits of 2 to 3 million. Any more in Hong Kong stock market could not sustain such aggressive trading. Upon hearing this, Qiong and Zhou Shufan immediately left. Besides that, the others were each occupied with their tasks under crisis arrangement. Zhang Ting then went up to the 9th floor. The Chinese bank building had a total of 9 floors and Kaisi had rented both the 8th and 9th floors. Zhang Ting planned to use one of the offices on the 9th floor as his own. Kathy and the others were all busy with their own tasks. Now that Zhang Ting no longer needed to monitor the stocks, he seemed to have relaxed at once. From this office, it was clear that the building was quite old, having weathered 50 years. It was no wonder that the governor's office used the excuse of frequent fires at the Far East Securities Exchange to crack down on the overheated stock market in Hong Kong. When Zhang Ting looked out the window, he could see the distant Concordia building, the HSBC building, and many other buildings from this era. Some of these buildings were under construction, while others were likely to be demolished and rebuilt soon, much like the Hua Rin Hang building right in front of him. At the HSBC Central Branch in Hong Kong, when Xiong and Zhou Shufan arrived there, Miss Laura, the new head of the securities company at HSBC, was already waiting. After Kathy left, Laura temporarily took over Kathy's position. In fact, she didn't quite understand why Kathy, who was doing well in that role, suddenly decided to resign. Hello, is Mr. Zhang not here today? No. Since the account belonged to Zhang Ting himself, these two were representing him. Then the stocks to be purchased were already written down by Zhang Ting on that piece of paper. Now they waited until 9:30 in the morning when the Hong Kong stock market would begin trading. Laura instructed the traders to start buying according to the requirements written on the paper brought by Qiong and Zhou Shufan. Although Qiong and Zhou Shufan already knew that their boss had made 20 million last week, they still felt a bit anxious when they represented him to buy 2 million Hong Kong dollars worth of stocks. They started buying from Jinsong Garment Company. A total of 13 stocks were purchased. Mr. Zhang's account for Jinsong Garment has already exceeded 350,000 in market value. Laura received feedback from the trading desk. Just now the purchase was only 150,000 Hong Kong dollars, meaning that even before the morning trading ended it had surged by 200,000. At this point, Laura was also very surprised. Qiong and Zhou Shufan were even more astonished. This was not 200 nor 2,000, but 200,000, all from one stock in one morning. At this moment, Qiong noticed a note indicating that this stock was to be sold. When the stock's market value rose to 380,000, Laura informed the traders to sell it, and soon they received back the principal of 150,000 Hong Kong dollars with a profit of 230,000. And that was just one stock. Next, they sold 4 more stocks one after another. In total, they returned nearly 800,000 Hong Kong dollars in principal, in addition to nearly 1,400,000 in profit. This meant that in the morning, by selling 5 stocks, they not only returned 95 million in principal, but also earned 1,630,000 Hong Kong dollars. This was just in one morning, equivalent to a profit of 172%. To earn 172% in just one morning was something Qiong and Zhou Shufan had never seen before. At this moment, both women were once again shocked. After the morning stock market closed, they had an hour for lunch and rest. Qiong and Zhou Shufan had a working lunch at HSBC. During this time, Laura came over and asked, I heard that Miss Kathy has joined Mr. Zhang's company. Yes, we were recommended to Mr. Zhang by Miss Kathy. Then what exactly does your boss do, and why is he so formidable in the stock market? At this moment, Laura suddenly began to understand why Kathy left HSBC to join Mr. Zhang's company. Sorry, we don't know either. Qiong and Zhou Shufan were unaware. Even if they did know, they probably wouldn't be able to say. Laura could only smile. These things were commercial secrets that no one was willing to divulge. When Qiong and Zhou Shufan finished their lunch, they also had a cup of coffee. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Hong Kong stock market resumed trading at the 4 major exchanges. At this time, the remaining 8 stocks were sold by Qiong and Zhou Shufan at the appropriate time, which was at the peak of stock trading. They returned the remaining 120 million in principal along with nearly 180 million in profit. Calculating, they invested 200 million Hong Kong dollars today, but overall earned 345 million Hong Kong dollars, resulting in a total profit of 173%. This was just within one day. Zhang Ting made over 3 million Hong Kong dollars in the Hong Kong stock market. The trading in the Hong Kong stock market had ended. Qiong and Zhou Shufan were then preparing to leave and report to their boss at the Hua Rin Hang building about the day's stock trading. After a whole day of trading, they were left so shocked that they couldn't even speak. In their eyes, their boss was indeed very impressive. He seemed to have a supernatural ability in stock market trading. It was as if he already knew when to buy and when to sell. Now the 2 women were ready to leave. Unexpectedly, Laura chased after them in high heels. In fact, she was also quite shocked. Previously, she had only heard traders mention how remarkable Mr. Zhang was. Now, even though she hadn't seen Mr. Zhang himself, just seeing his 2 subordinates had already left her astonished. Miss Qiong, I have a question for you. Miss Laura, what is it? I wanted to ask if Mr. Zhang is still hiring. Are they still hiring? Qiong and Zhou Shufan were somewhat surprised, even unable to suppress a laugh. They thought it was something serious, but it turned out Laura was actually considering changing jobs. This Miss Laura had just taken over Kathy's position and was already thinking of switching to Mr. Zhang's company. Xiong said, Miss Laura, I can't make that decision myself. I should first ask my boss, or you can come with me to the Hua Rinhang building to meet my boss. She was just an employee. Of course Xiong couldn't make the call. When Laura heard this, she realized it was indeed that way. Then I'll go with you to Hua Rinhang building to meet Mr. Zhang. At this time Zhang Ting had spent a day at the Hua Rinhang building. Kathy and Derek had redecorated the upstairs and downstairs, adding many office supplies, and besides that they had also installed multiple landline phone lines. For Zhang Ting's office, there was a separate landline phone. Now that they were in the city center, it didn't take long for the phone company to come and install it. The phone company workers came to install in the morning, and by the afternoon, everything was fully set up. Boss Qiong and Zhou Shufan are back, and Miss Laura has also come. Laura was familiar with Kathy. She hadn't expected her to come here. When Xiong and Zhou Shufan entered to report to Zhang Ting about the day's situation, mentioning a profit of over 3 million, this was within Zhang Ting's expectations, so it wasn't surprising. Hearing that Laura, who had just taken over Kathy's position, was also considering switching to Zhang Ting's company surprised him somewhat. Kathy, what kind of person is this Laura? Do you know her? Boss, I know her. She previously worked at another branch of HSBC and was responsible for stock market affairs. As for what kind of person she is, I only know her and am not very clear about her character. Then go and call her in. I would like to speak with her privately first. When Kathy went out to call Laura, Laura was just outside looking around. She already knew that this Galaxy investment company was recently established by Mr. Zhang, and Kathy was the first employee to follow him. As Laura walked in wearing high heels, Zhang Ting noticed her at first glance. She was a young Caucasian woman with some freckles on her face. She was dressed in a well-fitted work uniform, probably around 26 years old, slightly older than Kathy, but from her eyes Zhang Ting sensed something. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Hello, Miss Laura. I hear you want to join my company. Yes, I greatly admire you. Those waiting outside the office had no inkling of what Mr. Zhang Ting and Miss Leona were discussing within. When the office door opened, Leona had already become a new staff member at Inha Investment Company, yet her post would be that of Zhang Ting's secretary. Beyond resigning from her position at Huifeng Bank, Leona was to install a landline in her city apartment so she could reach Zhang Ting promptly. Zhang Ting had ushered Kai's Leona and 8 other employees into the conference room. There Qiong and Zhou Shufan reported that they had earned over 3 million in the stock market today. Zhang Ting, Kai's, and even Leona remained composed while the other new employees were astonished. By the end of the day, the boss' wealth had risen by more than 3 million. And that was only a single trading day. What if the same continued in the days ahead? They could scarcely find words to describe it. Zhang Ting looked at them and asked if he did not want others, specifically Huifeng Bank, to know about his funds. What methods could they devise? This was something Zhang Ting had long contemplated. At present, his capital flowed in and out daily through Huifeng Bank, and of course they were aware of it. For that reason, Zhang Ting truly did not want Huifeng Bank to know. The others exchanged glances over the problem of his fund movements. The only recourse was to disperse the funds. Xianjiang already had many banks, dozens now, and in time there would be hundreds of institutions, large and small. Aside from Huifeng Bank and Zheda Bank, the 2 largest foreign banks, Hongxing Bank, once the greatest Chinese bank in Xianjiang, had been absorbed by Huifeng in the 60s and essentially functioned as its subsidiary. Though now managed independently, it was joined by other expanding banks, such as the Li family's Dongya Bank and Zhang Mingshan's Overseas Trust Bank, all increasing in scale. Dispersing capital was indeed a prudent strategy. Moreover, Zhang Ting was currently executing trades through a securities firm affiliated with Huifeng Bank. Of course, it was not only securities firms under Huifeng. Firms like Zinhongji Securities monopolized over 60% of the trading volume on the Yuandong Securities Exchange. Besides, Xianjiang hosted many securities houses and investment firms where one could open accounts. In Zhang Ting's estimation, opening accounts at those firms was not the real solution. Furthermore, we must apply for our own memberships at the exchanges. When Xianjiang had only the Xianjiang Securities Exchange, that exchange not only monopolized the local listed companies, but counted only 54 members, most of whom were white or controlled by white interests. Later the number rose to 60, but the entire Xianjiang market still comprised only about 60 industry participants. Consequently, brokerage licenses in Xianjiang seldom changed hands freely. They were passed from father to son, and outsiders seldom obtained a membership seat. Most often, a retiring father would hand the seat to his son, keeping transactions within their circle. You outsiders were essentially unable to take over. It was not until the emergence of 3 other major Chinese exchanges in Xianjiang that the Xianjiang Securities Exchange's monopoly began to break. Memberships at the Xianjiang Securities Exchange began to rise. By last year, ordinary membership reached 63, while overseas brokers remained 4. This year, ordinary brokers should number over 70, and overseas brokers have continued to multiply. By next year, because the other 3 exchanges liberalized memberships, allowing seats to be obtained for money, the Xianjiang Securities Exchange itself would surge to over 100 members. Moreover, the Yuandong Securities Exchange climbed from 46 founding members to nearly 300 this year. Jining Securities Exchange rose from 72 at its founding to over 200 now. When Kowloon Securities Exchange was established, it already had 133 members, and this year it too counts well over 100. One can say that from 57 brokers in 1969 to over 1,000 members across the four exchanges by 1973, this sufficiently demonstrates the fervor of the Xinjiang stock market. Another factor was the fees associated with exchange membership licenses. At Xinjiang Securities Exchange 5 years ago, a license cost only 1.0 Hong Kong dollars. As the market rose, it increased to 2 to 300,000, and now a license has reached 7 to 800,000 HKD. Similarly, Yuandong Securities Exchange began with a membership fee of 8.0 HKD. By last year, it had surpassed 2.0, and this year it has climbed to 6 or 700,000 and continues to rise. Jining Securities Exchange's founding fee was also 8.0 HKD, and it has now increased to 6.000. The smallest Kowloon Securities Exchange started with a fee of 5.0 HKD, but this year it has risen to over 200,000. In other words, merely from selling these licenses, the exchanges could pocket a sizable sum. So why would they not be eager to admit more members? Moreover, the off-market brokerage seat fee at Xinjiang Securities Exchange rose from 4.0 HKD to 5.0 HKD, making it the most expensive among the four exchanges. The so-called off-market trading refers to share transactions carried out outside the official trading platform. Such dealings are generally unknown to the public, and their details are not disclosed on the formal exchange. Dark trades commonly occurred during the operation of the Xinjiang market. Dark trading concerned company shares, which are the basic divisible units of a corporation's capital and represent each shareholder's proportion of investment. This is why in the 70s and 80s many large transactions took place without ordinary investors knowing, because of these off-market trades. Zhang Ting was well aware that such mechanisms played a crucial role when acquiring the large shareholder stakes of certain companies. In this respect, Zhang Ting knew Li Jiaqing to be formidable. It was by such methods that in Zhang Ting's previous life, Li Jiaqing had acquired many major companies in Xinjiang. Moreover, while others remained inattentive, Li Jiaqing had long ago arranged for his wife, Zhuang Yueming, to join the exchange and become a member. Li Jiaqing had also quietly obtained memberships under other people's names, so that when he secretly accumulated shares in target companies, few suspected him to be the one behind it. Now Zhang Ting did not want Huifeng Bank to be too aware of his investments and the comings and goings of his funds on the Xinjiang exchanges. Therefore, in addition to dispersing his capital, he sought to secure memberships at those exchanges so he could trade without routing through brokerage firms. When Zhang Ting spoke of holding seats on all four major exchanges, Kais and Leona appeared unsurprised. But Kais still said, "Boss, memberships at these exchanges are not cheap. Each costs 6 to 700,000 for four exchanges. One seat apiece would total around 3 million Hong Kong dollars, and off-market seats cost another 500,000 each. It is not inexpensive. Kais, you are right, these seats are not cheap. Yet Xinjiang exchange seats will grow ever more valuable. Most importantly, in the investments I am about to make, I do not wish many people to know. So, boss, do you mean to have others hold the names?" Exactly. Even Li Jiaqing did not register memberships in his own name. He placed them under his wife or underlings. Of course, behind those memberships stood Li Jiaqing. Now Zhang Ting intended to do the same and to be even more clandestine. "I am prepared to allocate 5 million Hong Kong dollars now to purchase these ordinary seats and off-market seats to be registered under your names. Later, if others begin to notice, we will replace the nominal holders with other identities." It is currently a time when the four major exchanges in Xinjiang are desperately expanding. As long as one has the money, obtaining membership is not difficult. Zhang Ting decided to invest 5 million Hong Kong dollars to purchase memberships for the exchanges and the dark market with aims that extend beyond the present. For him, keeping that money in the bank is less useful than putting it to use now. Zhang Ting delegated this matter to Kaisi and Leuna. Both of them were originally employees of HSBC and had many connections, making it easy for them to acquire membership. When the time comes, the names registered for membership will be those of Derek and others. After discussing this matter, it was almost 5 in the afternoon, the time for leaving work. After giving the check to Kaisi, Zhang Ting prepared to head home. Zhang Ting left, escorted by bodyguard Zhang Hua and others, arriving at the parking lot near Hueringsing building. He got into the car. "Boss, are we heading back?" Zhang Hua asked. "Back to the villa." Nearly 50 minutes later, Zhang Hua drove back to the mid-levels villa at Repulse Bay. The iron gate of the villa opened. When Zhang Hua parked the car and opened the door, Zhang Ting got out and saw butler Zhang Jinrong and Connie along with Wang Hui already waiting to greet him. Originally, today was Monday, the day Zhang Ting was supposed to deal with the property transaction with the Dutchman Van Linde. Zhang Ting intended for Lao Shili to go in his place. Not seeing Lao Shili, it was the butler Zhang who personally handled the matter. Besides providing the last 1 million Hong Kong dollars to Van Linde, the tax generated from the transfer was also paid by Zhang Jinrong. "Sir, I have completed the transaction for this villa on your behalf with Mr. Van Linde. The property rights of this villa are now under your name." It is now under your new identity card bearing Zhang Ting's name. Has Miss Lauscher been here? No. This meant that Miss Lauscher did not come today. Since the other party did not come likely due to personal matters, Zhang Ting did not inquire further. At this moment, two chefs in the kitchen were already preparing dinner for him. With both Kaisi and Lauscherly absent, Zhang Ting found himself eating alone, facing a table full of sumptuous dishes. As for the other servants and bodyguards, they each had their own meals separately. This was the custom of any family in Xianjiang, and even Zhang Jinrong, who had been a butler for many years, could not dine with the Lauscher family. After finishing dinner, Zhang Ting stepped outside alone. He spotted Wang Huiyi and Connie not far away. With the sun setting, he noticed it was not yet dark, and the mountain breeze felt quite pleasant. He noticed a tree not far away. Its posture looked quite good with plenty of leaves, and many small birds were hopping around on it. Zhang Ting waved to the two women. After they approached, he asked, "Do you know what kind of tree this is?" Wang Huiyi did not know and did not pay attention. Connie had lived here for a long time and had heard the Van Linda couple talk about it. "Sir, this is a Chinaberry tree. In his past life, Zhang Ting believed they should exist in Xinjiang, but they were rather rare." Zhang Ting nodded and said nothing more. As night fell, he first went to take a shower. After showering Connie and Wang Hui, he brought newspapers to the study for Zhang Ting. "Sir, would you like me to make you a cup of lemon water?" Since it was nighttime, the two women did not dare make coffee, fearing that Mr. Zhang would not be able to sleep afterward. "Then make a cup, please." The two women went to make lemon water. When they brought it back, Zhang Ting sipped the lemon water while reading the newspapers. After finishing the newspapers, Zhang Ting conducted another round of stock simulations, ultimately determining which stocks he wanted to select. Looking at the clock in the room, it was already past 10 in the evening. After resting for the night, the next morning was much like the previous day. Zhang Ting first swam a few laps in the pool, feeling much more refreshed, then rinsed off with fresh water and changed into formal attire before heading to the dining room for breakfast. After breakfast, Zhang Ting took the newspaper and got into the Benz car. Zhang Hua and other bodyguards drove Zhang Ting back to Huarixing building for work. On the way, Zhang Ting propped his feet up and read the newspaper. After about an hour, Zhang Hua parked the car, and Zhang Ting knew they had arrived near Huarixing building. As Zhang Ting entered Huarixing building escorted by other bodyguards, he took the elevator up. Arriving on the 8th floor, Derek and the others were already there. Boss Miss Kaisi and Miss Leuna just came by, but they said they were first going to handle membership and open several accounts for the company. Zhang Ting nodded. Today he knew that before the membership was settled, he still needed to head to the HSBC securities firm to conduct transactions. Zhang Ting sent Xiong and Zhou Shufan there. The others were at a loss for what to do for the moment. Since Kaisi, Leuna, Qiong, and Zhou Shufan all had tasks, the remaining 6 people truly did not know what to do. Zhang Ting then assigned tasks. You all study the financial statements of the listed companies in Xianjiang and submit the analysis results to me. Like the employees of Buffett's company in M country in my past life, they mainly did these things. Besides researching major companies, they also analyzed the financial statements of those listed companies. In Zhang Ting's past life, his private equity also employed such a group of people. However, Zhang Ting's aggressive style of speculative trading was quite different from Buffett's long-term investment approach. Seeing the tasks assigned by the boss, the 6 people began to have something to do and entered work mode. Otherwise, they realized that despite their high salaries, they had no idea what to do. Zhang Ting went up to the office and found no one else there, so he could only look out the window. When he returned his gaze, Zhang Ting twisted around in the office chair in front of his desk, feeling bored. He knew Leuna was busy outside, so he had to do the secretary's work himself. He first wanted to make himself a cup of coffee, then returned to the office to look at the newspaper. Xiong and Zhou Shufan arrived at the HSBC branch again. The two women were still following the boss instructions to conduct stock trading as they did yesterday. At 9 in the morning, the Xianjiang stock market opened for trading. They bought 15 stocks, spending a total of 2.5 million Hong Kong dollars. During this time, they sold 6 stocks in the morning, recovering 1 million Hong Kong dollars and earning an additional profit of 1.8 million. When it was time for lunch, they continued at HSBC. By noon, Kaisi and Leuna had returned. One of them was handling membership matters. Kaisi went to the Xianjiang Stock Exchange, the Far East Stock Exchange, the Kowloon Stock Exchange, and the Gold and Silver Stock Exchange to apply for membership. At the Xianjiang Stock Exchange and the Far East Stock Exchange, they applied for 2 regular memberships, each costing 650 Hong Kong dollars. Thus, it cost 2.6 million Hong Kong dollars here. At the Gold and Silver Stock Exchange and the Kowloon Stock Exchange, they applied for 1 membership each. The Gold and Silver Stock Exchange cost 250 Hong Kong dollars, and the Kowloon Stock Exchange cost 650 Hong Kong dollars, totaling 850 Hong Kong dollars. The remaining expenses included fees for purchasing 4 dark market broker licenses from the 4 stock exchanges costing 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Of this, the Xianjiang Stock Exchange cost 550 Hong Kong dollars, while the Far East and Gold and Silver Stock Exchanges cost 450 Hong Kong dollars each, and the Kowloon Stock Exchange cost 250 Hong Kong dollars. In total, the fees for these membership licenses amounted to 4.95 million Hong Kong dollars. In 1972, this sum was definitely substantial, representing a significant investment. Nowadays, many places in Xinjiang are worth only a few $100,000 per unit, so this amount could buy 3 to 4 dozen houses. Many people might hesitate to invest like this, but for Zhang Ting the expenditure was definitely worthwhile. Boss among these 10 memberships besides Leuna and myself, Derek, and the others each occupy one as well. In the future, these people will also need to change memberships. If others find out they belong to Galaxy Investment Company, it will surely attract some attention. Aside from the registered memberships and paid fees, the remaining task was for Leuna to open multiple accounts in the names of Zhang Ting and Galaxy Investment Company at HSBC Standard Chartered and several large Chinese banks in Xinjiang. This way they could use the memberships of those exchanges to operate these bank accounts to purchase stocks, thus avoiding drawing too much attention. Starting tomorrow, we will begin buying separately. You and Leuna are each responsible for investing 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Why can it only be between 2 to 3 million Hong Kong dollars? This is mainly due to the fact that the Xinjiang stock market can only accommodate this much at present. Zhang Ting knew that when the Xinjiang stock market reaches a peak, the daily trading volume could reach 5 to 6 billion or even 6 to 7 billion Hong Kong dollars, making it much easier for him to make money in the stock market. Now is not the time. Currently, achieving 2 to 300 Hong Kong dollars in daily trading is sufficient for Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting realized that with the help of Kai Si and Lao Na, his work had indeed become much easier. Of course, aside from simulating the stock market in advance every day, he would just read the newspaper. Throughout the week, his earnings in the Hong Kong stock market fluctuated around 3 million. By the end of the week, which was just 5 days, his wealth had surged by another 15 million Hong Kong dollars. July 7, 1972. Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock. Zhang Ting left the Chinese merchant's building in a car. When he returned to the villa, it had been a week since he last saw Lao Shirley, and he had no way of contacting her or knowing what she had been up to. After finishing work and returning to the mid-levels villa in Repulse Bay, Zhang Ting could only find the butler Zhang Jinrong. Sir, is there something you need? I haven't seen Miss Lao for several days. Do you know what she has been doing? Miss Lao? Zhang Jinrong, who hadn't seen Miss Lao since Sunday, confirmed that he hadn't encountered her again. Sir, would you like me to inquire about her? Yes. Zhang Jinrong had been the butler of the Lao family for many years and still had friends there. He picked up the landline to make a call. After a while, Zhang Jinrong came out and said, Sir, Miss Lao has been grounded by her parents. Grounded? This meant she was prohibited from going out. In ancient times, many women lost their freedom due to such restrictions. Now in Hong Kong, with its blend of tradition and westernization, it was heavily influenced by both Eastern and Western cultures. The Lao family was still quite traditional, so it was possible that they grounded Lao Shirley. Why was she grounded? I heard the Lao family arranged for her to study abroad in country M, but Miss Lao has been delaying and has not prepared to go yet. Zhang Ting was aware that Lao Shirley was supposed to study in country M. That night, Zhang Ting had suggested she stay to work for him. At that time, Lao Shirley had said she would think it over before responding. Little did he know this week, without seeing her, would lead to her being grounded. Zhang Jinrong wasn't very clear about the relationship between Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley, but he himself was recommended by her. Although Lao Shirley was only a collateral descendant in the Lao family, they still valued the personal education and marriage arrangements of every family member. Clearly, during this time, Lao Shirley had been going out frequently and delaying her departure to country M, which led to her being grounded by her family. This was essentially equivalent to house arrest, losing her freedom. In fact, it was against the law. Butler Zhang, can you let Miss Lao know that she should come to see me? Well, Zhang Jinrong hesitated at first. However, considering that Mr. Zhang was his current employer and that Mr. Zhang wanted to meet Miss Lao, there must be something important. Then I'll call again. Zhang Jinrong went back in to make another call. About half an hour later, Zhang Jinrong came out and said, Mr. Zhang, I just spoke with Miss Lao on the phone. She said she really wants to see you and asked you to have someone wait near the Lao family's villa. She will come over by car. The villa where the Lao family lived was in the traditional villa district of Hong Kong, known as the Jardines Lookout. Jardines Lookout, also known as Ka Du Li Hill, is a hill within the urban area of Hong Kong, where most houses along Jardines Lookout Road are 2 to 3 stories high, with trees planted on either side, creating a tranquil environment. As one of Hong Kong's most traditional luxury residential areas in the past, the mansions in Jardines Lookout were primarily monopolized by white people, just like those on Victoria Peak. The Lao family was one of the wealthiest families in Hong Kong during the 1940s and 1950s, and they had always lived there. At this moment, not far from the Lao family's villa in Jardines Lookout, Zhang Ting was already waiting in the car. Zhang Jinrong initially thought sending a bodyguard to pick her up would suffice, but was surprised when Zhang Ting personally went to pick up Lao Shirley. At this time, it was already dark. While Zhang Ting was still seated in the car, a while later, he spotted a familiar figure. It was none other than Lao Shirley, whom he hadn't seen for days. Upon seeing that it was Zhang Ting, Lao Shirley rushed over. As the car door opened, she quickly got in, and Zhang Ting immediately instructed Zhang Hua to drive away. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Zhang Ting hadn't eaten either. Lao Shirley nodded. Zhang Hua, let's go to the seaside western restaurant at Victoria Harbor. Zhang Hua drove them away. At this point, the Hungham Tunnel wouldn't be open until next month, so cars had to take a ferry to cross, driving onto the ferry at the dock and crossing to the other side. The car rolled off the ferry. Essentially, whenever there were no large bridges or tunnels in the world, this was the way to get across. This was still somewhat troublesome and posed certain risks, as it was quite easy for a ferry to capsize. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley sat in the bins while Zhang Hua and several other bodyguards had already driven onto the ferry. In the backseat, Zhang Ting held Lao Shirley's hand. Although they had only just met for half a month, it felt as though they had known each other for a long time. After passing the Victoria Harbor dock on the other side, Zhang Hua drove to a seaside western restaurant at Victoria Harbor. Zhang Hua parked the car. They opened the car door. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley got out and walked toward the western restaurant. Upon entering the restaurant, both were hungry, so they ordered western food. After finishing their meal, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the night view of Victoria Harbor was quite nice. The tall buildings on either side were lit up, and many cruise ships illuminated the harbor as they passed. As Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley stood by the seaside enjoying the breeze, the sea wind tousled Lao Shirley's long hair. I realized after not seeing you for a week that I had Zhang Jinrong inquire discreetly about you, only to find out that you were grounded by your parents. Actually, my parents want me to quickly fly to Country M to adapt to life there since school starts next month, and I still haven't gone. I plan not to go to Country M and wish to stay in Hong Kong to help you. Lao Shirley looked at Zhang Ting. She already knew that he had opened the Galaxy Investment Company and that more and more talents would be surrounding him. Of course, she felt that Zhang Ting was different from others. She didn't know that if she went to Country M for 4 years, even if she could return during holidays like Christmas, she still wouldn't know what kind of person Zhang Ting would become by then. In Zhang Ting's view, aside from her connection to the Lao family, Lao Shirley indeed had her own capabilities. Zhang Ting knew that she was a member of the Lao family, even if only a collateral descendant. According to the family's arrangements, she would definitely return after studying abroad to join the Lao family's company or marry into a suitable family. In fact, many families in Hong Kong formed alliances through such relationships, just like her cousin, who was married to Li Fu Zhao from the Li family. Since Lao Shirley was a collateral descendant in Hong Kong, at the very least, she would marry into a young man from a similar family. Looking at Lao Shirley's eyes, Zhang Ting directly said, "Surely I don't plan to get married in this lifetime. In fact, I might not have just one woman." "I understand. The moment I saw you, I knew you were that kind of person," Lao Shirley replied, looking at Zhang Ting. How could a capable, wealthy man in Hong Kong have only one woman? Hong Kong only abolished polygamy in 1971. Although Hong Kong had established a monogamous system on July 18, 1969, and concubinage was no longer legal, this had a tremendous impact in Hong Kong. Lao Shirley had long known that someone like Zhang Ting could never have just one woman in his life. "So what are your thoughts? I won't misjudge you." Lao Shirley's gaze was very firm. Zhang Ting didn't know what else to say. In his past life, although surrounded by many beauties, he had always only had one person, and he didn't even have any children. Now Zhang Ting had long considered that he could never have just one woman in his life, nor could he not have children. Otherwise, what was the point of earning so much money? While on the way back to the mid-levels villa in Repulse Bay with Lao Shirley in the car, he said, "I don't plan to study abroad in Country M. I want to attend university in Hong Kong so that I can see you often. Normally with my exam scores, I almost didn't get into Hong Kong University. I could barely manage to get into Chinese University and Hong Kong Polytechnic. That's why my family arranged for me to study abroad." Even if she got into Hong Kong University, according to the Lao family's plan, they could finance her to attend a prestigious private university in Country M. Unexpectedly, after meeting Zhang Ting, Lao Shirley realized she no longer intended to leave Hong Kong. This week, aside from her family grounding her, she had been contemplating this issue. Should she go to study abroad in Country M or stay in Hong Kong? She even considered whether she should give up continuing her university education and just work for Zhang Ting instead. It was only after Zhang Ting asked Zhang Jinrong to contact her that Lao Shirley made up her mind her heart was with Zhang Ting, so she naturally didn't plan to leave Hong Kong any longer. Staying at Hong Kong University to study is also good. Zhang Ting genuinely didn't know what she would be like abroad. Moreover, once abroad, if they didn't spend time together often, plus with the cultural influences from Country M, Lao Shirley might become different. Staying in Hong Kong was different. They could meet frequently. After chatting for a while, Lao Shirley shared some private matters about the Lao family, allowing Zhang Ting to learn more about this mysterious family. The Lao family was still very wealthy, known as the King of Central Hong Kong, because during the 1950s and 1960s, they made a fortune in tobacco and bought land in Central Hong Kong. In recent years, they have been building many high-rise buildings, and now the Lao family is doing well just from collecting rents every year. Previously, the Lao family could monopolize the tobacco industry in Hong Kong, but later it became impossible, and they naturally declined somewhat. In reality, the Lao family accumulated a lot of wealth over the years and bought much land in Central Hong Kong. However, for various reasons, they appeared very low-key. As a result, many times Hong Kong overlooked the existence of this Chinese family. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Earlier both of them had not taken a shower. When Lao Shirley arrived, she hadn't brought any other clothes. Zhang Ting went out to speak with Connie at the door, and Connie quickly went to bring a new set of clothes. Zhang Ting took a shower first, and then sat in the study reading the newspaper. Sir, what are you doing? Reading the paper. Lao Shirley had just finished her shower and walked over. Seeing that Zhang Ting was indeed reading the newspaper, she knew that he needed to gather useful information from newspapers in advance, since he was always victorious in the stock market. Feeling a bit tired, Lao Shirley decided to rest in the guest room next door. August 14, 1972. Monday. Zhang Ting was still dreaming when he heard a knock at the door. He opened his eyes, realizing it was already past 6 in the morning. He got up to open the door and found Connie waiting outside. Sir, it's time to get up. Zhang Ting then went to freshen up before coming down from upstairs. At the swimming pool, he warmed up as usual, swimming a few laps. When he felt it was enough, he emerged from the pool, and Connie draped a bathrobe over him. Zhang Ting then went back upstairs to the bathroom to rinse off with warm water, feeling much more comfortable afterward. Zhang Ting calculated that he had been in this world for nearly 2 months. When he first awakened, he noticed that he was somewhat malnourished due to rarely eating meat back home. Now it was different. After more than a month of meat consumption, he realized he had gained at least 7 to 8 pounds, and his figure looked much better. Zhang Ting did not continue to stare at his reflection in the mirror. It was still early as he came down from upstairs. He decided to take a stroll in the garden in front of the villa. Since Zhang Jinrong became the villa's steward, it had become more beautiful day by day. However, Zhang Ting seemed to prefer the bitter locust tree beside the yard. Every time he stood there watching the unknown little birds chirping and hopping about on the tree. Connie and Wang Hui wondered what was so captivating about the tree to Mr. Zhang. At 6:45 am, Zhang Ting arrived at the dining room. Since Lao Shirley had not come, he had breakfast alone. Besides the morning news delivered by Connie and Wang Hui, Zhang Ting savored the sumptuous breakfast freshly prepared by the two chefs. It was 7:15 am. In other words, Zhang Ting took 30 minutes to finish breakfast. He took the unfinished newspaper directly to his Mercedes-Benz. Under the watchful eyes of steward Zhang Jinrong and the two women, Zhang Ting drove away from the villa towards the Chinese Commerce Building in Central. On the way, Zhang Hua drove very smoothly. He was usually not talkative, and now he was focused on driving while listening to the classic song The Iron Tower Soars by Su Guanjie on the radio. Why seek more words? Sing a song on the way home. Su Guanjie is undoubtedly one of the representative singers of Hong Kong in the 1970s. In his past life, although Zhang Ting lived in Xinjiang, he still loved Su Guanjie's songs, and he could hum many of his classic hits. Do you like Su Guanjie's songs? Zhang Hua, startled by his boss' question, quickly replied, Mr. Zhang, I like some of Su Guanjie's songs. Zhang Ting nodded without saying anything. At that moment, he shifted his gaze back to the newspaper, while Zhang Hua continued to drive attentively. When they arrived near the Chinese Commerce Building, Zhang Ting got out of the car and saw the building ahead. Other bodyguards also got out of the car and escorted Zhang Ting to the elevator entrance of the Chinese Commerce Building. After waiting for a while, Zhang Ting took the elevator upstairs. Zhang Ting found that Casey Derek Cheong and Zhou Shufan had already arrived at the company. When they saw Zhang Ting, they all greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Morning, boss. Zhang Ting went straight to his office on the 9th floor of the Chinese Commerce Building. There his secretary Leuna had already arrived, dressed in a fashionable dress and high heels. Upon seeing her boss, she immediately smiled and greeted Zhang Ting. Morning, boss. Zhang Ting nodded and sat down in his executive chair. Leuna went to make him a cup of coffee. With 10 minutes left before the morning stock market opened, Zhang Ting felt very relaxed. In fact, he had been quite relaxed this past month. A month ago, Zhang Ting had already instructed Casey to obtain memberships at all 4 major exchanges in Hong Kong. Besides the ordinary trading membership that allowed direct buying and selling of stocks, he even secured dark pool licenses. Therefore, Zhang Ting no longer needed to buy and sell stocks through the securities company under HSBC. In addition, nearly 2 to 3 million Hong Kong dollars worth of funds were now flowing in and out of multiple accounts instead of just a single securities company. This not only diversified his funds, but also made the inflow and outflow less conspicuous than before. Over the past month, Zhang Ting's company's profits had been very stable. Basically, each trading day saw stable profits between 3 to 3.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Throughout July, Zhang Ting's Galaxy Investment Company made nearly 65 million Hong Kong dollars at the 4 major exchanges. This month has already passed 10 trading days, and calculating the profits for these 10 days, they also fluctuated between 3 to 3.5 million Hong Kong dollars. That amounts to about 33 million Hong Kong dollars. If you add the profits from the last week of June, Zhang Ting's total earnings in Hong Kong have surpassed 100 million Hong Kong dollars. In the early 1970s, although prices in Hong Kong had become somewhat expensive, including the prices of some houses, Zhang Ting had gone from having nothing to being worth 100 million in just over a month. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock many. Zhang Ting sipped his coffee while Leuna brought over a financial analysis report of the stock market. This was derived from the various analyses done by Derek and the others. Boss, these are the financial analysis reports of the listed companies. Would this be useful for Zhang Ting? Yes. However, since he had that financial simulator, this information was actually not that useful to him. It was merely used to cover up the origins of his stock information. Zhang Ting took it and carefully read through it, noticing that these people had put in considerable effort. Zhang Ting had finished his cup of coffee. Looking at the time, it was already 9:15 a.m., which meant the Hong Kong stock market would soon open for the day. Zhang Ting took out the list of 15 stocks he had prepared for purchase after the simulated market closed last night. These 15 stocks were from the 4 securities exchanges in Hong Kong, now divided into 6 portions for purchase, each amounting to approximately 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Calculating this way compared to his usual 3 million Hong Kong dollars entering the stock market, it had indeed diversified significantly. Leuna went downstairs and directly distributed these slips to 6 employees, all of whom were members of the 4 major exchanges, enabling them to buy or sell stocks at the exchanges. When Leuna returned upstairs, she found her boss gazing out the window. "Boss, the stock market has started today." Zhang Ting already knew the result of today's market from last night's simulation and did not feel anything particular. The 4 major exchanges in Hong Kong had opened. More and more retail investors began to flood into the stock market through securities companies or stock brokerage firms. Driven by these retail investors, the Hong Kong stock market entered a new wave of enthusiasm. Zhang Ting was contemplating an important acquisition event that represented the peak of the bull market in Hong Kong this year. At 5 p.m., an hour had passed since the Hong Kong stock market closed. Galaxy Investment entered the exchange with a principal amount of around 3 million Hong Kong dollars, yielding nearly 3.8 million Hong Kong dollars in profits, equating to a profit margin of about 127. It may not seem very high, but in reality, it had more than doubled. This is something that is virtually unheard of worldwide. Zhang Ting glanced at the time, preparing to leave Galaxy Investment Company and return to his mid-level villa in Repulse Bay. Zhang Hua and the other bodyguards personally escorted Zhang Ting down to the car, and they headed back to the villa. The villa at Repulse Bay. Zhang Hua had just parked the car and was getting out. Zhang Ting sat down in the yard. When Wang Hui brought a glass of water for Zhang Ting, Connie came over with the evening newspaper. As Zhang Ting flipped through the newspapers, he found nothing of great importance. However, information about Xinjiang and many global events was quickly available through the newspapers. At 6:30 in the evening, Zhang Ting was eating dinner alone. After finishing his meal, he took a walk outside the villa to digest before heading upstairs. After taking a shower, Zhang Ting returned to his study and opened the newspapers he had not finished reading. When he was nearly done, he prepared to use his stock market simulator to forecast the stock trends for the next day. However, as soon as Zhang Ting opened the simulator in his mind, he suddenly noticed a red dot appear on the account of the simulator, seemingly alerting him. When Zhang Ting focused on the red dot, he was surprised to find that the simulator had actually upgraded. Moreover, the upgraded simulator had added a new account switching feature. Zhang Ting knew he should be pleasantly surprised by this development. However, when he opened the account switching section, the simulator jumped to another page revealing an edition of the Y Country Stock Exchange. Many people were aware of the London Stock Exchange in relation to the Y Country Stock Exchange. The current Y Country Stock Exchange was somewhat different from the later London Stock Exchange. The present Y Country Stock Exchange was composed of 7 regional stock exchanges. In other words, at that time, Y Country had a total of 7 stock exchanges, which was much more than the 4 exchanges in Xinjiang. In fact, there were other stock exchanges initiated by individuals in Xinjiang, but they had not received recognition from the governor's office and faced opposition from the current 4 major exchanges. Initially, the Xinjiang Stock Exchange was extremely opposed to the establishment and existence of the other 3 major Chinese stock exchanges. Once the other 3 major Chinese stock exchanges were established, it meant they were on board and naturally did not wish for others to join. This meant that the emergence of various aspects of the Xinjiang Stock Exchange was actually very similar to the stock exchange system of the Y Country. However, the Y Country Stock Exchange developed earlier had a longer development time and was much larger in scale globally. According to Zhang Ting's current understanding, the daily trading volume of the Y Country Stock Exchange was at least 10 times that of the 4 major stock exchanges in Xinjiang. In other words, if the daily trading volume in Xinjiang was around 1 to 200 million Hong Kong dollars, then the daily trading volume in Y Country could reach over 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, which roughly equated to over 100 million British pounds. Investors in the Y Country Stock Exchange were not only from Y Country, but also from Europe M Country and even other global investors. It was clear that the Y Country and even London in terms of financial securities was still very formidable on a global scale. Zhang Ting was truly shocked to see that his simulator could switch to the 7 major stock exchanges in Y Country. At this moment in Xinjiang, due to the limited daily trading volume, Zhang Ting could only earn 300,000 Hong Kong dollars per day. This was of course too little for him. If his funds were to enter the stock exchange in Y Country, the scale there was 10 times larger than here. This meant that besides being able to increase his principal in the Y Country Stock Exchange by 10 times, his profits could also be amplified by more than 10 times. In other words, making a profit in Y Country for a day would be equivalent to making a profit in Xinjiang over 10 days. If he made a profit there for 2 days, it would be equivalent to the profit he would make here in a month. Thinking about this, Zhang Ting was indeed excited. However, he still didn't quite understand the listed companies in Y country. Zhang Ting knew that the number of listed companies in Y country had long surpassed 1,000, and by the 1970s, there were likely even more. This included many long-established companies with histories of over 100 years. Furthermore, with the division into 7 major stock exchanges, it would be quite challenging for Zhang Ting to conduct simulations amid so many listed companies. When Zhang Ting looked at the stock market simulator of the Y country stock company, he found it almost identical to the stock simulator in Xinjiang. Apart from inputting the listed company code, purchase time, purchase amount, and stock price, one could proceed to simulate. With over 1,000 listed companies, selecting suitable companies for simulation was not easy at all. Most importantly, Zhang Ting was unfamiliar with the listed companies in Y country. He immediately thought of the newspapers. When he opened the newspapers again, he suddenly realized that there were very few reports on the Y country stock market. Most were focused on the local stock market in Xinjiang. Even if there were some investors in Xinjiang purchasing stock from listed companies in Y country, it shouldn't be many. After flipping through, Zhang Ting still found nothing. He picked up the landline phone in the study and called Laura. At that moment, Laura was taking a shower in her apartment. Suddenly hearing the landline ring, she quickly wrapped herself in a bathrobe and went to answer the phone. Seeing the number displayed, she knew it was the boss from the villa. "Boss, this is Laura. Laura, I want to check information regarding stocks in Y country tonight." The Y country one. In fact, there were several English newspapers and financial magazines in Xinjiang that covered the stock market in Y country, as well as reports on gold, silver, and other futures. Could it be that the boss wants to venture into the Y country stock market? Laura thought immediately. "Boss will find it for you right away." At that moment, Laura noticed the boss had already hung up. An hour and a half later, Laura obtained many recent newspapers and financial magazines about the Y country stock market from a friend she knew and drove her Lu Hua sedan to the villa at Repulse Bay. When Laura safely arrived at the villa entrance, the security guard opened the door for her to drive in. Laura had been here several times before. As Laura got out of the car, Connie was already waiting for her. "Miss Laura, the sir is waiting for you in the study." As Laura was about to leave, she suddenly remembered she had brought those newspapers and financial magazines along, so she asked Connie to help take them upstairs. Zhang Ting was pacing in the study, feeling an uncontainable excitement. Initially, he was pleased to earn 2 to 3 million Hong Kong dollars daily. As time went by, he realized it was merely that. Now it was different. With the upgrade of the super financial simulator, the appearance of the Y country stock market simulator meant he could earn over 10 times the profit compared to Xinjiang. This equated to earning 30 to 40 million Hong Kong dollars daily in Y country, which would amount to 7 to 800 million Hong Kong dollars over a month. Just a moment ago, Leuna had not finished her bath, the foam still not completely rinsed off, when she received a call from her boss, and hurriedly went to gather these English newspapers and financial magazines from other friends in Xinjiang. When Leuna and Connie entered with the newspapers and magazines, Zhang Ting felt a bit pleased upon seeing Leuna. "Leuna, thank you for your hard work. Boss, I rushed here without even completing my bath." "Oh really?" Zhang Ting suddenly detected a hint of body wash fragrance. "Connie, take Leuna to wash up first and provide her with a new set of clothes." "Yes, sir." After Connie took Leuna out, Zhang Ting picked up the newspapers. These are all English publications that detailed the current stock market situation in Y country. Currently, Xinjiang has hundreds of thousands of white people, although their numbers have gradually decreased over time. These white individuals come not only from Y country, but also from various other European countries, as well as places like Australia and M country. In other words, there are indeed a significant number of white people in Xinjiang. These English newspapers are clearly catered to them, as many locals cannot understand English. In his past life, Zhang Ting had not completed high school, but he was quite adept at self-studying English to research the stock market and Forex, and he understood many economic terms. He could basically comprehend the English in these newspapers, and if he really couldn't, he could always ask Leuna or Kais or consult the Cambridge Dictionary. Zhang Ting was reading the newspapers, checking the stock market. Leuna was taken to a bathroom on the second floor by Connie. "Miss Leuna, you just wash up inside, and I will fetch you a clean set of clothes." Connie's English was quite average, as she didn't speak it very well, but communication with Leuna was not too problematic, as Connie went to find a suitable set of modest clothing and a dress for Leuna based on her figure. At this moment, Leuna was in the bathroom admiring her graceful figure. However, at her age, being 26 or 27 in this era was considered the age of an old maid. However, there are those in Y country who are non-marriage advocates, and here in Xinjiang no one could interfere with her. Leuna comfortably rinsed her body with warm water, washing away the slippery body wash, taking about 20 minutes. Outside, Connie's voice could be heard. "Miss Leuna, are you done?" "I'm ready." When the door opened, Connie handed over the new set of clothes. "Miss Leuna, these are new and have not been used by anyone else." Leuna took them and quickly changed. She looked much more comfortable. As she exited the bathroom, she made her way to Zhang Ting's study. "Sir, Miss Leuna has arrived. Connie, you may step out first." After Connie left, Zhang Ting saw that Leuna had finished her bath and directly asked, Leuna, there's something I don't quite understand. Can you help me translate it? Leuna's Cantonese was average, as she primarily communicated in English, but that was sufficient in Xiangjiang. For the white elites, their English was the usual medium of communication. If it weren't for the rise in status of Chinese merchants, now many important occasions in Xiangjiang would still primarily use English. Boss, let me take a look. Leuna took it and quickly understood its meaning, then began to explain to Zhang Ting. After about an hour, Zhang Ting had finished reading the stock news from these white country English newspapers, which included many listings of stock codes and names of public companies. These listed companies were involved in telecommunications, consumer goods, energy, finance, healthcare industry, raw materials, real estate, transportation, public utilities, and more. Among them, the majority of listed companies were concentrated in the consumer, financial, industrial, and raw materials sectors, which encompassed the vast majority of public companies. There seemed to be dozens in the telecommunications sector as well. From this perspective, Y Country truly had a vast number of public companies. Additionally, last year, Y Country's GDP had already exceeded 150 billion US dollars, which translates to over 800 billion Hong Kong dollars. In contrast, Zhangjiang's GDP last year was only 4.5 billion US dollars, amounting to around 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. The difference between the two was still quite significant. Based on the current stock trading, Y Country's market also includes the adjacent Irish stock market, so the market capitalization and daily trading volume are naturally much higher than Xiangjiang. Zhang Ting had already finished reading and had a grasp of the situation. He noticed that Leuna was still nearby, and the time had reached 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Ting looked at Leuna and said, "Leuna, it's late, and it's not safe for you to drive back. You should stay at the villa tonight and return to the company with me in the morning." "Yes, boss." Zhang Ting instructed Connie to take Leuna to her room. Zhang Ting began to simulate in his mind the stock market simulator for the first time. With so many stock markets involved, selecting the right ones was not easy. He had to use a method of selection or exclusion to proceed. Thinking about the different trading hours of Y Country and Xiangjiang, there was really no need to rush. Currently, the trading hours of the Y Country Stock Exchange are from 8:00 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. local time, which is from 3:00 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Xiangjiang time. The Y Country Stock Exchange trades for 8.5 hours every day without breaks, which is quite a frenzied trading schedule. This means that trading will only commence tomorrow afternoon. Zhang Ting first simulated part of Y Country's stock market. Then he switched back to the Xiangjiang stock market simulator, conducting simulations for the listed companies in Xiangjiang until around 11 o'clock in the evening before lying down to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Ting was still in a dream when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. The sunlight had already streamed through the window. He got up, washed up, and then went down to the swimming pool. He warmed up first, then swam, and finally returned to take a warm shower and change into formal attire. He felt much more refreshed and energized. While Zhang Ting was strolling in the yard, he did not see Leuna's figure. "Go wake Leuna up." Connie went to call Leuna, who was resting. It was Leuna's first night here, and she had actually struggled to fall asleep last night. When she finally did, it seemed like she had barely slept before Connie woke her up. "Miss Connie, what time is it?" "It's almost 7 o'clock. Leuna hurriedly got up. After washing up, she followed Connie to the dining room, where she saw her boss already waiting. Seeing Leuna's appearance, Zhang Ting knew she had not slept well last night. However, as Zhang Ting ate breakfast after finishing, he took the newspapers along with the English magazines and financial journals, preparing to head out. Before leaving, Zhang Ting looked at Zhang Jinrong and said, "Butler, please subscribe to those English newspapers for me from now on." "Yes, sir." Zhang Hua drove away. In the car, Zhang Ting was reading the newspapers while Leuna watched him from the side. The parking lot near the Chinese business tower. After Zhang Hua parked the car and opened the door for the boss and Leuna to get out, he got back in. At this moment, Zhang Ting saw many men and women dressed in bright clothes entering and exiting the Far East Stock Exchange outside the Chinese business tower. In Xiangjiang, the Far East Stock Exchange is now the largest exchange, with trading volumes even surpassing the combined total of the Xiangjiang Stock Exchange and the Gold and Silver Stock Exchange, indicating just how fervent the stock investors in Xiangjiang are. At this time, Zhang Hua and the other bodyguards had escorted Zhang Ting and Leuna to the elevator. Zhang Ting took the elevator directly to the 9th floor. He saw that Kaisi had already arrived. However, Kaisi was a bit surprised to see the boss and Leuna together. There is certainly competition among people. Moreover, Kaisi and Leuna joined Zhang Ting's company one after another. Zhang Ting headed towards the office while Leuna went to make a cup of coffee for him. Around 9 in the morning, when Zhang Ting instructed Leuna to take the stocks he planned to buy on the Xiangjiang stock market to the 8th floor for the staff, he asked Kaisi to enter his office. "Boss, why did Leuna come with you?" "I asked her to bring me some English newspapers to the villa last night. So that's how it was." However, Kaisi still did not know that Zhang Ting was preparing to enter the stock market of Country Y. When Zhang Ting opened the English newspapers and took a sip of coffee, he pointed to something for Kaisi to see. Kaisi was surprised to see that it was actually stocks from Country Y. Could it be that the boss wants to venture into the stock market of Country Y? "That's right, starting today our company will enter the stock market of Country Y." After the pound was allowed to float freely in June 1972, the Hong Kong dollar was pegged to the US dollar. The initial exchange rate was 5.65 Hong Kong dollars for 1 US dollar. In other words, 1 US dollar is approximately equivalent to 5.65 Hong Kong dollars now. If he wants to enter the stock market of country Y, he will also need to convert to pounds. Back then, as a colony of country Y, a linked exchange rate system was established in the early 20th century, pegging the Hong Kong dollar to the pound. From December 1935 to November 1967, 1 pound could be exchanged for 16 Hong Kong dollars. From November 1967 to June 1972, 1 pound could be exchanged for 14.55 Hong Kong dollars. As for the 14.55 Hong Kong dollars, after the 1970s, many currencies previously nearly fixed exchange rate systems became unstable amid international financial turmoil, and the linked exchange rate system between the Hong Kong dollar and the pound was abolished in 1972. This means that at this time 1 pound is fluctuating around 14 Hong Kong dollars. Aside from the appreciation of the Hong Kong dollar, the pound has depreciated somewhat, but it is still relatively valuable. According to Zhang Ting's plan, he wants to buy stocks in the stock market of country Y that are more than 10 times those bought in the Xinjiang stock market. With an investment between 2 to 3 million Hong Kong dollars, 10 times translates to 20 to 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Converted to pounds, it would be approximately between 1.4 million and 2.14 million pounds. This amount of trading seems quite significant as the daily trading volume in country Y is more than 10 times that of Xinjiang, so the proportion of money entering is also similar. However, Zhang Ting needs to consider that the exchanges in country Y are located in cities such as London, Glasgow, Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham, and Dublin. Even by next year, although they will merge into the stock exchange of country Y and Ireland, the exchanges in various locations ceased operations in the late 1980s. Additionally, the London Stock Exchange, which many are familiar with, actually only took shape after 1995. Now, if people from Xinjiang want to trade stocks in country Y, they can open accounts at foreign banks like HSBC and Standard Chartered, and there are actually quite a few stock investment companies in Xinjiang that allow direct account opening. This means that there is no need to fly to London or other cities in country Y. One can open accounts and trade stocks through those stock investment companies or securities firms in Xinjiang. Considering that Zhang Ting is planning to invest 1 to 2 million pounds equivalent to 20 to 30 million Hong Kong dollars, this amount of capital is indeed substantial, so he will still need to spread the investment across several companies. If the timing is right, Zhang Ting is preparing to have someone stationed in London, and if he can obtain membership at the exchange there, he can directly trade stocks to avoid drawing too much attention. Kaisi, I will also trade stocks in country Y today. According to the opening time in country Y, that would be 3 in the afternoon for us in Xinjiang. You should first go and open accounts at stock investment companies or securities firms that can buy stocks from country Y. Oh, be sure to open several accounts. Boss, this can only be done at HSBC and Standard Chartered. As for the securities companies, we can find a few other firms. You take care of it. Actually, when Kaisi learned that the boss was going to enter the stock market of country Y, she was also somewhat shocked. Compared to the exchanges in Xinjiang, the stock market in country Y has actually developed for many years and is more mature. Moreover, the investors there come from all over the world, making the competition even fiercer. There are various speculators, major investors, professional investors, and even private equity firms and public funds, resulting in many investors and even more competition. In this regard, there is still a significant difference between Xinjiang and country Y. Furthermore, many retail investors in Xinjiang are entering the stock market for the first time. The stock market in country Y is indeed quite different. Since the boss asked her to open an account, Kaisi will do as told. For Kaisi, although she was the first to support Zhang Ting, she also recognized the boss' potential. With Leona joining, it naturally made her feel some sense of crisis. After Kaisi went to open the account, Zhang Ting was reading the newspaper. When Leona came up from downstairs, she already knew that Kaisi was preparing to open the stock account for the boss and the company for country Y. Leona had learned this last night. Leona, we still need some talents. Previously, Kaisi recommended Derek and Chiom along with 8 others. I wonder if you could recommend a batch of talents. Boss. Me. Hearing that the boss wanted her to directly recommend talents, Leona immediately became excited. After all, the other staff in the company were all recommended by Kaisi, so naturally they were Kaisi's people. If the boss wants her to recommend a new batch of talents to the company, these talents would also naturally be considered hers. Leona knows very well that this involves the company's confidential investment information, so she cannot recommend anyone indiscriminately. Otherwise, if something happens, she will have to take responsibility. Boss, I need to think this through. Then you take your time to think about it. Leona returned to her seat, took out a pen and paper from her desk, and wrote down the names she approved. Most of them were white, with a few being Chinese. She also needed to think carefully about these people's situations, so many were ultimately crossed off. Given the current development of the company, Leona is well aware that Galaxy Investment Company will be the most powerful company in Xinjiang in the future. Aside from offering the highest salaries and benefits, Leona knows that she cannot easily recommend anyone. If something goes wrong, she will indeed have to take responsibility. Currently, Galaxy Investment Company does not have a human resources department, and it is clear that hiring is still done through mutual recommendations among existing staff. Zhang Ting sat in his office chair, continuously using the simulator to analyze the publicly listed companies in country Y. Since the morning trading session of the Hong Kong stock market began, he had been engrossed in simulations. Whenever he discovered a suitable option, he noted it down. In fact, his simulator maintained a record of the simulations, eliminating the need for him to jot anything down on paper. All the stocks he simulated were clearly documented. As lunchtime approached, Zhang Ting had simulated over 100 publicly traded companies in country Y. Given that there were currently over 1,000, nearly 2,000 listed companies in country Y, simulating 100 was evidently not excessive. Zhang Ting selected a batch that he deemed promising. Indeed, among these hundreds of listed companies in country Y, he found that a dozen or so had shown quite favorable trends. The trading model for stocks in country Y was identical to that of Hong Kong, allowing for unrestricted buying and selling at any time within trading hours, provided there were sufficient funds. The trading hours for the stock market in country Y were continuous, even longer than those of the Hong Kong stock market. Lunchtime was approaching. Kais returned. She had already opened accounts in HSBC, Standard Chartered Bank, and several investment firms in Hong Kong that could purchase stocks from country Y. Boss, I have opened those accounts, Kais reported upon her return. However, the commission rates differ among the various companies, with HSBC and Standard Chartered having different fees. The other investment firms and brokerage houses had similar variations. Zhang Ting was not particularly concerned about these commissions. He prioritized the security of funds and the confidentiality of information. Thank you for your hard work, Kais. Boss, it is my duty, she replied. Zhang Ting said, let's have lunch first. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the stock market in country Y will officially open, and we will venture into their market. Zhang Ting called Kais and Laura to head downstairs to a nearby restaurant for lunch. As for Derek and the others, someone would bring their meals. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the two women ordered food. As they waited for the server to bring the dishes, Zhang Ting ate while pondering various matters. Just about finished with their meal, Laura said, Boss, I have considered the candidates for the new employees. After much deliberation that morning, she had eliminated some options and narrowed it down to 5 individuals. Among these 5 candidates, 3 were Caucasian and 2 were Asian. You should meet them first to gauge their thoughts. If they seem acceptable, you can bring the Asians to see me later. Understood, boss. Kais realized that the boss was clearly recruiting a new batch of employees due to the push into the stock market of country Y. Furthermore, the stock trading hours in Hong Kong ended at 4 in the afternoon. However, the trading hours in country Y began at 3:30 in the afternoon, due to time differences continuing without breaks until 11 in the evening Hong Kong time. This meant that the company would need 2 sets of personnel, one group for the Hong Kong stocks and another for those in country Y. It was impractical for these individuals to start work at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. Even Zhang Ting himself needed to leave by 5 to have dinner and rest. Having finished lunch, Laura settled the bill. Zhang Ting then returned to the office. At 1 in the afternoon, trading resumed in the Hong Kong stock market. Zhang Ting remained in his office waiting. Around 3 in the afternoon, it was 8 in the morning in London, and there was still half an hour left until the stock market in country Y opened. Zhang Ting instructed Kais to go in. Boss, there are only half an hour left before the stock market in country Y begins, Kais said, showing some excitement. Call Jiang Jiai, Zhao Zhuomin, Zhou Shufan, and Xiong. Have them hand over their current stock tasks to others. Kais immediately went down to the 8th floor to summon those 4. At this moment, Zhou Shufan and Xiong were still managing the Hong Kong stock market. Upon hearing that the boss wanted them to transfer their stock trading responsibilities to others, they followed Kais upstairs. The 4 entered Zhang Ting's office, still unaware of his plans to enter the stock market in country Y. Earlier, I had Kais open the stock market in country Y this morning. Currently, the trading volume in country Y is over 10 times that of Hong Kong, so I am preparing to purchase stocks worth 14 million, which is approximately 30 million Hong Kong dollars. 30 million in stocks. Shocked. Aside from Kais, the others were taken aback. To them, the boss' daily purchase of 2 to 3 million Hong Kong dollars worth of stocks was already quite substantial. If it weren't for the fact that the funds were dispersed, it wouldn't appear to be much for a single purchase. Now, the boss was actually buying over 2 million in stocks, all at once, equivalent to 30 million Hong Kong dollars, which was astonishing to Zhou Shufan and even Xiong. According to Zhang Ting, the trading volume in country Y was indeed over 10 times that of Hong Kong. The trading system and regulations in country Y were more sophisticated, and making a profit from there was significantly more challenging than in Hong Kong. Boss, the stock market in country Y carries significant risks, Xiong cautioned. Xiong, the greater the risk, the larger the reward. Of course, you need not worry, since I am entering the stock market in country Y, I certainly won't be sending them money. Zhang Ting aimed to profit from within, not to give them money. Zhou Shufan and Zhao Zhuomin remained speechless, only able to listen to what their boss had to say. Zhang Ting's company accounts had long surpassed 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Now he would withdraw 30 million Hong Kong dollars from there and transfer them into the newly opened accounts. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the 7 major stock exchanges in country Y officially opened for trading. Investors from within country Y Europe and even from country M began entering the exchanges to purchase stocks. Zhang Ting on his end communicated with the stock and investment companies over their landlines, instructing them on which stocks to buy and how much to purchase. Buying 14 million at once, which equated to about 30 million Hong Kong dollars, seemed very high. Zhang Ting used multiple accounts and purchased shares from over 10 listed companies, averaging around 1.0 to 1.0 per company. In Hong Kong dollars, that ranged from 1.4 million to 1.68 million. If he felt this amount was still too high, Zhang Ting could limit the number of stocks purchased to 20 or even 30. In that case, each stock would only amount to several £1,000s. From this perspective, entering those listed companies in country Y wouldn't seem that significant. However, the current staff was insufficient. Managing over 10 stocks with the few people available was still feasible. Cheong followed the information provided by Kai Si about 4 publicly listed companies in country Y, purchasing stocks worth 1.0 and one worth 1.100. Not long after, one of the stocks began to rise rapidly. First it increased by 5, then it surged to 8. By the time Cheong received a call from that side, the increase had already exceeded 15. This seemed like quite an increase. Zhang Ting had chosen these stocks precisely because they were likely to experience explosive growth, with the highest reaching 200. At this pace, it was still early and not yet time to sell. Zhang Ting was in his office. Noticing that it was nearly 4 in the afternoon, he realized that the stock exchange in Xiangjiang had already closed. The stock exchange in country Y had been trading for half an hour. After the others sold all the stocks responsible for Xiangjiang, the remaining tasks for the day included summarizing the buying and selling of stocks, and then they could go home. However, tonight Zhang Ting, Kai Si, and Cheong, along with the other 4, would have to wait until the stock trading in country Y was finished before they could return. Lao Na? Boss, what is it? Later I will be with Kai Si and the others waiting for the stock trading in country Y to finish before we go back. Please arrange for some takeout to be delivered, including for my bodyguards. Boss, do you also eat takeout? The takeout in Xiangjiang is still quite good, not only cheap, but also very plentiful. Although prices have risen quite a bit compared to 2 years ago, the takeout available on the streets of Xiangjiang is indeed quite satisfactory. If you order in bulk, it becomes even cheaper. Usually Cheong and the others would simply call a fast food restaurant for their lunch. Tonight Zhang Ting planned to treat them to something more sumptuous, following the standard of 4 dishes and 1 soup for working meals. Why not eat? Zhang Ting had indeed eaten fast food in his past life, especially when his parents were not home. If the housekeeper had other matters and he had no social events to attend, he would naturally order takeout. As for Zhang Ting's previous incarnation, Zhang Guodong, this takeout was already quite lavish for him. After you arrange for the meal to be delivered, go check on those candidates you recommended and see their willingness. If suitable, let them come to the company to meet me tomorrow. Understood, boss. Lao Na also tidied up her things, including the outfit she had changed out of last night at Deepwater Bay, which she needed to take back to the apartment for cleaning. Lao Na left in her high heels. At this time, Zhang Ting was alone in the office. The stock trading in country Y had been intense for a full 7.5 hours. This meant that during the trading period of the stock market in country Y, many traders in Xiangjiang might not even have time to use the restroom. Zhang Ting felt that managing several stocks by oneself was still quite easy, especially since he had clearly written down the times for buying and selling. If it weren't for the absence of stock trading software at present, he really wouldn't need these people to manage trades. He could simply set everything up directly on the software. He knew that to reach that stage it might take until the 1980s or even 1990s, when computer trading became common, for it to be feasible. It was still only the early 1970s, so it was indeed very early. Even now, trading at the exchange was still done on blackboards, not on computer screens. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Ting received a call from Lao Na at a restaurant outside. Boss, I just ordered the fast food, so I won't be going up. Zhang Ting hung up the phone. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon. Normally at this time, Zhang Ting would be commuting back to Deepwater Bay, but due to work, he naturally couldn't go back. Zhang Ting picked up the landline and called Deepwater Bay. The person who answered was Connie. Connie, tell the housekeeper that I will return around 11 tonight. Yes, sir. Zhang Ting hung up the phone. He came down from upstairs, entering the 8th floor. At this moment, Xiong Zhou Shufin Zhao Zhuomin and Zhang Jiai were occasionally talking on the phone, also in English. Kai Si was recording nearby. Upon seeing Zhang Ting come down, she excitedly said, Boss, the stocks we bought have risen by as much as 80 already. To many investors, an 80 rise in a stock at once is quite terrifying. After all, for many, achieving a gain of several points at once is already quite good, much higher than the interest in a bank. For Zhang Ting, these stocks were carefully selected and chosen through a stock market simulator. Each stock had to rise at least 100 or more before he would sell. Zhang Ting smiled and said nothing. Around 6 in the evening, Zhang Ting noticed that the sun outside was about to set completely and the delivery person from the nearby restaurant had arrived. According to Lao Na's order of 4 dishes and 1 soup, it was for Zhang Ting, Lao Na, and Xiong along with Zhang Ting's bodyguards totaling 5 people. In total it was takeout for 11 people. "So your takeout has arrived." Zhang Ting had him bring it in. This delivery person looked at Zhang Ting, who was quite young and did not realize that he was the boss here. Instead, he looked at Zhang Ting and quietly said, "Sir, I just saw that foreign girl from your company placing an order. If you can persuade your boss to continue ordering from us, I can give you a $2 rebate for each box meal every day." A $2 rebate per box meal. For the 11 we ordered, that's $22. And this is just for one dinner. Zhang Ting was a bit surprised. "Did that foreign girl who ordered earlier take a rebate from your restaurant?" "No, she thinks that amount is too little. Also, I saw you are of Chinese descent, which is why I told you this." Zhang Ting was speechless. It seemed that such people existed in every era. Zhang Ting said, "I'll still have to see if your restaurant's food is good first." Zhang Ting, not wanting to deal with the person called Zhang Hua and the others over, and each of them took a box meal, including Kai Si. Until now, the other party probably still did not recognize that Zhang Ting was the boss here. "Sir, how is it?" The delivery person still wanted to catch up with Zhang Ting to ask. Zhang Ting replied, "Sorry, I am indeed the boss here." The delivery person was left in a daze, unsure of what to do. Zhang Ting went upstairs to his office. Coming to this era, aside from initially eating poorly at the old lattice place in Tunmun, the food has indeed been quite delicious. Perhaps it was because he was really too hungry back then everything tasted good. Over the past month he had been eating lavishly every day, and the dishes made by the 2 professional chefs in Deepwater Bay were no less than those in large restaurants. Zhang Ting opened the takeout and found it acceptable. After filling his stomach, Kai Si came to personally pour him a glass of water. Xiong and the others also quickly finished their dinner and returned to their office chairs to answer the landline, keeping track of the current stock situation. Kai Si, now our company is entering the Xinjiang stock market and the country-wide stock market. The trading hours for the country-wide stock market in Xinjiang are from 3:30 in the afternoon to 11 at night, which means our company needs to operate in 2 shifts. This was inevitable. As for those white people, raising their salary to get them to work overtime was really not something they were willing to do. Usually they wouldn't do such things. Even if Zhang Ting offered a high salary expecting them to work from 8 in the morning until 11 at night, every workday might not last long. According to Zhang Ting's plan, the Xinjiang stock market would operate from 8:30 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, which is the usual 8 to 5 schedule. On the country-wide side, since the market opened at 3:30 in the afternoon, employees did not need to come to the office in the morning, but could come after lunch, working until midnight, which is when the country-wide stock market closes. Because the country-wide stock market trades continuously for 7.5 hours, including dinner time, Zhang Ting knew that someone would have to deliver meals. Originally, Zhang Ting thought setting up a company cafeteria would be a good idea. However, the Chinese Merchants Building had been around for a long time, and if a cafeteria were opened here, it would not only easily cause a fire, but also other companies downstairs would disagree. Zhang Ting understood that as long as they were working in the Chinese Merchants Building, or until it was demolished, a company cafeteria could not be established. This meant that these employees could only have meals delivered from outside. The minimum standard for delivery must at least be clean, otherwise if they ate something bad and got sick while continuing their trading, wouldn't that lead to significant losses? To have meals delivered, the most important factor is cleanliness. "Boss, we indeed need to split into 2 groups, Kai Si said. "My idea is to have Lao Na recommend new employees to the company, and then Derek and the others will take charge of the Xinjiang stock market. Then Xiong and the others will take charge of the country-wide stock market. I think that's fine. However, if someone has to work late shifts for a long time, some may be unwilling." She was white and understood the nature of those white individuals very well. If it were Chinese people, it would be different. They tend to be more hardworking, especially when the pay and benefits are high. "Let's wait for them to come over tomorrow for a meeting to confirm everything." At this moment, Xiong and Zhou Shufan were continuing to check the stock situation. Stocks had started to be sold one after another. Apart from recouping the principal, the profits from the country-wide stock market were considerable. This means that earning 1,000 in the country-wide stock market is equivalent to earning 1.4 million Hong Kong dollars in Xinjiang. This return rate is indeed quite terrifying. The Far East Securities Exchange on the ground floor of Huarun Tower has already concluded today's trading. The Galaxy Investment Company upstairs is ablaze with lights tonight. Starting from around 6 in the evening, the stocks bought by Galaxy Investment Company on the Y Country stock market are being sold one after another. Each stock sold from the Y Country's listed companies has yielded at least a 100 profit. At 10 o'clock Hong Kong time, there is only 1 hour left until the trading in the Y Country stock market ends. In other words, it is around 3 o'clock in the afternoon in London. Zhang Ting was just about to go downstairs to check the situation when he saw Kai Si coming up. "Boss, we still have 2 stocks left unsold, but the capital return from the others has already reached £1.9 million, with a profit of nearly £2.5 million. This means a current profit of 35 million Hong Kong dollars. If we sell the remaining 2 stocks, there will be at least 38 million Hong Kong dollars. In just one day's trading time, a total profit of 38 million Hong Kong dollars was made in the 7 major regions of the Y countries' exchanges. Kaisi was still so shocked that she couldn't speak. This is even more than 10 times the profit Galaxy Investment Company usually makes in a day, equivalent to the transaction return of 10 trading days in Hong Kong. This was within Zhang Ting's expectations. The results were similar to those he simulated on the stock simulator. Aside from deducting a portion for commissions and other taxes, the remainder is pure profit. At this moment, there are only 2 stocks left which also need to be sold soon. After Cheong and Zhou Shufan sell the remaining 2 stocks. Aside from the capital of £200 returned, there is a profit of £300, which totals approximately 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Adding the previous 35 million Hong Kong dollars, it comes to about 2 million Hong Kong dollars, just shy of breaking 40 million. This is perhaps one of the most terrifying profits in the global stock market. If word gets out, it is likely to cause a sensation in the global investment community. Zhang Ting knows this is his first harvest since entering the Y country's stock market. Looking at the time, it is now just past 10 o'clock in Hong Kong, and it is getting late. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. There is no need to stay here any longer. After turning off the lights in the company and locking the door, Zhang Ting and Kaisi along with others went downstairs. At this hour, although there are night buses, it is still relatively late. Zhang Ting had the bodyguard send Cheong and her 4 companions home first. Kaisi took her own car back to her apartment. After Zhang Ting got into the car, Zhang Hua drove them back to the half-mountain villa in Repulse Bay. Butler Zhang already knew that Mr. Zhang would be back late. However, he had not yet rested and was waiting for Mr. Zhang. It was nearly 11:15 at night. As Zhang Ting's car arrived at the gate, Connie hurried out to open the iron gate. Zhang Hua drove in, and Zhang Jinrong came over to open the car door. Sir, have you eaten? We had fast food outside. I'm a bit hungry now. Please have the kitchen make something simple for me, and also prepare a portion for Zhang Hua and the others. Zhang Ting then went upstairs. Connie and Wang Huai followed behind. They were unaware of what Zhang Ting does at work each day, but the 2 women increasingly felt that he was different now. Zhang Ting was excited that he had earned nearly 40 million Hong Kong dollars in the Y country stock market today. He also made just over 3 million Hong Kong dollars in the Hong Kong stock market, totaling approximately 43 million Hong Kong dollars. This was achieved in just one day. Calculating based on 20 to 23 trading days in a month, this is still quite terrifying. Looking ahead to next month, with 22 trading days, Zhang Ting calculated that if he maintains this level of profit, it would amount to 946 million Hong Kong dollars, which converts to 172 million US dollars, or 57 million pounds. This is just within a month. In other words, based on this month's earnings, by next month, without waiting for all the trading days to end, Zhang Ting's wealth will surely surpass 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. At this time, Zhang Ting wondered if there were any billionaires in Hong Kong. He did not know, but he was aware that many companies with the highest market value in Hong Kong have surpassed 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. This means that Zhang Ting's money is enough to shake the major groups and companies in Hong Kong. He thought about what would come next, and even the situation next year, he knew that this money would not be enough. Especially in a few years where transactions often exceed 100 million, even 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Zhang Ting knew that at that time, a single building transaction in Hong Kong might be 1 billion or even 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Of course, the money he has now is extremely valuable. Zhang Ting just sat down in the study when Connie and Wang Hui brought the newspapers. In addition to the Chinese version of the newspapers, there were also other English versions, including the English edition of the Sing Tao Daily, which Butler Zhang had also subscribed to. As long as a call is made to subscribe here, the newspaper company delivers the papers on time every day. It is quite late now, and Zhang Ting plans to take a shower first. After he finished showering and came out, Zhang Jinrong came up and said, "Sir, the kitchen has prepared a few simple late-night snacks." Zhang Ting went down to the dining room and indeed saw that the 2 chefs had prepared several dishes. The weather is hot now, and having plain congee at night is quite comfortable. Zhang Ting had 2 bowls of plain congee and some dishes, feeling that it was about enough. Then he went back upstairs and picked up the newspapers to read. He still needed to simulate the stocks of listed companies in Hong Kong. It wasn't until after 1 o'clock in the morning that Zhang Ting left the study and laid down on the big bed in the master bedroom to rest. He knew that if he kept staying up so late every night and then getting up early the next day, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. In other words, once the stock trading is completely handed over to Kaisi, he can focus solely on the stock simulation work. The next morning, Zhang Ting was still sound asleep. He woke up to the sound of knocking at the door outside. Upon opening the door, he saw it was Connie. Zhang Ting was surprised to see that Connie seemed very energetic. This was likely related to her not having to think about anything and going to bed early and waking up early each day. Zhang Ting first went to wash up, then went downstairs to swim a few laps in the pool, feeling much more comfortable overall. When Zhang Ting got out of the pool and rinsed off, he changed into a formal suit. He took a stroll in the villa's yard. It was almost breakfast time, so he went to the dining room to eat breakfast. Clearly, the two chefs were changing up their cooking styles daily to prepare different breakfasts and meals for Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting does not have high demands when it comes to food, but he did not need to say anything. The two of them were already cooking according to the standards of the wealthy in Hong Kong. Most importantly, the salary provided by the Zhang family is very high, and they are willing to make this effort. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Ting took the English newspapers and got into the car with Zhang Hua, driving them away towards Huaran Tower. Zhang Ting arrived at Huaran Tower and just went up to the office on the 9th floor. At this time, Leuna had already called in the 5 recommended employees. One is named Bob. Another is named Bernie. Both of them are from the Y country. There are also 3 other Chinese: Lin Weiner, Zhu Xiao, and Han Siki. The 3 women had previously worked at a Chinese bank in Hong Kong, and Leuna recognized them and decided to bring these 5 people over after personally interviewing them last night. As Zhang Ting sat there, Leuna first made coffee for him. "Boss, I have brought the 5 employees. They are in an office downstairs. The first floor of Huaran Tower is about 10,000 square feet, roughly 900 square meters, which doesn't seem very large. Currently, Zhang Ting has directly rented 2 floors totaling about 1,800 square meters. This rent is considerable for an office building in the central area of Hong Kong, where every inch is precious. With not many employees, the space is still very spacious to the extent that the 5 people recommended by Leuna are still sitting in one office. Let them come up first. Do I want to meet them?" After Leuna notified the 5 people, they were already amazed upon their arrival. This newly opened investment company with such a small number of people has rented such a large office. Who is the boss? They have not seen him yet. When Leuna came down, she said, "The boss wants to meet you first." The 5 people followed Leuna up to the 9th floor. Then they each met Zhang Ting. The first to go was Bob. When Bob first saw the young man standing by the window with his back to him, although he already knew he was Chinese, he initially felt nothing. He knew that Leuna had actually given up a high-paying, stable job at HSBC to join this newly opened investment company, which surprised Bob. "Boss, this is Bob, a graduate from York University in the Y country." Zhang Ting turned around and saw the blonde young man. Zhang Ting had Kaisi and Leuna go outside. He wanted to have a separate conversation with each new employee lasting about 5 minutes. Bob was already either stunned or felt something else. When he went out, the others who came in for separate talks with Zhang Ting were also so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Kais is one of the earliest employees of Zhang Ting, and others like Chiong and Zhou Shufan have also joined the company for over a month now. Now 5 new recruits have arrived. Zhang Ting has already recognized the identity of these 5 individuals after meeting with them privately. As for salaries and benefits, they follow the same standards as the second batch of newcomers, albeit slightly lower than those of Chiong and her colleagues. Before the Hong Kong stock market opened, Zhang Ting instructed Kais to notify everyone to gather in the conference room for account opening. At this moment, in the small conference room, apart from Zhang Ting and Kais, there are also Leuna, Chiong, Zhou Shufan, and the new recruits Bob, Bernie, and Lin Weiner. At our Galaxy Investment Company, from morning to afternoon, the primary focus is on investing in Hong Kong stocks. From 3 in the afternoon until around 11 at night, we mainly invest in stocks from country Y, as it involves 2 different time points and needs to be segregated. As for the specific arrangements, let Ms. Kais discuss them with you. Before the Hong Kong stock market opens, please submit the list to me. These matters are entrusted to Kais by Zhang Ting. He has already discussed the specific arrangements with her earlier. Zhang Ting then returned to his office. Kais reported on the trading situation of the Hong Kong stock market and the stock market of country Y. In reality, it involves buying stocks based on the information provided by Zhang Ting. During other times, if there is any extra time, they will collect relevant information. For the stock market in country Y, which involves substantial amounts, Kais decided to first utilize those employees she recommended. As for the 5 individuals Leuna just introduced, they need to be evaluated based on their performance during this period before making a decision. The list has been confirmed after arranging everything. Those who do not need to be responsible for trading Hong Kong stocks can return to rest and come back to work at 2 in the afternoon. Zhou Shufan, Xiong Zhao Zhuomin, and Jiang Jiai prepared to return to rest and will come back to the company at 2 in the afternoon. The 4 of them left. At this time, the opening of the Hong Kong stock market is approaching. David and his 6 companions lead the 5 newcomers. Kais then took the stock information for today's purchases to distribute. "Boss, they have started entering today's Hong Kong stock market," Kais said. Zhang Ting nodded. He knew that with fewer people, management is relatively easier. When there are more people in the future, it will become troublesome. Departments like human resources, finance, and legal affairs will need to be established. Zhang Ting places great importance on Kais, who was willing to support him from the start. In addition, he also highly values Leuna. As for Lao Shirley, Zhang Ting originally intended to keep her by his side to serve in a role similar to that of a secretary or assistant. Although Lao Shirley did not study abroad in country M, she is attending university in Hong Kong, which means she may have some time to be around Zhang Ting, but most of the time she is unavailable. Kais, I am preparing to assign you the position of Deputy General Manager. When I am not in the company, you will be fully responsible for company matters. As for Leuna, she will temporarily serve as a secretary. Thank you for your trust, boss. Zhang Ting knows that this is just the beginning, and as the company grows larger, it is essential not to be without capable individuals around. Zhang Ting understands that many of Li Jiaqing's methods of managing subordinates or utilizing talent are worth learning. Now that Kais has no further matters, she decides to step out. Knowing that her position in the company has been temporarily confirmed, she feels relieved. Kais' work ethic will become even more diligent. Zhang Ting, on the other hand, begins to read English newspapers to find suitable listed companies from Country Y for simulation. Because the stock market in Country Y will open at 3 in the afternoon. On the 8th floor below the 5 newcomers. Accompanied by Derek and others, they witnessed the Galaxy Investment Company buying stocks with dispersed funds and accounts. They also learned that Galaxy Investment Company currently holds multiple memberships in the 4 major exchanges in Hong Kong. This situation indeed surprised them. What surprised them the most was that employees of Galaxy Investment like Derek could buy or sell stocks strictly according to a seemingly mysterious note. In other words, whether buying or selling, everything must adhere to the information on the note. Moreover, they were continuously receiving calls to stay updated on stock changes. Whether it's Bob Bernie Lin Weiner or Han Siki, they all witnessed the stock prices not only rising, but when seeing an increase of 50 or even higher, the employees of Galaxy Investment surprisingly did not sell, which made them feel a bit sweaty. This thrill brought by the stock's wild surge was something they had never truly experienced before. As the morning session of the Hong Kong stock market was nearing its end, aside from selling some stocks and retrieving a portion of the principal, the profits in the stock market have already exceeded 120. A return on investment of over 120 for a single stock. And this was achieved in just one morning. How could this not leave them in shock? Derek observed their astonished expressions. He knew that he was once like this, but gradually they became accustomed to it. Up to now, they still do not understand where this information comes from. It can only be described as very mysterious. Because of this, Derek increasingly respects the mystery of the boss. At this time, lunch hour is approaching. Zhang Ting has completed his simulations and is ready to go for lunch. He calls Kais and Leuna to go out for dinner. As they exit the Huaran building, "Boss, how was the boxed meal from last night?" "It was all right." Now Zhang Ting heads to another nearby restaurant for lunch. He orders some good dishes. When the waiter arrives, there is no rush for the afternoon opening of the Hong Kong stock market, so Zhang Ting takes his time to eat. Around 1 o'clock, Zhang Ting returns to the Huaran building with the 2 women. Starting tonight, Xiong and the others will continue to be responsible for buying stocks from Country Y, and their dinner, which is also a work meal, has been confirmed. Every weekday evening at 6, the restaurant's delivery staff will deliver food to them on time upstairs. Zhang Ting knows that the price in Hong Kong is not cheap, so to ensure they eat well and trade stocks comfortably, he has asked Kais to order work meals consisting of 4 dishes and 1 soup. In addition, he has also requested the restaurant to prepare fruits and desserts for after the meal, which will be delivered at the same time. Zhang Ting returns to his office in the company, continuing to sip coffee and read newspapers. At 2 in the afternoon, Xiong Zhou Shufan Zhao Zhuomin and Jiang Jia have already arrived at the company. Since they did not have to work in the morning, they initially felt a bit unaccustomed. Now they find that after having lunch and resting for an hour, coming back to work is quite nice. Moreover, working the evening shift means they don't have to wake up as early in the morning. At 3 in the afternoon, the stocks in Country Y have not yet opened, but are currently in the bidding phase, meaning offers can be placed, and once it opens, they will know whether their bids are successful. Zhang Ting has already handed the stocks to be purchased today to Kais for the 4 individuals. As the 4 of them nervously enter the stock market of Country Y again, Zhang Ting appears quite relaxed. At 5 in the afternoon, it is already time to get off work. Zhang Ting does not plan to stay any longer tonight. He informs Kais before leaving. He prepares to head back to his villa in Repulse Bay. The hillside villa at Deepwater Bay. In the garden over an hour ago, Miss Lau, Shirley dressed in a blue long dress, arrived by car. Upon her arrival, Zhang Jinrong noticed Miss Lau. At that time, Zhang Jinrong asked if he should call Mr. Zhang. Lau Shirley knew that Mr. Zhang was busy with many matters since starting the company, and she did not wish to disturb him. So she simply stayed in the garden enjoying the breeze and looking into the distance. During this time, Connie and Wang Hui brought drinks and desserts for Lau Shirley. A black Mercedes sedan stopped. Zhang Jinrong knew Mr. Zhang had returned. As Mr. Zhang got out of the car, Zhang Jinrong approached and said, "Sir, Miss Lau arrived over an hour ago." "Then why didn't you call me?" At that moment, Mr. Zhang was still at the Galaxy Investment office in the Chinese merchant building, naturally not yet back. "Sir, Miss Lau said not to disturb your work." Mr. Zhang felt warmth in his heart and walked towards the garden, soon seeing Lau Shirley in her blue dress smiling at him. "Why didn't you call me in advance? Wasn't I afraid of affecting your work?" At this time, dinner was still a while away. Mr. Zhang and Lau Shirley stood by the railing in the garden enjoying the breeze. During this time, Lau Shirley did not come frequently. Mr. Zhang was only just 20, full of youthful vigor, pouring all his energy into work, not thinking about other matters. Currently, Mr. Zhang had entered the Y Country stock market, but Lau Shirley was still unaware. "Yesterday, I started making my move in the Y Country stock market." Mr. Zhang entering the Y Country stock market. Lao Shirley was somewhat surprised. It can be said that the Y country stock market is the teacher of global stock markets. Essentially, the trading models adopted globally are modeled after the Y country stock market, including the current stock market in Xinjiang, which is quite similar. Now, there are 7 major regional exchanges in the Y country, and surprisingly, Xinjiang has 4 exchanges. If not for the restrictions from the governor's office and the strong opposition from the 4 exchanges, Xinjiang might have opened several more exchanges. Xinjiang is not large in itself, and if several more stock exchanges appear, the scale of each transaction would be significantly reduced, affecting the interests of other exchanges. Sir, I heard that the stock trading system in the Y country is more refined, but the risks are also greater. This is inevitable. Mr. Zhang has his own core secret weapon, which even Lao Shirley currently does not know. Mr. Zhang whispered something in her ear. When Lao Shirley heard that Mr. Zhang earned nearly 40 million Hong Kong dollars in the Y country stock market yesterday, she was so shocked, she didn't know what to say. In just one day's stock trading, Mr. Zhang made almost 40 million Hong Kong dollars. What a crazy thing that is. At this point, Lao Shirley no longer doubted Mr. Zhang had likely entered the Y country exchange making money just like in the Xinjiang exchange. This is all about money. Now Mr. Zhang also has something to consider. Today, since Lao Shirley was here, he should have a talk with her. At 6:30 in the evening, Mr. Zhang and Lao Shirley sat down to a sumptuous dinner. After dinner, the two went out for a walk. When they had digested enough, they went up to the study on the 2nd floor. Lao Shirley sat beside Mr. Zhang and said, "My family has already obtained the admission notice from Xinjiang University for me. Currently, it is quite difficult to get into the 3 universities in Xinjiang, especially Xinjiang University and Xinjiang Polytechnic, as there are not many spots available while many are applying. It is precisely under such circumstances that families with some wealth in Xinjiang would send their children to study abroad, not only to gain experience from foreigners, but also to add prestige to their children. Since the 1940s, the Lao family has been quite wealthy and has continuously donated to Xinjiang University. However, other young members of the Lao family mostly went to study in Europe and America. This time, Lao Shirley chose to stay in Xinjiang due to her relationship with Mr. Zhang, and her family arranged for her to have such a position. Staying in Xinjiang is good. I can see you often. Mr. Zhang said. Sir, I feel the same. Now Mr. Zhang thought about something and felt he couldn't make a decision right away. He wanted to ask Lao Shirley. Originally, he wanted to discuss this matter with Kaisi. Mr. Zhang knew that Kaisi is Kaisi and Lao Shirley is Lao Shirley, both of whom would have different perspectives. What Mr. Zhang was thinking about was one of the most famous corporate takeover battles in history, the land takeover battle against the milk company. It was already mid-August 1972, and historically the takeover battle against the milk company occurred in late October 1972, making it seem like 2 months away. Mr. Zhang knew he had to prepare during these 2 months. He had to consider what role he wanted to play in this matter. This takeover battle caused a sensation throughout Xinjiang and even abroad. Decades later, it was mentioned in many business textbooks. It is easy to imagine just how significant the impact of this takeover battle was in history. Based on Mr. Zhang's current funds, he knew that by October, he would have sufficient capital and qualifications to get involved. Sir, are you saying that the land company wants to acquire the milk company? Lao Shirley could hardly imagine this. She was even somewhat shocked. Why would the land company suddenly want to acquire the milk company when they seem to be operating in their own spheres? If all goes well, it is inevitable. Mr. Zhang studied modern economic history, especially the stock market or economic history of Xinjiang, and he was quite clear about the land company acquiring the milk company. Historically, the milk company was an old British company founded in 1886, and it has been nearly a century since then, founded by a Scotsman named Wensun. Wensun studied medicine at a university in the Y country and moved to Xinjiang in 1883. While practicing medicine, he realized the need to establish a dairy farm to provide fresh and hygienic milk for all strata of Xinjiang society. Thus, he established the milk company in 1886. Subsequently, the milk company acquired vast tracts of land in Pak Fu Lam and Causeway Bay, built farms, raised dairy cows, and extracted fresh milk for sale. In 1918, the milk company acquired the ice-making company of Jardine Matheson, reorganizing it into the Milk Ice Factory Limited, further expanding its business. By the early 1970s, the Milk Ice Company had developed into a large-scale, publicly listed company employing over 200 staff, with retail outlets selling dairy products scattered throughout various districts of Xinjiang. At this time, the milk company did not have a controlling major shareholder. The chairman of its board was Zhou Xinyan, who was once very popular in Zhangjiang's political scene. Sir, I know about Zhou Xinyan. Lao Shirley is a member of the collateral branch of the Lao family and is quite familiar with many prominent families in Xinjiang. Undoubtedly, this is greatly beneficial for Mr. Zhang's understanding of these prominent families in early Xinjiang. Sir Zhou Xinyan previously served as a member of the Legislative Council and the Executive Council of the Governor's Office. He was even the chief member of both councils and has always been a favored person of the Xinjiang governor. Moreover, in the early 1960s, Zhou Xinyan was awarded a knighthood by the Queen, becoming the fourth Chinese person to receive such an honor in Xinjiang's history. Before the 1970s, the status of Chinese people in Xinjiang was indeed very low. Except for a few comprador families who willingly allied with the Y country, their status in the governor's office was relatively high. Zhou Xinyan was one of them. It was also because of his recognition by the Queen that many businesses in Xinjiang leveraged his reputation and status to partner with him. As a result, Zhou Xinyan did not have to pay a significant price to easily become the chairman of the board for several companies, including the milk company and the Chinese bank. In fact, it was equivalent to others pushing him up because of his status and reputation in the Y country. However, in the mid-1960s, due to an incident in Xinjiang, Zhou Xinyan did not manage to clearly stand on the governor's side and instead leaned towards the opposition, seeking a peaceful resolution. This can be said to be a political shift that led to his fall from favor with the Xinjiang governor. It was precisely because of this that Henry Keswick from Jardine Matheson set his sights on the milk company, which was the main reason for targeting it. In addition to this, the most important factor was that the milk company had acquired large tracts of land in Pak Fu Lam and Causeway Bay at a very low price back in the day, which had now become increasingly valuable. It is precisely for this reason that Henry Joseph Keswick from Jardine was eyeing these lands. As the saying goes, a man has no fault, but possessing treasure is a crime. Most importantly, in recent years, the milk company under Zhou Xinyan's management had developed very conservatively, failing to capitalize on the increasingly valuable land for real estate development. Do you think Henry Joseph Keswick from Jardine could not be envious? Could he not drool over it? Sir, are you saying Henry Keswick from Jardine? Keswick? Is it Henry Joseph of Jardine Matheson? Sir, I understand that this individual is the fifth family member from the Joseph family to serve as a senior member of Jardine Matheson. Earlier this year, in 1972, Henry Joseph officially took on the role of senior member at Jardine Matheson. Henry Joseph studied at Eton College and Cambridge University in Y country and began serving as a director at Jardine Matheson in 1967. Although at this time Henry Joseph was only 34 years old, he was exceptionally capable and experienced. However, the outside world did not know much about Henry Joseph, including Lau Shirley, who had only heard of him. Zhang Ting knew that this Henry Joseph was no simple character. In fact, one could say that many Chinese capitalists in Hong Kong combined would not be his match. Historically, tycoons like Li Jiaqing and Mr. Bao had their eyes on Jardine Matheson and Hong Kong land, but ultimately could not make a dent. It was merely Mr. Bao who took the opportunity to swallow the Kowloon Wharf Group. At this time, it was still early. For the present Henry Joseph, he had just taken office at Jardine Matheson and was already eyeing the milk company. Aside from the fact that Zhou Xinyan had fallen out of favor with the governor of Hong Kong in recent years, the most important reason was that he had set his sights on the vast lands controlled by the milk company. The underwater tunnel in Hong Kong, the Hung Hom Tunnel, was about to be opened, which meant that Causeway Bay would soon become the most prosperous commercial area outside of central Hong Kong, with land prices skyrocketing, making it a must-have for real estate developers in Hong Kong. Jardine Matheson was no ordinary company in Hong Kong. Founded in 1832, Jardine Matheson made its fortune through the opium trade, predating the opening of Hong Kong. It wasn't until 1841, after Hong Kong was opened, that Jardine Matheson moved its headquarters to Hong Kong. Before 1949, Jardine Matheson's industries spanned across the nation, appearing in almost every trade area involving trade, shipping, warehousing, transportation, finance, insurance, real estate industry, and even public utilities, representing the famous diversification of old China, known as the king of trading companies. After 1949, Jardine lost all its domestic assets and withdrew all its business back to Hong Kong. By the 1960s, Jardine was already the leading British trading company in Hong Kong. Moreover, in terms of power dominating Hong Kong, Jardine Matheson ranked behind the Hong Kong Jockey Club and ahead of HSBC and the governor of Hong Kong. This illustrates the extent of Jardine's influence in Hong Kong. Hong Kong Land was the main company under Jardine. It includes the most prosperous commercial core areas in Hong Kong, including Duke's Road, Jardine House, Prince's Building, and the Mandarin Oriental, among others. Among them, the forthcoming completion of the Concordia Building in central Hong Kong will be the tallest building in Hong Kong and even in Southeast Asia. In addition, large reclaimed areas in Wan Chai, Causeway Bay, and Tsim Sha Tsui have all been swallowed up by the land company. It is easy to imagine the strength of Hong Kong Land. Hong Kong Land is known as the largest real estate company in Hong Kong and even worldwide. For various reasons, including the rise of housing prices in Hong Kong over the past 2 years, this is largely related to Henry Joseph and Jardine Matheson's covetousness for the milk company's land in Causeway Bay. Clarifying the relationships between the milk company, Jardine Matheson, and Hong Kong Land, as well as the important figures involved behind these companies, including Zhou Xinyan and Henry Joseph and others. Now Zhang Ting must consider what role he wants to play in the impending battle for Hong Kong Land to acquire the milk company. He had just been discussing with Lau Shirley. Aside from the background of the milk company, the background of Hong Kong Land Although the milk company appears to be an old British company now, it is important to note that the chairman of the board is Zhou Xinyan, who is of British nationality, meaning it can also be considered British. The backing of Hong Kong land is the authentic British Joseph family. So what are your thoughts on this? Lao Shirley asked. Now I have 3 plans. Zhang Ting stood up and looked out the window. First, I will merely act as an observer, meaning I will monitor the battle between Hong Kong land and the milk company, but I will not participate, at least for now. I don't intend to reveal my strength. This means that Zhang Ting will not participate in the acquisition of the milk company by Jardine Matheson. Hong Kong land can still rely on advertising in newspapers to successfully swallow the milk company without spending a dime. Because Zhang Ting is not participating in this acquisition, his strength will naturally not be revealed so quickly, and the outside world will not know his true power. This might also be what some people prefer, developing quietly. Second, starting now, I will have the company continuously buy shares of the milk company and Hong Kong land, waiting until the stock price reaches its peak before selling everything off, which can yield a large sum of money. If that happens, it is certain that Hong Kong land will swallow the milk company. This strategy would also have a positive effect on Zhang Ting as Hong Kong land prepares to announce its acquisition of the milk company to the public. Because prior to this, the stock prices of the milk company and Hong Kong land were very stable, buying in now would only allow one to wait for Hong Kong land to announce its acquisition of the milk company, and the stock price of the milk company would rise. He knew that once other investors became aware that Hong Kong land was about to acquire the milk company, it would be very difficult to buy shares of the milk company. After all, everyone knows that retail investors, large investors, and even other investors would all rush in. This means that Zhang Ting can buy a large amount of shares in both companies before the acquisition by Hong Kong land, and once the stock prices are right, he can gradually sell them all off. At that point, he could at least make a profit of more than 10 times. Third, I not only want to participate, but I want to swallow the milk company and even Hong Kong land. Regarding this step, Zhang Ting has been contemplating for a while. Should he simply swallow the milk company? Or should he swallow both the milk company and Hong Kong land? Because if he only swallows the milk company or swallows both the milk company and Hong Kong land, the considerations would be entirely different. Zhang Ting had been thinking about this for some time. As the saying goes, tugging one hair can affect the whole body. If he wants to swallow the milk company, it will definitely impact Hong Kong land's subsequent acquisitions. If he wants to swallow Hong Kong land this time, it would be the best opportunity. There are many matters involved here, including that Zhang Ting currently has sufficient funds to participate. However, if he participates this time with the sole intention of swallowing the milk company, this would mean that it might become more troublesome to swallow Hong Kong land later, and he may have to pay a greater price. Lao Shirley was once again surprised by Zhang Ting's last plan. To say that one should start buying shares of the milk company or Hong Kong land, now waiting for the acquisition battle until the stock prices of both companies start to rise before selling, is indeed the thought of most people, as others might not have the strength to swallow the milk company. Zhang Ting is different. He is very clear. What surprised Lao Shirley the most was that now Zhang Ting not only wanted to swallow the milk company, but also Hong Kong land. One could say that currently, and in the future, Hong Kong land is one of the most valuable companies in Hong Kong. Sir, what exactly are you thinking? Surely, in fact, my real target is to swallow Jardine Matheson. But as you know, it is not yet the time. No one dares to contemplate swallowing Hong Kong's largest trading company, Jardine Matheson. What about the future? If I only want to make a large sum of money in this acquisition battle, I actually do not need to go through so much trouble. Because Zhang Ting can clearly understand the daily trends of these two stocks through the stock market simulator, he does not need to hold on to them without selling. This would not yield much for him. If Zhang Ting wants to swallow both Hong Kong land and the milk company and become the protagonist of this acquisition battle, he must start taking action now. Zhang Ting knows that Zhou Xinyan and those shareholders will not easily sell the milk company to him. Only when external reasons arise, and he truly cannot resist external threats, will he bring in helpers. Historically, Zhou Xinyan brought in Huamao Company, but at that time Huamao Company was only a medium-level real estate company, not a competitor to Hong Kong land. Ultimately, the major shareholders of the milk company abandoned Zhou Xinyan and agreed to the exchange model proposed by Hong Kong land, allowing the milk company to be swallowed by Hong Kong land. Moreover, if Zhang Ting wants to take the initiative this time, he will have to face Jardine, the top British trading company in Hong Kong. Zhang Ting thought that now might not be the best opportunity to take action. The real timing would be in 1974 or 1975. In other words, waiting until the second half of next year, when the Hong Kong stock market begins to decline, would be the best opportunity for Zhang Ting to deal with Hong Kong land. Taking action now to swallow the milk company would inevitably attract the attention of Hong Kong land. A series of reactions could occur. Besides this, Zhang Ting was also considering whether simply swallowing the milk company or even Hong Kong land would provide other benefits in other areas as well. This is also something Zhang Ting needs to consider. In his previous life, Zhang Ting had entered the stock market with extraordinary discretion. Apart from his parents, he rarely disclosed anything about himself to outsiders. Even after founding his own private equity firm and becoming the legendary commander of Shanghai's most renowned limit-up suicide squad, he remained profoundly low-key. So much so that only a handful of peers knew his identity, while retail investors and even other institutional investors remained entirely unaware of him. Thus, whether due to his role as commander of the limit-up suicide squad or his innate temperament, Zhang Ting preferred to operate from the shadows rather than stand in the public eye. Now reborn into this world, the reality he faced diverged sharply from his past life. Maintaining the same level of discretion, lingering perpetually behind the curtain, left him with an unsettling sense that something vital would be lost. "Sir, what is your thinking on this?" Lao Shirley asked again. "If I acquire Dairy Farm, or even Hong Kong land, my existence will inevitably become known to the outside world. Yet would such exposure truly serve my greater interest?" If the drawbacks outweighed the benefits, there was no reason for Zhang Ting to rush into the spotlight. But if the advantages clearly surpassed the disadvantages, then concealment would no longer serve any purpose. At last, Lao Shirley understood. Perhaps in Zhang Ting's view, acquiring Dairy Farm, and even Hong Kong land, was not a question of whether, but merely of when, now or later. Acquiring both giants immediately would fully expose his presence, potentially inviting complications such as greater difficulty later in absorbing Jardine Matheson or other conglomerates. There were further considerations. Zhang Ting turned his gaze from the window toward Lao Shirley beside him, a clear indication that this critical commercial intelligence was being shared with another human being for the very first time. Lao Shirley studied the man before her. She knew that his willingness to voice these thoughts meant he remained deeply uncertain, still weighing which path to take. What kind of man was he? She did not know, but the longer she spent in his presence, the more deeply she found herself drawn in. Zhang Ting sat down and asked, "Why has the Lao family maintained such profound discretion over the past decades?" The Lao family's fortune had been established early. By the 1940s, they were already among the wealthiest in Hong Kong. From the 1960s through the early 1970s, they ranked as Hong Kong's second wealthiest family since its founding, as the city's inaugural tycoons yielded precedence only to the legendary Sir Y.K. Pao in the mid-1970s. What astonished Zhang Ting was how remarkably low-profile the Lao family remained, so discreet that even basic information about them remained elusive. Even in his previous life, he had encountered only brief mentions of them in historical texts. He surmised their wealth likely originated from a monopoly on Hong Kong's tobacco trade. "Sir, this stems largely from my great-uncle's temperament. He preferred keeping family affairs strictly private. Over time, Hong Kong's press simply ceased covering or even inquiring about us. Indeed, it appeared his great-uncle Lao Mianong's disposition was decisive. Yet Zhang Ting perceived a deeper truth. Precisely because of such reticence, the Lao family, though remaining affluent, had irrevocably forfeited its chance at ascendance. Within just a few years, assuming history repeated itself, the landscape of Hong Kong would belong exclusively to Li Ka-shing, Sir Y.K. Pao, Li Shao-ki, Kwok Tak-sing, and Chung Yutong. In other words, it would become the domain of Hong Kong's four great families, leaving the Lao family utterly without opportunity. Beyond Lao Mianong's missteps and discretion, other factors may also have contributed. In fact, another family bore striking resemblance to the Laos during the 1960s, the Liao family. Liao Baoshan, the Liao family's founding patriarch, had briefly ranked among Hong Kong's wealthiest Chinese citizens, though his preeminence proved tragically short-lived. Ultimately, reckless investments and missed opportunities eroded their momentum. By the time the second generation assumed control, their original boldness had long since faded. Clearly, like the Liao family, the Lao family now embodied not only discretion, but also stagnation. Reflecting upon both dynasties, Zhang Ting realized his former low-profile approach would no longer suffice. Such passivity would cost him countless opportunities. "Sir, what are you thinking?" Lao Shirley suddenly noticed a subtle shift in Zhang Ting's expression. He seemed to have arrived at a sudden crystalline clarity. "Surely I've decided on the third option." "The third option? Sir, does that mean you intend to acquire Dairy Farm?" Lao Shirley asked. "This time I will not only acquire Dairy Farm, I will absorb Hong Kong land outright and rise to prominence by stepping over Zhou Xinyan and Henry Joseph." Zhang Ting understood perfectly he required not only greater capital, but exceptional talent. Presently, figures like Kate and Laura possessed only modest capabilities, certainly inadequate for managing enterprises of far greater scale. Had he continued his prior strategy, operating solely as a limit-up speculator, he would indeed require no extraordinary assistance. But absorbing major corporations, overseeing thousands, even tens of thousands of employees, demanded far more than individual brilliance or even Kate's limited support. He needed elite talent, and prolonged obscurity would inevitably cause him to miss out on a vast reservoir of such individuals. Zhang Ting knew well that before Li Ka-shing acquired Hutchison Whampoa, his listing of Chung Kong Industries had already drawn a cohort of elite Chinese professionals to his banner. After the Hutchison acquisition, not only did Hong Kong's Chinese elite rally to him, but even formidable white expatriate executives began pledging their allegiance. Historically, they recognized Li Ka-shing's unparalleled capacity and acknowledged that in all of Hong Kong no one else could possibly fill his role. Thus what Zhang Ting now sought was nothing less than to usurp the celestial fortune once destined for men like Li Ka-shing, particularly in the realm of talent acquisition. His planned acquisition of dairy farm and Hong Kong land would serve precisely as his declaration to the world, a definitive demonstration of his power and vision. To Zhang Ting this was paramount. At that moment Lao Shirley gazed upon him with renewed admiration. This man, having clarified his thoughts, radiated a palpable transformation from moments before. Surely, thank you. Sir, I offered no real insight. These conclusions were entirely your own. No, your words provided crucial clarity for my decision. Though Lao Shirley's abilities were unexceptional in certain respects, she proved remarkably astute. After reaching his resolution, Lao Shirley retired to the adjacent guest room. Zhang Ting emerged from his study and took a warm bath. Then he returned to the study where he reviewed the evening newspapers delivered earlier by Connie and Wang Hui, reading them thoroughly. Next, he conducted a simulated analysis of Hong Kong's equities. When he completed the exercise, the clock struck midnight. He retired for the night. The next morning, Zhang Ting awoke groggily. Glancing at the time, he realized it was indeed time to rise. He washed and dressed. Connie, waiting outside his door, was mildly surprised. The Mr. Zhang of today had awakened without needing her to knock. Zhang Ting descended to the ground floor swimming pool. He began with light warm-ups, then swam several laps until satisfied. Emerging from the water, Connie handed him a robe to dry off. He showered upstairs, changed into casual attire, and only then did Lao Shirley, sleeping in the adjacent guest room, awaken. Sir, what time is it? Nearly 7. After freshening up, she joined Zhang Ting downstairs in the garden for breakfast, a lavish spread. Once they finished eating, Zhang Ting prepared to return to his office, while Lao Shirley chose not to accompany him. Having driven herself there the previous evening and stayed overnight, she knew her parents would question her absence, so she needed to return early to the Lao family villa in Castle Peak. She watched Zhang Ting enter his car. Inside, he resumed reading the Hong Kong Morning Post he had not yet finished. His bodyguard Zhang Hua drove toward the Chinese bank building. En route, Zhang Ting asked Zhang Hua, "Do you think riding in a Rolls-Royce is overly conspicuous?" "Sir, not at all. Many Hong Kong tycoons own Rolls-Royces. Even Sir Y.K. Pao, the world-renowned shipping magnate, had acquired a silver shadow back in the 1960s. Then instruct butler Zhang to purchase 2 Rolls-Royces immediately." The Chinese bank building loomed nearby. Zhang Ting stepped out of the vehicle. Zhang Hua and his team escorted Zhang Ting to the elevator bank and accompanied him upward. Meanwhile, Derek and the newly hired staff had already arrived, awaiting him on the 8th floor. Zhang Ting proceeded directly to his office on the 9th floor, where Kate and Laura stood ready to receive him. When Kai Si and Lao Na saw Zhang Ting approaching, the 2 women immediately went to prepare coffee for him after greeting. As Zhang Ting stood by the office window looking outside, his gaze fell upon the nearly completed tallest building in Xiangjiang, the Kowloon building. In fact, it was historically known as the Yihe building. He clearly remembered the matter he discussed with Lao Shirley last night upon waking up this morning. It was precisely because of this that he understood he needed to strategically position himself in the ongoing fierce battle for the acquisition of the dairy company. "Boss, this coffee is brewed from beans I personally ground," Kai Si said as she walked over in her high heels. Lao Na seemed to have also prepared a cup of coffee to bring over. The 2 women began to compete, which seemed to be anticipated by Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting had appointed Kai Si as the company's vice president, making her the second-in-command, while Lao Na was his secretary, who, although not high in rank, was very close to Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting took a sip of the coffee made by Kai Si and remarked, "It's a bit bitter. Boss, let me add some sugar for you." Kai Si added a spoonful of sugar to the coffee and stirred it. When Zhang Ting took another sip, it was indeed much better. "I have important matters to discuss with you now." Upon hearing this, the 2 women immediately became serious. "The dairy company. You know about it, right?" Although many people in Xiangjiang were aware of the dairy company, it had remained quite low-key despite nearly monopolizing the dairy product market in Xiangjiang. As a result, very few people paid attention to this publicly listed company. The 2 women were indeed puzzled when their boss suddenly inquired about this company. "Boss, I know about it," Kai Si said. She was familiar with the development of the dairy company, including Zhou Xinyan. "What is the current stock price of the dairy company?" The stock price of the dairy company. Kai Si genuinely did not know and had not been paying attention. Lao Na hurriedly went to look through the news publications of Xiangjiang. Soon she found the stock price of the dairy company in a financial publication. "Boss, the stock price of the dairy company has been fluctuating between 40 to 50 Hong Kong dollars per share." This meant that the stock price of the dairy company was indeed quite high. Consequently, there were not many retail investors trading this company's stock. "Boss, the stock price of the dairy company has been hovering around 45 Hong Kong dollars, Kai Si also reported after confirming. The 2 women still did not understand why their boss was suddenly interested in this company. After all, Zhang Ting had not previously purchased any shares in the dairy company or in Xiangjiang land. From now on, let's begin quietly accumulating shares of the dairy company and Xiangjiang land, dispersing the purchases among multiple accounts. Quietly accumulating shares of the dairy company and Xiangjiang land. At that moment, both Kai Si and Lao Na noticed something unusual. Boss, does this mean we only buy and don't sell? That's right. Do not let the outside world know. At this point, Zhang Ting was uncertain whether Yihe Land was already preparing. Historically, Yihe Land's approach was very clear. Henry Joseph wanted to swallow this company without spending a penny. However, this time Zhang Ting would not give the other party any opportunity. Quietly buying shares of the dairy company and Xiangjiang land typically meant that retail investors' stocks were quietly bought, making it difficult for general investors to notice. In fact, similar actions had been taken many times in history by Li Jiacheng. Now Zhang Ting was not merely learning from Li Jiacheng, he was an expert in this area. After noting this, Kai Si prepared to give orders. The dairy company was listed on the Xiangjiang Stock Exchange. Zhang Ting held 2 memberships there, allowing him to quietly buy shares through these memberships in addition to having multiple accounts to disperse purchases daily. This way, even if the dairy company experienced some fluctuations, the changes and impacts should not be significant unless he exposed his intentions to swallow the dairy company, which might attract the attention of other investors. Kai Si went to handle this matter, while Lao Na remained by her side. Lao Na, find all the information about the dairy company, Yihe, and Xiangjiang land for me. Yihe, Xiangjiang land. Lao Na felt somewhat puzzled. However, she did not ask further questions. As Lao Na prepared to take care of this task, Zhang Ting added, also gather information on Zhou, Xinyan Henry Joseph, and Niu Baijian. Zhang Ting had studied this acquisition case in his past life, but there were still many detailed pieces of information he needed others to gather for him. As Lao Na went to handle this matter, Zhang Ting sat alone in the boss chair, feeling somewhat excited. He picked up the cup of coffee, took a sip, and read an English-language newspaper. In addition to wanting to understand the current situation of the stock market in country Y, he also needed to simulate the stocks of listed companies in country Y. It was nearly lunchtime. Zhang Ting had completed his simulations. He had simulated the stocks of the listed companies in country Y. After Kai Si had sent someone to handle this matter, Lao Na began to gather detailed information about the dairy company, the land company, and Yihe. However, it was not yet the computer era, and since Zhang Ting had instructed her to keep this task secret, she could only find information through newspapers, magazines, etc., and compile it before finally handing it to Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting was not in a hurry for this information. When lunchtime arrived, he simply invited Kai Si to eat lunch together. After finishing lunch and returning to the office in the afternoon by 1 o'clock, the Xiangjiang Stock Exchange would continue trading in the afternoon. Zhang Ting noticed that his people had quietly started to absorb shares of the dairy company. However, the dairy company seemed to remain largely unchanged. This company generally did not attract much attention as Zhou, Xinyan's management was too conservative. Without any hype, naturally not many investors paid attention. Qiong Zhou Shu Fun and others had also come to work. There was still some time until the opening of the stock market in country Y, which was 3:30 p.m. Xiangjiang time. They usually woke up around 10, had lunch, took a short break, and arrived at the company before working hours. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after Zhang Ting provided Qiong and the others with the information on the stock spot in country Y, Zhang Ting was in his office, and aside from reading the newspaper, he seemed to have nothing else to do except simulate the company stocks. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Ting came down from upstairs. He got into the car, and Zhang Hua drove back to the mid-levels villa at Repulse Bay. Upon returning to the mid-levels villa, butler Zhang approached and said, "Sir, Miss Lao went home around 8 this morning." Zhang Ting nodded. As Zhang Ting prepared to go for a walk, he recalled the matter of purchasing a Rolls-Royce. Butler, buy 2 more Rolls-Royces. 2 cars. Butler Zhang was somewhat surprised. A Rolls-Royce currently costs over 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, each equating to several tens of thousands of US dollars. While it may seem inexpensive compared to future prices that could reach millions or even tens of millions based on current prices, a Rolls-Royce is indeed not cheap, as a regular house in Xiangjiang costs over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, meaning one Rolls-Royce could buy 2 to 3 houses. Yes, sir. You will go to the study to get a check shortly. Zhang Ting was walking outside. At 6:30 in the evening, he went upstairs to write a check for 1 million Hong Kong dollars to Zhang Jinrong. Zhang Jinrong could go to the dealership to purchase the Rolls-Royce tomorrow. Zhang Ting then went down to have dinner. Since Lao Shirley was not there, he had to eat alone. After finishing dinner, Zhang Ting took a walk to digest, then returned to the study upstairs to read the newspaper. After simulating the stock market in Xiangjiang, he could finally rest. For Zhang Ting, his current schedule allowed him to simulate the Xiangjiang stock market in the afternoon and then the stock market in country Y the next morning. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about simulating stock after returning home from work. Early the next morning, Zhang Ting arrived at the office of Galaxy Investment Company on the 9th floor of the Chinese Merchants Building, as usual. Besides handing over the stock information of Xiangjiang to Kai Si, he had nothing else to do. In the office, apart from reading newspapers, he simulated the stock market of country Y and then projected the stock market of Xiangjiang for the next day. Zhang Ting learned that their people were still quietly buying stocks of the dairy company in Shanjiang land. However, the stock price of the dairy company was not fluctuating much, remaining around 50 Hong Kong dollars per share, while Shanjiang land stock was fluctuating around 35 Hong Kong dollars per share. The staff at Galaxy Investment bought shares through multiple accounts, and when they noticed the stock price rising significantly, they would begin selling, waiting for it to drop before quietly buying back. In Zhang Ting's past life, he knew that the big players and institutional investors loved to drive retail investors out like this. They would accumulate as many shares as possible, then start pushing the stock price up, attracting retail investors to chase the rise. Once the retail investors joined in, the big players would sell off their previously acquired shares at a low price, thus making a significant profit. However, Zhang Ting's approach, characterized by his daring team strategy of hitting the limit up, was somewhat different from these big players. This was because the daring team operated at a very fast pace and could not afford to spend much time slowly grinding through the retail investors' shares. Now it was different. Mainly because before the acquisition war broke out for the dairy company and Shanjiang land, the external world was unaware of the situation. Zhang Ting could still let his people gradually grind through the shares held by retail investors without triggering excessive market reactions. In Zhang Ting's past life, historically, Li Jiaqing secretly bought shares of Wharf Holdings in a manner quite similar to this. If the market had not eventually leaked the news, it was quite possible that Li Jiaqing could have acquired even more Wharf Holdings shares or even swallowed the company whole. However, at that time, not only did Li Jiaqing have his eyes on Wharf Holdings, but Mr. Bao had also long been eyeing it, yet he had never made a move. Now Zhang Ting knew he had 2 months to gradually grind away the retail investors' shares in the dairy company and Shanjiang land. This was because the largest shareholder of the dairy company, Zhou Xinyan, held a limited number of shares, meaning that a significant portion of the dairy company's shares were in the hands of retail investors. The stocks of Shanjiang land were also mostly scattered among retail investors, as the largest shareholder, Iha, held less than 10 of the shares. Historically, Shanjiang land was able to acquire 90 of the dairy company through a swap, which indicates that Zhou Xinyan's stake in the dairy company was indeed very low. If he could gain control of the dairy company, Henry Joseph would have had no chance at all. Kaisi reported to Zhang Ting about the stock spot today and the stock price situation. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Ting did not stay any longer. When he returned to his hillside villa in Repulse Bay, Zhang Hua opened the car door. Zhang Ting got out of the car and saw that butler Zhang had come over. "Sir, the car has been bought back," Zhang Jinrong said, referring to the Rolls-Royce. Currently, Rolls-Royce is still considered a very expensive luxury car worldwide, costing over 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. In Shanjiang, there are not many owners. Now, clients who own a Rolls-Royce in Shanjiang are either extremely wealthy or of high social standing. This time, Zhang Ting instructed butler Zhang to purchase 2 Rolls-Royces at once. Zhang Jinrong personally visited a luxury car dealership in Shanjiang and placed an order directly for 1 silver Rolls-Royce and 1 blue Rolls-Royce. The Rolls-Royce of this era is very different from the one Zhang Ting saw in his past life. However, the current Rolls-Royce is already a full-sized luxury car weighing 2.7 tons. Whether now or in the future, these 2 Rolls-Royces are indeed substantial, measuring 5,150 millimeters in length, 1,800 millimeters in width, and 1,520 millimeters in height. While Zhang Ting was examining the car, he knew that this model would eventually be discontinued, but there were still plenty of collectors in the market. Looking at it now from a later perspective, it still seems very fashionable. "Sir, if you want a long version, it can be extended by 100 millimeters, but it requires advance ordering for customization. Additionally, if you need a bulletproof glass Rolls-Royce, that also needs to be ordered in advance." Bulletproof glass Rolls-Royce. That indeed sounds great. Zhang Ting heard that Li Jiaqing's private vehicle, a Maybach, is equipped with bulletproof glass. Given Zhang Ting's identity, it would be fitting for him to have a bulletproof glass Rolls-Royce. Zhang Ting prepared to look inside, and Zhang Jinrong had already opened the door. It must be said that the interior of this Rolls-Royce is indeed very luxurious, far more so than the Mercedes-Benz sedan he had been riding in these past few days. The interior has 4 seats, but given the length and width of the car, it is very spacious. If a small refrigerator were to be added inside, it would also need to be customized. As Zhang Ting got into the car, he noticed a car phone in the middle position. In fact, car phones had already appeared long ago, and after becoming widely used, they were eventually replaced by car phones and mobile phones. In the current situation, when mobile phones had yet to appear, the car phone was quite significant for the wealthy. "Is this a car phone?" Zhang Ting asked. "Yes, sir, it is indeed a car phone," Zhang Jinrong confirmed. Zhang Ting picked it up and saw it was similar to a landline phone. He could dial numbers directly. Of course, one would also need to pay the relevant telephone company for the service. It was clear that this car had been ordered by the dealership for other wealthy clients. However, since those wealthy clients might not want it anymore, it ended up being sold to Zhang Jinrong. "This car phone has quite a good function," Zhang Ting remarked after looking over everything. Zhang Ting called Zhang Hua over. "Zhang Hua, have you driven this car yet?" "Boss, I haven't driven it yet," Zhang Hua replied. "Then get familiar with it and start driving this car tomorrow." Zhang Hua looked at one of the most expensive luxury cars in the world and felt a bit reluctant. The car belongs to the boss, but it is their job as bodyguards to drive. After leaving the place with Zhang Jinrong, Zhang Ting learned that these two cars were originally ordered for two wealthy individuals in Xinjiang, but due to certain reasons they were ultimately declined. Now they had been purchased by Zhang Jinrong. As for the price, it was somewhat cheaper. The license plates were selected by Zhang Jinrong for Zhang Ting, and the numbers looked quite good. Now the two Rolls-Royces together cost just over 4.0 Hong Kong dollars, and with the remaining 5.0 Hong Kong dollars, Zhang Jinrong planned to return it to Zhang Ting, but Zhang Ting asked him to keep it for managing the villa. Currently, apart from the servants and bodyguards, the daily expenses of the villa also add up to a considerable amount. In addition, after Zhang Jinrong took over, the expansion of the villa's exterior was still ongoing. This expansion was not only to make the villa larger, but also for enhanced security. The surrounding area was mountainous, and Zhang Jinrong found the landowners and purchased the land. From this perspective, Zhang Jinrong managed this place quite well. Zhang Jinrong was quite surprised, not expecting that boss Zhang would trust him with such a large sum of money. Zhang Jinrong might not realize that Zhang Ting's trust in him came not only from their relationship, but also due to the influence of Lao Shirley and the Lao family. After all, it was Lao Shirley who recommended him. Boss, this large sum of money. I trust you completely. Moreover, you were recommended by Miss Lao. Lao Shirley. Zhang Jinrong was already aware. August 31st, 1972. Wednesday. Shortly after 4 in the afternoon. Lao Shirley had not only dressed with particular care for this visit, but also carried a small box in her hands. Upon seeing Miss Lao arrive, Zhang Jinrong immediately asked, Miss Lao, shall I call Mr. Zhang? No need. Lao Shirley knew Master Zhang was still occupied at the office and saw no reason to disturb his work. Around 6 o'clock that evening, Zhang Ting returned home in a Rolls-Royce. The moment he stepped out of the car, he saw Lao Shirley awaiting him with a gentle, tender smile. They strolled together into the villa's garden. At first, Zhang Ting had no idea what was about to unfold. Lao Shirley approached him, then withdrew the box she had brought from its cloth bag. To Connie's and Wang Hui's astonishment, it was a gold wristwatch. Sir, please try it on. Does it fit well? Lao Shirley lifted it directly from the box. In his past life, Zhang Ting, still young, had amassed a fortune exceeding 100 billion yuan, yet he had never favored wearing ornaments, not even prestigious timepieces. Nonetheless, he had always possessed an acute sense of time, especially vital in fields as sensitive as the stock market, where every second carried weight. He neither needed nor wished to wear such watches. He found them physically cumbersome. To check the time, he simply pulled out his custom-made mobile phone. A glance was all it took. But in this world, his previous incarnation, Zhang Guodong, had been destitute back in his rural hometown, struggling to secure even daily meals, let alone afford a luxury watch. Though he had painstakingly saved several dozen yuan and crossed the sea to Hong Kong with his childhood friend, he arrived with nothing but the worn clothes on his back. After arriving in Hong Kong, Zhang Ting observed that wearing a watch was commonplace. Men and women alike, young and old, all seemed to favor them. Rolex for men, Omega for women. At that time, Rolex was nicknamed the coolie watch, since countless laborers in Hong Kong wore it. The dockworkers, rickshaw pullers, street vendors, and petty traders alike. Moreover, Rolex watches were remarkably affordable relative to average incomes in Hong Kong, nearly within reach of everyone. Crucially, they retained value, and even appreciated, as collectibles. Some Rolexes grew more valuable the longer they were worn. Thus, almost every Hong Kong resident owned at least one. When financial hardship struck, or when one simply wished to part with it, the watch could be pawned or sold without loss. Yet neither Zhang Ting's past life nor his current incarnation had cultivated the habit of wearing a watch. So at the villa or the office, he relied solely on glancing at wall clocks or asking Connie or Wang Hui for the time. It was only during her time with Zhang Ting that Lao Shirley sensed something incomplete about him. Only upon returning home and noticing her elder cousin's elegant timepiece did she realize Mr. Zhang lacked a distinguished watch. Before Zhang Ting could speak, Lao Shirley had already taken the Patek Philippe and gently fastened it onto his left wrist. At that time, Rolex watches ranged from 200,300 Hong Kong dollars to 400,500 Hong Kong dollars, a 600 Hong Kong dollars, or even over HK00. Patek Philippe timepieces, by contrast, commanded far higher prices, ranging from several thousand to tens or even hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. This particular watch, purchased by Lao Shirley from a renowned authorized dealer in central Hong Kong, cost her over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. By contemporary Hong Kong standards, spending over $10,000 on a single timepiece was indeed extravagant, enough to buy 30 ordinary Rolexes. Most importantly, the moment Lao Shirley laid eyes on this Patek Philippe, she felt its dignified presence and profound gravitas, qualities she instinctively recognized as perfectly suited to Zhang Ting's bearing. Once secured on Zhang Ting's wrist, the transformation was palpable, not only to Lao Shirley, but also to Connie and Wang Hui, standing nearby. "How does it feel, sir?" Lao Shirley asked. "It feels somewhat heavy." The Patek Philippe was substantial in both material and mass, its weight unmistakable on the wrist. Officially, this limited edition piece weighed approximately 200 grams, nearly half a caddy, making its heft entirely expected. Still, one grows accustomed to wearing a watch over time. Shall I take it back and exchange it for another? Ordinary Rolexes or Omegas, especially ladies' models, were exceedingly light, often weighing mere dozens of grams. Though their materials were common gold Rolexes, containing genuine gold and silver, were in fact no lighter. No need to exchange it. Zhang Ting held little regard for so-called prestige watches, fully aware they were Swiss-engineered luxury commodities. Yet in this era such watches remained truly prestigious and genuinely valuable. As mainland China developed in later decades, the speculative frenzy surrounding Swiss timepieces would inevitably subside. Gazing at this precious gift personally delivered by Lao Shirley, Zhang Ting acknowledged how deeply ingrained watch-wearing was in Hong Kong culture, and how many fortunes had been built upon it. For instance, Li Jiaqing's father-in-law, his maternal uncle Mr. Zhuang, had launched his fortune by distributing foreign luxury watches before founding his own brand. Similarly, Yang Shouqing of Yinghuang Group and his father had risen to prominence through the watch trade. Indeed, numerous firms in Hong Kong distributed Swiss timepieces, and many entrepreneurs established their own watch brands for sale locally or abroad. Moreover, Zhang Ting knew of one particular Westerner in Hong Kong who held an exceptional passion for fine timepieces, Sir Michael Sandberg of HSBC. Sandberg had assumed the role of managing director of HSBC in 1971, the year prior, and would serve as chairman, the bank's Taipan, until 1977. Li Jiaqing's ascent owed much to Sandberg's patronage. How many luxury watches Li presented to him during their dealings, however, remains unknown to the public. Historically, upon retirement, Sandberg opened a private horological exhibition in the UK, an eloquent testament to the sheer volume of timepieces gifted to him by Hong Kong's elite during his tenure as Taipan. "Do you like it, sir?" Lao Shirley asked. "It's quite fine." To Zhang Ting, such watches were merely ornamental, neither essential nor indispensable. Yet this Patek Philippe, gifted by Lao Shirley herself, was undeniably precious. "Shirley, thank you for your gift." Zhang Ting embraced her and kissed her gently on the cheek. To Lao Shirley, that kiss made the gesture profoundly worthwhile. By now it was nearly 6 o'clock. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley emerged from the study. At 6:30, as they dined together, Zhang Jinrong noticed the Patek Philippe gracing Mr. Zheng's wrist. Until now, Zhang Jinrong had wondered why a man of Mr. Zheng's stature wore no watch at all. Clearly that was no longer the case. Its sudden appearance suggested it must have been a gift from Miss Lao. "Sir, that is an excellent timepiece." "Is it? Miss Lao presented it just moments ago." "Then Miss Lao possesses exceptional taste." After finishing dinner, Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley departed the dining room. They strolled outside the villa, breathing in the cool evening breeze. Leaning against the railing, they gazed toward the distant silhouette of Lama Island, mountain winds sweeping across them, bringing pure, unadulterated serenity. October 27, 1972. Friday. On the 9th floor of the Chinese Merchants Building, in the office of Galaxy Investment Company. At this moment, it has been over an hour since the Hong Kong stock market opened. Zhang Ting was sipping coffee brewed by Leona, gazing at the English version of the Sun on his desk, when he saw Kaisi enter the office in high heels. "Boss, the stock price of the milk company has suddenly changed significantly today." Sudden changes. In fact, since August, Zhang Ting had his people quietly buying shares of the milk company and even those of the real estate company. During this time, the stock price of the milk company had been hovering between 50 and 60 Hong Kong dollars, and at one point even dropped to over 40. Not long after the Hong Kong stock market opened today, the milk company began to show unusual activity. It quickly rose from over $80 per share to over 100, and upon learning of this situation, Kaisi immediately came to report to Zhang Ting. During this period, Zhang Ting only had people quietly buy shares of the milk company and the real estate company. The approach used was the low buy high sell model, secretly absorbing the stocks mainly to prevent significant fluctuations in the stock prices of these two companies and to buy as much as possible. Now it is different. As soon as the market opened today, the stock began to rise, increasing by more than $10 per share. This rise is hardly surprising given that the Hong Kong market is still bullish. However, Zhang Ting knew that person has started to move. The person Zhang Ting referred to was Zhou Xinyan. As the chairman of the milk company's board of directors, it was clear that Zhou had suddenly caught wind of something and was becoming anxious. "Kaisi, the storm is coming." Kaisi seemed somewhat confused. "The stock of the milk company will soon skyrocket." At this moment, apart from Lao Shirley, who knew that Zhang Ting intended to swallow the milk company, and even the real estate company, others, including Kaisi and Leona, were unaware. Kaisi did not understand. Leona was also puzzled. Zhang Ting knew that he had been laying the groundwork for more than 2 months, and starting today, the stock prices of these two companies would begin to change rapidly. Now that the milk company is beginning to show changes, it proves that his insights from the stock market simulator, combined with what he learned about the economic history of Hong Kong stocks in his past life, are indeed accurate. Next, it will soon be the largest acquisition since the opening of Hong Kong. Even a globally sensational acquisition. Hong Kong Real Estate is set to acquire the milk company. On that morning, the number of investors buying shares of the milk company increased. The market paused for lunch. When it reopened at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the activity continued. In the afternoon, the buying of milk company stocks surged even more. By the close of the market, the milk company surprisingly ended at 137 Hong Kong dollars per share, while the real estate company closed at 95 Hong Kong dollars per share. However, both stocks reached new highs since the market opened. In August, when Zhang Ting had people buy the milk company's stocks, they were only about $50 or $60 per share, and now they have increased to over 80, nearly double. Boss, today the stock prices of the milk company and the real estate company have both reached new highs, especially the milk company, which seems to have skyrocketed suddenly. Kaisi was somewhat surprised. Just yesterday, the milk company's stock price was only 70 or 80, and today it's soared to over 100. Kaisi, the milk company has truly gone crazy starting today. Boss, haven't we continued to buy shares of the milk company? On average, Zhang Ting's purchase price for the milk company stocks was only over 60 per share, which was not considered too high. However, it would be different going forward. Buy, keep buying. Peak Road, Kedon Road. Zhou's Villa. A Rolls-Royce with the license plate number 3 stopped at the villa gate. The iron gate at the villa slowly opened, and the driver of the Rolls-Royce drove inside. When the car stopped, a middle-aged man in a suit and black pants, exuding an impressive aura, stepped out. This was Zhou Xinyan, the current chairman of the milk company's board of directors. He had suddenly heard yesterday that someone had begun to covet the milk company. Previously, the stock price of the milk company was around $60 or $70 per share, but by yesterday, it had already risen to 70 or 80. Having been in the business world for many years, Zhou Xinyan could see the issues at play. With his status, it was easy to investigate who was trying to covet the milk company in Hong Kong. What Zhou Xinyan did not expect was that it was actually Henry Joseph from Jardine Matheson. From the moment the Hong Kong stock market opened today, he began to mobilize funds to buy more shares of the milk company. However, he did not anticipate that his action would cause the milk company's stock price to rise even faster. At present, Hong Kong is in a bull market bustling with activity, and stockholders are eagerly making profits. The sudden surge in both stocks did not seem unusual to anyone. However, a few investors with keen senses faintly detected the smell of blood and began to mobilize, entering the market to seize shares. At this moment, Zhou Xinyan believed that people from the Jardine Matheson company were entering the market to compete with him for the milk company's shares. As Zhou Xinyan stepped out of the car, the Zhou family maid and Chun Baoqi had already come out to welcome him. 5 years ago, after his wife's passing apart from himself and the maid, the only other person living in the villa was his second woman, Chun Baoqi. However, he often had many matters to attend to. Many times, Zhou Xinyan could only focus his time on the company to forget the pain of losing his wife. Later, because he got to know Chun Baoqi, and with her companionship, the grief of losing his wife had long disappeared. So you are back. Chun Baoqi came over to take Zhou Xinyan's coat, and he returned to his study. Since 1955, Zhou Xinyan had founded the Chinese Merchants Bank and served as its chairman and general manager. In addition, he had also held positions as chairman in various companies, including the Taiwan Unified Firecracker Co., Hong Kong Milk Company, Hong Kong Kowloon Bus, Repulse Bay Industries Limited, Far East Insurance Company, Shi Yuan Rubber Factory, Welcome Dali Lin International Milk Company, Hong Kong Asia Refrigerated Foods Ltd., Kowloon Ice Factory Ltd., Hong Kong Civilian Housing Ltd., Datong Transport Ltd., Nianfeng Rice Hong Kong Seafood Company, Wanli Xiang Huan Bang, Chi Yuan Mingji Industrial Co., Arden Trading Co., and Hong Kong Kowloon Properties Ltd., Imperial Hotel Joint Venture Ltd., among others. Among these companies, he valued the position of chairman of the milk company the most. After losing influence in the political arena of Hong Kong, Zhou Xinyan focused solely on the development of his business. How could he not become anxious upon hearing that Jardine Matheson was starting to covet the milk company? He knew that if it were before the 1960s, no matter how powerful those foreigners were, they would not dare to act that way. Thinking of this, Zhou Xinyan could not help but sigh. He picked up the landline phone on his study desk and called the milk company's general manager, Kowloon. At that moment, Kowloon was residing in a high-rise in central Hong Kong and had just returned home from the milk company not long ago. He also found it strange that the stock price of the milk company had surged and had already sent someone to investigate. Kowloon, it's me. Sir Zhou, I just had someone look into it, and the sudden spike in the milk company's stock price is indeed possibly related to Jardine Matheson. Come here to see me. Yes, Sir Zhou. Kowloon hung up the phone. He left his high-rise in central Hong Kong, got into his Mercedes-Benz, and headed towards Zhou's villa on Peak Road. Before the 1970s, the villas around the Peak were considered a no-go area for most people. Only the white elites or privileged individuals in Hong Kong were allowed to live there, along with a few influential Chinese like Zhou Xinyan. Figures like Li Jiaqing and Zheng Yutong were wealthy Chinese who could afford the villas around the Peak. In reality, for them, even having money before the 1970s did not necessarily mean they could live in the villas around the Peak. Furthermore, Li Jiaqing and others had a strong belief in feng shui, thinking that the best feng shui for Hong Kong had already shifted from the Peak to Repulse Bay. In other words, the feng shui in Repulse Bay was where wealth gathered. Sitting in the Mercedes-Benz Kowloon was unaware of what he was thinking. However, he had visited the road leading to Zhou Xinian's villa many times. When he drove to the gate of the Zhou family villa again, getting out of the car, Chen Baoqi was already waiting. Mr. Kowloon, the sir is waiting for you inside. Kowloon followed her in. As he entered with Chen Baoqi, he saw Zhou Xinian staring out the window. At this moment, from the study window, one could see the distant views of Victoria Harbor and central Hong Kong. As night fell, the lights over there began to increase. Sir, General Manager Kowloon has arrived. Zhou Xinian turned around. Chen Baoqi went outside and closed the door. Kowloon, the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. I've already heard some rumors that Jardine Matheson has set its sights on the milk company. When Zhou Xinian said this, Kowloon naturally knew it was true. Over the years under Zhou Xinian's management, the milk company had actually been quite conservative. Although the milk company held a large area of land in Causeway Bay and Pak Fu Lam, these lands were cultivated back then for the purpose of dairy production. However, since entering the 1970s, the land prices in Hong Kong surged and naturally attracted much attention. Especially with the opening of the Hung Hom Tunnel, the value of land in Causeway Bay became even more evident. Zhou Xinian was very conservative. Apart from developing milk, he had never considered turning those lands into real estate. Not turning them into real estate naturally did not generate more wealth. If no one was watching, Zhou Xinian might have continued this way. Sir Zhou, I just had someone investigate, and it is indeed likely to be Jardine Matheson. October 29, 1972. The Landmarks Tower in central Hong Kong is brightly lit. Only Henry, the chairman of Jardine Matheson and the Landmarks, is present. Joseph K. along with Jardine's second-in-command, Neo Bijian, and senior executives from various departments are in the conference room. This meeting is to discuss the acquisition of the dairy company. Since taking office at Jardine, Joseph K. has been plotting in secret. Last week, someone leaked their interest in the dairy company to the public, resulting in a significant surge in the stock prices of both Jardine and the dairy company. For Henry Joseph K., no matter how much the dairy company's stock price rises, he is not prepared to spend a single cent to acquire it. Initially, Neo Bijian, having just taken office and still youthful and energetic, did not believe this at all. Neo Bijian's father had long been a loyal servant of Jardine and had served as its chairman. Although the Neo family and the Joseph K. family had internal conflicts within Jardine, their interests aligned. However, now that Henry Joseph K. has just taken office and is targeting the dairy company, even claiming he doesn't need to spend a single cent to acquire it, Neo Bijian is still somewhat incredulous. Last week, Henry Joseph K. had already finalized the acquisition plan. Now it was merely a formal announcement of their offensive. In the conference room of the Landmarks Tower, Henry Joseph K., Neo Bijian, and others were seated. In addition to them, they had also invited journalists from major media outlets in Hong Kong, such as the Oriental Daily, Sing Tao Daily, and Chung Pao, to the conference room. As the reporters looked at each other trying to guess what was happening, they remained unaware. Last week, the stock prices of both the dairy company and Jardine soared, which seemed quite normal in the bullish market of Hong Kong. At 6:30 p.m., Henry Joseph K., seated at the head of the conference room, addressed the journalists. He said, "Dear journalist friends, we have called you here to officially announce that Jardine is going to acquire the dairy company." What? Jardine is going to acquire the dairy company? As soon as Henry Joseph K. said this, the room erupted in commotion. This news is indeed very sensational. Jardine is regarded as the world's largest publicly listed real estate company, the brightest crown in Hong Kong real estate. The dairy company not only monopolizes the milk market in Hong Kong, but also owns large parcels of land in Causeway Bay and Pak Fu Lam. Most importantly, the chairman of the dairy company's board is Zhou Xinian. Although both companies are British-owned and their market values were previously similar, the sudden move by Jardine to acquire another British company, the dairy company, certainly caused a stir among the reporters. Mr. Joseph K., how much is Jardine planning to spend to acquire the dairy company? Generally speaking, it's impossible to acquire another company without spending money. Henry Joseph K. smiled a confident, yet somewhat cunning smile. Ladies and gentlemen, we at Jardine will be commissioning Yi Fu and Huiduo Li as financial advisors, and we will exchange 2 shares of Jardine stock for 1 share of the dairy company. In other words, we will fully acquire the dairy company through a stock swap. What? Jardine is only acquiring the dairy company through a stock swap without spending a single cent. The reporters were dumbfounded. Henry Joseph K. continued, based on the closing prices from the Hong Kong Stock Exchange on October 27th, Jardine stock is priced at 94 Hong Kong dollars per share, while the dairy company's stock is at 135 Hong Kong dollars per share. This stock swap proposal effectively raises the dairy company's stock price to 188 Hong Kong dollars per share, increasing the capital value for the dairy company's shareholders by 40. The reporters were shocked and confused at this moment. They had not expected that Jardine truly intended to acquire the dairy company without spending a single cent. Subsequently, Henry Joseph K. elaborated on the reasons for this acquisition. The board of Jardine firmly believes that for the benefit of its shareholders, Jardine should strengthen and expand its already robust presence in the hotel and food sectors. The proposal to merge with the dairy company aligns with this policy as a further action. The interests of the dairy company's executives and employees will be safeguarded, and joining the expanded group will lead to better prospects for them. Maintaining the dairy company's independence and quality will also be a guiding principle for the group. The merged hotel, food, and merchandise group will become one of the most important groups in the Pacific region. It will provide opportunities for shareholders of both companies to participate in a diversified yet interconnected group with resources invested in 3 rapidly developing sectors in the region: real estate, recreation, and food services. With the increased financial strength of the aforementioned group, there will be opportunities for the dairy company's business to expand at the right time. Jardine has long been recognized as a proficient real estate management institution, which will assist in the favorable long-term development of the dairy company's remaining properties. The geographical distribution of the institutions that both groups own shares in and their respective positions in various regions will enhance both parties' capability to develop business in a wide area. Jardine described to dairy company shareholders the long-term prospects of the integrated large enterprise group formed after the merger and emphasized Jardine's advantages as an established professional real estate company in developing the dairy company's remaining properties. Finally, Henry Joseph Kay stated the board is confident that the proposed stock merger will be highly beneficial for the shareholders of both parties. Henry Joseph Kay spoke grandly at the press conference, and in reality, who among those present did not know that Henry Joseph Kay wanted to acquire the dairy company, and surprisingly, he did not want to spend any money while planning to take over a company of similar scale to Jardine. At this moment, the reporters were all stirred up. Now Hong Kong is in a bullish market and many citizens have participated in the stocks. The fact that Jardine is going to acquire the dairy company will undoubtedly further boost the Hong Kong stock market. At the end of the press conference, after the journalists asked Henry Joseph Kay a few questions, the others hurriedly left the Landmarks Tower. Henry Joseph Kay was full of confidence, while Nyo Bijian felt that Henry Joseph Kay was still too young. Zhou Xinyan, the chairman of the dairy company's board, and others, such as Chi Dezun from the dairy company, would surely oppose. The news of Jardine acquiring the dairy company through a Tufferone stock exchange quickly spread among the reporters. At Repulse Bay's hillside villa, just after dinner, Zhang Jinrong, the butler, approached. "Sir, Miss Lau has arrived." Lau Shirley. Since returning to Hong Kong University, she occasionally comes over. At this moment, Zhang Ting was outside taking a walk, looking at the distant scene while pondering something about the Chinese tune tree. When Zhang Ting arrived at the parking lot, he saw Lau Shirley getting out of the car. As soon as she got out of the car, she grabbed Zhang Ting and said, "Sir, I just heard a shocking piece of news. Jardine is indeed going to acquire the dairy company." Back in August, I mentioned to Lau Shirley that Jardine was going to acquire the dairy company, but she seemed a bit skeptical at the time. Now that the press conference at the Landmarks Tower has just concluded, who doesn't know? The Lau family also learned about it immediately, but knowing it doesn't mean they could participate. What shocked Lau Shirley the most was not that Jardine was going to acquire the dairy company, but that Zhang Ting had known about it more than 2 months ago and had already made plans. "Is that so? What do you mean?" Just now, Henry Joseph Kay from Jardine said they planned to acquire through a stock swap. Lau Shirley and Zhang Ting went to the study and discussed for a while, and it was similar to what Zhang Ting had known in advance. In other words, the next thing to expect is a surge in the stock prices of both Jardine and the dairy company. Additionally, driven by Jardine's acquisition of the dairy company, stocks in the 4 major exchanges in Hong Kong will also rise sharply. Previously, the trading volume on the Hong Kong stock market was only around 1 or 200 million HKD per day, but it will soon exceed 500 million HKD, or even more. This acquisition battle directly brought the Hong Kong stock market to the peak of the bullish market. "Aren't you going back to Hong Kong University tonight?" "They'll go back tomorrow morning." That night around 9 o'clock, First Keys called. Clearly, she had just learned that Jardine was going to acquire the dairy company through a stock exchange. What surprised Keys the most was that their boss had already made arrangements more than 2 months ago, secretly buying shares of both the dairy company and Jardine without selling any. Keys called, and Lau Na also called, both just finding out this news, and besides being shocked, they immediately reported to Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting hung up the phone and looked at the beautiful Lau Shirley in front of him. Surely the good show has just begun. The news of the merger between the property company and the dairy company had spread overnight. Although Henry Joseph spoke grandly to the reporters who did not know that he intended to take advantage of the dairy company. That evening, upon hearing the news, Zhou Xinian's face turned pale with anger. He had already been aware of the property company's intention to acquire the dairy company last week, but he did not expect them to use such a method. After a night's rest the next morning, Zhang Ting and Lau Shirley got up separately. Zhang Ting first went to the swimming pool to swim a few comfortable laps, then got dressed in formal attire and headed to the restaurant with Lau Shirley for breakfast. Connie and Wang Hui brought the morning paper. From the front page of the morning newspaper, Zhang Ting noticed that today's Hong Kong newspaper was filled with news about Henry Joseph's speech at the property company's press conference last night. In addition, the newspapers also mentioned that to enhance the attractiveness of the stock exchange proposal to the dairy company's shareholders, the property company had immediately hired a professional firm to reassess its assets, with each share valued at 28 Hong Kong dollars and total company assets exceeding 17.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. At the same time, the property company promised its shareholders that the dividends for the year 1972 would not be less than 2 Hong Kong dollars, a 26 increase from the previous year. For 1973, the dividend would be 5 Hong Kong dollars, a 25 increase, and for 1974, the dividend would be 2.02 Hong Kong dollars, an increase of 35. Clearly, Zhang Ting viewed all this news as mere advertising heavily laden with promotional elements. In his past life upon entering the stock market, Zhang Ting had seen various stock news, many of which were actually meant to confuse investors. The same was true now. It was a tactic used by Henry Joseph and the property company to mislead the retail investors of the dairy company. In their eyes, most of the dairy company shareholders were retail investors, and the goal was to have them exchange their dairy company stocks for the property company's stocks. This way, the property company could swallow the entire business without spending a single cent. After flipping through the news for a while, Zhang Ting had to admit that Henry Joseph's news was indeed quite shocking. Zhang Ting set the newspaper down during breakfast with Lao Shirley after finishing their meal. Lao Shirley went directly back to school for class. Zhang Ting took a Rolls-Royce to the Chinese bank building. Upon reaching the 9th floor office of the Chinese bank building, he saw that Kes and Laura had already arrived. Boss, the news about the property company acquiring the dairy company is now known to everyone in Hong Kong. Kes, this is intentional by Henry. The aim is to have the dairy company's retail investors swap their stocks for those of the property company, but he does not know that many of the dairy company's shares are already in our hands. Thinking of this, Zhang Ting couldn't help but smile. Kes and Laura looked at their boss with newfound expressions. Henry Joseph believed that his opponent was Zhou Xinyan of the dairy company, yet he did not realize that the true opponent was the boss before them. Zhang Ting knew that the public announcement by the property company to acquire the dairy company would trigger a series of effects, especially in the current Hong Kong stock market. This meant that during this period, it was also an opportunity for Galaxy Investment Company to make as much money as possible in the Hong Kong stock market. Many blind investors rushed in thinking the market would only rise and not fall. Starting today, we need to increase our purchases of Hong Kong stocks. Normally, Galaxy Investment Company only bought stocks of the dairy company and the property company, primarily entering without exiting. The rest entered the Hong Kong stock market with 2 to 3 million Hong Kong dollars daily, with daily returns around 2 to 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. This was actually targeted at the previous trading situation in Hong Kong. However, due to the property company's acquisition of the dairy company, the daily trading volume in Hong Kong would multiply several times, possibly reaching 7 to 8 times or even 10 times. This means that previously the daily stock trading volume in Hong Kong was only 1 to 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, but now it might reach 4 to 5 billion or even over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Zhang Ting took out the simulated stock information from last night and handed it to Kes beside him. Today we will buy 10 million Hong Kong dollars worth of Hong Kong stocks. The dairy company and the property company will be calculated separately. Kes took it and saw that it was written very clearly. At 9 in the morning, the Hong Kong stock market had not yet opened, but it had already entered the bidding phase. As it approached 9:30 in the morning, the Hong Kong stock market officially opened. At this time, Derek and others had already started entering the Hong Kong stock market. The stocks that investors were most concerned about were the dairy company and the property company, as everyone knew from the news that the property company intended to swallow the dairy company, and the management of the dairy company would definitely respond strongly. This also meant that the dairy company had significant investment and speculation value at this moment. Compared to last week, the dairy company's stock price surged to 48 Hong Kong dollars per share as soon as it opened, meaning it opened at 188 Hong Kong dollars, and the stock price continued to rise, even breaking through 200 Hong Kong dollars at one point. At this moment, Zhang Ting was reading the English version of the newspaper when Kes excitedly ran over and said, "Sir, the dairy company's stock price has just exceeded 200 Hong Kong dollars per share." When Zhang Ting first suggested buying, the price was only in the low 40s or 50s, which means it has multiplied 4 to 5 times now. Zhang Ting knew that stocks are bought and sold based on who has stronger confidence. He was determined not to sell no matter how high the stock price rose. Due to the surge in the dairy company's stock price, the entire Hong Kong stock market saw an increase in other stock prices as well. By 4 in the afternoon, the Hong Kong stock market closed. Ultimately, the dairy company closed at 196 Hong Kong dollars, rising by 56 Hong Kong dollars with an increase of 28.6. The increase of the property company was not as much as that of the dairy company, but it still rose by 9 Hong Kong dollars throughout the day, closing at 104 Hong Kong dollars with an increase of nearly 9. This was equivalent to a limit up in Zhang Ting's past life. It could be said that today the Hang Seng Index in Hong Kong rose by nearly 50 points, ultimately ending with an increase of over 7. The total trading volume of the 4 securities exchanges in Hong Kong reached over 400 million Hong Kong dollars, marking a historic high in the history of the Hong Kong stock market. In the Galaxy Investment Company's office, Zhang Ting listened to Kes' report. This was very similar to Zhang Ting's drink. The early 1970s Hong Kong stock market was a representative case, particularly the property company acquiring the dairy company. because this subsequently triggered effects in the Hong Kong stock market, leading to more citizens following suit and entering the stock market in Hong Kong, even blindly purchasing stocks. For those investors in Hong Kong, many didn't even know what stocks were. They believed that as long as they bought, the price would rise the next day and they could sell for a profit. Boss, today we made nearly 12 million Hong Kong dollars in profits in the Hong Kong stock market, apart from the dairy company and the property company, with a total investment of 12 million Hong Kong dollars. This profit was equivalent to the earnings of the previous week and was also the highest profit day outside the Y country stock market. This situation would continue for a while. This means that this period is the time for Galaxy Investment Company to make as much money as possible in the Hong Kong stock market. Besides the Hong Kong stock market, the stock market in Y country had also started by 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Ting had already given the stock purchase information to Chiong and Zhou Shufan. The remaining tasks would be handled by them. It was now time to leave work. Zhang Ting did not plan to stay any longer. The property company has already besieged the city. Zhou Xinyan of the milk company, although aware last week of Henry Joseph's intention to acquire the milk company, did not react apart from purchasing shares in the company. This is because he does not truly believe that Xiangjiang Real Estate can swallow the milk company through such means. At the Peak Cadogan Villa, Zhou family. Zhou Xinyan has just returned from the milk company. Upon getting out of the car, he prepared to have dinner with Chen Baoqi. Sir, I heard that the stock price of the milk company has soared. Chen Baoqi, who is a married woman, got to know Zhou Xinyan through a community event. However, in recent years, due to their prolonged interaction, they have developed a particularly close relationship, while Zhou Xinyan's two sons seldom return home. Zhou Xinyan's late wife Lu Qinggui was the daughter of a wealthy businessman from the state of Yue, thus leaving behind considerable assets upon her passing. According to the will established by Lu Qinggui, her estate would merge with her husband's property, but would be jointly managed by her husband and their two sons, with all three having stakes in the assets and any transfer of property requiring their mutual consent. Theoretically, if Zhou Xinyan were to pass away, Lu Qinggui's assets along with Zhou Xinyan's would be equally divided between their two sons. However, Zhou Xinyan has been sending a lot of money and gifts to Chen Baoqi, leading to discontent from both of his sons regarding this relationship. They believe that this woman is with their father solely because of his wealth. Zhou Xinyan naturally cannot control their thoughts. Chen Baoqi accompanied Zhou Xinyan in finishing dinner. The two then went to the courtyard outside to admire the night view of Victoria Harbor and central Hong Kong. When a servant brought a Cuban cigar, Chen Baoqi lit it herself and placed it beside Zhou Xinyan. Zhou Xinyan took it and inhaled comfortably. For him, being wealthy and powerful, at just under 50, how could he possibly lack female companionship at his age? Moreover, back in the day, Hong Kong did not only permit one wife to exist. Having only Chen Baoqi to care for him is already quite satisfactory. Now, with both sons unwilling to return, it is clear they do not want to see him with Chen Baoqi. At this moment, Henry Joseph, who also resides in the Peak Villa, is coming. He personally rode with his butler. He did not call ahead, but came directly. The maid saw a Rolls-Royce parked outside the door, and the young man getting out of the car was recognized as Henry Joseph from Jardine. "We are here to visit Sir Zhou," he stated. Generally, Westerners would announce their visit in advance or make an appointment through a visiting card. Now Henry Joseph is visiting unannounced. The maid invited him inside, and when they reached the courtyard, Zhou Xinyan, still smoking the cigar, suddenly saw Henry Joseph approaching, seemingly unaware of his purpose. Previously, Zhou Xinyan was a significant figure in Y country, being a key Chinese individual in the Queen's administration and the governor's office, and due to his nationality, many regarded him as one of their own. Since the incident in the 1960s, Zhou Xinyan has been suspected by the Queen and the governor's office, providing Henry Joseph with an opportunity. "Sir Zhou, I come uninvited this time," Henry Joseph stated as his butler presented gifts to the Zhou family. After Chen Baoqi took the gifts over, only Zhou Xinyan and Henry Joseph remained. Zhou Xinyan glanced at him seemingly without saying much. Many years ago, when Zhou Xinyan was already famous in Hong Kong, it seemed that Henry Joseph had yet to be born. At this point, after Henry Joseph sat down, he appeared somewhat seasoned. "Sir Zhou, my visit today is very sincere. Although this acquisition of the milk company is through a stock swap by the property company, you know that this real estate company is the largest in Xiangjiang and even globally, being very mature in property development. If we jointly develop the land of the milk company, it can not only bring more wealth to the property company, but also provide greater fortune for the milk company. Joint development." Zhou Xinyan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Oh, why not develop it himself? Zhou Xinyan did not voice this thought. Henry Joseph added, "Sir Zhou, I can assure you that even if the property company successfully acquires the milk company, we will not change the current management positions of the milk company. You will continue to serve as the chairman of the board, and I will not interfere with your management in any way." Henry Joseph said a lot, even flattering Zhou Xinyan. However, Zhou Xinyan remained indifferent. He had long seen through Henry Joseph's tactics. Regardless of what Henry Joseph proposes now, he will not easily allow the property company to acquire the milk company. On the other hand, Henry Joseph's initiative has made Zhou Xinyan acutely aware of the milk company's value, Under such circumstances, why should he collaborate with the property company? Henry Joseph felt a bit angry thinking Zhou Xinyan still believed he was the same as in the past. Show him out. Zhou Xinyan was too lazy to listen to anything further from Henry Joseph. The maid came over and escorted Henry Joseph out. After he left, Chen Baoqi approached. Sir, what was that white man doing here? He wants to easily swallow the milk company, but is that possible? At this moment, Zhou Xinyan firmly believed that the milk company could not be easily taken over by anyone. After resting for a night, the next morning, Zhang Ting got up to swim, then went to the restaurant for breakfast. From the newspapers, he found that the reports were all about the stock news of the property and milk companies from yesterday. In addition, the newspapers indicated that more and more people were paying attention to the milk company and the stock market boom in Xianjiang. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Ting took a car to Hua Rinxing building. Just as he arrived at the office upstairs when Leuna went to grind coffee beans for Zhang Ting, Kes approached and said, "Boss, I heard that last night Henry Joseph proactively visited Zhou Xinyan. I don't know what was said, but he was directly driven out." Without a doubt, Henry Joseph must have been too arrogant thinking that Zhou Xinyan would surely lose and that Zhou Xinyan and his management would directly agree to the merger with the property company. But is that possible? Zhou Xinyan has navigated the political and business circles of Xianjiang for decades, and when Henry Joseph became famous, he was still in Y country. Zhang Ting knew that in many aspects Zhou Xinyan had actually already lost to Henry Joseph. At this moment, apart from continuing to have people buy shares of the milk company, Zhou Xinyan surprisingly made no counterattacks in other areas. It was clear that Zhou Xinyan did not regard Henry Joseph as a threat. What surprised Zhang Ting the most was that with such a significant acquisition event happening in the stock market, typically the acquiring and acquired companies would issue announcements and temporarily halt trading. It is unclear whether the securities laws in Xianjiang are still undeveloped, but the milk company did not suspend trading. At 9:30 in the morning, the stock market in Xianjiang opened. The stock of the milk company saw another surge, breaking through 200 yuan per share right after the opening from yesterday's acquisition price. With the milk company's influence, the investment atmosphere in Xianjiang became even more fervent. Fu Tianjia had long seen through the intricacies of the situation. However, his father-in-law was now and over his head, utterly unable to comprehend everything. Today's male guest repeatedly insisted that everything in the room was normal when he left. After dining, he returned to his room for a shower, and there was nothing chaotic in the bathroom at the time. However, the police department did not issue any rewards to Master He, as he had moved the accident scene without taking pictures to leave evidence, causing considerable difficulties for the police investigation. Moreover, he later drove a car covered in blood to pick up passengers, which was a violation. Li Qingfeng directly took people to visit various military units, executing anyone on the spot found to be indulging in corruption and debauchery. Not only did the emaciated Taoists sense the intense spiritual energy emanating from Li Xiangwan, but even the rushing evil spirits around felt this aura. "What do you plan to do if we refuse?" When Run Liani asked tentatively. "I need to clean up my side, so I came to give you a heads up in advance." Jiang Xuelio chuckled lightly, but her words were laced with a bloody intent. "Life must go on." In the following days, I received a call from Chun Shi, who sounded drunk. After answering, he said nothing, but chuckled twice before hanging up. I received another text from him succinctly stating, "Are you just brushing me off, or are you brushing yourself off?" The master of the Star Palace felt a stir in his heart, knowing that the other party would not dare to lie about this matter. Besides, whether it was a lie could be verified easily, so he immediately asked. Touched by the green light, the originally wilted flowers quickly straightened up. The flowers danced in the wind, exuding a powerful aura, nodding towards Su Zian from afar. The news of the old house's demolition became clear. The Olympics were drawing nearer day by day, and the demolition was urgent, with some residents receiving compensation and moving out within a week. I did not know how to face him, either because I was at fault first, or because I indeed owed him a lot. Thus, even after such an incident, I still did not think he was in the wrong. Originally, the population of this border city was not large, but under the operation of Morningstar Industries, numerous factories were established here, and many homeless from other cities were gathered here to become workers for Morningstar Industries. This transformed the originally sparsely populated territory into a lively place. Meanwhile, a graceful figure in white appeared on the scene, elegant and dignified, exuding an otherworldly air with a hint of detachment from the mundane. These days had not been easy for him. Ever since he inexplicably fell into the sea last time, he had barely managed to crawl ashore, only to find that the girl had already run away, making it all a wasted effort. Alchemy masters and potion masters are both types of sorcerers. It was not incorrect for the mouse to refer to Ed as a mage. Countless dangers awaited Ed in the future. I could not always be by his side. He needed to grow independently. Willie ruthlessly stayed back, continuing to observe from the shadows. The deafening bell rang, resonating through the heavens and earth. The sound waves, charged with power, continuously struck the bodies of the 12 ancestors. In just a few breaths apart from Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, among the 12 ancestors, the other 10 ancestors spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces turning grim as their aura instantly turned ferocious. Then, propelled by the Bai Shui Bagua palm, the water column suddenly transformed into the shape of a water dragon, complete with dragon whiskers, claws, scales, and tail, all formed from lake water, vividly alive. Annie recalled Professor Frivis' spellcasting, which did not seem very difficult. However, she had never heard any of the incantations before. Just the fact that it was Professor Frivy who came to treat her indicated its extraordinary nature. Given Lin Chen's current situation, using a medicinal bath was undoubtedly the most correct choice. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw a doctor, he bending down to use a medicinal weeding in the herb garden. The assistant sent the design blueprint to the boss, initially expecting a response, but it instead fell into silence. Now in July, although it was already the eve of summer vacation, schools here generally did not break until July 6th, which is why the police officers were so insistent on sending him to school. Lin Shun had previously strolled through the square once. After seeing the arrangements here, he had already made some guesses in his mind and would not be surprised. The others, however, were not like Lin Shun. They looked at the 36 medicinal cauldrons in the center of the square, marveling quietly and expressing their astonishment. This technique requires the user to break through to the innate realm, releasing their true energy to manifest a state on their surface. This not only greatly enhances the defense of the practitioner in the innate realm, but also makes their attacks more powerful. Who do I go to for justice? I crossed over to become an orphan, then got expelled, and the orphanage won't let me return, and the school expelled me. Just as the carriage left the village, it encountered Wang Fu, who was headed to the forest. Upon seeing Qin Yes' carriage, this guy suddenly reached out to block it. Your Majesty, forgive me. Upon investigation, this assassination was planned by Su Maotsai, the son of the Vice Minister of Punishments, who bribed assassins to intercept Yang Tai, likely due to the previous incident. Li Gonggong replied. Facing the sudden appearance of dozens of people, Shuang Jiao did not dare to show any hostility. These old immortals excelled at catching demons and eliminating evil, causing Feng Ling to squeeze out an awkward smile. This person was ferocious. Even when Lin Feng was enveloped in blood and slaughter, he was subdued by a single move, being grabbed by the neck, and Lin Feng spread his hands. Lu Sheng thought that since the principle of the strange object containment vessel lies in creating a closed, stable environment to isolate the strange object and prevent its energy from leaking. Sheng Mumu ignored the slight twitch at Qi Xiaobai's mouth, linking arms with Qi Mo and happily heading towards the parking lot. Wan Bai said a lot to Yang Tai, but concealed the matter of the emperor visiting the Wan family late last night. Dong Shui was using her other free hand to punch towards his face, pretending to strike down. The sound seemed to come from downstairs, indicating that this dormitory had more than one floor. Lu Sheng and the others were likely upstairs. The group of earth flame giants resumed their coordinated movements. This time De Chun saw clearly that each mining cart was adorned with a faint earth yellow glow effect. The dairy company's stock prices surged for 2 consecutive days, reaching over 200 Hong Kong dollars per share. However, due to the lack of new stimuli, the market began to adopt a wait-and-see attitude, with retail investors expecting Zhou Xinyan to make an immediate counterattack. In the market, there was no news from Zhou Xinyan in the newspapers. Consequently, on November 2, 1972, the stock price of the dairy company softened, dropping to 191 Hong Kong dollars per share. At this time, Zhang Ting, who was in the Chinese bank office, received a report from Kaisi as the Hong Kong stock market closed. Boss, the Hong Kong stock market was relatively quiet today, but the trading volume exceeded 300 million Hong Kong dollars, and our company's earnings were around 8 million Hong Kong dollars. It's just strange that the dairy company's stock, which had risen to over 200, suddenly fell back to 191 Hong Kong dollars. The market is in a wait-and-see state. However, I believe Zhou Xinyan will respond soon. The outside world is unaware that yesterday Zhou Xinyan had quietly arranged for the dairy company's general manager Kowloon to fly back to London. The reason for his discreet return to London, apart from seeking Zhou Xinyan's connections in country, was primarily to meet with the Luo Fuchi father-son company in London. This is a very powerful investment firm in country Y. Zhou Xinyan sent Kowloon to London to consult with this company's advisors, clearly intending to confront Henry. Zhou Xinyan's assumptions were not wrong in this regard. Kowloon represented Zhou Xinyan to meet with the Zhou family's connections in country Y. After securing their support, he rushed to the Luo Fuchi investment company and officially hired them as consultants. On the morning of November 3, 1972, after Zhang Ting finished swimming and had just eaten breakfast, Kaisi and Wang Hui brought over the newspapers. Zhang Ting noticed that major newspapers in Hong Kong reported that the dairy company had hired the Luo Fuchi father-son company as consultants to study the takeover proposal by GD. Zhang Ting knew that Zhou Xinyan had already made a response. In fact, Zhou Xinyan should have sent Kowloon to country Y to seek his network as early as Monday, or even earlier. Subsequently, Kowloon, on behalf of Zhou Xinyan and the management of the dairy company, approached the Luo Fuchi father-son company as investment advisors. In addition to Zhou Xinyan being an important shareholder and chairman of the board of the dairy company, major directors such as Qi Dezun from Hanjin International and Ma Deng from Widefeng were also crucial board members. Now, when these two major trading houses saw that GD wanted to swallow the dairy company, they immediately opposed it. Particularly Chi publicly opposed the news of GD acquiring the dairy company in the newspapers. From the current perspective, the main shareholders and management of the dairy company are opposed. As for hiring the Luo Fuchi father-son company, it is a direct counterattack. Once this news broke, the Hong Kong stock market was once again in an uproar. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Ting arrived at the Chinese bank building office in a Rolls-Royce. Kaisi immediately said, "Boss, Zhou Xinyan has reacted." Zhang Ting merely nodded. The stock of the dairy company would certainly rise again today. However, for Zhang Ting, this was not significant. Everything was under his control. He instructed his staff to extract as much money as possible from the Hong Kong stock market, as there were only a few months left before the end of the Hong Kong bull market. Once the stock market crashes, making money would become difficult. In the afternoon, the dairy company saw another increase, although the speed of the rise was not as fast as in previous days. It was evident that many retail investors had begun to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Kowloon had already returned to Hong Kong's Kai Tak International Airport from London. As soon as he got off the plane, he immediately took a car to meet Zhou Xinyan on Peak Road. "Sir Zhou, I'm back. How was it? Did you meet my friends?" Of course, Kowloon had met them. However, Zhou Xinyan's influence was no longer what it used to be. Those in his network appeared to support him, but Kowloon sensed that there were issues beneath the surface. He approached the Luo Fuchi father-son company, and since they were being paid, they welcomed him. Both sides agreed to maintain the independent status of the dairy company and ensure it was not acquired by Jardine Matheson. Zhou Xinyan and Kowloon talked for a long time in the study. As Kowloon left, Zhou Xinyan gazed into the distance. November 4th. The next morning, as Zhang Ting was having breakfast, he saw a full-page advertisement in the Tsingtao Daily from the dairy company and the Luo Fuchi father-son company urging shareholders to make cautious decisions and wait for further notice from the board. In addition to the Tsingtao Daily, several important media outlets in Hong Kong also published this news. Once the news broke, both sides were on high alert, preparing for a direct confrontation. In other words, the dairy company and Zhou Xinyan were officially gearing up to battle with Henry Joseph. That day, both the dairy company and GD experienced varying degrees of increase. The Hong Kong stock market also saw trading volumes surpass 400 million Hong Kong dollars again after being silent for nearly a week. On November 8th, the dairy company placed another advertisement clearly rejecting GD's acquisition plan and urging shareholders not to accept their purchase proposal. Soon GD reacted swiftly, countering the move. On the same morning at 11 a.m., representatives from Yifeng and Huazhili held a press conference in the GD boardroom to announce the acquisition and urged dairy shareholders to expedite the transfer, stating that buyers must register at the Central Registry on Petter Street before November 29th. At this moment, the dairy company resisted while GD launched a fierce attack. Rumors proliferated in the market and sensational news spread through the streets. GD's stock prices soared while the dairy company's stock price surged to new heights. Housewives in Hong Kong and even women with some savings flocked to invest, causing the entire stock market to go wild, with the Hang Seng Index breaking through the 700-point barrier. At this moment, Zhang Ting had just returned from the Chinese bank building and had met with Lao Shirley. "Sir." As they walked in the courtyard, the conflict between the dairy company and GD had entered a heated stage. However, Zhang Ting knew that the true climax had not yet been reached. "Sir, do you need me to assist with anything?" Lao Shirley asked. As a junior member of the Lao family, she could certainly do whatever Zhang Ting instructed. "Surely it's not the time yet. It's not the time yet." That evening, Lao Shirley stayed at the villa, accompanying Zhang Ting as they read late into the night. The next day at breakfast, Zhang Ting saw that the newspapers were filled with news about the dairy company and GD, with investors speculating that the dairy company's stock price might break through 300 Hong Kong dollars per share. Compared to the initial price before the surge, which was around 30 to 40 Hong Kong dollars per share, it had nearly skyrocketed to 10 times that amount. This was incredibly insane in the stock market. Especially for GD, the dairy company's total stock price was already high, and now it continued to soar. Zhang Ting glanced at the newspaper. After finishing breakfast, Lao Shirley returned to the University of Hong Kong. Zhang Ting returned to the Chinese bank building office. At this moment, Kaisi and Leuna were even more excited, feeling as if everything was under Zhang Ting's control. On that day, after the Hong Kong stock market opened, stocks from the 4 major exchanges in Hong Kong began to surge, driven by the milk company and the land company. At this time, retail stocks of the milk company were hardly being sold. Everyone was waiting for the stock price to continue soaring. That evening, the first press conference held by the milk company. At the press conference, nearly all senior executives of the milk company were present, including the chairman of the board, Zhou Xinyan, executive director, and general manager Kowloon, director of the milk company and chairman of Hutchison International, Chi Dezun, and John, chairman of K. Wa, with Ma Deng and Li Zhu, chief director of Rafico. Among others, the lineup was quite impressive. When Zhou Xinyan and others appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the reporters. Zhou Xinyan merely smiled, but stated that he firmly opposed the land company's acquisition of the milk company, as it would infringe upon the interests of the milk company's employees and shareholders. He expressed that for the sake of the 200 employees of the milk company and the various shareholders, he would staunchly oppose the land company's acquisition. At the press conference, Li Zhu, representing the board of the milk company, presented 3 reasons opposing the land company's acquisition. First, accepting the acquisition proposal would reduce the dividend of the milk company's stocks. According to the data from 1972, the milk company had a dividend of $3 per share, while the land company had a combined dividend of $2 for 2 shares, which would be unfair to the milk company shareholders in terms of dividend benefits. Second, accepting the acquisition proposal would also reduce the profits of the milk company shareholders. In 1972, the milk company had earnings of $3.65 per share, while the land company's 2 shares had earnings of $2.58. The acquisition proposal from the land company would cut the profits of the milk company shareholders. Third, the aim of the land company's acquisition is to leverage the strengths of the milk company to expand its business, but the milk company already has a good reputation and its own strength in various aspects, and does not need to rely on mergers or acquisitions. Li Zhu concluded by stating that the land company's acquisition proposal would not succeed. In addition, this press conference was also a demonstration of strength against the land company, showing that both Hutchison International and Kowloon among the 4 major British firms stood on the milk company's side, making both sides evenly matched. After the management of the milk company responded and counterattacked, it was clear that many investors had already seen that Zhou Xinyan would not easily relinquish control of the milk company, and that the other 2 major British firms in Hong Kong, Hutchison International and Kowloon, also opposed the merger of Jardine with the milk company to strengthen their own positions. That evening, the milk company held a press conference. Although it had not yet been reported, news had quickly spread. At this time, Henry Josek had already returned to his villa on Victoria Peak. Upon receiving a phone call from Neo Bijian, Henry Josek asked him to come to the villa to meet him. After the 2 met, "Master, I had already guessed that Zhou Xinyan would not easily let go. As for Qi Dezun and Ma Deng, it's merely because Hutchison International and Kowloon do not want us to acquire the milk company. This seems to be within the expectations of Henry Josek. If Zhou Xinyan were to let go so easily, he wouldn't be Zhou Xinyan." However, Henry Josek remained completely confident. He believed in human nature and that those retail investors would never miss out on such a great opportunity. At this moment, he felt that many retail investors were still in a wait-and-see state, wanting to see how Zhou Xinyan and his associates would retaliate before deciding whether to support Zhou Xinyan or him. On November 10, 1972, Zhang Ting had just finished breakfast when he saw the milk company had launched a counterattack last night, and now the newspapers were making a fierce move to counter the land company's share swap proposal. The board of the milk company published an advertisement in the newspaper announcing a series of countermeasures, including splitting the milk company's shares, splitting 1 share into 5, and then issuing bonus shares with 1 bonus share given for each share after the split. In other words, after the milk company shares were split and bonus shares issued, each share would become 10 shares. The milk company also announced that its after-tax net profit for 1972 was expected to exceed 26.7 million Hong Kong dollars, a significant increase of 35 compared to 1971, and that the dividend for 1972 would be 3 Hong Kong dollars per share, up 67 from 1.8 Hong Kong dollars per share in 1971. In the early 1970s, Hong Kong stock market was entering a bull market and investors had not yet developed a deep understanding of the stock market, so whenever stocks were split or bonus shares were issued, prices would inevitably soar. The board of the milk company's actions were clearly aimed at winning over small shareholders. In fact, upon seeing the milk company's countermeasure, Zhang Ting immediately thought of the domestic stock market from his past life, where it was obvious that this kind of share-splitting method was popular primarily to inflate stock prices. Of course, for Zhang Ting's previous life's methods of hitting the upper limit on stock prices, this was indeed a very effective strategy. Zhang Ting arrived at the company where Kaisi talked to him about the share-splitting strategy of the milk company, as seen in the newspapers. Many investors in Hong Kong don't understand this, and it will surely lead to a significant rise in the milk company's stock. Sure enough, as soon as the Hong Kong stock market opened, the milk company's stock price surged sharply, reaching a peak of 290 Hong Kong dollars per share, and finally closing at 268 Hong Kong dollars per share. Compared to the closing price on October 27th, the stock price had more than doubled in just a few days. That day, the land company's stock was also pushed up to a historic high of 127 Hong Kong dollars per share, with a price-to-earnings ratio of 98.45 times, while the Hong Kong Hang Seng Index rose to 759 points, and the total transaction volume on the 4 securities exchanges set a new record of 700 million Hong Kong dollars. This was a significant surge compared to the previous daily trading volume of only 1 to 200 million. Zhang Ting still did not let anyone sell the stocks of the milk company and the land company, but the Galaxy Investment Company had made a profit exceeding 20 million Hong Kong dollars from other stock trades for the first time. This means that on that day, the Galaxy Investment Company made nearly 20 million in profits just in Hong Kong. It was clear that many retail investors were flocking in. Zhang Ting directed purchases of other stocks, which also rose sharply. After work that day, Zhang Ting returned home. Victoria Peak in Hong Kong. Henry Zhou's villa. Here he met Niu Bijin once again. Concerning Zhou Xinyan and the milk company's crazy maneuvers, Niu Bijin was somewhat worried. However, Henry Zhou was not worried at all. Master, now Zhou Xinyan is continuously counterattacking. How do you respond? This is merely the countermeasure of the Rafi family investment company. They have their moves, and of course we can retaliate as well. After discussing the next day, early in the morning, Zhang Ting got up to swim. While reading the newspaper, today is November 11th, 1972, Saturday. The Hong Kong stock market is not open today. However, the citizens of Hong Kong remain focused on the milk company and the land company. On this day, Zhang Ting discovered that the land company had indeed quickly responded. Faced with the milk company's board's tenacious resistance, Henry Keswick, the chairman of Jardine Matheson, and the land company fully capitalized on the current momentum of Jardine Matheson, which was at its peak, as well as the land company's reputation as one of the world's 3 major real estate companies, launching a massive psychological offensive against the milk company shareholders. The land company published an advertisement in the newspaper boldly proclaiming itself as the king of stocks, while posing multiple questions regarding the milk company's board's share splitting and bonus measures under the heading Milk Company shareholders should consider the following matters. First, why did the milk company only split shares and issue bonus shares now? The milk company's actions have not changed the company's assets in any way. It has merely converted stocks valued at 268 Hong Kong dollars each into 10 stocks valued at 26.8 Hong Kong dollars each. Zhang Ting, upon seeing this, couldn't help but laugh again. Hey, this looks familiar. Isn't this the high bonus transfer game that shares love so much? Did the Hong Kong market dare to play such tricks on shares decades ago? In fact, this was a clear imitation of the Hong Kong stock market. What was played domestically was merely what Hong Kong had already exhausted many years ago. When Zhang Ting looked at the second point. Second, is the growth rate of the milk company's president indeed inaccurate? The milk company's board predicts that the company's profits will grow by 35 in 1972, which actually includes the funds raised from the milk company's share offering in May 1972. If this amount is excluded, the actual growth rate of the milk company is only 21. Zhang Ting looked at this and wondered, are you saying that the milk produced by the cows in the second half of the year isn't milk, but liquid gold? If you milk the cows of golden liquid, what about the bulls? Doesn't this look familiar? Isn't this the performance commitment that shares love to engage in? Not to mention that it's identical. Oh, it's simply that it surfaced decades earlier than in his past life's domestic stock market. Third, the milk company's board disregards the future. The milk company did not publish a forecast for 1973, while the land company, in its acquisition proposal, clearly pointed out the profit growth situation for the next 3 years. Fourth, the land company reminded the milk company shareholders that if the land company were to halt its acquisition efforts, the milk company stock price would drop from 268 Hong Kong dollars per share to 135 Hong Kong dollars per share before the acquisition proposal, a drop of 49. It can be said that the land company's frenzied counterattack prompted the milk company's management to respond. Both sides exchanged verbal barbs, resulting in a fierce back and forth. The citizens of Hong Kong were also exceptionally excited, all eager to invest money in the stock market, diving into a world of luxury and extravagance. In such a state of extreme market frenzy, HSBC's chairman Sanders directly stepped forward to warn the Hong Kong stock market has become purely a speculative activity, with many stocks heavily inflated. Upon seeing Sanders' warning in the newspaper, it was clear that this person was indeed remarkable. Perhaps many elites in Hong Kong were still quite capable. However, the vast majority of investors were blinded by the current frenzied stock market. They believed that this market was merely about money. On this Sunday, Lau Shirley came to see Zhang Ting again and spoke about the milk company and the land company, as well as the warning from HSBC's chairman Sanders. Surely no one is paying attention to Sanders now. Compared to the ongoing situation with the milk company and the land company, Zhang Ting was somewhat interested in this Sanders. Because he wouldn't retire until 1977, and now HSBC's general manager Shun Bai took over his position, and soon, because of Shun Bai, Li Jiaqing would also have the opportunity to make an appearance. However, at this time, HSBC was still largely under Sanders' influence. Sanders had a significant impact on the Chinese community in HSBC through 2 major matters. First, he began nurturing Mr. Pao in the 1950s and 1960s. It can be said that without Sanders' support, there would naturally be no shipping magnate Mr. Pao. In addition, in the early 1970s and even the 1960s, he had already begun to consider the future market situation in Hong Kong. Before the 1970s, Hong Kong was still primarily under British control, but after the 1970s, a Chinese capital began to rise. Most importantly, Sanders considered the future impact of Hong Kong's return to China. Because of this, his policies and ideas influenced the management of HSBC, which in turn affected his successor Shun Bai. It was precisely because of this situation that Li Jiaqing was favored by Shun Bai, leading to his later status as the richest man in Hong Kong and even among the Chinese community. However, it is still early. Though at this moment Li Jiaqing had already gained a certain influence in the Chinese community, especially after his Chongqiang industry went public, which attracted considerable attention from the people of Hong Kong. However, at this time Li Jiaqing was still far from being strong enough. Upon seeing Sanders' warnings about the Hong Kong stock market and investors, Zhang Ting felt that this might be a significant opportunity for him to seize Li Jiaqing's fortune. After resting for a night, the next day Lau Shirley returned to Hong Kong University, while Zhang Ting went back to the Galaxy Investment Company in the Huarenhang building. Boss, the newspapers have been sensational these past couple of days, all about the dairy company and the land company. That's nothing special. However, today the stock market will be influenced by Sanders' comments. Boss, is it about Sanders saying the Hong Kong stock market is a bubble? This was inevitable. The Hong Kong stock market is indeed a bubble. Yet everyone seems to be entranced as if stocks only go up and never down. At 9:30 in the morning, the Hong Kong stock market opened. The market plummeted by 87 points, a drop of 11.5. The dairy company and the land company were hit the hardest, with the dairy company's stock plunging by 20 and the land company by 23. This was merely a minor episode. Hong Kong investors remained optimistic about the market, their enthusiasm undiminished. The next day, the stock market rebounded immediately. Meanwhile, the fierce competition between the land and dairy companies had yet to show a clear victor, with both sides fiercely attacking each other, engaged in a battle of wits and power. At this time, both sides invited experts to publish articles in newspapers vehemently denouncing each other. Starting from November 14th, major newspapers in Hong Kong published full-page advertisements from the land company for 3 consecutive days. The language was sharp and acerbic, boasting and ridiculing each other to the fullest extent. On November 14th, it is well known that barren mountains can only grow grass and will never yield profits. Your Excellency surely understands this principle. Only by constructing skyscrapers on land can shareholders see profits soaring to the heavens. On November 15th, the performance over the past 5 years has risen sharply each year, so based on past performance it is the land company, based on future prospects it is also the land company. On November 16th, in the next 3 years who can stand shoulder to shoulder with us? Furthermore, they appealed in the newspapers, join the ranks of land company shareholders, and step forward. Now is the time. Zhang Ting had been watching these advertisements from the land company in various major newspapers in Hong Kong, and he couldn't help but admire Henry Kai-shek and the land company, as this type of advertising indeed resonated well with the dairy company's shareholders. The dairy company responded in kind, filling major Chinese newspapers in Hong Kong with advertisements urging shareholders not to fall into the land company's trap. The two sides engaged in a fierce advertising battle, much to the delight of newspaper owners. Each newspaper also included editorials, breaking news, and summaries to stir the pot, while the onlookers eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. To strengthen their offensive, the land company also sent an open letter directly to the shareholders of the dairy company, raising 9 points of questioning. 1. Why did the dairy company not disclose profit forecasts for the years 1973 and 1974? 2. Why did the dairy company not disclose its asset value? 3. Why did the dairy company significantly increase its statutory capital? 4. Who is truly against the land company's stock exchange proposal? 5. Is the trading vitality of stocks in the market worth studying? 6. Where are the real estate experts in the dairy company? The dairy company has previously sold most of its potentially lucrative properties. Oh, why is that? 7. Is the land company's business limited to Hong Kong? 8. If the acquisition is successful, will the land company retain all employees of the dairy company without issue? 9. Regardless of whether the acquisition succeeds or fails, both parties' stock prices will decline afterwards. Then what additional risks come with accepting the acquisition proposal? In the 9 points of questioning, the land company once again attacked the weaknesses of the dairy company. Point 6, while highlighting its own advantages. Point 7, essentially using its strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses. In this acquisition battle, the land company made full use of this advantage. Faced with the overwhelming public opinion assault from the land company, the dairy company's board did not dare to be negligent and immediately published advertisements to counterattack. The focus of this counterattack was the method of the land company's acquisition of the dairy company. The advertisement stated, all shareholders should consider the proposal is to exchange shares for shares, not cash for shares. Stock market prices may decrease or increase. Therefore, you must exercise extreme caution in assessing the value of the Hong Kong Land Company's exchange proposal. The advertisement finally urged dairy company shareholders to wait for the board's notification to avoid taking hasty action and losing all future rights. Before long, the dairy company's board published another full-page advertisement in response to the land company's exchange proposal, displaying a chart showing that after expert re-evaluation, the dairy company's stock asset value was as high as 80 Hong Kong dollars per share, while the land company's 2 shares only amounted to 56 Hong Kong dollars. The advertisement reminded dairy company shareholders, please carefully and meticulously assess the facts. The land company's exchange will reduce your earnings per share, dividends per share, and asset value per share. In Zhang Ting's view, this was just the dairy company boasting excessively. They published large advertisements in various newspapers displaying a thick column and two thin columns. The thick column represented the dairy company marked with 80, indicating an asset value of 80 Hong Kong dollars per share. The two thin columns represented the land company, with each thin column indicating an asset value of 28 Hong Kong dollars per share, totaling only 56 Hong Kong dollars. 2 shares of the land company exchanged for 1 share of the dairy company, meaning dairy company shareholders would incur a loss of 24 Hong Kong dollars. This advertisement indeed struck at the land company's sore spot. On the night the advertisement was published, the land company immediately rebuffed it, questioning the accuracy of the dairy company's asset reevaluation through a spokesperson. They then promptly hired professional appraisers to reassess their assets. On November 21, 1972, the land company rarely published 2-page advertisements in major newspapers, one of which claimed that after professional reevaluation, the land company's asset value had risen to 51 Hong Kong dollars per share. In other words, the asset value of 2 shares of the land company had reached 102 Hong Kong dollars, far exceeding the dairy company's single share at 80 Hong Kong dollars, making the exchange evidently favorable for dairy company shareholders. In an era of inadequate regulatory frameworks, such boasting could be done casually and accounts could be calculated freely. Another version informed dairy company shareholders how to exchange for land company stocks, stating that any acceptor of the exchange would receive the land company's new stocks within 4 days. To gain the support of dairy company shareholders and alleviate their doubts, the land company announced the cancellation of the acquisition's conditions, namely accepting exchanges based on at least 90 of the dairy company's issued shares or a lower percentage decided by Hong Kong Land Company. On the same day, the dairy company's board also published an advertisement in the newspapers questioning the accuracy of the land company's asset reevaluation. The advertisement pointed out on October 30th of this year, your company claimed that according to the board's recent valuation standards, the land company's net current assets were no less than 1.75 billion Hong Kong dollars, approximately 28 Hong Kong dollars per share. Yet yesterday's advertisement stated that the land company's stock was valued at 51 Hong Kong dollars per share, implying total current assets of around 3.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Can your company explain how the net value of current assets could increase by 1.4 billion Hong Kong dollars within a few weeks? At this point, the advertising war between the land and dairy companies had reached a heated stage. The dairy company's counterattacks hit the mark consistently, and the land company did not dare to underestimate the situation. On November 21, 1972, Henry Kaishek, the chairman of the land company, personally addressed the dairy company's board's doubts. Henry Kaishek stated that the land company's asset reevaluation on October 30th was conducted using a conservative valuation method based on investment principles for developed properties, while properties under development were valued with appropriate adjustments. As for the asset reevaluation on November 20th, it was conducted by professional appraisers based on the land company's publicly listed market prices and was certified by another independent valuation professional institution. Henry Kaishek emphasized that the land company's properties were valued based on public market prices, which differed significantly from the initial valuation based on investment principles, hence the resulting asset values also varied greatly. While gently defusing the dairy company's board's attacks, Henry Kaishek did not forget to counterattack. He said, although the dairy company has yet to publish the detailed criteria on which its company valuation is based, I believe that the professional valuation standards we adhere to are largely similar to those referenced by the dairy company. Speculators should understand that a real estate company can fairly value its assets based on public market prices. However, a trading entity that sells properties essential for maintaining its business for development purposes finds it difficult to explain to its shareholders. In other words, the accuracy of the dairy company's asset reevaluation is questionable. In this public advertising war, the land company pressed forward step by step, while the dairy company's board fought tenaciously. During this period, the land company, through consulting firms Yifua and Huajili, frequently urged dairy company shareholders to send or deliver their stocks to the Central Registration Office on Bid Street in central Hong Kong to accept the land company's exchange proposal with a deadline of November 29th. In response, the land company warned dairy company shareholders those who wait until the last moment to take action may find their conditions not met and therefore unable to exchange dairy company stocks for land company stocks. As the deadline for the stock exchange drew nearer, more and more dairy company shareholders were moving to exchange their stocks for land company shares, prompting the land company to set up an exchange office at Star Glory House on Salisbury Road in Kowloon. At this time, the market even rumored that the land company had acquired 51 of the dairy company's shares. Although the dairy company's consultants immediately clarified the rumor, the situation seemed increasingly unfavorable for the dairy company's board. November 21st, 1972. Tuesday. At this moment, the news in Xinjiang was almost entirely about the milk company and the land company. In order to suppress each other and gain the support of shareholders, both companies were willing to spend lavishly on advertisements in major media outlets across Xinjiang. While some of these advertisements were free, many came at a cost. Both sides even hired experts and writers to continuously defame and undermine each other in the newspapers, allowing these experts and writers to earn a substantial amount during this period. At this moment, Zhang Ting had just arrived at the office. Leona brought the brewed coffee to Zhang Ting's desk. Kusi came over with a newspaper and said, "Boss, there are rumors that the land company now holds 51 of the shares. Is that possible? It seems a bit likely. A bit likely, but it could very well be false. Kusi, if we were to swap our shares in the milk company with the land company, how many shares would that be? It should be between 39 to 41. This means that the actual circulating shares of the milk company on the market are only around 60, as about 40 are already in Zhang Ting's hands. In this situation, how could so many people have exchanged their milk company shares for shares in the land company? In addition, shareholders like Zhou Xinyan, Qi Dezun, and Ma Deng still held shares in the milk company. They couldn't have swapped them, right? Calculating it out, Zhang Ting realized that the land company over in Xiangjiang should not have acquired that many shares of the milk company yet. Boss, should we go for the swap? Yes, but not all at once, so we need to take it slow. Zhang Ting understood. At this moment, the land company was poised to swallow the milk company and had entered the final stage. However, Zhou Xinyan was still not giving up and would not easily let go. If Zhang Ting stood on Zhou Xinyan's side at this moment, then Yi Land and Henry Yosek would surely return empty-handed. If he were to directly exchange those shares for Yi Land stocks, this takeover of the milk company by the land company would have ended prematurely. However, Zhang Ting knew he couldn't rush it, because now was not the time. Zhang Ting's goal was not just the milk company, it was to take over the land company. That was his true objective. Kusi seemed to know something. So did Leona. Zhang Ting smiled, instructing Kusi to arrange someone to handle this matter. At this moment, Zhang Ting knew that the acquisition battle between the land company and the milk company was becoming increasingly clear. Xiangjiang Land Center Building Company Conference Room. The land company and Henry Yosek began to adopt the demeanor of victors. Henry Keswick told the reporters interviewing him that after the successful share swap, he had no intention of replacing Zhou Xinyan at the milk company and was willing to be his deputy. He also stated that there were no plans to restructure the personnel organization of the milk company. He only wanted to utilize the land company's expertise to assist in the development of the milk company's trade in real estate. In addition, he criticized the milk company for only knowing how to sell land in the past, lacking experience in real estate development, thus launching a further psychological offensive. Objectively speaking, the proposal from the land company regarding the share swap was not fair to the shareholders of the milk company. However, they all had confidence in the long-term development prospects of the land company and were willing to temporarily take a loss. At this moment, the Xiangjiang stock market was in a bull market, with the real estate sector flourishing and investors were eagerly pursuing real estate stocks. As an established real estate company, the land company owned major valuable properties in the prime area of Central and was touted as one of the 3 largest real estate companies in the world, making its prospects clearly favorable for investors. Shareholders of the milk company were also hopeful that the land company's takeover would fully leverage its expertise to assist in the milk company's real estate development, thus yielding high profits. It was evident that the board of directors of the milk company was also well aware of the mindset of its shareholders to prevent them from heading to the land company for a share swap. Their only option was to fight back with their backs against the wall, partnering with other real estate groups to establish their own real estate company to develop their properties, but this move had come too late. On November 22, 1972, there were widespread rumors that large institutions would join the milk company to assist in real estate development, and it was also said that the land company might issue 1 bonus share for every 2 shares held, causing both stocks to soar and be sold out by the close. Xiangjiang Chinese Bank Building. The office on the 9th floor. At this moment, the Xiangjiang stock market had not yet concluded. Stocks of the milk company and the land company continued to rise. However, for Zhang Ting, if the stocks were not sold, the rise in stock prices held little significance. Of course, there were some savvy individuals who had already noticed that the prices of these 2 stocks had become very high, leading some retail investors to prefer selling their milk company stocks for cash rather than exchanging them for shares of the land company. Last Saturday, HSBC's senior executive Sanders had already warned that the Xiangjiang stock market was becoming a bubble. Boss, the stocks of the milk company and the land company are going crazy right now. It's a pity we haven't sold. Not sold. Of course it was, because they were meant for swapping with the stocks of Xiangjiang Land. Yesterday, Zhang Ting had instructed someone to buy those milk company stocks and to exchange them in 2 batches at 2 different locations. Now, each time a 2 exchange was made, there was still time to finish the swap. Moreover, Zhang Ting knew that the battle between the land company and the milk company was already in its final stages. However, Zhou Xinyan would certainly not easily relinquish control of the milk company. Boss, do you think Zhou Xinyan still won't let go? Kusi and Leona couldn't believe it. No, he won't let go until the very end. In this regard, Zhang Ting still admired Zhou Xinyan a bit. However, from the start, Zhou Xinyan had been unable to match up against Henry Yosek and the land company. Even with the help of the Lo family as consultants, were still no match. Not to mention the support from Qi Dezun of Hutchison Whampoa and Ma Deng of Wheelock. With the backing of these two major foreign firms, Zhou Xinyan and the milk company were still no match for Henry. Yosek used human nature to entice those investors. Now with these two foreign firms backing him, Zhou Xinyan realized that to prevent shareholders from going to the land company for a swap, their only option was to fight back with their backs against the wall, partnering with other real estate groups to establish their own real estate company to develop their properties, but this move had come too late. Zhou Xinyan, Kowloon, Shi Dazun Ma Deng, and even Li Zhu, the representative from Lo family, secretly discussed in the study and decided to find important allies for help. Currently, there were still many other companies in Xinjiang, especially real estate companies, including Li Jiacheng's Changjiang Industrial Group, among others. There were also other Chinese-funded real estate firms historically known as the Five Tigers of Real Estate. Guo family's New World Development, Li Zianji's Hang Lung Properties, Zheng Yutong's New World Development, Chen Zengxis Hang Lung Properties, and even Hu Yingxiang's Hoping Realty. These real estate companies had all gone public in the past 2 to 3 years, and among Chinese-funded enterprises, their strength had already surpassed that of others. When news spread that Zhou Xinyan was to cooperate with other major institutions to develop real estate, many property companies in Xinjiang began to take action. On the night of November 22, 1972, Wang Dehui and his wife Gong Xintong, living in a villa on Victoria Peak, had been closely following the battle between the land company and the dairy company. The couple felt that the dairy company might lose this acquisition battle when they heard reports that the dairy company was preparing to collaborate with other real estate companies to establish a real estate firm for the development of large parcels of land in Coppercoin Bay and Pak Fu Lam. This news immediately made Wang Dehui and his wife drool with anticipation. The land in Coppercoin Bay was becoming increasingly valuable. Oh, everyone knew this, yet not everyone possessed such extensive land. Aside from the Li family in Coppercoin Bay, the only other contender was the dairy company. Upon seeing this report, the couple instantly recognized that an opportunity had arrived. As Wang Dehui's wise and capable advisor Gong Xintong immediately said to her husband, "Sir, this is a splendid opportunity. You see it too. Of course, if we successfully collaborate with Zhou Xinyan to develop the company, we can easily acquire the vast lands in Coppercoin Bay and Pak Fu Lam owned by the dairy company. If we fail, our Huamao real estate will at least gain more fame in Xinjiang." In these 3 years, many Chinese-funded real estate companies in Xinjiang had gone public one after another, including Li Jicheng's Changjiang Industrial Group and the Xinjiang Five Tigers Real Estate, all of which had successfully listed. At this time, Huamao, owned by Wang Dehui and his wife, had not yet gone public, and their decision to keep the company private was due to various reasons. Since the 1960s, Huamao real estate had been thriving in Xinjiang. Xintong, you are absolutely right. Sir, we must meet Zhou Xinyan as soon as possible. If we delay, others will seize the opportunity. Although both the Wang and Zhou families owned villas in the Victoria Peak area, they were quite far apart. Now that it was evening, Gong Xintong felt the urgency to meet Zhou Xinyan immediately. Then I'll go meet Mr. Zhou. Wang Dehui knew Zhou Xinyan, but was not very familiar with him. Gong Xintong felt that her husband lacked social skills and feared that he might fail in making the connection. "Sir, I'll go myself. You stay home and wait for news." Wang Dehui didn't think much of it. As Gong Xintong went into the room to change into a seldom worn qipao and put on high heels, she took special care to groom herself in front of the mirror. In fact, both Gong Xintong and Wang Dehui were very frugal. Thus, in their villa, there was only a maid and no additional staff. As for bodyguards, they didn't even consider them. This was also why in the 1980s, Wang Dehui was actually kidnapped on his way to work, because he was too stingy to spend money on a bodyguard, making him a target. Now that Gong Xintong had completed her makeover, her husband Wang Dehui said nothing about her appearance. Gong Xintong got into one of their ordinary fuges. Gong Xintong drove away towards Zhou's villa on Victoria Peak. Normally, she wouldn't invite anyone to their villa. The couple rarely visited others' homes aside from work. Now visiting Zhou Xinyan, the couple had not even considered bringing any gifts. In Gong Xintong's view, this collaboration was with Zhou Xinyan, and given his status, he would certainly not value ordinary gifts. After about half an hour, when Gong Xintong parked her Fuji at the entrance of Zhou's villa, a while later, a maid came out to open the door. Seeing Gong Xintong arrive empty-handed, the maid found it somewhat strange. "Hello, please tell Sir Zhou that I am Gong Xintong, the Vice General Manager of Huamao Real Estate, and I have important matters to discuss with him." Upon hearing it was Huamao Real Estate, the maid went inside. Zhou Xinyan was still in his study contemplating which real estate company to collaborate with. In fact, he had considered collaborating with the Xinjiang Five Tigers of Chinese real estate. However, due to various reasons, he did not proceed with that. As for Huamao Real Estate, he had never thought about it at all. Now the maid walked in. "Sir, a Miss Gong, who claims to be the Vice General Manager of Huamao Real Estate, has arrived at the door. She wishes to see you." Gong Xintong, Wang Dehui's wife. "Is her husband not with her?" "No, she is alone." Many people in Xinjiang knew of Wang Dehui and his wife, and their notoriety was not due to their wealth, but rather their stinginess. Upon hearing that the maid said Gong Xintong had come alone and empty-handed, Zhou Xinyan merely smiled, requesting the maid to bring her in. At this moment, Gong Xintong was only 35 years old, still quite young. Dressed in a qipao with long hair, she appeared somewhat different from the later little sweetheart wealthy woman. When Gong Xintong was brought in apart from Zhou Xinyan and Chun Baoqi, there was only one maid in the Zhou villa. Gong Xintong did not linger. As Gong Xintong entered Zhou Xinyan's study, she saw him gazing out the window. "Sir, Miss Gong has arrived. You may leave for now." The maid exited and closed the door. Gong Xintong directly greeted Zhou Xinyan. "Sir Zhou, I am here to resolve your troubles." "Resolve my troubles?" Zhou Xinyan seemed somewhat surprised, turning around to see the kippa-clad Gong Xintong, who caught his eye with a fresh impression. At that time, Huamao had indeed seized opportunities to grow in the 1960s. However, now Huamao was merely a medium-sized real estate company in Xinjiang, still far behind the Xinjiang Five Tigers. "Miss Gong, how do you intend to resolve my troubles? Isn't the land company planning to swallow the dairy company? We at Huamao Real Estate can assist you with this." What precisely the two discussed inside remains unknown to those outside. The maid did not know, nor did Chen Baoqi. However, Gong Xintong stayed inside for quite a while. When she finally emerged, aside from her slightly disheveled hair, everything else seemed quite normal. After Gong Xintong left with a smile, the maid entered and said, "Sir, Miss Gong has driven away." Zhou Xinyan merely nodded. Originally, he had looked down on Huamao, especially knowing that Wang Dehui and his wife's reputation in Xinjiang was not very good. However, after their private discussion, Zhou Xinyan seemed to have been persuaded by Gong Xintong. The next day, on November 23, 1972, Zhang Ting had just woken up. It was Thursday, a day that Westerners particularly valued as Thanksgiving. On this day, the white population in Xinjiang might celebrate. Zhang Ting, of course, did not observe this holiday. After swimming, he went to the restaurant for breakfast. When Connie and Wang Hui brought over the newspaper, Zhang Ting noticed that many ads still belonged to the dairy and land companies. The Xinjiang Land Company was urging investors holding dairy company stocks to quickly exchange them for land company stocks. The dairy company, on the other hand, was advising investors not to fall for the land company's tricks. Zhang Ting had seen enough of this during this period. He knew that if things continued as they had in history, the dairy company would surely not give up its final chance. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Ting sat in a Rolls-Royce and arrived at the Huarenhang building, taking the elevator up to the 9th floor office. Upon arriving at the office, Kai Si reported to Zhang Ting regarding the stock exchanges with the land company. Since August, Zhang Ting had instructed people to purchase stocks from both the dairy and land companies, and now they had been exchanging a portion of dairy company stocks daily. "How much have we exchanged?" "Boss, we have exchanged about 15 of the land company stocks and additionally purchased 8 of land company stocks. Moreover, there are dairy company stocks that can be exchanged for another 20 of land company stocks that have not yet been exchanged. Continue the exchanges. The acquisition battle between the dairy company and the land company will soon conclude." "Yes, boss." Zhang Ting knew that at this moment, it was futile for Zhou Xinyan to seek help from anyone. The Zhou family villa. Gong Xintong, dressed in a qipao, arrived again. She came alone this time, but she held a contract in her hand. While Gong Xintong and Zhou Xinyan were having a secret discussion in the study, the people outside, including the maid and Chun Baoqi, had no idea what they were doing inside. As a woman, Chun Baoqi felt very uncomfortable the moment she saw Gong Xintong. She was a married woman from an ordinary family, and it was already a stroke of luck for her to get close to Zhou Xinyan. Naturally, she wouldn't concern herself with Zhou Xinyan's other matters. Gong Xintong clearly came over to discuss serious business. The two had a lengthy conversation inside. When Gong Xintong left the study, aside from her slightly disheveled hair, she seemed quite satisfied. They had just finalized their cooperation. The milk company and Huamao would collaborate to establish a milk real estate company. Gong Xintong drove away satisfied with the contract. After resting for a night, November 24, 1972. Friday. Zhang Ting woke up early, swam in the villa's swimming pool, took a shower, changed into a new set of clothes, and then went to the dining room to prepare for breakfast. When Connie brought the newspaper, the first thing Zhang Ting saw was a news report. He knew that Zhou Xinyan, as in history, had chosen to collaborate with Wang Dehui and his wife from Huamao Real Estate. Why? The newspaper reported it quite clearly. Gong Xintong from Huamao personally visited Zhou Xinyan for 2 consecutive nights. As for what the two discussed secretly, people outside did not know, but the outside world speculated that it must be about Zhou Xinyan's cooperation with Huamao. Zhang Ting found that it was indeed the case. History had not changed because of his arrival. After finishing breakfast, he drove back to the overseas Chinese building and took the elevator up to the 9th floor office. Kais continued to report on the stock swap of the milk company while Laura made him coffee. After the coffee was ready and brought over, she asked, "Boss, who do you think Zhou Xinyan is collaborating with?" It was obvious that Laura still didn't know. Huamao Real Estate. Huamao. Now, Huamao was a medium-sized real estate company in Xinjiang, and compared to other large real estate companies, it was not very prominent. Other large Chinese-funded real estate companies had all gone public, but this one had not yet. This puzzled Laura. Why would Zhou Xinyan seek cooperation with Huamao? It was clear that he hadn't found the right partner. "Boss, why Huamao?" Kais was somewhat confused. "You see, this explains it." They were not very proficient in Chinese, but there was news about Gong Xintong visiting the Zhou family at night. The two women couldn't make sense of it. Zhang Ting understood immediately, and the article was likely true. Though it contained some speculative elements, it wasn't far from reality. How is this even possible? Laura still couldn't imagine. Haha, that's the cleverness of Wang Dehui and his wife. Other Chinese-funded companies had no chance to collaborate with Zhou Xinyan, yet the notoriously stingy Wang Dehui and his wife had this opportunity. The two women exchanged glances, still puzzled. Zhang Ting did not elaborate further. In the morning, the Xinjiang stock market continued to surge. The stocks of the milk company and the real estate company were still being traded on the exchange. After finishing lunch, the Xinjiang stock market continued its afternoon session. The milk company held a press conference in its meeting room. Present at the press conference were Zhou Xinyan, the general manager of the milk company, Kowloon, the general manager of Huamao Real Estate, Wang Dehui, and Vice President Gong Xinting, along with other senior executives from both parties. At the press conference, General Manager Kowloon officially announced the milk company and Xinjiang Real Estate Company Huamao have reached an agreement to jointly establish an organization called the Milk Real Estate Company. In fact, days earlier, reporters and media in Xinjiang had already circulated news about Zhou Xinyan seeking collaboration with other organizations. Other journalists or shareholders thought Zhou Xinyan would seek collaboration with a well-established real estate company. Just yesterday, news broke about Gong Xinting visiting Zhou Xinyan at night. When they saw Wang Dehui and his wife at the press conference today, those reporters realized that Zhou Xinyan had indeed sought cooperation with Wang Dehui and his wife from Huamao. Clearly, these reporters looked down on Huamao. Aside from Huamao's lack of strength, the reputation of Wang Dehui and his wife was also terrible. Next, Kowloon continued announcing the details of the agreement. According to the agreement, Huamao would inject 124 million Hong Kong dollars into the new company in exchange for 24.9 equity. The milk company would exchange its land for 75.1 equity in the new company, of which 25 of the shares would be distributed free of charge to milk company shareholders, and the new company would be listed on various stock exchanges. The board of directors of the milk company stated that after the stock distribution to milk company shareholders, the asset value and profit of the milk company's stock would increase, which is why the board refused to swap shares with the real estate company. This news shocked not only the present reporters, but also surprised many others who heard it afterward. Zhang Ting was still in his office at the overseas Chinese building. Kai said, just heard some news. Boss, as you said, Zhou Xinyan collaborated with Wang Dehui and his wife to establish the milk real estate company. This move will only make Zhou Xinyan lose faster. In Zhang Ting's view, it was foolish for Zhou Xinyan to choose to work with those two. It was tantamount to directly losing to the real estate company. Why was that? Ultimately, it was because Wang Dehui and his wife's reputation was too poor. In Xinjiang, the houses built by this couple had very poor quality, and they even cut corners. Those who bought the houses had no recourse. Moreover, years ago, this couple was rumored to have done everything possible to save money, often finding numerous excuses to avoid paying workers' wages or even refusing to pay altogether. The worst situation was for those who had just illegally immigrated to Xinjiang, who didn't even have new identification and were still undocumented, forced to work illegally at Huamao's construction sites. Their income was already lower than that of workers with identification in Xinjiang. When it came time to settle up, Wang Dehui and his wife would send people to report them to the immigration office, leading to investigations and deportations. Especially during a period when the immigration office was particularly strict against illegal immigrants, Wang Dehui and his wife made a lot of money from the workers' blood and sweat. It was as if those workers worked for Huamao for free, ultimately receiving nothing and being sent back to their homeland due to the reports. Historically, in the 1980s, Wang Dehui was kidnapped once and later rescued. In the 1990s, he was kidnapped again. As a result, very few people in Xinjiang sympathized with them precisely because of their poor reputation and the many strange things they had done. Now, many people wondered how Zhou Xinyan ended up collaborating with Wang Dehui and his wife. Wasn't that akin to seeking death? Yet Zhou Xinyan and the executives of the milk company did not think so. The next day, the milk company board published a full-page advertisement vigorously promoting the importance of this transaction to the milk company while mocking the shareholders who had accepted the share swap for missing this great opportunity. Huamao Real Estate was an active medium-sized real estate company primarily developing small residential buildings in areas like Tsuan, one well received by market buyers. When Huamao teamed up with the milk company to create the Milk Real Estate Company, it was already quite substantial. According to an interview with Huamao's chairman Wang Dehui, Huamao owned over 40 development sites, with its main business in real estate also extending to chemical industry, construction, and finance, holding approximately 30 subsidiaries. Despite this, at that time, Huamao's strength and reputation were still insufficient to compete with the real estate company. That day it was Saturday, and Henry, who was still resting at the Peak Villa, Joseph K., by this time was very confident, knowing he had already won. During interviews with several reporters, Henry Kaiser remained calm, claiming that the share swap would definitely succeed. He expressed immense confidence, saying, "We have no concerns about this newly established company. They will not succeed because Huamao Real Estate has no experience in developing the land currently held by the milk company. This company has only developed real estate in some remote areas of Kwaichung Kowloon and the New Territories. The milk company can be said to have chosen the wrong partner, inadvertently wasting these lands. This approach brings no benefits to the milk company and may even be detrimental. Therefore, he asserted that the newly established real estate company would not succeed and Xiangjiang Real Estate had nothing to worry about, as they had already received enough shares to veto this transaction. In the face of the real estate company's ridicule, Huamao and the milk company did not feel discouraged. Huamao also joined the advertising battle, continuously publishing full-page ads to promote to milk company shareholders. The advertising campaign of the milk company's board continued until November 29th, the day before the real estate company's share swap deadline, demonstrating a determination to fight to the last soldier. Originally, Zhou Xinyan intended to seek help, believing he would gain the support of major shareholders from the milk company. To his surprise, after inviting the couple Wang Dehui from Huamao, many shareholders of the milk company realized that Zhou Xinyan had no chance left. Although afterwards the milk company continued to advertise in various major newspapers in Xiangjiang, at this point, it had practically become futile. On November 28, 1972, Wednesday, the board of directors of the milk company had placed full-page advertisements in major newspapers. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this should be the milk company's final advertisement. At this moment, Zhang Ting was having breakfast in the villa's dining room, looking at the advertisement run by the milk company. Although the milk company owned a vast amount of real estate, it essentially operated as a food trading company with trade managed by a specialized team that had achieved good results in the past and had established further development plans in the West Pacific region. The board of directors of the milk company firmly believed that the accomplishments of this specialized management team in leading an independent company would surpass those of managing a trade company affiliated with a real estate company, especially one that sought absolute control without cooperation. The milk company had no doubts about the land company's capabilities in real estate management. In fact, if the land company formally discussed joint real estate development with the milk company would certainly consider their proposals carefully. The milk company's willingness to collaborate with Huamao Properties Limited was based on the following reasons. The milk company wanted to independently manage its food trade. Huamao Properties Limited only accounted for 24.9% of the milk company's allocated milk real estate properties, meaning the milk company still retained control over the allocated real estate. The milk company was not selling its properties. Huamao injected properties and cash worth 124 million Hong Kong dollars into the milk company's assets, effectively increasing the total asset value. As a result, the milk company could distribute new company stocks worth approximately 17 Hong Kong dollars per share to its shareholders without having to diminish profits or asset value. Finally, after calculating the price-earnings ratios of the land company and the milk company for the fiscal year 1973, the advertisement stated the board of directors of the milk company remains firmly convinced that the value of the milk company stock far exceeds the combined value of 2 shares of land company stock. This advertisement can be seen as a summary from the milk company's board regarding the acquisition battle with the land company, systematically explaining why the board firmly rejected the acquisition. Zhang Ting could see that the milk company's board was still portraying a bright future for the company in various newspapers. However, investors were no longer buying into this narrative. Zhang Ting finished his breakfast. He took the still unread newspaper with him to the car and continued to look at the publications inside the vehicle. It seemed like Zhou Xinyan from the milk company and Henry from Jardine Matheson were both in the spotlight these past 2 months, and now it was time for Zhang Ting to take his turn. When Zhang Ting arrived at the company office, "Boss, the milk company is advertising again. Sir Zhou has already lost. But now it's our turn to take the stage." "Boss, what do you mean?" "Our goal is to swallow the land company. We have been preparing for over 3 months, and the time is almost right." Kais Lorna seemed to have nothing to say anymore. After all, the milk company's stock price had already soared more than tenfold, as Zhang Ting had not sold directly clearly for this day. Henry Joseph from Jardine Matheson wanted to swallow the milk company through the land company. Zhang Ting also wanted to consume the land company through the milk company. "Speed up, we need to exchange all the milk company stocks in these few days." "Yes, boss." Kais immediately arranged for people to handle this matter. After Kais arranged this, Zhang Ting's gaze turned towards the window. Seeing the distant land company office building, Zhang Ting knew that the center of the land building was already beckoning him. However, it was not yet time, especially since he had not fully exchanged those milk company stocks into land company stocks. Zhang Ting calculated that now he held about 43 of the shares in the land company through exchanging milk company stocks along with the land stocks he had purchased separately. In other words, Zhang Ting and Galaxy Investment Company had effectively become the largest shareholder of the land company. As for Henry Joseph, through Jardine's land stocks, held a maximum of 5 and a minimum of around 3. In other words, Jardine's control over the land company was not substantial. The reason no one else was coveting the land company was primarily because Jardine was the largest British firm in Xiangjiang with too much power. Others were simply too intimidated to even look at this company. Zhang Ting, however, was different. When he was discussing the land company with Lorna, he had already set his sights on this crown regarded as the most dazzling in the real estate sector. Lorna, boss, is there something you need? I want to meet someone. Boss, who do you want to meet? Wei. Wei was a significant figure in history, especially in the economic history of Xinjiang. He had been present in many important acquisitions in Xinjiang, but each time, he either suffered from bad luck or lost to a more fortunate tycoon. So what was Wei doing at this moment? Known as the company, Dr. Wei originally hailed from Scotland, England. Born in 1932 in Australia, he had previously worked as a lumberjack and an apprentice. In 1951, he left Australia to work for Warner Brothers, the largest automobile dealership in Malaysia, rising from engineer to manager and becoming a somewhat famous amateur race car driver. In 1964, Wei was invited to Xinjiang to head the Shaba Automobile Company, and 3 years later, he successfully developed the company into a large corporate group. He served as a senior executive or professional manager for many companies in Xinjiang, bringing him rich management experience. At this moment, he should be at the Shaba Automobile Company. Historically, in 1973, he was invited again to save the Xinjiang Company, successfully reviving it and returning it to normal operations. Later, he gained fame after being invited by HSBC to join Hutchison International, where he not only merged Hutchison International with Whampoa Dock into Hutchison Whampoa, but also made Hutchison Whampoa the second largest trading company in Xinjiang. Unfortunately, historically shunned by, handed over Hutchison Whampoa to Li Jiaxing, and as the executive director of Hutchison Whampoa, Wei was eventually driven away by Li Jiaxing. Afterwards, multiple acquisition battles erupted in Xinjiang, and Wei's presence was often noted. Particularly during the battle between Liu Lianxiong and Chinese estates, he almost succeeded, but ultimately lost to Liu Lianxiong, failing to ascend the wealth rankings of Xinjiang. In Zhang Ting's view, Wei was indeed a highly capable professional manager. Now, if he were to take charge of the new Xinjiang land, the land company was the largest real estate company in Xinjiang, and after swallowing the milk company, the new land company would become even larger. In such circumstances, Zhang Ting did not have much time or energy to manage such a large company. However, he knew Wei was a feasible option. Before entering the new land company, he needed to ensure that Wei was willing to work for him. Lorna was somewhat surprised. Boss, do you know Wei? Yes, he should still be at the Shaba Automobile Company. If he is not in this company, you need to find him for me. Boss, where should I meet him? At a nearby cafe. Originally, Zhang Ting wanted Wei to meet him at Repulse Bay. However, since they were still unfamiliar with each other, and this was their first meeting, it would be better to meet in a high-end cafe. Lorna did not stay any longer and prepared to go find Wei. When Lorna found Wei, he was nominally still serving as an executive at Shaba Automobile Company, though in reality, once the company had stabilized, much of its operation no longer required his involvement. At this time, Wei knew he would need to seek new employment. He had been closely following Hong Kong's booming stock market over the past 2 or 3 years, as well as the recent high-stakes acquisition battle in which Hong Kong Land sought to acquire Dairy Farm. He understood that the moment Henry Joseph announced Hong Kong Land's share swap offer for Dairy Farm, the outcome was sealed. Dairy Farm and its chairman Chao Shinian had already lost. Though the final result of this acquisition battle had yet to be officially declared, Wei already knew how it would conclude. General Manager Miss Lorna is here to see you. Lorna. Wei did not recognize the name. Previously, Lorna had worked at a branch of HSBC Bank where she held a relatively low-profile position, so it was entirely unsurprising that her name remained unknown to outsiders. Wei surmised she must be a Caucasian woman. When his assistant stepped out to open the door and usher her in, Wei confirmed that a fair-skinned woman he had never seen before stood before him. Wei was now 40, a typical Caucasian born in Australia, yet indistinguishable in bearing and manner from those hailing from the United Kingdom. Historically, however, he had suffered repeated defeats in pivotal acquisition battles. Defeats rooted ultimately in identity. First, he was not a true Briton. Second, he was not a local Hong Kong Chinese. Consequently, he received no meaningful backing from the UK, and when Hong Kong's ethnic Chinese capital rose to prominence, neither did he gain support from the local Chinese community or from mainland China. Thus, identity itself proved profoundly consequential. Seeing Lorna now, Wei felt a genuine flicker of surprise. Mr. Wei, I'd like to speak with you privately. After his female assistant stepped out, Wei replied, Miss Lorna, I'm afraid I don't know you. Indeed, Mr. Wei, you did not know me before. I formerly served at an HSBC branch handling securities-related affairs, so she came from HSBC. After meeting my current employer, Mr. Zhang Ting, I joined his Galaxy Investment Company, now serving as his personal secretary and executive assistant. Mr. Zhang, Galaxy Investment Company. He had truly never heard of either. Though Galaxy Investment had leased the 8th and 9th floors of the Chinese building, its presence remained obscure. The Chinese building was notoriously dilapidated. Aside from visitors heading to the Far East Stock Exchange, few ever ventured upstairs. More crucially, Zhang Ting and Galaxy Investment operated with such discretion that they remained virtually invisible to the public. I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. Wei answered honestly. Names like Li Kashing, Sir Y. K. Pao or Chung Yutong were instantly recognizable, but Zhang Ting, utterly unknown. Not having heard of him is perfectly fine. My employer wishes to meet you. Why me? Wei Li asked. This is the opportunity my employer has extended to you. An opportunity, delivered with astonishing confidence. Wei Li found it perplexing. Lorna meanwhile finalized the time and location for Zhang Ting's meeting with Wei Li at a nearby cafe. Then she departed. Watching her leave, Wei Li felt a genuine curiosity stir within him. With little else occupying his time, he decided he would indeed discover who this Zhang Ting was, and why he sought him out. That same morning, shortly after 10 o'clock, Lorna returned. Sir, I've arranged your meeting with Mr. Wei Li at a nearby cafe, 230 p.m. Then accompany me then. Since arriving in this world, Zhang Ting had met remarkably few true titans of industry. Most he knew only through newspapers or television. Clearly, Wei Li would be his first. After lunch at 2:15 p.m., as Zhang Ting and Lorna exited the Chinese building. Escorted by bodyguards, including Zhang Hua, they entered an upscale cafe nearby. In Hong Kong's central business district, prestigious positions in commercial towers had long been dominated by Caucasians. So too were the district's luxury services, designed almost exclusively for them. Cafes like this were for most ethnic Chinese financially out of reach, and certainly not intended for their patronage. When Zhang Ting and Lorna arrived, he observed numerous Caucasians entering the cafe. Clearly, its clientele remained overwhelmingly white. Ethnic Chinese patrons were either absent or exceedingly rare. When Lorna approached the reception desk, a female attendant promptly led them inside. Wei Li had arrived early. At that moment, he sat alone in a private booth, slowly stirring his bitter coffee. As the booth door opened, Wei Li's gaze fell first upon Lorna, having already met her earlier that morning in his office. Then he noticed the young man beside her, strikingly youthful, perhaps only 20. From Lorna's deferential posture and glance, it was evident she held him in deep respect. Could he be the scion of some prominent Hong Kong Chinese family? As local Chinese capital surged, so too had the ranks of its wealthy heirs. Mr. Wei Li, this is Mr. Zhang Ting, the founder and principal of Galaxy Investment Company. Zhang Ting's original identity traced back to an undocumented entry from mainland China. He bore no English name, only these two syllables. Mr. Wei Li, it's a pleasure. Since Zhang Ting had initiated the meeting, he extended his hand. Wei Li rose and shook it firmly. From their first encounter, Wei Li sensed something exceptional about this young man. Many ethnic Chinese, even accomplished ones, still betrayed subtle hesitations in their gaze toward Caucasians, but none flickered in Zhang Ting's eyes. The cafe attendant brought their coffees as instructed by Lorna. Zhang Ting said nothing, merely sitting quietly with a faint knowing smile. Having spent years in Hong Kong, Wei Li had encountered countless individuals, including many prominent Chinese figures. Yet this young man struck him immediately and unmistakably as different. In his previous life, Zhang Ting had commanded the legendary Limit Up Death Squad, entering the stock market with 50,000, amassing over 100 million within 8 years, and reaching a net worth exceeding 10 billion by his mid-30s. He had met every kind of person imaginable. Even in his prior life, he had studied Wei Li closely, recognizing him as an exceptionally formidable strategist. Yet in this timeline, Wei Li's renown remained modest, his influence limited, and his tenure at the apex of power brief. By contrast, Zhang Ting's daily gains from Hong Kong Stock Exchange were staggering, and his profits from UK equities even more immense. His personal fortune had long surpassed 1 billion. He now held over 40% of Hong Kong Land's shares, a fact that fortified his unshakable self-assurance. Most critically, he possessed foresight into the future, and housed within his mind a supreme financial simulation engine. When the attendant delivered their coffees, Zhang Ting nodded briefly to Lorna. She stepped out, while Zhang Hua stationed himself outside the booth, barring all entry. This was clearly momentous. Wei Li watched, puzzled. Mr. Zhang, what is the meaning of this? You've surely followed Hong Kong Land's ongoing share swap acquisition of Dairy Farm. Indeed I have. Though the official announcement remains pending, I am certain Chao Shinian and Dairy Farm have already lost. From this point forward, Dairy Farm belongs to Hong Kong Land. Zhang Ting replied. Mr. Wei Li, Dairy Farm and Chao Shinian lost the moment the battle began, but that does not mean Dairy Farm now belongs to Jardine Matheson Co. as Hong Kong Land. Not to Jardine Matheson Co. Wei Li blinked, bewildered. What could that possibly mean? Zhang Ting glanced at Lorna. When she spoke on his behalf, Wei Li froze, speechless. This young man before him had begun strategic positioning, entering both Dairy Farm and Hong Kong Land back in August. Long before anyone else took notice of either company, he had already directed acquisitions of their shares. Thus, the entire high-stakes drama between Dairy Farm and Hong Kong Land had unfolded for Zhang Ting as little more than a spectator sport. Had Hong Kong Land not pursued the share swap model, Zhang Ting himself could never have leveraged it to absorb Hong Kong Land outright. Mr. Zhang, you're saying your firm already holds 43% of Hong Kong Land's equity? Wei Li was stunned, disbelieving. Precisely. Through Dairy Farm's share swap transaction plus direct purchases of Hong Kong Land shares, the total stands at exactly that figure. Wei Li found himself utterly speechless, his mind reeling with shock and awe. He rose and paced restlessly within the private booth. He understood precisely what this implied, yet he remained baffled why approach him. And, most unsettling, he realized he knew nothing about this young man. Mr. Wei Li, does this excite you? It certainly does. If I intend to fully absorb Hong Kong land, what then remains missing? Zhang Ting aimed to absorb a newly enlarged Hong Kong land, one now incorporating dairy farm. Originally the world's, and Hong Kong's, largest property developer at scale, would become unprecedented with dairy farm added. Historically, Li Ka-shing had long coveted Hong Kong land, dreaming of transforming Chung Kong Holdings into a property giant rivaling it. Ultimately, he succeeded in acquiring Hutchison Whampoa only with the aid of Sir David Ford and HSBC. Hong Kong land remained Jardine Matheson's crown jewel, its most vital subsidiary hailed as the group's most indispensable wing. Historically, after Sir Y.K. Pao seized control of the Kowloon Canton Railway Corporation, Jardine Matheson lost its other wing. Yet, Jardine Matheson countered by exchanging controlling stakes with Hong Kong land, binding the two entities inseparably, effectively shielding Hong Kong land from any further encroachment by ethnic Chinese capital. To Wei Li's calculation, Zhang Ting needed just 8% more of Hong Kong land shares to achieve full control. In other words, acquiring just 8% more, bringing his stake to 51%, would allow Zhang Ting to seize command of this century-old British trading house. What shocked Wei Li was not that Mr. Zhang took advantage of Henry Joseph to swallow the milk company, but rather that he quietly devoured the land company in the process. The acquisition of the stocks of both the milk company and the land company involved substantial funds. This was what left Wei Li most astonished. If what this young man said was true, then the British and Chinese capital in Hong Kong had already undergone significant changes from this moment onward. Historically, although Chinese capital began to rise in the 1970s, the true representation came when Li Jiaqing swallowed Hutchison Whampoa through connections with Xunbai, while Bao Yugong managed to swallow the Kowloon warehouse through ties with HSBC. After that, the Chinese capital representing Hong Kong truly rose. Now in 1972, Zhang Ting could actually use this method to swallow the Hong Kong Land Company. How could he not be shocked? Mr. Zhang, what do you want from me? At this point, Wei Li had slowly calmed down. He was a Caucasian from Australia. He also wanted fame. He wanted to live on Victoria Peak, drive a Rolls-Royce, and lead a life of luxury. However, given his current identity and income, it seemed he could not afford such a lifestyle. First, I want you to be the new general manager of the land company. Currently, the general manager of the land company is Niu Bijiang, but Henry Joseph also serves as the chairman of the land company board. After Zhang Ting swallowed the Hong Kong Land Company, he would take over as chairman, while Wei Li would assume the position of general manager. Basically, the company is managed by the general manager. Only in significant situations will the chairman of the board make decisions. This includes Henry Joseph's acquisition of the milk company and the counterattacks from the chairman of the milk company, Zhou Xinyan, and so on. In other words, if Wei Li becomes the general manager of the Hong Kong Land Company, it essentially means he is the second-in-command of the company. This was unbelievable for Wei Li. Although he had previously served as the company doctor and had treated many cases, those companies were far less significant compared to the Hong Kong Land Company. 100 such companies would not compare to a single Hong Kong Land Company. Second, I want you to become the highest paid professional manager in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, and even in Southeast Asia, professional managers are in demand precisely because of their high salaries and excellent benefits. Some professional managers may not have equity in the company, but their annual compensation and benefits can be quite substantial. With the nearly 1 million Hong Kong dollars annual salary Zhang Ting offered, living in luxury apartments, buying luxury cars, and hiring servants in Hong Kong would not be an issue. Previously, Wei Li naturally did not have such benefits. These two conditions alone were already very generous. Of course, if Wei Li was unwilling, Zhang Ting had other candidates. Wei Li listened to the young man's words, feeling both astonished and unable to imagine. The 2 points Zhang Ting had just raised were exactly what he yearned for. Mr. Zhang, what if I refuse? Then you will miss this opportunity, as I have other candidates. Candidates. Upon hearing this, Wei Li couldn't help but laugh. Since Zhang Ting was able to find him, it showed his understanding of Wei Li. In Wei Li's view, this young man finding him was already quite extraordinary. If he truly found other candidates, he would indeed miss out on this opportunity. Wei Li didn't need to think, he would definitely agree. Because he currently had little to do at the Shaba Automobile Company, he had been waiting for other opportunities to arise. Now that this opportunity had come, he of course wanted to seize it. Boss, I am willing to accept, Wei Li said. Then regarding how to successfully take over the Hong Kong Land Company, Wei Li, I believe you should have some ideas. Zhang Ting had already secured 43 of the new land company shares, giving him a significant advantage. Jardine only controlled the Hong Kong Land Company through a mere 35 of shares. In other words, Zhang Ting owned far more shares of the Hong Kong Land Company than Jardine did. This was also because Jardine, through this stock exchange, had significantly reduced its ownership in the land company. In Jardine's view, the shares of the land company were very dispersed, and they were not concerned about this issue. However, Jardine and Henry Joseph did not know that Zhang Ting was continuously acquiring those stocks from the small shareholders. Moreover, this was done over 3 months ago through various channels. Whaley said boss to successfully take over the Hong Kong land company. First, we must obtain over 8 of the new land shares. As for where these new shares will come from, we need to consider carefully. This time, Jardine obtained the milk company through a free ride, meaning they acquired it without exchanging stocks. If Henry Joseph and Neo Bijiang realize that Zhang Ting has already acquired so many new shares of the Hong Kong land company, they will definitely react strongly. In such a situation, there may be some trouble. If Henry Joseph and Neo Bijiang react, Zhang Ting will have already acquired over 51 of the new land company shares, meaning that Henry Joseph will only control 49 of the shares, making him at most the second largest shareholder, and he will actually be unable to compete with Zhang Ting. Now that Zhang Ting already owns 43 of the new Hong Kong land company shares, where does the remaining 8 come from? In Zhang Ting's view, a significant portion of the shares should still be in the hands of those small shareholders, as many still hold these shares. Originally, most of the stocks of the milk company and the land company were held by small shareholders. The newly exchanged land stocks are also in the hands of small shareholders. In addition, some still held onto the milk company stocks and had not exchanged them. In Zhang Ting's view, Zhou Xinyan should be the largest small shareholder now. Before Zhang Ting's acquisition of the milk company, Zhou Xinyan was already the largest shareholder of the milk company, holding 10 or even more than 10 of its stocks. 1 week before Henry Joseph attempted to acquire the milk company, Zhou Xinyan had used a considerable amount of his funds to buy milk company stocks. Only later did he realize that the stock price of the milk company was rising, prompting him to give up. In other words, at this moment, Zhou Xinyan still held a considerable amount of milk company stocks. If he exchanged these for new land company stocks, he should be able to exceed 8. Historically, when Henry Joseph and Jardine announced the acquisition of the milk company, at that time, there were still investors holding 10 of the milk company stocks who were unwilling to exchange for land company stocks. Ultimately, they could only resort to legal regulations for a compulsory acquisition of the remaining milk company shareholders. Then the milk company was privatized by the land company and thus ceased to be a publicly listed company, only to be listed again after 1986. According to Wei Li and Zhang Ting's current understanding, the 8 shares can be obtained in 2 ways. First, that is to persuade Zhou Xinyan to sell that 8 stake to the boss. Second, purchase 8 of the shares from outside small shareholders at a high price. As long as the price offered is sufficient to entice those small shareholders, then it is certain to acquire over 8 of the new land company stocks. Of course, the first method is preferable to the second. It's not that the second method is unfeasible, but in that scenario, Henry Joseph and Neo Bijiang will certainly break their ties with Zhang Ting. Wei Li feels that using the first method is best. If all else fails, he can also resort to the second method, where under such circumstances acquiring the milk company or land company stocks at a high price would also allow him to swallow the new land company. The hillside villa at Repulse Bay. Zhang Ting had just returned to the villa. Connie walked over and said, "Sir, Miss Lau has arrived." "That's perfect." Zhang Ting was just about to look for Lau Shirley, but to his surprise, she had already come. When Zhang Ting saw Lau Shirley, she was wearing a yellow dress, exuding a special charm. "Sir." Lau Shirley walked over. "I was just about to send someone to find you, but it seems you have come already." Lau Shirley came over because she knew that today was November 28th. This was just 1 day before the penultimate day for the stock swap of the milk company. She already knew in advance about Zhang Ting's plans, but she was unaware of how they were proceeding. Zhang Ting took her hand and led her to the study. "Sir, what about the milk company stock swap?" According to the schedule set by Jardine Matheson, tomorrow is the final day. In fact, the company had already swapped more than 51 of the milk company stocks, perhaps even more. It should now be over 80. Does that mean the company has successfully swallowed the milk company? Indeed, it was the case. Just by swapping Zhang Ting's milk company stocks, there were quite a few. However, for Zhang Ting, it was now the final step. "Surely I want to visit Zhou Xinyan in the capacity of Miss Lau." Visiting Zhou Xinyan. Miss Lau naturally meant in the identity of the eldest daughter of the Lau family. There is not just one Lau family in Hong Kong. The most famous and mysterious is the Lau Mian Nong family. Me. Yes, I hope Sir Zhou can sell all his stocks in the milk company to me, so that I can obtain over 51 of the company's shares. So that's it. Lau Shirley had been thinking about how to assist Zhang Ting, but couldn't do much before. Now this matter was trivial for her. After finishing the discussion with Lau Shirley, Zhang Ting immediately called in the butler Zhang Jinrong. Zhang Jinrong learned that Zhang Ting was visiting Zhou Xinyan under the guise of Miss Lau, the eldest daughter of the Lau family, rather than as a member of the Zhang family. Zhang Jinrong did not say anything. He could tell that the relationship between Zhang Ting and Lau Shirley was indeed different. Once Zhang Jinrong prepared the visit note for Zhou Xinyan, he personally delivered it to the Zhou family at Victoria Peak. The visit note specified the time and visitors. This was in line with etiquette. Unlike Henry Joseph, those who arrived empty-handed and unannounced without prior appointments naturally would not be favored by Zhou Xinyan. As Zhang Jinrong drove over, Zhang Ting held Lau Shirley's hand, gazing out the window. The arrangements from over 3 months ago for this visit to Zhou Xinyan seemed to be going smoothly, allowing for the final phase. Sir. At that moment, Lao Shirley found herself at a loss for words to describe the other person. Victoria Peak, Kowloon Road. The Zhou family's mansion. It was Zhang Jinrong's first time here. He had been the butler at the Lao family's villa on Jardines Lookout for many years, yet he knew the Lao family had little contact with the outside world. Now as Zhang Jinrong personally drove over and rang the doorbell after parking outside, it wasn't long before someone came to open the door. It was Zhou Xinyan's maid. Hello, I am Zhang Jinrong, the butler of the Zhang family, here to deliver a visit note for Miss Lao. What Zhang family butler? The pronunciation of Zhang and Zhang is the same, leading many to be unable to distinguish without seeing the characters. The maid didn't care about which family Zhang or Zhang belonged to, but upon hearing Miss Lao, her demeanor changed. Butler Zhang, please come in. Zhang Jinrong entered and handed the visit note to the maid. Before the maid left, Zhang Jinrong intentionally slipped her 100 Hong Kong dollars. The maid's expression changed upon seeing the $100 bill. In this regard, one could not but admire Li Jiaqing. Historically, Li Jiaqing and his wife had been very attentive to the servants of Shun by to curry favor with him, preparing gifts for Shin Bis maids every time they visited. Now this was suddenly thought of by Zhang Jinrong. The maid left, heading to the backyard. At that moment, Zhou Xinyan was smoking a cigar with Chen Baoqi accompanying him in conversation. Zhou Xinyan had already heard that more and more individual investors were swapping their milk company stocks for shares in the company. In other words, this time the company was merging with the milk company, and he had already lost. Originally, he had wanted to enlist Huamao Properties as an ally, but it seemed to have backfired. Zhou Xinyan sighed. However, what could he do? Now that Chen Baoqi was accompanying him, his mood was quite pleasant. Sir, a person claiming to be Butler Zhang is here with a visit note from the eldest daughter of the Lao family for you. The visit note from the eldest daughter of the Lao family. Zhou Xinyan was somewhat puzzled. When the housekeeper Zhou handed over the visit note, Chen Baoqi brought it to Zhou Xinyan, who with a cigar in one hand unfolded the note. It indeed stated Lao Shirley from the Lao family. However, the Lao family had been so low-key and mysterious in Hong Kong over the years that despite still being a great fortune, it was no longer as prominent as it was in the 1970s. Sir, do you wish to convey anything to Butler Zhang? If he were to say he had no time or simply didn't want to meet, it would imply he did not wish for Miss Lao to visit him. However, upon hearing it was the eldest daughter of the Lao family, considering their connections, Zhou Xinyan naturally would not refuse. No need. Since I have accepted his visit note, it means I agree. When the maid went out to inform Zhang Jinrong, he got back in the car and drove away. Zhang Ting had no intention of going to the Zhou family for dinner. Instead, he planned to have dinner with Lao Shirley at his own restaurant, waiting for Zhang Jinrong to return with a gift for the visit to the Zhou family. At 7 in the evening, Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley got into the car with Zhang Hua driving the Rolls-Royce, accompanied by other bodyguards, as they left the Repulse Bay Villa heading towards the Zhou family's villa on Kowloon Road at Victoria Peak. Zhou Xinyan and Chen Baoqi were already waiting for the eldest daughter of the Lao family. However, they had yet to see her figure. Around 8 in the evening, a Rolls-Royce pulled up. They knew the Lao family members had arrived. When the maid went out to greet, she soon saw the Rolls-Royce door open. A young couple stepped out of the car accompanied by a bodyguard carrying gifts. In the maid's eyes, they truly appeared to be members of the Lao family. Not only did they arrive in a Rolls-Royce, but they also brought gifts, with the maid taking the gifts inside first. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley stood outside, captivated by the night view of central Hong Kong and Victoria Harbour in the distance. Although in his past life Zhang Ting had visited Hong Kong many times, that was decades later. Now Zhang Ting truly did not expect that Hong Kong in 1972, under the night sky, would be so prosperous. Standing here and looking into the distance felt entirely different. No wonder in the past the Chinese in Hong Kong had no qualification to live here. Only a few like Zhou Xinyan had that privilege. The maid had already taken the gifts inside. Sir, I just saw a young couple arrive in a Rolls-Royce, and they brought these gifts. That should be the eldest daughter of the Lao family. Zhou Xinyan and Chen Baoqi came out. They saw the young couple, but felt these two were unfamiliar. Lao Mian Nong, he certainly recognized, though he was very low-key now and hardly appeared in various occasions. His youngest daughter had married the founder of the Far East Stock Exchange, Li Fuzhou. This means that although the Lao family was low-key, they had allied with the Li family many years ago, forming a strong partnership in Hong Kong. If the young woman in front of him was indeed a member of the Lao family, she must be a descendant of Lao Mian Nong. Sir Zhou, hello. Zhang Ting initiated the greeting. May I ask who you are? My name is Zhang Ting, and I am here to visit you in the name of Miss Lao. Then Miss Lao, what is your relation to Mr. Lao Mian Nong? Sir Zhou, he is my great-uncle. Great-uncle? Zhou Xinyan already understood. As Zhang Ting signaled Lao Shirley and Chen Baoqi to talk, Zhou Xinyan knew this young man had come to see him. Although Lao Shirley was not a direct descendant of the Lao family, she was indeed from the collateral line, and there was no deception. Sir Zhou, I would like to speak with you privately. Young man, may I ask what you wish to discuss? In Zhou Xinyan's eyes, this young man was still insignificant. We are discussing the milk company and the company. Upon hearing that Zhang wanted to discuss this, Zhou Xinyan seemed somewhat angry. His years of political and business influence still held some weight. However, historically, Zhou Xinyan truly began to decline after losing control of the milk company, and then due to a stroke by the late 1970s in Hong Kong, he was hardly heard from. Before the milk company, Zhou Xinyan was among the most influential Chinese in Hong Kong, alongside Li Jiaqing and Bao Yugong. In fact, his influence far surpassed that of Li Jiaqing and Bao Yugong. Zhou Xinyan did not understand what was there to discuss between the milk company and the company, and what relation did it have with this young man before him. Zhang Ting smiled confidently. He knew that Zhou Xinyan was already old. Sir Zhou, during this period of the acquisition battle between the company and the milk company in Hong Kong, I have quietly acquired over 43 of the shares of the new Hong Kong company. This means that whether it is the Hong Kong company or the Hong Kong milk company, my company and I are now the largest shareholders. Zhou Xinyan thought he had misheard. When he processed the information, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. How could this be possible? November 29, 1972. Wednesday. Today marks the deadline for the stock exchange between the land and milk company. Zhang Ting finished swimming in the pool, took a walk with Lao Shirley, and saw a full-page advertisement for the land company in the newspaper during breakfast. The land company announced that as of November 28, it had acquired over 51 of the shares in the milk company. In other words, the land company achieved a decisive victory. Zhang Ting looked at the newspaper. He knew it was finally his turn to take the stage. After finishing breakfast, Lao Shirley prepared to return to Xianjiang University. Lao Shirley was very clear that her man would shine in Xianjiang starting tonight. Before leaving, she took the initiative to hug Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting gave her a kiss on the cheek as Lao Shirley drove towards Xianjiang University. Zhang Ting also took a car to the Chinese Merchants Building. At 6 p.m., in the conference room of the headquarters of the land building. Tonight, the board of directors of the land company held another press conference. Attendees included Henry Joseph, the chairman of the land company's board, general manager Niu Bijian, other board members, major shareholders, and representatives from the Xianjiang financial and media sectors, totaling several hundred people, creating an extremely grand scene. Originally, Henry Joseph had invited Zhou Xinyan, the chairman of the milk company's board, general manager Kowloon, directors from the milk company, and the chairman of the board of directors of G International, Qi Dezun, and John Motting, but they had yet to arrive. In Henry Joseph's view, Zhou Xinyan and the others were the losers, and he believed they were too ashamed to appear now. As Henry Joseph stood in front of many reporters looking radiant and full of vigor, he announced, "I hereby declare that the land company has successfully acquired the milk company. I will maintain the original name and business model of the milk company. Furthermore, I reiterate that I will respect and guarantee Mr. Zhou Xinyan's position as chairman of the milk company." Henry Joseph spoke with great enthusiasm during his announcement. Suddenly, the door of the conference room opened as if pushed open with great force. Henry Joseph, Niu Bijian, and others who were still speaking suddenly turned their gaze towards the door. The ones arriving were precisely those Henry Joseph had been waiting for. Besides Zhou Xinyan, Kowloon, Qi Dezun, and John Motting, there was also a young Chinese man in a suit among them. Next to the young Chinese man were two young Caucasian women. This young Chinese man was Zhang Ting, accompanied by Kes and Laura. Zhang Ting and Zhou Xinyan had intentionally let Henry Joseph boast a little, not expecting that when Henry Joseph just announced the land company's acquisition of the milk company, Zhang Ting knew the right moment had arrived. Sir Zhou has arrived. Other reporters turned to look, even taking photos of Zhou Xinyan. While many considered Zhou Xinyan a loser, his expression was otherwise. Because last night, after Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley personally met with him, Zhou Xinyan was most surprised that this time it was not himself who failed, but rather the overconfident Henry Joseph. After meeting Zhang Ting last night, Zhou Xinyan decided to sell all his shares in the milk company to Zhang Ting at double the original market value. In other words, just from the milk company shares Zhou Xinyan held, all were exchanged for shares in the land company, making Zhang Ting the holder of over 51 of the land company. Thus, the current owner of the land company is actually Zhang Ting, not Yi, and certainly not Henry Joseph. Sir Zhou, we were just waiting for you. Henry Joseph still appeared radiant and full of vigor. Although he didn't know who Zhang Ting was, seeing people gather around him made him feel that this young man was different. Zhang Ting walked straight to the chief position at the long table in the conference room directly opposite Henry Joseph and Niu Bijian. He sat down beside Zhou Xinyan, Qi Dezun, John Motting, as well as Kes, Laura, and even Kowloon. Henry Joseph sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. He had just been radiant and full of vigor, but now he seemed to have to pause. Sir Zhou, what's going on? Henry Joseph, do you really think your acquisition is a guaranteed win? Zhou Xinyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. What? Our land company has successfully exchanged over 51 of the milk company's shares, and even more. What else do you want? Henry Joseph said. Aside from Zhou Xinyan, the people beside Zhang Ting, including Qi Dezun, John Motting, and even Kowloon, looked at Henry Joseph with amused expressions. Other reporters sensed something was amiss and thought Zhou Xinyan might have a chance to counterattack, causing some reporters to rush towards Zhou Xinyan. Henry Joseph, the land company has successfully exchanged for the milk company. However, the land company is not Yihe's nor is it your Joseph family's. What? Zhou Zinian's statement shocked everyone present again. It sounded somewhat convoluted, yet the people present were all intelligent enough to understand the implications. Zhou Xinyan had already retreated behind. He knew that starting tonight Xiangjiang would belong to this young Chinese man. As Zhou Xinyan stepped back, Qi Dezun, John Modding, and others followed suit. Dear reporters, my name is Zhang Ting, and I am the owner of Galaxy Investment Company. As for Galaxy Investment Company, many may not know it yet, but this company began operating on the 8th and 9th floors of the Chinese Merchants Building in June this year. It turns out to be an investment firm operating on the roof of the Chinese Merchants Building. From August, my company and my people began quietly purchasing shares of both the milk company and the land company. Before this, my company already held 43 of the new land company's shares, meaning that I and my company are the largest shareholder of the new land company. This statement from Zhang Ting made the venue almost silent. Especially Henry Joseph couldn't believe what he was hearing. What did this mean? If it was true, Henry Joseph truly couldn't believe it. What made Henry Joseph even more incredulous was that Zhang Ting continued last night after meeting with Sir Zhou. He agreed to sell all of his milk company shares to me. This morning I had them all exchanged for shares in the land company. In other words, the 43 shares of the land company that I originally held plus the shares from Sir Zhou converted into land company shares have already exceeded 51. Thus, starting today, I am not only the largest shareholder of the new Xiangjiang Land Company, but also the controlling shareholder. In other words, from now on, the Xiangjiang Land Company will be at the discretion of me and Galaxy Investment Company. As for the Joseph family controlling the Xiangjiang Land Company through Yihe with just about 5 of the shares is utterly impossible. Mr. Henry Joseph, you should know what you need to do. No. This is absolutely impossible. Henry Joseph felt as if he was about to spit blood hearing every word Zhang Ting said. He pointed a trembling finger at the young man across from him. Henry Joseph was also quite young at just 34, but this young man Zhang Ting was only 20 years old and much younger than him. Most importantly, Zhang Ting's confidence, composure, and every word he had just spoken made Henry Joseph's noble demeanor completely vanish. Of course, it wasn't just Henry Joseph who couldn't believe it. Even Niu Bijian couldn't believe it. How could the Xiangjiang Land Company be taken over by this young man? Both were incredulous, and when the shareholders of the Xiangjiang Land Company, as well as other major shareholders from he couldn't believe it either. Someone came in and whispered something in their ears. Henry Joseph directly fainted. Because what Zhang Ting had just said was indeed true, he not only held 51 of the shares in the Xiangjiang Land Company, but even reached 58, effectively achieving complete control over the new Xiangjiang Land Company. As Henry Joseph fainted in front of hundreds of reporters from various sectors in Xiangjiang, Niu Bijian hurried over to assist him. When Niu Bijian looked at the young man smiling at him, he quickly helped Henry Joseph out of the conference room. Niu Bijian had conflicts with Joseph, but those were management conflicts. In reality, their interests were aligned. Now, he had lost the Xiangjiang Land Company. He also felt dizzy, momentarily unsure of what to do. However, he was just more resilient than Henry Joseph. As Niu Bijian assisted Henry Joseph, who appeared somewhat defeated, out of the conference room, many people inside had already realized a major event had occurred in Xiangjiang. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the black Mercedes sedan drove into the Deepwater Bay Villa after the gate was opened by the maid. It stopped at the entrance of the main building of the villa. Mr. Li, we have arrived, the driver said as he got out of the car to open the door. Li Jiaqing, who had just put down the newspaper he was reading, stepped out of the vehicle. Although this was his dedicated driver, the driver did not live here, but resided elsewhere, only delivering him to the office and back each day. As the driver drove away, the maid closed the iron gate once again. Li Jiaqing made his way towards the hall on the first floor of the villa, just arriving at the door. Inside, a middle-aged woman with a slightly plump figure and white-framed glasses was Li Jiaqing's wife, his cousin Zhuang Yueming. Zhuang Yueming knew that her husband would usually return home on time for dinner unless he had something special to attend to. You're back, dear. Were you busy today? Li Jiaqing took off his black Western suit, and Zhuang Yueming instinctively took it from him and hung it on the nearby drying rack. Not too bad, things at the company are pretty much the same. He headed towards the sofa in the hall, as Li Jiaqing prepared to pick up the newspaper from the table beside him. An 80-year-old boy and a 6-year-old boy, upon seeing their father return, immediately bounced over and sat down beside Li Jiaqing. Daddy, Li Jiaqing patted the heads of the two children. Both were attending a private elite school, and Zhuang Yueming usually handled all matters related to the family or the children. Zeja, have you finished your homework? Daddy, I'm done, the eldest son replied. The younger son sitting next to Li Jiaqing noticed that his father was asking his older brother and not paying attention to him, so he ran over to his mother, clearly showing that he was closer to her. At that moment, the landline phone rang continuously, and the maid who had just returned went over to pick up the receiver. Sir, it's for you. Li Jiaqing stood up and took the receiver. Hello, this is Li Jiaqing. After listening to the caller, he put down the receiver, still somewhat incredulous. How could this be possible? The Hong Kong Land Company and the Dairy Company were actually acquired by a Chinese person. Li Jiaqing couldn't fathom what was happening. Sir, what happened? Just now Zhou Qianhe called to say he had received a call from a reporter friend claiming that a young Chinese man with the surname Zhang has taken over the Hong Kong Land Company and the Dairy Company, and that the CEO of Jardine Matheson, Henry Joseph, was shocked in the meeting room. What? The Hong Kong Land Company and the Dairy Company have been swallowed by a young Chinese man. Zhuang Yueming was equally astonished. Although Zhuang Yueming no longer managed the company's affairs, she had always been Li Jiaqing's most important advisor, frequently participating and offering opinions. Hearing that the Hong Kong Land Company had been acquired was indeed surprising. Hadn't the Land Company been trying to acquire the Dairy Company recently? Wasn't it Jardine Matheson that was supposed to swallow the Dairy Company? Madam, I am indeed surprised. I thought Qianhe was joking. However, the specifics will probably be revealed in tomorrow's newspapers. It's not the internet age, yet much information can only be understood through newspapers, TV news, or radio broadcasts. But these were not immediate. Li Jiaqing learned about the news so quickly because his subordinate Zhou Qianhe was very familiar with a reporter friend from Mingpao. Upon hearing the news, that friend immediately called him, who then informed Li Jiaqing. Zhuang Yueming still couldn't imagine it. During this time, the battle between the Land Company and the Dairy Company was well known to everyone. Almost everyone in Hong Kong was paying attention. However, when Henry Joseph of Jardine Matheson proposed exchanging 2 shares of the Land Company for 1 share of the Dairy Company, Zhuang Yueming thought Zhou Xinyan was bound to lose. Sure enough, just about 3 months later, Zhuang Yueming thought Henry Joseph was ready to officially announce the acquisition of the Dairy Company, but it seemed everything had completely changed. Li Jiaqing thought for a moment and then made another call. From the telephone, it was indeed as such. This event had just occurred not long ago. So at this moment, only the reporters and those present in the meeting room of the Hong Kong Land Company knew. It seemed that Hong Kong had indeed changed. At this moment, Li Jiaqing couldn't quite grasp his feelings. His company, established 22 years ago in 1950 with his savings and the help of his uncle and cousin, began as a plastic factory with an investment of 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. 7 years later, the company had grown with annual sales surpassing 10 million Hong Kong dollars, earning the title of the Plastic Flower King of Hong Kong. 2 years later, they entered the Hong Kong real estate market. However, the real turning point for Li Jiaqing and his wife came from an event in the 1960s. Like Wang Dehui and his wife at the time, they seized the opportunity to acquire a large amount of land and underwent a significant transformation. In June 1972, they officially founded Changqiang Real Estate Company. In August of this year, it was renamed Changqiang Industrial Company, fully committing to the real estate sector. His goal was for Changqiang Industrial Company to become a large property company like Hong Kong Land Company. He thought that this month being officially listed in Hong Kong would finally allow him to achieve a different life at the age of 44. Who would have thought that a young and mysterious Chinese person could easily swallow the Hong Kong Land Company? This was something Li Jiaqing had always dreamed of. At this moment, the once proud counterpart appeared to be significantly impacted. Li Jiaqing sat down, and Zhuang Yueming hurriedly leaned in to ask, "Sir, what exactly is going on?" "They say it's a young Chinese man with the surname Zhang, but I have no further details." Even now, the reporters outside had no understanding of Zhang Ting's situation, not knowing how he suddenly emerged. In such a scenario, he managed to acquire the largest publicly listed real estate company in the world, Hong Kong Land Company. Not to mention Li Jiaqing, many people in Hong Kong were unaware. However, after tonight, who in Hong Kong or the Chinese community wouldn't know of Zhang Ting's existence? Li Jiaqing also knew that the Hong Kong Land Company and the Dairy Company had been taken over by a stranger from the Chinese community, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, yet it seemed to have little relation to him. As for the Li family, now their strength was still far lacking. Li Jiaqing was seizing the opportunity in the booming market to timely list Changqiang Industrial Company. However, the registered capital of Changqiang Industrial Company was 200 million Hong Kong dollars, with paid-in capital of 84 million Hong Kong dollars divided into 42 million shares each with a par value of 2 Hong Kong dollars, and they planned to publicly issue 10.5 million shares at a price of 3 Hong Kong dollars, each raising 31.5 million Hong Kong dollars. After a successful listing, the market value doubled on the same day. Given that the stock market was still in a bull market, the market value of Changjiang Industrial was not high and still had a considerable gap compared to other major Hong Kong real estate companies. Last night was destined to be a sleepless night. Zhang Ting, however, slept soundly. When he was still dreaming, the sound of knocking at the door roused him awake. The sunlight outside was still intense. As Zhang Ting pulled back the curtain, he glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already past 6 in the morning. Zhang Ting got up to wash up. He planned to go swimming first. As he exited his room, Connie and Wang Hui ran over excitedly, holding newspapers in their hands. This morning, the two women woke up early to sort through the daily newspapers delivered from various publications. Initially, they thought they were mistaken, but when the front pages of all the papers were filled with Zhang's photos and name, they realized they were not. The person in the photo was indeed Mr. Zhang. Compared to the two women, Zhang Jinrong clearly knew a lot more. The night before, Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley had visited Zhou Xinyan, and Zhang Jinrong understood that Mr. Zhang's work was not simple. Seeing these newspapers today further astonished Zhang Jinrong. Mr. Zhang was even more formidable than Lao Miannong. Lao Miannong was known as the second richest man in Hong Kong since its opening. Zhang Jinrong knew that this wealth was primarily derived from monopolizing the Hong Kong tobacco industry. Now the Lao family, despite their low profile, was no longer comparable to their former glory. What surprised Zhang Jinrong was that his new master, besides being young and low-key, had quietly swallowed such a large British-owned firm. How could he not be shocked? He knew that starting today his position as the Zhang family's steward would rise significantly, naturally different from before. Connie used to be just an ordinary maid. Although she had worked as a maid for that Dutch boss for many years, he was merely a small businessman. As for Wang Hui, she came from an ordinary background in Hong Kong. If it weren't for her job as a waitress at the Hong Kong Wenhua Hotel and her chance encounter with Zhang Ting, she might never have met him in her lifetime. At this moment, the two women still did not realize how shocking the impact of Zhang Ting's acquisition of Hong Kong land would be. Many had already seen the morning news which had spread throughout Hong Kong. Not only that, but in Southeast Asia, across the country, and even globally, many were aware that a young Chinese man named Zhang Ting had taken over the century-old Hong Kong land, the largest real estate company in Hong Kong, and even the world. Because of this, many wanted to know who exactly Zhang Ting was. How could a Chinese national manage to swallow a British firm? Many found it hard to believe. Connie and Wang Hui did not understand the significance of this event. They were simply delighted to see Zhang Ting appearing in the newspapers, and they rushed over with the papers. Sir, look, you're in the papers, you've become famous. Sir, your news is all over the newspapers. Zhang Ting casually took a newspaper, and upon seeing the front page photo, he recognized it was taken during the press conference at the Hong Kong land meeting room. I must say, dressed in a suit under those circumstances, he looked quite impressive, especially with Zhou Xinyan, Qi Dezun, and John beside him, alongside others like Henry Yozik. Initially, when Zhang Ting and Zhou Xinyan had not yet arrived, Henry Yozik appeared radiant and full of vigor, thinking he had successfully swallowed the dairy company. At his age, having just served as a senior executive at Jardine for half a year and managed to take over such a large company, how could he not be pleased? However, when Zhang Ting and others appeared and personally announced that he had taken over Hong Kong land, the situation was completely different from the exuberance of Henry Yozik. Henry Yozik fainted and was helped away by others, while many reporters captured this classic moment. Now all these photos appeared in the newspapers. Sir, is Hong Kong land a large company? Connie had no idea how big Hong Kong land was. Very large, Zhang Ting replied. How many employees does the company have? How many employees? Zhang Ting truly did not know the exact number, but certainly tens of thousands. Currently, the tallest building in central Hong Kong, the Yedobe completed Concordia Tower, belongs to Hong Kong land, along with other skyscrapers and office buildings in central Hong Kong, which are mainly owned by Hong Kong land. From this perspective, one could understand the scale of Hong Kong land. Perhaps tens of thousands. A company with tens of thousands of employees. Connie was already shocked. Wang Hui was at a loss for words. Zhang Ting arrived at the swimming pool, changed out of his casual wear, warmed up, and entered the pool to swim. Zhang Jinrong watched Mr. Zhang, noticing that there was no significant change in his attitude towards Connie and the other two after acquiring the company, which puzzled him. However, he understood that from today onward the villa would need to be governed by rules, just like before with the Lau family. Without rules, there can be no order. Zhang Ting swam several laps. After exiting the pool, Connie hurriedly brought a bathrobe for him and carefully wiped off the water droplets. Zhang Ting returned upstairs for a shower and changed into formal attire. He then descended to the dining room. Zhang Jinrong looked at Zhang Ting and said, Sir, acquiring Hong Kong land and the dairy company will have a huge impact in Hong Kong and even globally. The villa cannot remain the same as before. There must be rules. Steward, what rules are you referring to? Of course, sir's rules are the rules of the villa. Zhang Ting wondered what it could be. Zhang Ting, in his past life a billionaire, had only his parents and a maid at home with no more outsiders. He was unsure about what rules were necessary. He knew that as long as he was comfortable, that was enough. In addition, he couldn't hide his identity, or many people would be watching him. On one hand, he intentionally revealed his identity, or otherwise there would be no need to spend so much money to swallow Hong Kong land and the dairy company. On the other hand, Zhang Ting understood that nothing was more important than his safety. Currently, he only had 5 bodyguards, which was still inadequate. Steward, we need to find more bodyguards. Yes, sir, I will find a group of bodyguards. Zhang Jinrong left. Zhang Ting sat there having breakfast. He looked at the newspaper. At this moment, Zhang Ting finally examined the newspapers from Hong Kong in front of him. Originally, on this historically significant day, the newspapers should have featured Henry Yozik. Henry Yozik, radiant and full of vigor, once again appeared on the front pages. Now only he appeared on the front pages. As for Henry Yozik, he was not absent. It was just that the comparative photos made Zhang Ting find it quite amusing. Perhaps this young and ambitious Henry Yozik would faint upon seeing these newspapers. Historically, Henry Yozik held the senior executive position at Jardine for only 3 years and lost to Nyo Bijian in 1975. It wasn't until after 1984 that another family member from the Yosik family, Henry Yosik's brother Simon Yosik, took over Nyo Bijian's position and became the new senior executive at Jardine. Originally, Henry Yosik had just risen to power by acquiring the dairy company to bolster his prestige within the family, and Jardine little did he expect such an incident to occur. Zhang Ting couldn't care less about the fate of others. After finishing breakfast, he took the unread newspapers directly to the car. Zhang Hua and the others then drove away towards the Chinese merchants building. Last night, many reporters had already learned that Zhang Ting's Galaxy Investment Company was located on the 8th and 9th floors of the Chinese merchants building, and they knew that Mr. Zhang would definitely come to work today. In this situation, many reporters set up their ambush nearby to interview Zhang Ting. As the Rolls-Royce Zhang Ting was in had not yet stopped, the reporters immediately appeared. "Sir, many reporters are outside," Zhang Hua said. "That was expected. It's normal for reporters to be present." At Zhang Ting's status, this was to some extent a form of protection. Zhang Ting was not afraid of those reporters. The real trouble would arise if there were others in the chaos, including those sent by Henry Keswick. Zhang Hua stopped the car. Under the protection of other bodyguards, Zhang Ting headed towards the Chinese merchants building. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Ting appeared, reporters immediately spotted him. "It's Mr. Zhang." In his past life, Zhang Ting was the leader of the Limitup Death Squad, and he actually did not want to face those reporters. He preferred to hide himself and did not like others to understand him. In the stock market, he was the hand in the shadows which allowed him to profit. In contrast, those so-called investment experts from his past life, who liked to show off, ended up suffering terribly. Now Zhang Ting knows that his identity and status are different, and the environment is also different. When many reporters surrounded him for interviews, he merely smiled and said nothing. Arriving at the elevator of the Chinese business tower, accompanied by Zhang Hua and others along with the security of the Chinese business tower, Zhang Ting took the elevator up. Once on the 9th floor office, no reporters were allowed to enter for interviews. At this time, many reporters were still waiting outside. Zhang Ting had returned to the office from where he could see the nearby Kowloon building, waiting for the next year. After the Far East Securities Exchange was forced to relocate, Zhang Ting knew that his Galaxy Investment Company would naturally have to move temporarily as well. The new location was precisely the nearby Kowloon building. "Boss, you are famous now. Today's newspapers are filled with your photos and news. Is being famous good?" "Of course it is. In the world of white people, who doesn't want to be famous? Once famous, anything can be had." Kais knew that Zhang Ting could no longer hide like before. Zhang Ting turned around and sat down in the boss chair. Leuna brought over the brewed coffee. Zhang Ting took a sip and looked at the two women, saying, "Swallowing up Xiangjiang Real Estate and the milk company is just the first step. In other words, what I am doing now is merely the first step, just the beginning, not the end." It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Kais brought the stock information of Xiangjiang downstairs, meaning they would continue to advance into the Xiangjiang stock market. Now, due to Zhang Ting, the owner of Galaxy Investment Company, suddenly swallowing Xiangjiang Real Estate, a greater sensation was indeed caused in the Xiangjiang stock market. Without any surprises, the stock prices of Xiangjiang Real Estate and the milk company began to drop today, as there was nothing good left to speculate on. With Xiangjiang Real Estate under the control of Galaxy Investment, unless something unexpected occurs, this company must inevitably belong to the Zhang family and Galaxy Investment. Currently, Xiangjiang is still in a frenzied bull market, and with Zhang Ting's acquisition of the British-funded trading house, the Xiangjiang stock market has become even more frantic, with many citizens, whether knowledgeable or not, rushing to invest their money into the Xiangjiang stock market. As HSBC's senior executive Sanders said, the Xiangjiang stock market is a bubble, a very crazy bubble. However, no one has taken the initiative to burst it yet. Zhang Ting knows that Governor MacLehose will actively burst this stock market bubble, which means that the so-called bull market in Xiangjiang will only last for a few more months. After the Spring Festival, it won't be long before the Xiangjiang stock market will crash. In 1974 and 1975, the Xiangjiang stock market was basically in a downward trend. It wasn't until 1976 that the Xiangjiang stock market began to recover. The stockholders outside were going crazy. One could tell just from the lobby of the Far East Securities Exchange. Zhang Ting ignored them. He just hoped to extract as much capital as possible from it. When Kais went downstairs, Zhang Ting picked up the English newspapers as usual, because this afternoon he still needed to let someone go into the Y country stock market to continue making money. Because of the influence of the advertisements for Xiangjiang Real Estate and the milk company, the Xiangjiang stock market was still in a frenzy. Now, due to Zhang Ting's identity as a Chinese person, swallowing up the century-old Xiangjiang Real Estate also triggered the madness in the Xiangjiang stock market. In a high-end private hospital in Xiangjiang, the Yanghe Hospital, last night the senior executive of Jardine Matheson, Henry Joseph, fainted when Zhang Ting announced the acquisition of Xiangjiang Real Estate. Henry Joseph fainted after receiving confirmation from those around him. He was overwhelmed with anger at that moment. Although he did not spit blood, being suddenly enraged had a great impact on his body. He was personally assisted out by Nyo Bijian and others and was immediately taken to Yangshin Hospital for treatment. It wasn't until late at night that Henry Joseph woke up. The first thing he saw upon waking was several senior executives of Jardine Matheson present. However, Neo Bijin was not among them. Henry Joseph had suddenly fainted, but many related matters needed to be handled by the other party. After waking up, Henry Joseph asked, "Is Xiangjiang real estate still in the hands of Jardine Matheson?" He thought he was dreaming. In reality, it was all true. When the accompanying Jardine Matheson executive told him that it was absolutely true, Henry Joseph almost fainted again from anger. Originally, he had wanted to take advantage of the situation to swallow the milk company without spending a penny, but unexpectedly, he ended up losing Xiangjiang real estate as well. Now Jardine Matheson was still the major shareholder of Xiangjiang real estate, but the management rights were no longer in their hands, and naturally not in Henry Joseph's hands either. He did not know how to face the Joseph family this time. "Boss, you should rest well. Neo Bijin, the general manager, has already gone to handle the company's matters." The Jardine Matheson executive beside him said. Others were genuinely worried he might get too angry. "No, you must let Neo Bijin come to see me immediately." The few people exchanged glances and could only go out to call Neo Bijin to come over. Neo Bijin was extremely busy tonight, mainly dealing with the series of chain reactions that could arise after Jardine Matheson lost control of Xiangjiang real estate, all of which required him to handle. Busy until late at night, Neo Bijin was about to rest when a call came from Yanghe Hospital saying that Henry Joseph had woken up and wanted to see him immediately. Neo Bijin thought to himself that he was not a servant of the Joseph family. How could they treat him this way? Neo Bijin still got up and took a car to Yanghe Hospital again. Neo Bijin arrived at the hospital and entered the private room where he saw Henry Joseph waiting for him, looking very pale. His demeanor was not like that of a noble from White Country, but more like a vampire, his face frighteningly white. Seeing the other party's appearance, it seemed he needed to rest for a while longer. "Boss, you should rest more now. You don't need to worry about the company." Neo Bijin said. "I want to ask if Xiangjiang real estate has really fallen into the hands of that Chinese person." Henry Joseph asked again. Neo Bijin nodded. "That is inevitable. The shares of Xiangjiang real estate company controlled by Mr. Zhang exceed our imagination. How did he do it? I don't know either. This young man is very mysterious. I've only heard that he is related to a young lady from the Lau family." The Lau family. When he heard about the Lau family, Henry Joseph thought that the acquisition of Xiangjiang real estate was behind the Lau family's influence. Henry Joseph did not want to think about those matters, but instead asked, "Can this acquisition of Xiangjiang real estate and the milk company be reversed? Can we regain control of Xiangjiang real estate?" At this moment, Henry Joseph seemed a bit dazed. "Reverse? How could that be possible?" Neo Bijin shook his head. "Then how can we get Xiangjiang real estate back?" At this moment, in the other party's eyes, there was only the desire to regain that company. Neo Bijin shook his head. "Boss, you should rest well. Now, no matter what method we use, we cannot get Xiangjiang real estate back." On November 30th, 1972, the land company received approximately 90 of the issued shares from the dairy company. According to the regulations of the Xiangjiang company, Land will conduct a mandatory buyout of the remaining shareholders. On that afternoon, Land announced that due to Galaxy Investment Company gaining control over Land Company, a new shareholders meeting would be held in the Land conference room on the afternoon of November 31st. At this moment, Wei Li had already taken over Xiangjiang Land Company from Zhang Ting, but without formally convening a shareholders meeting, his position remained unofficial. Currently, Henry Joseph is still the chairman of Land, and Neo Bijin is also the general manager of Land, while Zhou Xinyan remains the chairman of the dairy company's board. In reality, the new personnel changes will need to be confirmed again at the shareholders meeting. This is because Henry fainted directly on that day. Joseph has not appeared in public for 2 days, and the outside world knows what is going on. Henry Joseph and Neo Bijin have always had management conflicts. This time, Henry Joseph planned to swallow the dairy company through the model of Land, exchanging shares with it, with the main strategy devised by Henry. Although this time it was said to be successful, it was also a failure, as he completely lost control of Xiangjiang Land. In other words, Henry Joseph is currently very passive in he's board and even in the management. If there are no surprises, his position as he's chairman, which he has held for less than a year, will be replaced by Neo Bijin, forcing him to return to Y Country to study. The villa at Repulse Bay. Zhang Ting's Rolls-Royce had just come to a stop. Zhang Jinrong approached and said, "Sir, Mr. Wei Li has arrived." For the past 2 days, Wei Li had been coming to the Repulse Bay villa to meet Zhang Ting. Although Wei Li has not officially taken the position of general manager of Xiangjiang Land, news has already circulated. In Zhang Ting's view, Wei Li is also the first truly capable person he has received. Zhang Ting walked over to the garden area. Wei Li was sitting there drinking coffee. It must be said that in Wei Li's eyes, the scale of Xiangjiang Land and even the dairy company is much larger than those companies he managed before. Because of this, for Wei Li, it is akin to reaching the pinnacle of success. Wei Li may not know that Zhang Ting trusts him so much because he managed Hutchison Whampoa very well after HSBC took it over in 1975. "Boss." Upon seeing Zhang Ting approach, Wei Li stood up. Zhang Ting sat down and smiled, asking, "How does it feel to manage Xiangjiang Land now?" "Boss, I must say that the scale of Xiangjiang Land is indeed very large. Yi's management is also quite conservative now. As for the dairy company under the management of Zhou Xinyan and Kowloon, it has become even more conservative with many quality assets not being developed. Zhang Ting thought of the future chairman and general manager of Xianjiang Land. In fact, it was Bao Fuda. At this time, Bao Fuda was still a public servant in the Xianjiang governor's office. Later, after Governor MacLehose established the Independent Commission Against Corruption, Bao Fuda became the second-in-command of the commission. However, in that position, he easily offended people, so he directly gave it up. After receiving a strong invitation from Liu Bijian, he took the position of general manager of Xianjiang Land, becoming its true chairman. Now he is still a public servant in the Xianjiang governor's office, and the Independent Commission Against Corruption has not yet appeared. According to Zhang Ting's original plan, Bao Fuda was also one of the candidates for the general manager of Xianjiang Land. Now that Wei Li is willing to take office, it allows Bao Fuda to work a little longer in the governor's office. The two chatted for a while and went upstairs to the study on the second floor of the villa. Because in the morning Xianjiang Land had already sent a notice to shareholders stating that a new shareholders meeting would be officially held tomorrow afternoon, which would formally appoint new legal representatives. Now Zhang Ting needs to discuss the new personnel changes for Xianjiang Land and the dairy company with Wei Li in advance. Zhang Ting directly took the position of chairman of the board for both land and dairy company, while Wei Li would serve as the general manager and director of Xianjiang Land. Zhou Xinyan, who is getting older, is conservative in his work. Moreover, after selling all his shares to Zhang Ting, he has also given up on the dairy company. Naturally, he has no more connection to the dairy company. Furthermore, the dairy company has been fully privatized, now a subsidiary of Xianjiang Land. The former general manager of the dairy company, Kowloon, Zhang Ting, has met him before, and even in that situation, he did not betray Zhou Xinyan, showing good character. Although historically the dairy company was ultimately swallowed by Xianjiang Land, Kowloon still held the position of general manager as Henry Joseph did not dare to replace him. However, the dairy company will undergo significant changes in policies and other aspects moving forward. In addition to these, there are important departments. Zhang Ting knows he must arrange for his own people, including the main executives in finance for both Xianjiang Land and the dairy company. Wei Li certainly understands these things. After discussing for an hour, it was around 7 in the evening. Zhang Ting and Wei Li finished dinner. Wei Li was preparing to drive back. He was still driving a Ruhua sedan, and it seemed he needed to be given a luxury car. As he watched Wei Li leave, Zhang Ting remained in the villa's yard. 2 days ago, Zhang Ting's announcement of swallowing Xianjiang Land had shocked many in Xianjiang. Tomorrow, he would officially represent Galaxy Investment Company to take control of Xianjiang Land soon, to become the first foreign businessman to lead an English trading firm in Xianjiang, likely attracting more attention. After resting for a night, the next morning Zhang Ting still followed his usual routine, swimming, having breakfast, and reading the newspaper. He took the unread ones into the car. Now his bodyguards numbered more than just Zhang Hua. As per Zhang Jinron's recommendation, his bodyguards had increased to 15. The number had evidently increased significantly. Zhang Ting knew that this was still not enough. He sat in the car and headed to the Huaran building. Outside, many reporters were lurking, especially after yesterday's announcement by Xianjiang Land regarding the new shareholders meeting and the appointment of new personnel. Now many reporters wanted to interview Zhang Ting in advance. Zhang Ting smiled and refused the reporters' interviews, escorted by his bodyguards, and went up to the top floor of the Huaran building. In the morning, Zhang Ting was working in the office. After finishing lunch in the afternoon, Zhang Ting asked Kaisi to provide Xiong and Zhou Shufan with the stock information from Y Country in advance. Then he, Kaisi, and Leuna took a car to the Xianjiang Land Center. As Zhang Ting's Rolls-Royce arrived there, many people were already waiting at the entrance of the Land Center building, including many senior executives from Xianjiang Land. In addition, reporters from various major newspapers, television stations, and radio stations were present. Some were invited while many were not. Zhang Ting got out of the Rolls-Royce, escorted by his bodyguards, and entered. He arrived at the conference room of the land building. Many shareholders had not yet arrived. By 2:30 in the afternoon at the Xianjiang Land shareholders meeting, all those who should be present had arrived. Yi's chairman Henry Joseph and Yi's general manager Liu Bijian, who were previously the actual managers representing Yi and Xianjiang Land, were also board members. Now they are still major shareholders of Xianjiang Land, but compared to Zhang Ting, their status as major shareholders is far inferior. In addition, Zhou Xinyan of the dairy company, Kowloon, Qi Dezun, and John Matting, and others were present. Originally, Henry Joseph sat in a prominent position, but now he felt embarrassed to sit there. Zhang Ting took the initiative to greet Henry Joseph and others. Once the shareholders' meeting officially began, Zhang Ting began to speak, this time Mr. Henry Joseph and Mr. Liu Bijian's proposal to exchange land shares for dairy company shares was very successful. In the end, Xianjiang Land successfully exchanged for the dairy company, making it a subsidiary of Xianjiang Land. Here let's applaud Mr. Henry Joseph and Mr. Liu Bijian for their contributions to the development of Xianjiang Land and the successful acquisition of the dairy company. Zhang Ting led the applause, and those around him joined in, with only Henry Joseph looking grim. In light of the significant changes in the current ownership of Xinjiang land, we must make new adjustments to the personnel affairs of Xinjiang land. This is inevitable. After all, the company's shareholding has changed, or it can no longer be like before, otherwise Zhang Ting would not have needed to spend so much money to acquire land company. Everyone's attention turned towards him. Many knew that 2 days prior Wei Li had already taken temporary control of Xinjiang land, and could tell that Wei Li was certainly representing Zhang Ting in managing Xinjiang land. After deliberation by the board of directors, Mr. Zhang Ting shall serve as the chairman of the boards of both Xinjiang land and the Dairy Company, chairman of International Dairy Company, chairman of Welcome Limited, chairman of Dali Lian Limited, chairman of Xinjiang Asia Refrigerated Foods Limited, and chairman of Kowloon Ice Factory Limited. Among them, Welcome Company was established in 1945 and is a subsidiary of Xinjiang Dairy Company, as well as a very large super chain company in Xinjiang. In 1960, the Dairy International Company and Dali Lian Limited, a subsidiary of Lane Crawford, opened the first supermarket in Xinjiang Central District, marking Zhangjiang's first supermarket. These are all large subsidiaries of Xinjiang Dairy Company, originally chaired by Zhou Xinyan. After Zhou Xinyan no longer held shares in the dairy company, he completely relinquished his positions in these companies, which were then taken over by Zhang Ting. Aside from its primary business as a real estate company, especially in office buildings, Xinjiang Land also has many subsidiaries. Previously, the chairpersons of these subsidiaries were held by Henry Joseph or Niu Bijian and others. Now, as the largest shareholder of Xinjiang Land, Zhang Ting, having taken control, the two have relinquished those positions. Thus now Zhang Ting serves not only as the chairman of Xinjiang Land and the Dairy Company, but also holds a series of titles as chairman of dozens of well-known Xinjiang companies. Mr. Wei Li will serve as the general manager of Xinjiang Land and company director. Mr. Kowloon will serve as the general manager of Xinjiang Dairy Company and a director of Xinjiang Land. Ms. Kaisi will serve as a director of Xinjiang Land. Ms. Leuna will serve as a director of Xinjiang Land. The series of important personnel appointments for Xinjiang Land and the Dairy Company was announced in the boardroom of the shareholders' meeting. The announcement was not made by Zhang Ting himself, but by the secretary of the shareholders' meeting. This person is also a director of Xinjiang Land. When all of this was announced, in fact, many believe that 2 days prior, when Zhang Ting announced that Galaxy Investment Company had become the major shareholder of Xinjiang Land, with over 51 of the shares, it had already been determined. Now it was merely a formal and legal public announcement. Zhou Xinyan indeed did not wish to remain in the dairy company, and he had sold all his shares in the dairy company. This time it was a formal relinquishment of all positions in the dairy company. Before he stepped down, Zhang Ting praised Sir Zhou for his significant contributions to the dairy company over the years, which restored much of his face. The meeting had not yet concluded. Henry Joseph felt very uncomfortable sitting there and directly walked out. After the shareholders' meeting of Xinjiang Land and the dairy company, as well as the personnel appointments, Zhang Ting entrusted the management of Xinjiang Land to Wei Li. As Zhang Ting stood up to shake hands with Zhou Xinyan, Qi Dezun, John Modding, and others, he noticed Niu Bijiang still present, and he approached to shake hands with him as well. In Zhang Ting's view, Niu Bijiang was different from Qi Dezun and Matting. The latter two were major shareholders of Hutchison International and K.Wa International. However, both Niu Bijiang and his father could actually be considered professional managers for Jardine Matheson, working for Jardine, or even the Joseph family. Since the time of Niu Bijiang's father, internal conflicts had arisen due to differing management philosophies within Jardine. Historically, it was Niu Bijiang who drove Henry Joseph back to Y Country in 1975. However, after 1985, Henry's brother Simon Joseph forced Niu Bijiang out of power. After being ousted, Niu Bijiang was forced to return to Y Country. However, the other side did not have it easy. Although Niu Bijiang had dedicated many years to Jardine and the Joseph family, he ended up impoverished, chasing a compensation of 100,000 pounds from the Joseph family. Looking at Niu Bijiang, Zhang Ting smiled and said, "Mr. Niu, let's talk over there." Although Niu Bijiang was unsure of what Zhang Ting wanted to discuss, the latter's familiarity made him somewhat uncomfortable. However, the fact that this young man could spend so much money and quietly acquire Xinjiang Land without anyone noticing speaks volumes about his strength. Niu Bijiang followed Zhang Ting to the side and asked, "Mr. Zhang, what is it you wish to say?" Zhang Ting had officially assumed the position of chairman of the board for Xinjiang Land and the Dairy Company, and he could be referred to as the banned by outsiders. For now, Niu Bijiang still had not changed his address, and he continued to see Henry Joseph as the Deban of Xinjiang Land. "Actually, my acquisition of Xinjiang Land is greatly beneficial for you." Me? Niu Bijiang was somewhat incredulous. He had just stepped down as the general manager of Xinjiang Land, and that position had now gone to Wei Li. "Mr. Zhang, what do you mean?" "The responsibility for Jardine losing control of Xinjiang Land lies entirely with Henry Joseph. I believe you can send him back to London, and then you will become the new Deban of Jardine, which is far better than being the previous general manager of Xinjiang Land." "What?" This statement from Zhang Ting immediately made Niu Bijiang feel differently. In recent days, due to Henry Joseph's collapse, the affairs of Jardine were in disarray, and Niu Bijiang had been stepping in to handle them. He had not anticipated that his replacement of Henry Joseph would come so soon. Now hearing Mr. Zhang say this, Niu Bijiang realized it could indeed happen. The main reason for Jardine's loss of controlling interest in Xinjiang land was that Jardine's shareholding was too small, especially after the swap with the dairy company, which made it even less. However, the one responsible for this swap with the dairy company was primarily Henry Joseph, who had ambitious plans after taking over the position of Deban for Jardine. Niu Bijiang initially appeared somewhat cautious as he was not the Deban of Jardine, though he did not oppose or say anything else. In this situation, not only had he not considered it, but neither had anyone else. Until Galaxy Investment Company successfully swallowed Xinjiang land, he had not realized the presence of someone like Zhang Ting. As Zhang Ting said, Jardine's loss of control over Xinjiang land was complete, and in terms of accountability, it would naturally fall on Henry Joseph. This means that if Henry Joseph stepped down, then the new Deban of Jardine would undoubtedly be Niu Bijiang. Zhang Ting patted his shoulder, smiled, and said no more. This scene was naturally witnessed by many. However, those people did not understand what the two were discussing. Zhang Ting and Kes walked outside. His Rolls-Royce was already waiting at the door. Zhang Ting got into the car and left for Huaranhang Mansion. That night, major newspapers in Xinjiang reported the significant news of the personnel changes at Xinjiang Land and the dairy company. Among them, the original chairman of the board of Xinjiang Land, Henry Joseph, was removed from his position, and Zhang Ting, the general manager of Galaxy Investment Company, was appointed as the new chairman of Xinjiang Land and the dairy company. This new Deban was very remarkable. One could say he was the first individual of Chinese descent to take over a British-funded company since Xinjiang opened its port. This Deban was also the first of Chinese descent to assume the position of chairman of Xinjiang, even of the largest real estate company in the world. It could be said that Zhang Ting's official appointment as the Deban of Xinjiang was enough to cause a sensation in Xinjiang and even globally. All major newspapers in Xinjiang were filled with news about Zhang Ting taking over as the Deban of Xinjiang Land, along with his photographs. In addition to his own photo, there were also photos of him with Zhou Xinyan, Qi Dezun, John Modding, and Niu Bijiang. This meant that starting today, Xinjiang had a person of very different status. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Jiaqing, as usual, sat in the car returning to his villa at Repulse Bay. When the dedicated driver parked the car and opened the door, Li Jiaqing got out and walked towards the main hall of the villa. His wife, Zhuang Yueming, was already waiting. "Sir, work is over." Li Jiaqing nodded and took off his suit. Zhuang Yueming took the suit and hung it on a hanger. Li Jiaqing then sat down to relax. The two children did not run over, and he casually picked up a newspaper from the table. These newspapers had already been read by Zhuang Yueming. For her, she hardly went out and mostly stayed at home. However, she was very well informed about external news, primarily through television news and newspapers. In addition, people would periodically call, which also kept Zhuang Yueming well aware of the outside situation. One could say that over the years, Li Jiaqing's Changqiang Industrial Company developed step by step, largely thanks to the reminders from his capable wife, Zhuang Yueming. "Sir, Mr. Zhang has officially taken the position of Deban at Xinjiang Land." Zhuang Yueming picked up a newspaper. Li Jiaqing also saw it at that moment. Seeing the incredibly young Mr. Zhang in the newspaper, Li Jiaqing felt a deep sense of envy. For Li Jiaqing, his ambitions had not yet reached such heights. His greatest hope was to build Changqiang Industrial into a real estate company on par with Xinjiang Land. Little did he expect that after over 20 years of hard work, he had only just reached this scale, feeling slightly proud beforehand. Now this young man had truly soared to great heights, directly swallowing Xinjiang Land and even taking over Zhou Xinian's dairy company. This left Li Jiaqing feeling so envious that he couldn't find the words. If one were to say that this young man had no support from others behind him, Li Jiaqing truly found that hard to believe. That night, at 9 o'clock, Li Jiaqing had not yet rested when the landline phone in the study rang. Still reading the newspaper, Li Jiaqing did not get up while his wife went over to answer the phone. After Zhuang Yueming finished the call and hung up, she looked at Li Jiaqing and said, "Sir, the caller just informed me that the management of Jardine has suddenly announced that the former chairman Henry Joseph has resigned from his position and Niu Bijiang will officially succeed him." Li Jiaqing was somewhat surprised to hear this. However, he had not expected it to come so soon. He was well aware of the nature of these foreigners. If they had no issues externally, there were usually no problems internally. But if there were internal issues, it would undoubtedly lead to fierce infighting. Unexpectedly, in less than a day, Henry Joseph from the Joseph family was forced to resign from his position at Jardine and return to London in disgrace. What exactly had happened remained unknown to outsiders, but it was evident that before Henry Joseph was forced to resign, a significant struggle must have occurred. Meanwhile, in the study of the villa at Qinshui Bei, Zhang Ting was also reading the newspaper. Zhang Ting stood by the window of his study, gazing outside. He was pondering whether pushing Niu Bijiang ahead to the senior position at he would have any repercussions, considering Henry Joseph was the little fox while Niu Bijiang was the experienced old fox. However, since he had already decided to swallow up Xiangjiang Land and the milk company, he couldn't concern himself too much with other matters. A knock echoed from the door of the study. Connie went out to open the door and saw Miss Lao Shirley standing at the entrance in a floral dress. "Hello, Miss Lao." Upon hearing that it was Lao Shirley, Zhang Ting turned around and saw her. "Sir, I'm here." To avoid disturbing the two, Connie left the study quietly and closed the door. Zhang Ting walked over and took Lao Shirley's hand. In the past few days, Zhang Ting had gained nationwide fame. Who in the world did not know of Mr. Zhang? A few days ago, Lao Shirley had accompanied him to meet Sir Zhou, and Zhang Ting had personally persuaded Sir Zhou to sell all his shares in the milk company. This laid the foundation for Zhang Ting's perfect conquest of Xiangjiang Land and the milk company. At this time, it was early December in Xiangjiang, and the daytime maximum temperature was still around 25 degrees Celsius, but at night the temperature began to drop below 20 degrees. This meant that the nights in Xiangjiang were starting to feel a bit chilly. Looking at Lao Shirley, who was wearing a dress, Zhang Ting asked, "Is it cold coming over now?" "Not really, I'm not afraid of the cold." Zhang Ting held Lao Shirley's hand and found that it was indeed warm. "I was actually going to look for you, but unexpectedly you came just in time to accompany me to meet someone tomorrow." "Sir, who are we meeting?" "Someone who has done me a great favor." "Great favor?" Lao Shirley went to the guest room next door to rest. Zhang Ting did not rest until late at night. December 2nd, 1972. Saturday. Early morning. When Zhang Ting got up, he went downstairs. Now in the morning, Zhang Ting dressed in casual wear felt a bit chilly. However, since the temperature was not too cold, he was still accustomed to swimming in the morning to wake up his mind. Zhang Ting swam comfortably in the pool for a few laps, and when he felt warmed up, he came out of the pool just as Lao Shirley was coming down from upstairs. As Connie was about to hand Zhang Ting a bathrobe to wipe off the water, Lao Shirley had already come over to take the robe and personally dry off the droplets on Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting went upstairs to take a shower, changed into another set of casual clothes, and then went with Lao Shirley to the villa's garden restaurant for breakfast. After finishing breakfast, today was Saturday. No need to return to the company. After finishing lunch at noon, butler Zhang Jinrong had already come over. "Sir, the gifts are ready, and the luxurious cruise ship has been booked in advance." Zhang Ting nodded. Connie took the gifts prepared by the butler for Zhang Ting. As Lao Shirley got into the Rolls-Royce, Connie and Wang Hui got into another Mercedes sedan. Zhang Hua and over 10 bodyguards drove off under the watchful eye of Zhang Jinrong, heading towards the countryside in Tunmun. The distance from the Repulse Bay hillside villa to the Tunmun countryside was approximately 30 kilometers. Zhang Ting remembered that when he left the elderly lady in the Tunmun countryside, the Hungham Tunnel had not yet been opened, but now it had been opened for nearly 4 months. Although it was Saturday and not rush hour, the Hungham Tunnel was still relatively busy. Aside from being delayed for half an hour due to red lights and traffic jams, there was nothing else. Zhang Hua drove for nearly 2 hours according to Zhang Ting's directions. "Boss, is it here?" Zhang Hua stopped the car. Zhang Ting looked out the car window. He recognized it at a glance. It was indeed the right place. "This is the village entrance, drive further in." Zhang Hua drove the Rolls-Royce into the village, and the other 10+ bodyguards in the Mercedes and Bayer followed suit. "Stop." When Zhang Ting called to stop, Zhang Hua slowly and steadily brought the car to a halt. He got out and opened the car door. Zhang Ting realized he was back here. At this time, the countryside had not changed much. It still looked the same as it did a few months ago when he first arrived in this world. Zhang Ting looked at the dilapidated earthen house ahead, wondering if the elderly lady was at home. He recognized the middle-aged woman he had met before, who was the elderly lattice daughter. "Auntie, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang." The middle-aged woman did not expect to see the now famous Mr. Zhang coming back to visit her mother. The middle-aged woman immediately ran back to the room. The elderly lady was inside sorting through old newspapers. During this time, major newspapers in Xiangjiang had been filled with news about Xiangjiang Land, the milk company, and the Xiangjiang stock market. However, the elderly lady did not understand or care about those things. A few days ago, Zhang Ting's announcement of the acquisition of Xiangjiang Land and the milk company had shocked Xiangjiang and even made headlines globally. These days, the newspapers in Xiangjiang were mostly about Zhang Ting. Although the elderly lady found Mr. Zhang in the newspapers somewhat familiar, she could not believe that the stowaway who had nothing at the time had turned into the richest Chinese in Xiangjiang in just a few months. The elderly lady could not believe it. These days, the middle-aged woman happened to bring her daughter back to visit the elderly lady. However, the middle-aged woman did not expect to encounter Mr. Zhang. At that time, she was still wondering how Zhang Ting, who had stowed away from the mainland to Xiangjiang with no relatives or acquaintances in Xiangjiang, and fearing he could barely support himself, would become a big company owner so quickly. The middle-aged woman did not believe that the Mr. Zhang in the newspapers was the Zhang Ting she had met before. Now, seeing many cars suddenly arrive at the door. When she saw a familiar figure, the middle-aged woman had to believe that the Mr. Zhang in the newspapers was indeed the Zhang Ting she had known a few months ago. She did not know whether to feel excited or shocked as she rushed into the room to pull her elderly mother out. "A girl, those newspapers, Mom hasn't tidied up yet." "Mom, it's Mr. Zhang who's come over." "Which Mr. Zhang. Just that Zhang Ting from before. Just then Nyo Nyo, who had been squatting on the ground playing with marbles, heard the sound of cars outside and ran out first. Nyo Nyo immediately recognized the big brother. Now she saw that the big brother had a very beautiful lady in a lovely dress beside him. Brother, Nyo Nyo called out. Zhang Ting also recognized the little girl. After a few months, the girl was still the same. Nyo Nyo, when did you come to see your grandmother? Zhang Ting squatted down and picked up the little girl in his arms. Brother, we came here by car the day before yesterday, the little girl said in a sweet voice. Seeing Lao Shirley next to Zhang Ting, Nyo Nyo thought this big sister was so beautiful. Lao Shirley herself was quite pretty, and her poise, cultivated from 3 generations of nobility in the Lao family, combined with her current attire, certainly rivaled those female stars in Xinjiang. What a beautiful lady. Really, little girl, you look great too, Lao Shirley said, preparing to tease the little girl in front of her. While in the car, Lao Shirley had already learned. If not for the little girl discovering that Zhang Ting was still moving and reminding her grandmother, the two of them would not have been able to save Zhang Ting. As Zhang Ting hugged the little girl, the middle-aged woman had already helped the elderly lady come out. The elderly lady saw Zhang Ting at first glance. She was truly surprised. At that time, she had helped Zhang Ting out of pity, not expecting that in less than half a year, he would become a big figure. Grandma, Mom, the brother, and a beautiful sister have come. The little girl Zhang Ting was carrying shouted. The middle-aged woman was clearly a bit frightened. She was just an ordinary middle-aged woman from the lower class of Xinjiang and could not grasp just how wealthy Mr. Zhang was now. However, she could sense the identity and gap between herself and Mr. Zhang. Nyo Nyo, you should get down. How can you let Mr. Zhang hold you? Zhang Ting set the little girl down. Nyo Nyo ran over and hugged her mother's hand. Mom, brother said he came to see Grandma. You should call him Mr. Zhang from now on, the middle-aged woman told her daughter. The little girl wondered why she shouldn't call him Big Brother. Why Mr. Zhang instead? Zhang Ting could tell that though several months had passed, the girl remained as familiar and unreserved with him as before. Yet the middle-aged woman and the elderly grandmother clearly felt uneasy about his transformed status. Zhang Ting walked straight over and said, Granny, I've been swamped with company affairs lately. I'd meant to visit you much sooner. The elderly grandmother reached out upon seeing Zhang Ting, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Ting gazed around the weathered house, then outward, where more and more villagers gathered at a distance, watching silently. Granny, Auntie, we'll get into the car first. Before the grandmother could even grasp what Zhang Ting intended, he gently took her hand and ushered both her and the middle-aged woman along with the little girl into his Rolls-Royce. The Rolls-Royce seated 4 Zhang Hua occupied the driver's seat, while the front passenger seat remained empty. The 2 rear seats were now to be shared. To accommodate the grandmother, the middle-aged woman, and the child, Lao Shirley deliberately switched to another Mercedes-Benz sedan to sit beside Connie. Clearly, the grandmother had no sense of the vehicle's extraordinary value. But the moment the middle-aged woman laid eyes on it, she knew instantly that few in Hong Kong could afford such a car. Once the grandmother, the middle-aged woman, and the little girl settled inside, Zhang Ting took the front passenger seat. Boss, where shall we go? Queen's Pier. Zhang Hua pulled away, leaving the village under the watchful eyes of its residents, the Rolls-Royce gliding smoothly alongside other luxury vehicles. Many villagers had just witnessed it all. This old woman must have struck unimaginable fortune, having somehow befriended Mr. Zhang himself, and now riding in that car. Nyo Nyo was visibly captivated, peering curiously, reaching out to touch everything within reach. Her mother longed to scold her, yet held her tongue. Zhang Ting sat quietly in the front passenger seat, eyes fixed ahead. Mr. Zhang, is this car very expensive? The middle-aged woman finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Annie, please just call me Ting. Yes, it's not cheap. Roughly HK200 to HK3000. HK20003000. Both the grandmother and the woman thought they must have misheard. An ordinary Hong Kong sedan cost only HK100, and even those were owned by a small minority. A luxury car commanding HK200 was thus rarely seen across the city. Mother and daughter stood utterly astounded. Knowing Mr. Zhang had recently become a towering figure in Hong Kong, the woman sensed something profound must have transpired over these past months, though she couldn't fathom what. Big brother, where are we going? The little girl asked. Zishi, today Big Brother will take you out to play. Yes. Nyo Nyo hasn't gone anywhere fun in ages. At that moment, the middle-aged woman interjected, Mr. Zhang, Nyo Nyo has changed her name. She's no longer Zhou Zishi. No longer Zhou Zishi. Zhang Ting thought the name quite fitting. Andy, what is her new name? Zhou Huiman. Zhou Huiman. Zhang Ting was certain he'd misheard. Yet after the woman's explanation, he accepted that this was indeed her daughter's new name. Lately, Nyo Nyo has been unwell, prone to colds and fevers, and no doctor could seem to help. So I consulted a fortune teller in Kowloon. He said her given name was inauspicious, so he chose a new one based on her birth date and time. He selected the new name according to her Batsi. In Hong Kong, belief in fate and feng shui runs deep. Nyo Nyo's prolonged illness had deeply unsettled her mother. Only once the child recovered did she seek out the fortune teller, who, deeming the original name unfavorable, promptly bestowed a new one. Such practices were commonplace, not only in Hong Kong, but across mainland China. When life unfolds unevenly, people instinctively search for reasons, remedies, signs. Consulting a fortune teller or feng shui master served much the same purpose as seeking a psychotherapist in the West. Yet what astonished Zhang Ting most was this. Could this little girl truly be Zhou Huimin, the iconic Hong Kong actress who would rise to fame in the 1980s and 90s? Zhang Ting didn't know her exact birth date, but if she were destined to dominate Hong Kong's entertainment scene in the coming decades, she would indeed still be a child now. Of course, with millions living in Hong Kong, shared names were hardly rare. Mr. Zhang, is there something wrong with this name? The middle-aged woman, noticing Zhang Ting's startled pause, quickly asked. To her daughter's well-being outweighed her own life. Auntie, the name is excellent. That's a relief. Everyone around us says it's a fine name. Hearing Mr. Zhang's approval, the woman visibly relaxed, her anxiety dissolving like mist in morning sun. When Zhang Ting first arrived in Hong Kong as an undocumented immigrant, her mother had taken him in. Back then, he seemed nothing more than a destitute newcomer. Yet in just a few months, he had ascended beyond reach. A towering figure now unrecognizable from the man she once knew. Leaving behind the grandmother's modest rammed earth house in Tuen Mun, they headed toward Queen's Pier in central Hong Kong. There a luxurious cruise vessel already awaited, a vessel operated by Star Ferry. Unlike Star Ferry's standard ferries, this vessel catered specifically to tourists, offering daytime cruises of Victoria Harbour and evening voyages, showcasing its glittering nocturnal skyline. At this time, Star Ferry effectively monopolized Hong Kong's ferry and sightseeing cruise services. Other operators existed, but none rivaled Star Ferry's dominance, as had been true since the 1980s and even into the 90s. The luxury cruise vessel stood ready. Zhang Ting's Rolls-Royce halted at Queen's Pier. The doors swung open. Zhang Ting, the grandmother, the middle-aged woman, and Nyo Nyo alighted. Lau Shirley Connie and Wang Hui descended from the Mercedes-Benz sedan parked nearby. Zhang Ting and his party boarded the cruise vessel at Queen's Pier. Several crew members stood waiting on deck. Mr. Zhang, please come aboard. Once Zhang Ting, Lau Shirley, the grandmother, the middle-aged woman, Nyo Nyo, and Zhang Hua had parked and joined them, they all stepped onto the vessel. When the crew confirmed all passengers were aboard, the vessel cast off from Queen's Pier and began gliding gracefully across Victoria Harbour. It was afternoon. Hong Kong's daytime temperature was mild, not too warm, not too cool, making it the perfect hour. Sunlight poured from a cloudless sky, bathing sea and city alike in golden clarity. Emerald waters shimmered beneath the sun. Soaring skyscrapers lined both shores of Victoria Harbour. From the vessel's open upper deck, just 2 stories tall, the entire panorama unfolded in breathtaking detail. Zhang Ting and Lau Shirley stood side by side, gazing into the distance. A gentle sea breeze stirred Lau Shirley's long hair, scattering strands like ink across silk. Many in Hong Kong knew Victoria Harbour's beauty, but few could actually board such a cruise. It demanded both time and money, luxuries inaccessible to most. For the grandmother, whose life had centered on rural Tuen Mun, this was her very first visit. Zhang Ting guided the grandmother up to the second deck and helped her settle into a seat. Granny, are you feeling seasick? No, I'm just a little afraid. Many still flinched at the sight of that vivid green water, and so did the grandmother. Though modest in size, the vessel moved slowly and sailed with remarkable steadiness. Ordinarily, such a cruise carried dozens of passengers. Today, however, only Zhang Ting's party, some 20 souls, alongside the crew, filled its decks. Zhang Hua and others remained downstairs. With no other guests aboard, the crew's sole duty was to attend to Zhang Ting and his companions. Aware of Zhang Ting's stature, the staff attended to them with exceptional warmth, already delivering pre-prepared delicacies and beverages. Zhang Ting and Lau Shirley had already dined and weren't hungry, but Nyo Nyo, spotting the sweet pastries, couldn't resist reaching for one. Her mother started to reprimand her, then paused, seeing how warmly Mr. Zhang and Miss Lau treated the child, and finally breathed easy. Victoria Harbour stretched vast and grand, its daytime splendor wholly distinct from its nocturnal magic. Zhang Ting, Lau Shirley, the grandmother, the middle-aged woman, and Nyo Nyo spent over 3 hours aboard. As twilight deepened, the vessel returned safely to Queen's Pier, and they disembarked. Zhang Ting and the others got back into the Rolls-Royce. Boss, where are we going? Zhang Hua asked as he got into the car. Wenhua Grand Hotel. The general manager of Wenhua Grand Hotel and others were already waiting. A few months ago, Zhang Ting had stayed at Wenhua Grand Hotel and even poached Wang Hui. Months later, Zhang Ting had become the chairman of the board of Xiangjiang Land and Dairy Company. Returning here, his identity was naturally different. The Rolls-Royce of Zhang Ting stopped. The general manager of Wenhua Grand Hotel and others came out to greet him, having learned that Mr. Zhang was coming here for dinner with friends. Mr. Zhang, welcome to Wenhua Hotel. The general manager came over to greet him. He was a Caucasian whom Zhang Ting had not met during his last visit. Zhang Ting nodded. He, along with Lao Shirley, the elderly lady, the middle-aged woman, and the young girl, entered the hotel, heading directly to the lobby on the second floor. Usually those dining here were mainly hotel guests. Today, due to Zhang Ting's arrival, the variety of dishes was even more abundant. Clearly, the young girl was experiencing such a high-end occasion for the first time. Seeing so many buffet dishes, she almost bounced with excitement. The middle-aged woman quickly grabbed her daughter. The young girl calmed down. Zhang Ting and the others sat by the window. The hotel waitress brought warm water and towels for them to wash their hands. This was a lavish seafood buffet costing as much as a month's salary for an average person, quite expensive with a wide variety. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley usually ate too much. The two men had no issues. However, the middle-aged woman, the elderly lady, and even the young girl looked at the dishes unsure of how to start. "Brother, can we really eat anything?" "Yes, take whatever you want, eat freely, it's all free," Zhang Ting chuckled. The young girl immediately pulled her mother to grab some food. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley took some food. Since it was a buffet dinner, it was quite abundant. There were not many guests here at the moment. Originally, Zhang Ting intended to book the entire place, but fearing it would disturb the hotel and other guests, he let Zhang Jinrong just reserve a spot without booking at all. This buffet was indeed too rich, leaving the elderly lady and middle-aged woman unsure of how to begin. Many dishes were new to them, and they had only seen such things on television before. There were various lavish seafood options. Zhang Ting and the others continued eating until after 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley were quite full. "Annie, how are you finding the food?" "Zhang Ting, I am quite full," the elderly lady said. Brother Nyo is also very full. After finishing their meal, Zhang Ting did not stay any longer. The group prepared to leave, and the hotel's general manager and several supervisors personally came to see them off. Seeing Mr. Zhang get into the Rolls-Royce and leave, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, where are we going now?" "Back to the mid-levels villa in Shallow Water Bay." Zhang Ting lived in the mid-levels villa in Shallow Water Bay. News of this had already spread among the media. However, for the middle-aged woman, it was her first time visiting such a place. After leaving Wenhua Grand Hotel, it took nearly an hour to return to the mid-levels villa in Shallow Water Bay. The butler Zhang Jinrong was already waiting. Zhang Ting and the others got out of the car. It was evident that the elderly lady was somewhat tired after a day out and dining. Zhang Ting asked Connie and Wang Huai to help the elderly lady to the guest room to rest. Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley planned to sit in the garden for a while. "Andy, you take a look first. I have something to discuss with you later." The middle-aged woman was indeed quite interested in Mr. Zhang's villa. Due to the newspapers, many citizens of Xiangjiang felt that Mr. Zhang's villa was very mysterious. Now that the middle-aged woman was here in person, she found it indeed larger and more luxurious than what she had seen in the papers. In Xiangjiang, where every inch of land is precious. Although the housing prices in Xiangjiang were starting to decline, an ordinary house in the suburbs might still cost 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Given that ordinary people earn only a few hundred a month, it would take them 10 years of not eating or drinking to afford one. For someone like the middle-aged woman, she had never really thought about owning a house in Xiangjiang. She and her daughter lived in Kowloon walled city, where her deceased husband had found a random spot to build a wooden house. However, the environment near Kowloon walled city was quite complicated and chaotic, and the land ownership there was also very messy. If it weren't for the need to support herself and her daughter, the middle-aged woman would not have wanted to live there. Now, looking at Mr. Zhang's luxurious mid-levels villa in Shallow Water Bay with several large and small houses surrounding the main building, the middle-aged woman was truly stunned. "Mom, there are so many flowers here." Nyo had spotted the flowers and ran over to take a look. The middle-aged woman could only follow her, discovering indeed many fresh flowers were planted. Aside from the flowers in the garden, there was a swimming pool, a parking lot, a large yard, and a distant view from here. The middle-aged woman was truly astonished. The disparity between the wealthy and the ordinary citizens of Xiangjiang was indeed stark. At this moment, the middle-aged woman truly understood. Just a few months ago, she had seen Zhang Ting as a penniless stowaway. Nyo had run around the villa for half an hour and was also tired. When the elderly lady was taken by Connie to a guest room to rest, the middle-aged woman approached. Because Mr. Zhang just mentioned he had something to discuss with her. Lao Shirley left first, leaving only Zhang Ting and the middle-aged woman. "Annie, how do you find this place?" "Mr. Zhang, I never even dared to imagine such a mansion." Zhang Ting smiled, acknowledging that it was indeed as she said. It was like that now and would continue to be so in the future. Historically, the wealth gap in Xiangjiang now and in the future has always been significant. Wealthy individuals like Li Jiaqing not only owned luxurious residences like those in Deepwater Bay, but also countless properties throughout Xiangjiang. Additionally, Bao Yugang's son-in-law Wu Guangjing, though he only inherited a quarter of the Bao family's assets, had over 10,000 properties by the time his son inherited them, earning a fortune from rental income alone. While those in Xiangjiang who were poor and had little income could only live in cramped cages bending down to sleep. Certainly, the middle-aged woman was relatively better off. If Zhou Zixi had indeed become the historical star, Zhou Huimin, after changing her name Zhang Ting, knew that Zhou Huimin's rise to stardom greatly improved the lives of her and her mother. However, by that time her grandmother had already passed away, so she could not enjoy such a life. Auntie, I was saved from the seaside by your grandmother and Nyo. She has been very kind to me, and I certainly cannot forget that. Now I plan to let your grandmother stay here in the villa for her retirement. How does that sound? What? Mr. Zhang actually wanted her mother to stay here for retirement. The middle-aged woman was momentarily at a loss. She was stunned. Now people outside call me a big capitalist, but I am not a heartless person. Mr. Zhang, I'm my mother. In that moment, the middle-aged woman didn't know what to say. You first go back and talk to your grandmother. If she has no objections, she can stay here in the future. Of course, that includes you and Nyo as well. I heard from your grandmother that you usually live in Kowloon walled city. As far as I know, the security environment there is very poor and deaths happen mysteriously. Growing up there isn't good for Nyo. If you are willing to stay, it will be to take care of your grandmother, and I will also give you a salary. As for Nyo's education in the future, you need not worry about that. After concluding the conversation with the middle-aged woman, Zhang Ting was still outside enjoying the breeze. Wang Huai was leading the middle-aged woman inside. Now at 48 years old, it was her first time bathing in such a luxurious villa. Wang Huai had just arranged a guest room next to the elderly lady for her, but the middle-aged woman still felt uncomfortable and wanted to sleep in the same room as her mother and daughter Nyo. Wang Huai took her to the nearby bathroom. After the middle-aged woman finished bathing and changed into the soft nightgown Wang Hui had prepared for her, she entered the room to find her daughter and mother still watching television. The guest room in this villa was not only large and luxurious with golden splendor, but it also had air conditioning and a color television. This environment was their first experience. At this moment, it seemed to the elderly lady as if she were in a dream. After verifying it many times, the mother and daughter still found it hard to believe. Mother, what is it like? My child, this bed is enormous. It was a 2-meter-wide bed, truly vast, wide enough for 3 people, perhaps even 4, to sleep comfortably. A middle-aged woman in a nightgown, her hair not yet let down, looked at her mother and said, Mother, who would have imagined? When you rescued Mr. Zhang back then, he has changed so much in just a few months. I never expected it either. It still feels like a dream, the old lady murmured, unable to shake the sense that none of it was real. Mother, Mr. Zhang told me just now that you saved him from the seaside. He said he can never repay such a great favor. He wants you to live out your days here in the villa. Live out her days in the villa. The old woman heard this and did not know what to think. The middle-aged woman went on, Mr. Zhang also said that Zhelang Zhai is too dangerous and he wants Nyo and me to live here as well. He asked me to take special care of you, and besides giving me a salary every month, he will arrange Nyunia's schooling. Upon hearing this, the old woman seemed at a loss for words. She gripped her daughter's hand. Though it was a life-saving debt, the old woman dared not hope for anything more. In her eyes, her rescue had been an unintentional act. If Nyo had not noticed that Mr. Zhang stirred at the time, she would never have saved him. If because of that Mr. Zhang prospered and then began to demand this, and that the old woman felt it would be greedy to accept too much. My child, one must not be greedy. That Zhang Ting still comes to see me, takes us out for a day, and now wishes to provide for me in my old age. That is more than enough. Mother, you don't want to live here. How could I? The old woman truly dared not, and felt it would be improper. Mother and daughter talked for a long while. Night slipped by unnoticed. Only then did the 3, mother, daughter, and Nyo, fall asleep and rest for the night. Early the next morning, when the old woman woke, she half believed she had dreamed it all. Upon fully waking, she realized it was indeed real. By then, the middle-aged woman and Nyo had also awoken. The house had seemed dim on their return last night, but with morning light drawn through the curtains, the view was clear and undeniable. When the 3 rose, Wang Huai was already waiting at the door. She first asked them to wash and then planned to take them out. It was Sunday. After changing into proper clothes upstairs, they came downstairs to find the old woman, the middle-aged woman, and Nyo. Zhang Ting hurried over to help the old lady. Grandmother, how did you sleep last night? Zhang Ting, it is nice here, but I am not used to it. The house and bed were enormous. Everything felt overwhelmingly large. Besides, she was used to a hard wooden plank bed and could not acclimate to a soft mattress, which made her uncomfortable. Is that so? Where does it hurt? I will ask the butler to change it immediately. Zhang. The old woman sensed that Mr. Zhang's sincerity was not hollow. As Zhang Ting prepared to instruct the butler to replace the soft mattress in the old woman's room, the middle-aged woman hurriedly pulled him aside. Mr. Zhang, you needn't go to such trouble. Watching the mother and daughter, he guessed they did not wish to remain here. Since that was so, Zhang Ting decided to take them to breakfast first. In the garden restaurant, 2 chefs were already preparing a lavish morning meal. By the time Lao Shirley arrived, Zhang Ting, Lao Shirley, the old woman, the middle-aged woman, and Nyo were seated and eating. The lavish spread led the old woman and her daughter to once again marvel that the lives of the wealthy were indeed different. Nyo, seeing so many dishes, reacted much as she had the night before at the Wenhua Hotel's buffet. Having never tasted such abundance, she wanted to try everything. Zhang Ting ate while glancing at the newspaper. After about an hour, he finished, intending to return to his study and leave Lao Shirley and Kongni to accompany the 3 women. The middle-aged woman, however, pulled Zhang Ting aside. Mr. Zhang, we would like to go home. Auntie, isn't it fine here? Mr. Zhang, I talked with my mother all night. She feels it is not right for her to live here. The middle-aged woman spoke at length. Zhang Ting sighed. It seemed the mother and daughter truly did not wish to stay, unwilling to suddenly assume the life of the wealthy. Why so? Above all, they felt it inappropriate. In that regard, few could truly give up such a life so readily. Zhang Ting found himself admiring their restraint. Auntie, won't you consider Nyonyo? At the mention of her daughter, her very lifeline, the middle-aged woman fell silent for a moment. To her, such things did not belong to her. She dared neither accept nor hope for them. She would rather work hard at several jobs to support herself and her daughter than do anything unlawful. Auntie, do not worry. Stay here for a few days. If you still do not want to, I will consider other arrangements. Originally, I sincerely invited the old woman to live here, even to be cared for in her old age, but if you are unwilling, I will make other plans. The middle-aged woman was at a loss for words, mainly because she felt the gulf between her status and Mr. Zhang's was too vast. She wanted to find her daughter. Zhang Ting stood looking into the distance. Lao Shirley came over. Auntie, said she and the old woman, do not wish to live here. They feel it is inappropriate. Hearing Zhang Ting, Lao Shirley was somewhat surprised. Surely, I must make new arrangements for the three of them. Since the old woman once saved me, I certainly will not wrong her. The Qianchuan mid-mountain villa was vast. Mainly after Zhang Jinrong took over, he purchased the surrounding land, then had gardeners and servants rework the grounds so that the villa's yards grew ever larger. Moreover, many rare and fragrant plants and prized flowers were cultivated there, the likes of which one might expect to find only in a park. In truth, Xiangjiang City had few parks, most were in distant suburbs and difficult to visit. Here one could live comfortably, behold fine scenery, and breathe exceptionally clean air. Nyonyo was already familiar with the place. The old woman and the middle-aged woman, however, appeared uneasy. Everything here was wonderful. Meals and daily needs were all attended to. Yet the old woman felt ill at ease and longed to return to Tunmen in the countryside. Sir, the old woman and that aunt would like to go back. When Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley stood beneath the chinaberry tree and gazed off into the distance, Lao Shirley realized over the course of the day that the mother and daughter truly did not want to remain. Late morning, well before lunchtime, Zhang Ting noticed Kaisi had arrived. She had come for a reason. That morning she had suddenly received a call from her former superior, and at first Kaisi did not know what to make of it. When Kaisi arrived at the Huifeng Bank building, she did not expect to be received by Sangdashi himself. In earlier days, she would have been pleased to be seen by the bank's chairman in person. But for the present Kaisi, it mattered little. She no longer worked for Huifeng Bank. She was now deputy general manager of Inha Investment Company, a position of far greater standing. Kaisi met Sangdashi's secretary, who escorted her to the chairman's office. Sangdashi still served as chairman of Huifeng Bank's board, though many duties had been entrusted last year to the newly appointed general manager Shenbai. Sangdashi had not yet relinquished all his responsibilities. While Shenbai's position grew in importance, it was likely Shenbai would become the bank's next chairman. This time Sangdashi and the bank were greatly shocked. An obscure young Chinese businessman, Mr. Zhang, had somehow absorbed Xiangjiang Jidi and a milk company into his holdings. That news astonished Sangdashi and the bank more than anything else. What surprised Sangdashi further was that two of that young man's important lieutenants, Kaisi and Leona, had come from Huifeng Bank. A few days earlier, Kaisi and Leona had appeared with Zhang Ting in the newspapers. Many readers recognized them. When Sangdashi had personnel send over Kaisi and Leona's files, he discovered that the two women had indeed worked for Huifeng Bank Securities in managerial roles. For reasons unknown, they later resigned and went to work for the young man. Upon meeting Kaisi, Sangdashi was greeted by her. Chairman, hello. Miss Kaisi, you used to work at Huifeng Bank. Kaisi did not deny it. Then you must know how Mr. Zhang rose to prominence. Kaisi obviously knew something. Some traders at Huifeng Bank were aware of the maneuvers. Now she was unwilling to say more. Seeing her reticent, Sangdashi did not press further. That Zhang Ting could outright take over Xiangjiang Jidi, and the milk company marked him as a rising figure among Chinese tycoons. Since the 1960s, Sangdashi had kept an eye on Xiangjiang's magnates, and he had groomed the maritime tycoon Bao Yugong. Yet this was not enough for him. The sudden appearance of Mr. Zhang made Sangdashi's eyes brighten. Miss Kaisi, I had you come chiefly to ask you to invite Mr. Zhang to join me this afternoon at the races. To watch the races. It was Sunday. Holidays in Xiangjiang offered many entertainments, but for locals, rich and poor alike, one of the greatest pleasures was Payomadi horse racing. At that time, races were only held on Saturday and Sunday afternoons, though only later, after the Shatian racecourse was completed in 1973, did evening midweek races begin. Payomadi racing had long been the city's most popular sport. Sangdashi personally inviting Zhang Ting to Payomadi signaled that he recognized Zhang Ting's potential and future prospects. Kaisi understood this. Chairman, I do not yet know if my boss Zhang Ting is free this afternoon. I must check with him first. Very well. Sangdashi knew that if Zhang Ting were unavailable, the invitation could be extended another time. Before Kaisi left, Sangdashi handed her an elegant invitation card. Sunday, December 3rd afternoon, an invitation to Payomadi to watch the races. Kaisi took the exquisite invitation with her. In her view, whether Sangdashi invited them or not, her boss's wealth already set him apart from ordinary men. When Kaisi returned, she showed the invitation to Zhang Ting. He had not expected Sangdashi to take the initiative to invite him to Payomati. This was one of the advantages of making a name for oneself in Xianjiang. Boss, Mr. Sangdashi said if you are busy this afternoon, he can invite you another time. Sir, it seems you are quite well regarded in Xianjiang, remarked Lao Shirley beside him. After Zhang Ting acquired Xianjiang Land and Dairy Company, not only the Law family and Sir Sanders from HSBC extended invitations to him, but during this period Zhang Jinrong had already collected many invitation letters for Zhang Ting. It is evident that various sectors of Xianjiang are involved. Now with Zhang Ting's rise to fame, these individuals are eagerly sending invitations hoping to meet him and even collaborate. Zhang Ting is not particularly interested in those invitations. He knows that he must make time to meet with the Law family and Sir Sanders. Even if Sir Sanders had not invited him today, Zhang Ting decided to visit the Law family tonight to meet the most mysterious tycoon of Xianjiang, Law Mian No. Now it's perfect to make time to meet Sir Sanders at the racecourse this afternoon. After meeting with Sir Sanders, he will also have time to go to the Law family tonight. Kais, tell Sir Sanders that I will make time to meet him at the racecourse this afternoon. Boss, I understand. However, there are so many other invitations from families directed at Zhang Ting that Zhang Jinrong wanted to ask for Zhang Ting's opinion. Butler, you and surely handle it for me, just say I have no time. Yes, sir. Zhang Ting stayed in his study reading the newspaper. It was past 12 noon. Kais came again. She was there to accompany Zhang Ting to the racecourse to watch the horse races. Although Zhang Ting knew there would be food available at the Xianjiang racecourse, he still preferred to fill his stomach first. He had lunch with Kais beforehand. Law Shirley returned to the Law family first. He got into a Rolls-Royce. In the car, Kais said, Boss, do you know who the current chairman of the Xianjiang racecourse is? Who is the chairman of the Xianjiang racecourse? Zhang Ting really hadn't paid attention. He had never studied it as it was far removed from his previous life. According to Zhang Ting, before 1997, the power that ruled Xianjiang was predominantly held by the Xianjiang Jockey Club. One can imagine the extent of the Jockey Club's influence. Historically, figures like Bao Yugang and Li Jiacheng also joined the Xianjiang Jockey Club, becoming important members of the club. However, in the early days of Xianjiang, if you were not an elite of Western descent, you would not be admitted as a member. Later, as the influence of the Chinese community grew, some Chinese individuals began to appear in the Xianjiang racecourse. For instance, Zhou Xinyan was a formal member of the Jockey Club. As for the chairman of the Xianjiang Jockey Club, Zhang Ting knew it would definitely be held by a Westerner. Boss, the current chairman of the Xianjiang racecourse is Mr. Qi Dezun from Heisen International. What? The current chairman of the Xianjiang racecourse is actually Qi Dezun. In fact, it was indeed the case. At this time, Qi Dezun had a significant influence in Xianjiang. He officially became the chairman of the Xianjiang racecourse at the beginning of this year. Historically, he held this position until 1974. In fact, this was largely related to the problems faced by Heisen International at that time. As of now, Qi Dezun still holds considerable influence in Xianjiang. Zhang Ting had already met Qi Dezun twice. Once at the Land Press Conference on November 28th and again at the new Land Board meeting on November 30th. Currently, Zhang Ting and Qi Dezun had no conflicting interests. Qi Dezun held no issues against him. Zhang Ting had already known that Qi Dezun was the chairman of the Jockey Club, and now with the invitation from Sir Sanders, it seemed that many notable figures would be present. Leaving the villa in Repulse Bay, he headed a few kilometers to the Xianjiang racecourse. It wasn't very far from here to the racecourse, and besides, there was no traffic on the road. Under the escort of Zhang Hua's bodyguards, Zhang Ting drove a Rolls-Royce to the racecourse. To his surprise, the parking lot was almost full. Zhang Ting and Kais got out of the car and were heading toward the entrance of the Xianjiang racecourse. At this moment, someone was already there to greet him. Mr. Zhang, Miss Kais, please come in. Ordinary people need tickets to enter and watch the horse racing. Even so, on weekends the racecourse is usually packed. Due to the large crowds, a new racecourse was opened in Shatin. Now, having arrived in this world, it was Zhang Ting's first time at the racecourse here. In his past life, he had visited Xianjiang many times and had seen horse races in both Shatin and the racecourse. At that time, the atmosphere of galloping horses and cheers from thousands of spectators left a deep impression on him. Currently, since the Shatin racecourse had not yet been completed, all Xianjiang citizens and tourists had flocked to the racecourse, making the racing atmosphere here even more intense. In addition, because of horse racing, many ordinary people hoped to turn their fortunes around through betting, which led to the proliferation of various newspapers in Xianjiang. Among them, various horse racing news and betting information were the most popular. Almost everyone had a copy, and it was evident that people hoped to rise through betting. At the entrance, the staff of the racecourse greeted Zhang Ting. He, along with Kais and his bodyguards, entered the Xianjiang Jockey Club through the main entrance. They proceeded toward the VIP room. The Xianjiang Jockey Club is actually divided into different levels. Members of the Jockey Club are categorized into different levels, such as Jockey Club members, full-fee members, Racing Club members, corporate members, and the most prestigious selection members. To become a member there and obtain membership, it is not enough to simply have money. Besides requiring recommendations from important individuals within, one must also possess a certain influence in various industries in Xinjiang. It is precisely for this reason that the Xinjiang Jockey Club has always been the most important club in Xinjiang, as many matters can influence Xinjiang's policies. Individuals like Kais and La Na, although they are Westerners, previously held low positions in HSBC and could not obtain membership in the Jockey Club. Currently, there are not many formal members of the Xinjiang Jockey Club. As the staff led Zhang Ting and Kais to the VIP room, Zhang Ting spotted a familiar Westerner. It was none other than Qi Dezun, the current chairman of the Xinjiang Jockey Club, and also the chairman of Heisen International's board. Mr. Zhang, welcome to the Jockey Club. Hello, Mr. Qi Dezun. After shaking hands with Qi Dezun, Zhang Ting proceeded into the VIP room. Inside the VIP room, several Westerners were present. Among them were Qi Dezun's wife, Sir Sanders, and his wife, as well as another man with slightly gray hair. Mr. Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Sir Sanders, the chairman of HSBC, and this is Lady Sanders. Sir Sanders, Lady Sanders, hello. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Ting shook hands with each of them. Mr. Zhang, this is Mr. Shun, by the general manager of HSBC, and this is Mr. Shun's wife. If we were to say that Sang Dash is the most important benefactor to Bao Yugong, then the person in front of him, Shun Bai, is undoubtedly the most significant benefactor on Li Jiaqing's path to becoming the wealthiest Chinese. Historically, Li Jiaqing's rise to the position of the wealthiest Chinese was not without the support of a few individuals. Clearly, Shun Bai was one of the most crucial among them. At this moment, Zhang Ting was unsure whether Li Jiaqing had already met Shun Bai, or if the two seemed to have already established a connection. However, for Zhang Ting, meeting Shun Bai now could very well alter Li Jiaqing's fortune. The identities of these white individuals, including Qi Dezun, Sang Dash, and Shun Bai, are all quite remarkable. Historically, they were significant figures in promoting the economic development of Xinjiang, even altering the industry's progress. While Zhang Ting was shaking hands with Shun Bai, and his wife Shun Bai was intently observing Zhang Ting, indicating that he was scrutinizing him. With a significant Chinese population in Xinjiang, there is naturally no shortage of outstanding Chinese businessmen. This includes the founders of the 5 Tigers of Xinjiang real estate, as well as remarkable figures like Zhou Xinyan, Li Jiaqing, and Bao Yugong. However, Sang Dash and HSBC have been meticulously selecting the most suitable Chinese businessmen to support their development, especially after the 1970s, when HSBC recognized that Xinjiang's future would undoubtedly belong to the Chinese. Who are the fortunate ones among them? Aside from Bao Yugong, who has been a partner for many years, they are still in the process of selection. Historically, it was precisely Shun Bai who chose Li Jiaqing. Zhang Ting and Kaisi had just come from lunch. In this VIP room, there were indeed food and drinks, and they were quite abundant. From here, one could see the Happy Valley racecourse with a clear view of the entire racetrack. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Xinjiang Jockey Club's race was about to begin. Boss, the horse racing event is about to start. As Zhang Ting sat down, Kaisi stood beside him. Zhang Ting had watched this in his past life. The Xinjiang Jockey Club in 1972 is quite different from the horse racing events of the following decades. Zhang Ting saw many jockeys leading their racehorses onto the course. Qi Dezun smiled and said, Sir Sang Dash, Mr. Shin, Mr. Zhang, the horse racing event is about to begin. Are you not preparing to place a bet? Currently, the Xinjiang Jockey Club has legal betting tickets. Moreover, the top prize for betting can reach over 1 million, even 2 or 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. In Xinjiang today, a regular house costs just over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, which means winning a top prize could indeed change a person's life. Besides that, underground betting is even more prevalent in Xinjiang. Many citizens place their bets through underground channels. The results they refer to are those of the Xinjiang Jockey Club, as they believe it to be the fairest. However, even today's races may still be subject to human manipulation. Mr. Qi Dezun, how do I place a bet? Zhang Ting inquired. Boss, you can buy betting tickets outside for $2 each, Kaisi reminded. However, winning a bet is not that easy. Even winning one race is quite difficult, let alone winning consecutively in the 7 to 8 races held in a day. Seeing Qi Dezun, Sang Dash, Shun Bai, and others, including their wives, all had their staff help them place bets. It seems these white individuals truly enjoy gambling. Moreover, it is not just them. Now, there are tens of thousands of spectators at the racetrack, and possibly 1 to 2 million citizens in Xinjiang could also be participating, although many of these citizens are involved in underground betting. Many are also purchasing legal betting tickets from the Xinjiang Jockey Club. Zhang Ting said, then I will buy 50 tickets. He asked Kaisi to place the bets. As for which horse, Zhang Ting thought of it casually, because he truly did not know the final outcome of the race. Sang Dash, Shun Bai, and others were asking people nearby which horse and jockey they favored, even picking up the English version of the racing guide to take a look before sending someone to place their bets. Mr. Zhang, why don't we make a private bet to see who gets the closest result? Qi Dezun smiled as he looked at Zhang and Sang Dash, addressing Shun Bai. No problem. Zhang Ting directly took out the HSBC check from his pocket and wrote a check for 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. For Zhang Ting, 10,000 Hong Kong dollars was nothing at this moment. However, in Xinjiang, 10,000 Hong Kong dollars is indeed quite valuable. Sang Dash looked at his wife, who then took out a stack of cash from her bag. This stack of cash is issued by HSBC and consists of 500 Hong Kong dollars per note. Thus, 10,000 Hong Kong dollars equals 20 notes, making the stack not very thick. Xunbai then said, Mr. Zhang, I did not bring a check and have no cash, but this Rolex I am wearing is worth over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Zhang Ting saw Xunbai directly unfasten the Rolex from his wrist and place it on the table. It was evident that Xunbai was indeed a watch enthusiast. However, Zhang Ting knew even better that in history Li Jiaqing had given Xunbai countless luxury watches in private to gain his support. Perhaps it is because the three of them are involved that the atmosphere on site has become different. When Kaisi returned from placing Zhang Ting's bets, she was surprised to find that her boss was actually gambling with Sang Dash and Xunbai. When the referee's gunshots sounded at the racetrack and the iron gates opened, 13 racehorses began to charge out and run. The jockeys rode their racehorses wildly on the track. The spectators in the stands were shouting loudly. At this moment, Zhang Ting could see everything clearly from the VIP room. One cannot deny that horse racing is indeed thrilling, especially with the atmosphere on site coupled with the fact that many people had placed their bets. When the results of the first race came in, Qi Dazun then looked at the numbers written by Zhang Ting, Xunbai, and Sang Dash. It was clear that Zhang Ting's prediction was the closest to the actual outcome. This surprised Zhang Ting somewhat. Mr. Zhang, congratulations. Your prediction was the closest. You won against Sir Sang Dash and Mr. Shun. Qi Dazun smiled. The Sang Dash couple and the Xunbai couple were also quite surprised. They did not expect that the number written by this young Chinese was indeed the closest. Apart from a few incorrect guesses, he managed to get the rest right. Could it be that this young man is truly remarkable? At this moment, Sang Dash looked at Zhang Ting with a somewhat different gaze while Xunbai appeared puzzled. Mr. Qi Dazun, it's purely luck. Zhang Ting naturally did not understand. He knew it was merely luck. Mr. Zhang, luck is also an important part of your success. Sang Dash then said with a smile. The wives of Xun Dash and Xunbai did not expect that Mr. Zhang had easily earned 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, and they genuinely envied him. For women, many times it is merely about what they see before them, particularly with the checks cash and a Rolex watch laid out. However, for Sang Dash and Xunbai, what was before them was nothing significant. Zhang Ting smiled and asked Kaisi to take the check cash and Rolex over. At this moment, there was still some time before the second horse racing event. The waitstaff in the VIP room poured several glasses of red wine and served them to Zhang Ting and the others. Zhang Ting picked up the glass of red wine in front of him, clinked glasses with Qi Dazun, Sang Dash, and Xunbai, and then took a sip. In truth, Zhang Ting was not fond of drinking, whether it was white wine or red wine, especially when he thought about how he had ended up in this world because of drunkenness in his past life. Now he felt he needed to show them some respect. When the second race was about to begin, Qi Dazun did not allow further betting. He looked at Zhang Ting and asked, Mr. Zhang, do you usually enjoy watching horse races? It's all right. Zhang Ting was indifferent to it. He neither liked nor opposed it, and he certainly wouldn't devote all his energy to it like some wealthy individuals. To him it was optional. Qi Dazun then said, Mr. Zhang, since you enjoy horse racing, I can recommend an excellent British jockey to you. He just arrived from London and hasn't found a suitable owner yet. A jockey from country Y. Many of the jockeys at the racetrack do not ride horses provided by the racing club. Rather, behind these horses there are their true owners. People like Qi Dazun and Sang Dash also own their own horses and jockeys. Jockeys can earn profits from the races. Aside from the jockeys, the owners of the horses also share in these profits. Raising a racehorse in Xinjiang is no easy task. It can be more challenging than raising 10 ordinary people. This is precisely why those who own racehorses in Xinjiang are either very wealthy or of noble status. However, Zhang Ting truly did not understand horse racing. Now that Qi Dazun was recommending a jockey to him, it meant he wanted to bring Zhang Ting into the Xinjiang Racing Club. This might be the very purpose of the Xinjiang Racing Club's existence. Zhang Ting, as the chairman of Xinjiang Land and the Dairy Company, holds significant influence in Xinjiang, which is highly valuable to the Xinjiang Racing Club. Since Qi Dazun already knew Zhang Ting and he himself was the chairman of the racing club, he could conveniently recommend Zhang Ting to join the Xinjiang Racing Club as a chairman. If it were a regular member recommending him, it would require going through many members to be selected, which would not be easy. But now Zhang Ting's status was different. Historically, after Li Jiaqing successfully listed his company, he began to create momentum and attract the attention of HSBC. In fact, he also raised horses and employed jockeys. However, it was evident that Zhang Ting was earlier in this. I wonder where the jockey is. Qi Dazun clapped his hands. Soon the door to the VIP room was pushed open. Zhang Ting saw a young but somewhat slender Caucasian appear before them. Generally, jockeys must be slim, otherwise riding a horse with excessive weight makes it difficult to win. The appearance of the individual was that of a standard professional jockey. He had previously worked as a jockey in London and other places and had just come to Xinjiang to seek fortune. However, Zhang Ting did not expect that this person actually knew Qi Dezun and had received his recommendation. Zhang Ting, who was originally uninterested in horse racing, now realized that since Qi Dezun was recommending a jockey, raising horses and jockeys would not cost him much. If he could achieve good rankings in every race, he might even make money from it. Moreover, the most important thing was to gain advertising exposure. Many wealthy individuals in Xiangjiang enjoy raising horses and jockeys clearly to promote their companies. Many of those racehorses are even named after their companies. In Zhang Ting's view, raising one or several jockeys and a few racehorses regardless of winning or losing would still serve as good advertising. What is your name? The young Caucasian introduced his English name and respectfully stated, Mr. Zhang, I have given myself a Chinese name Wei Delay since coming to Xiangjiang. In Xiangjiang, many foreigners, in addition to their original names, often adopt a Chinese name. For instance, Shen Bis' English name is Michael Sandberg. Some Chinese in Xiangjiang also choose an English name, especially those who have studied abroad, who generally have an English name. Wei Delay spoke of his family background as a family of jockeys from country Y. He began engaging with horse racing from a young age and came to Xiangjiang this time to seek opportunities due to the different environment. Fortunately, he had the chance to meet Qi Dezun, the chairman of the racing club, who introduced Zhang Ting as a formal member of the Xiangjiang Racing Club, so he recommended him to Zhang Ting. Most importantly, Qi Dezun knew that Zhang Ting was quite wealthy now. Wei Delay, seeing as you are connected to Mr. Qi Dezun, I would like you to be my racehorse jockey. Upon hearing Zhang Ting's agreement, Wei Delay hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, I will not let you down. Selecting suitable horses and even importing horses from abroad will require financial investment. Otherwise, Wei Delay would not need to become the jockey for those wealthy individuals' horses. Wei Delay, regarding the selection of suitable racehorses and the cost for bringing them to Xiangjiang, discuss it with Ms. Kai Si, and I will ensure she prepares everything for you. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. At this point, Wei Delay finally felt relieved. This scene was being watched by Sang Dash and Shun, who were curious about how this young man would perform. Now it seemed that he might indeed be quite different. At that moment, the second race at the racetrack had concluded. Although he had not paid much attention, the racing process was the same as before. As horse racing continued throughout the afternoon, there might be 8 to 10 races held in one afternoon. However, these were not significant to Zhang Ting. With Wei Delay becoming his jockey, it meant that Zhang Ting had officially become a member of the Xiangjiang Racing Club, as only formal members with a membership could send their horses and jockeys to race. When Zhang Ting's horses were ready and the jockey was trained as jockey, and horses would soon appear at the Xiangjiang racetrack. Meanwhile, Qi Dezun had already sent staff to process Zhang Ting's membership at the Xiangjiang Racing Club. This membership required a substantial entry fee along with an annual membership fee. For Zhang Ting, these expenses were naturally not a concern. He immediately took out a check to pay for the racing club membership fee and even paid a year's membership fee. As for his recommenders for joining the Xiangjiang Racing Club, they were Qi Dezun, Sang Dash, and Shun, by 3 influential Caucasians in Xiangjiang. Especially since Qi Dezun was also the chairman of the Xiangjiang Racing Club. From this perspective, Zhang Ting's entry into the club was quite significant. As the 5th race began, the horse racing continued. Sang Dash and Shun stated they had matters to attend to at HSBC and needed to leave. Zhang Ting understood that Sang Dash had invited him to the racing club to gauge him and to see what kind of person he was. As the couples of Sang Dash and Shun stood up to prepare to leave, Zhang Ting shook hands with them. As the 4 were about to exit, Zhang Ting whispered something to Kai Si. Kai Si went outside. Qi Dezun could tell that Mr. Zhang was indeed remarkable, different from ordinary people, and could directly take over Xiangjiang land. That was no small feat. A hillside villa in Repulse Bay. Zhang Jinrong had assumed Zhang Ting would not return until late evening after meeting the HSBC chief in Happy Valley. Yet he arrived back by 4:00 p.m. Sir, weren't you dining with the HSBC chief tonight? No, we're visiting the Lao residence shortly. This had been agreed upon the previous night between Zhang Ting and Lao Shirley. Zhang Jinrong thus learned that they would be paying a visit to the Lao family that evening. To meet Lao Miannong specifically. He had served as steward to the Lao household for many years before retiring from their service. Yet even now his pension was funded entirely by the Lao family. It was only through Lao Shirley's recommendation that he had resumed employment as Zhang Ting's steward. Zhang Ting's primary purpose in visiting the Lao residence was to meet Lao Miannong, not Lao Shirley's parents. The gifts intended for the Lao family had already been prepared by Zhang Jinrong. This evening's visit to the Lao residence would include dinner hosted there. Steward, if you feel uneasy attending, you need not come. Miss Connie or Ms. Wang Hui can accompany me instead. Sir, I feel no unease. To Zhang Jinrong, there was nothing awkward about it. On the contrary, now that Zhang Ting had become the chief executive of Hong Kong Land and Dairy Farm, his own status as steward had risen, accordingly rivaling, even surpassing, the prestige he once held while serving the Lao family. Accordingly, Zhang Ting invited Zhang Jinrong to accompany him. In addition, Zhang Hua and several other bodyguards joined them. The elderly matriarch, a middle-aged woman, and the young girl, named Nyo Nyo, remained behind. Zhang Ting did not dine with them, merely informing them of his departure. Yet both the matriarch and the middle-aged woman clearly perceived how extraordinarily busy Mr. Zhang truly was, having just left earlier that afternoon to receive guests only to depart again immediately upon his return. Zhang Ting and Zhang Jinrong boarded the Rolls-Royce, watched silently as the women waved them off. En route, Zhang Jinrong began recounting certain details about the Lao family. Lao Miannong's father had emigrated to Hong Kong in the early 20th century and established a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Lao Miannong himself trained as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. As the eldest son, Lao Miannong was expected by his father to inherit the family legacy and continue the medical practice. After graduating from St. Paul's College, Lao Miannong acquired rudimentary English and became exposed to Western knowledge, sparking little interest in traditional medicine. Though reluctant to follow in his father's footsteps, filial duty compelled him to apprentice at the family pharmacy, learning herbal prescriptions and dispensing remedies. In 1921, through a friend's introduction, Lao Miannong joined British American Tobacco Company as a clerk, beginning with a monthly salary of $18. He remained with the company for 2 decades, rising steadily until at the outbreak of the Pacific War, he had become the firm's senior Chinese manager. Subsequently, when Japanese forces occupied Hong Kong, nationals of all allied countries, including British American Tobacco's expatriate managers and directors, were interned at Stanley Camp. Throughout those 3 years and 8 months of darkness, Lao Miannong never forgot his foreign colleagues. Using cigarettes and other means, he cultivated connections with Japanese guards at Stanley Camp, regularly smuggling tobacco and food to his superiors at British American Tobacco, who in turn received preferential treatment. After the war, not only did the British American Tobacco executives survive, but they emerged from the camp unscathed. They regarded Lao Miannong as their savior, their second father. It was as if Lao Miannong had rubbed Aladdin's lamp and released an ancient giant imprisoned for millennia. The giant then granted him a single wish. That wish, bestowed by the grateful foreigners, was the exclusive distribution rights for British American Tobacco across Hong Kong and Macau. All cigarettes sold by British American Tobacco were distributed through Lao's enterprise, earning him substantial commissions. By 1948, when the Hong Kong government first imposed a 10% income tax on private citizens, Lao Miannong paid over $800,000 in taxes, making him the territory's highest individual taxpayer. At that time, Lao Miannong had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The youngest, Lao Xiaohua, remained unmarried. When Hong Kong merchants met, conversation inevitably turned to business, but also to horse racing, women's stocks, and foreign exchange trends. Equally common was the quiet assessment of potential sons-in-law or daughters-in-law. Lao Miannong and Li Guanchuan of the Li family found themselves in perfect alignment. One possessed an eligible son, the other a blossoming daughter. After discreetly evaluating each other's fortunes, both men secretly rejoiced, thus sealing the destined union between Li Fuzhou and Lao Xiaohua. During the 1950s and 1960s, the Lao family stood among Hong Kong's most illustrious and influential clans, widely hailed as the second generation of Hong Kong's wealthiest magnates since the colony's founding. The first generation belonged to Ho Tung, the second to Lao Miannong. The Lao family remained profoundly enigmatic and fiercely discreet. Indeed, though Zhang Ting, across his prior life, had studied countless profiles of Hong Kong tycoons, records concerning the Lao family were conspicuously scarce. Public reports were virtually non-existent, except for the widely known fact that Lao Xiaohua, Lao Miannong's youngest daughter, was the wife of Li Fuzhou, founder and chairman of the Far East Stock Exchange. Of course, during this lifetime, having grown close to Lao, Shirley Zhang Ting had heard her speak extensively about her family. Yet even then, the Lao clan retained an aura of profound mystery. Having served the Lao household for many years, Zhang Jinrong naturally understood their circumstances well. Even today, the Lao family remained fabulously wealthy, yet astonishingly reclusive, owning vast tracts of prime land in Central. Indeed, their descendants could live for generations solely on rental income generated by the towering skyscrapers they owned in Central. Zhang Ting knew well that as Hong Kong surged forward in the 1970s, local Chinese entrepreneurs rose with unstoppable momentum. Men like Li Jiaqing and Pao Yukong, who received crucial backing from HSBC, advanced even more rapidly. Moreover, the 4 great families of Hong Kong amassed enormous landholdings throughout the 1970s, gradually consolidating dominance over the territory's real estate sector. Consequently, history remembers only these 4 families, and figures such as Li Jiaqing, Pao Yukong, and Li Shaki, while the multitude of other billionaire tycoons fade into obscurity. One notable exception was Lao Lim Hong, nicknamed Fan Lao, for his pioneering work in electric fans. Zhang Jinrong added, "Sir, the elder Mr. Lao is now in his 70s and rarely appears in public. Most family affairs have long been delegated to his sons and grandsons. Miss Lao Shirley is in fact the elder Mr. Lao's great-niece, not a direct descendant, but she remains highly esteemed within the family. Today, the entire Lao clan resides together in their villa on Kadoorie Hill. Some younger members have relocated overseas or elsewhere in Hong Kong." Leaning back in the car seat, Zhang Ting fully grasped the significance of this connection. Regardless of lineage, Lao Shirley, fourth-generation scion of the Lao family, had proven invaluable to him. For instance, when introduced as the Lao family's eldest daughter, she secured an audience with Sir Shizong Chao, whereas Zhang Ting approaching under his own name would likely have been dismissed as unknown. Now as chief executive of Hong Kong Land and Dairy Farm, Zhang Ting was a household name across Hong Kong. As the Rolls-Royce entered Causeway Bay, traversed the Hung Hom Tunnel, and ascended toward Kadoorie Hill, the city's elite landscape unfolded outside. Kadoorie Hill, also known as Catchick Hill, has long been Hong Kong's most prestigious residential enclave. Its name honors Sir Elie Kadoorie, whose earliest grand residence stood here before the family later moved to Deepwater Bay. The Lao family chose Kadoorie Hill over Victoria Peak, guided by considerations of environment, security, and tranquility. Zhang Ting had previously visited to pick up Lao Shirley, but had never stepped inside the Lao residence. This was his first formal visit. Following Zhang Jinrong's directions, Zhang Hua drove straight to the gates of the Lao villa. Moments later, the massive entrance swung open slowly. Zhang Ting declined to enter by car. Zhang Hua opened the door, and both Zhang Ting and Zhang Jinrong alighted. The first person Zhang Ting saw was Lao Shirley. Beside her stood several young men and women, presumably her peers within the Lao lineage. Mr. Zhang, welcome to the Lao residence. A man roughly 10 years older than Lao Shirley, likely her cousin, introduced himself, then respectfully ushered Zhang Ting and Zhang Jinrong inside. Even from outside, Zhang Ting had sensed the villa's immense scale, yet upon entering he realized the Lao residence far exceeded his expectations. Its ground floor area alone spanned over 10,000 square meters, including interior structures. The total floor space likely reached several tens of thousands. From Lao Miannong's generation down through his sons, grandsons, and even great-grandsons, all resided under one roof. For generations lived together in harmony. Our family originally dwelled in the Lao Chong Grand Hall before relocating here, explained Lao Shirley's cousin. Zhang Ting nodded. He knew. In the era of Lao Zikai, Lao Miannong's father, the family already occupied a mansion spanning 3,000 square meters attended by over 40 domestic servants. Clearly, the Lao fortune had flourished for 5 generations. As the saying goes, wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. However, the Lao family has managed to remain prosperous for 5 generations, which is no simple feat. Zhang Ting is aware that in his previous life the Lao family in Xianjiang was still thriving, albeit increasingly low-key. Now as Zhang Ting gazes at the Lao family's grand residence, it truly surpasses his imagination in size. He arrives before a 3-story Western-style building. Zhang Ting sees an elderly man in his 70s with graying hair. This must be Lao Miannong, the elder uncle of Lao Shirley, who abandoned medicine for business. Lao Miannong knows that the young man before him is the current chairman of the board for the Xiangjiang Land and Dairy Company, so he does not dare to underestimate him and treats him as an equal. Lao Shirley approaches and says, "Mr. Zhang, this is my elder uncle." "Mr. Lao, it's a pleasure to meet you," Zhang Ting greets him. "Mr. Zhang, you are quite impressive. To have acquired such a large British investment as a Chinese, Lao Miannong naturally finds it remarkable." They introduce themselves to each other and sit down in the living room. Zhang Ting notices that the decorations, while not overly extravagant, feature a variety of expensive solid wood furniture made from Wangwali. This solid wood furniture will be worth quite a sum in the future. Zhang Ting and Lao Miannong sit and chat. "Mr. Zhang, how do you know my grandniece?" The grandniece in question is Lao Shirley. Lao Miannong is aware that his grandniece originally went to study at a prestigious university in Country M, but ended up studying at Xiangjiang University, which he suspects is related to the young man before him. "Mr. Lao, it's quite amusing. That day outside the Far East Securities Exchange in the Chinese business building, I happened to meet Miss Lao, who had lost a lot of money in stock trading, and that's how we got to know each other." Lao Shirley had used her savings and tuition to invest in stocks, easily influenced by her cousins who believed that making money in Xiangjiang's stock market was simple. In reality, whether in a bull market or a bear market, only a small fraction of people truly profit. Even when one knows that a stock might rise after some time, many cannot hold on to it, getting kicked out by large investors before it appreciates. Many can simulate making money on simulators, but once they enter the real market, they usually end up losing. Losses in simulators don't involve real money. In the stock market, it's real money lost, making it difficult for many to seize opportunities to profit. Lao Shirley, feeling a bit embarrassed, stands by and says, "Uncle, this is because my cousins told me that making money in the stock market is as easy as picking it up off the ground, so I joined in." Lao Miannong knows well that making money in the stock market is indeed very difficult. The current stock market in Xiangjiang has already risen to a high point, existing in a bubble. In his view, investors entering the Xiangjiang stock market, now especially retail investors, will ultimately face dire consequences. He is unaware of how Mr. Zhang managed to profit from the stock market. The conversation between them remains casual, discussing mundane topics. By 6:30 in the evening, the Lao family invites Zhang Ting over for dinner. Normally, the family might eat separately, as it would be difficult for so many to dine together. However, with Zhang Ting's arrival, dozens of young members of the Lao family gather to dine with him, seated at several tables together. If the women and sons-in-law from the Lao family are present during holidays, even more people would join. For instance, Lao Mian-nong's son-in-law Li Fu Zhao along with his wife and children might only show up during holidays as they generally do not have the time to visit. Zhang Ting knows that Li Fu Zhao still holds a high position in the Xiangjiang financial market. However, historically, he ended up serving 4 years in prison due to the stock market crash in Xiangjiang and had to retire to Siam, only returning to Xiangjiang when he was on his deathbed. This illustrates that Li Fu Zhao could not maintain his status in Xiangjiang, and when trouble arose, neither the Li family nor the Lao family could protect him. This clearly indicates that the influence of both the Lao and Li families is waning. Conversely, families like Li Jiacheng and Bao Yugang are gaining more influence in Xiangjiang, making it a situation where foreign investors dare not act against them. Just moments ago, Zhang Ting had met Lao Shili's grandparents and his parents. He knows he cannot marry Lao Shili. Although Zhang Ting's current status aligns well with the Lao family's standing, making him a suitable match for Lao Shili, he has long declared that he will not marry, nor will he be, with any one woman. In this case, it would be inappropriate to discuss anything else with Lao Shili's elders. He is now meeting Lao Mian-nong as an equal. After dinner, night has fallen. Zhang Ting will not stay overnight at the Lao residence. Mr. Lao, thank you very much for your hospitality. Zhang Ting does not linger. Lao Shili and her cousins see Zhang Ting off, watching him get into the Rolls-Royce. Accompanied by Zhang Hua and other bodyguards, he leaves for his villa in Shallow Water Bay. On the way, Zhang Ting looks at Zhang Jinrong and asks, "Butler, why do you think Mr. Lao wanted to meet me? Sir, he might be seeing your potential." Potential. This certainly refers to future considerations. Zhang Ting cannot marry Lao Shili, so what does this so-called potential entail? Zhang Ting thinks that since Lao Mian-nong was able to marry his youngest daughter to Li Fu Zhao, it was indeed a strong alliance and a good match in that generation. I do not need the Lao family's assistance. They probably do not need me either. Sir, it's hard to say. Oh, no one knows what will happen in the future. As Zhang Jinrong suggests, who knows what might happen tomorrow or later. Now Lao Mian-nong or the Lao family sees Zhang Ting's potential and thus specially invites him to foster mutual acquaintance. In Xiangjiang, and even among families overseas, it is common for major families to maintain wealth through marriages between families of equal status and strong alliances. Now that Zhang Ting has become the chairman of Xiangjiang Land and Dairy Company and is still unmarried, it has certainly drawn the attention of many. In reality, many people or families in Xiangjiang have invited Zhang Ting to visit. However, Zhang Ting's meeting with Lao Mian-nong is primarily due to his acquaintance with Lao Shili and his curiosity about the mysterious nature of this family. As for other families, although some are wealthy, Zhang Ting isn't keen on or ready to engage with them too early. Upon hearing Zhang Jinrong's words, he reflects that this is indeed true. Historically, Li Fu Zhao reached the position of chairman of the Xiangjiang Joint Securities Exchange and ultimately was imprisoned for 4 years, which speaks volumes about the complexities involved. Forget it. Zhang Ting decides not to dwell on those thoughts. Upon returning to the Shallow Water Bay villa, it is already past 9 in the evening. The elderly lady, middle-aged women, and Nyo Nyo have already retired. At this moment, Connie and Wang Hui-yi are still waiting for Zhang Ting. After Zhang Ting finishes his shower, Connie and Wang Hui-yi bring the evening news to his study. Sham Shui Pa, in Duck Rice Street, in Liang's rice shop, and around 3 in the morning. In behind the rice shop stands a simple wooden hut inside, which is a rudimentary wooden bed where a young stout man is covered by a thin blanket. Now it is December in Xiangjiang, and the weather has turned cooler. And compared to June and July, sleeping at night is much more comfortable now. From June to October, it is hot during the day and still hot at night. Even with the electric fan on, there are many vicious mosquitoes buzzing around. Guodong, Guodong. Don't go. The young stout man shouted, not knowing if he was dreaming or recalling something. At this moment, a simple light bulb in the hut was turned on. Na Man in his 40s woke the young stout man up. Dania, get up and help move the rice. And the rice was brought in from a dock. It is still early morning, and before the rice shop opens at 6 o'clock, all the rice must be moved into the warehouse. Zhang Dania was clearly not fully awake. He had just woken up from a nightmare drenched in cold sweat. Now called by his cousin, he could no longer fall back asleep. He put on a red vest and followed his cousin to the entrance of the rice shop. At this moment, a truck was already parked there loaded with 3 tons of rice. This rice was shipped from Nanyang, Siam, with each bag weighing 50 kilograms, equivalent to 100 jin. Domestically, 1 jin in Xiangjiang is 16 taels. 3 tons here equals 6,000 jin, which means there are 60 bags of rice. And however, only he and his cousin are unloading it. And now his cousin can no longer carry anything and can only help place the bags on Zhang Daniu's back. This means that all 60 bags of rice must be moved by Zhang Daniu alone. And Zhang Daniu has not fully relied on his cousin yet, and the rice shop still employs a worker. When Zhang Daniu's cousin saw him arrive, she immediately dismissed that worker, thus making it so that every time they moved rice at all depended on Zhang Daniu. His cousin told him that besides providing food and lodging for Zhang Daniu, she also had to give him $400 a month. In reality, Zhang Dainiu had heard from outsiders that working as a porter at the Xiangjiang dock usually pays much better, though it is harder work. But his cousin insisted that the people outside were deceiving him. And Zhang Dainiu thought of his brother Zhang Guodong, who had come over with him, but was now nowhere to be found, fearing that he had already fed the fish that night. Thinking of his brother made Zhang Dainiu sad for a long time. And before coming to Xiangjiang, he had believed that the wages were high and that gold was everywhere. A little did he expect to be worn out, even while relying on his cousin's family. Most importantly, his brother might have lost his life, though if he had known, it would have been better to remain free back home without such hardship. At this moment, Zhang Dainiu was moving rice with his cousin, and his cousin, who also lived at the rice shop, had already gotten up. She simply stood by and watched Zhang Dainiu work, keeping track of how many bags he moved. At first, Zhang Dainiu could even move 2 large bags at a time, but gradually he felt more and more exhausted, sweating and gasping for breath. Now all 60 bags of rice must be moved inside before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. And besides that, the truck cannot stay at the intersection for too long, it must leave before dawn the next day. As a result, Zhang Dainiu was forced to keep moving. When he had already moved more than 50 bags, he was utterly exhausted. Seeing his distant cousin so worn out, his cousin did not know what to say. After all, he had started this rice shop thanks to his family back home when he had smuggled into Xiangjiang. Now the household is managed by his wife. He originally wanted to hire an extra helper to share the load with Zhang Dainiu, but his wife was unwilling and had quarreled with him over it, even showing her displeasure. Ultimately, he did not hire anyone. At this rate, he feared that his cousin would get internal injuries. In Dainiu, just a few large bags left, no need to rush, have some water first. His cousin went inside and brought out a bowl of water for Zhang Dainiu. And Zhang Dainiu took it and gulped it down. And he was still gasping for breath, almost throwing up the water he just drank. Drink slowly. And after Zhang Dainiu rested for a few minutes, he went back inside and finally moved the last few large bags of rice down. The driver, who had been sitting in the truck, was smoking and watching Zhang Dainiu move the bags alone. He thought the owners of this rice shop were really heartless to make such a young man move so much rice. He also knew that the other party was a relative who had come from the mainland. And often relying on relatives is not as good as relying on strangers. And strangers wouldn't dare treat you as free labor, but relatives would. During this time, the driver truly witnessed what a heartless boss is. And after signing the receipt with Zhang Dainiu's cousin, the truck driver closed the back door of the truck and drove away. Zhang Dainiu sat on the ground as if he had collapsed from exhaustion. And at this moment, it was just past 5 in the morning, and the newspaper delivery person had already arrived on a bicycle. "Lao Wang, the newspapers for your shop are here," said the delivery person. And although this rice shop is called Liang's Rice Shop, the Liang surname belongs to Zhang Dainiu's cousin, while his cousin's surname is Wang. Lao Wang took the newspaper, and Zhang Dainiu picked up a newspaper to use as a fan. And suddenly he saw a very large photo on the newspaper. The photo had a huge headline in Zhang Ting, the owner of Xiangjiang Galaxy Investment Company, officially appointed as the chairman of the board of Xiangjiang Real Estate and Milk Company. And Zhang Dainiu did not know many characters, but he recognized some simple ones. Moreover, upon seeing this photo, he was truly taken aback. It looks like, and so much like, and almost identical. In his eyes, this person was his brother Zhang Guodong, who had come over with him. But how can there be someone so similar in this world? At this time, the rice shop was also lit up. In the light, he couldn't see very clearly, so he deliberately held it closer. As Zhang Dainiu looked closely, he felt it was very similar. And except for the eyes not matching, he felt this person truly resembled his brother too much. That eyebrow, that mole, and that mouth shape. And of course, the current Zhang Ting had actually changed a lot since he first arrived. When Zhang Ting was just rescued from the old lady in Tunmun, he was also very thin, but in the following months he had not suffered much hardship, and now he had gained a lot of weight. Zhang Dainiu grew up with Zhang Guodong. Although they were not biological brothers, they were close enough. Because of this, he felt that even if his brother turned to ashes, he would recognize him. He couldn't understand. Even if his brother was still alive, he could not possibly be a chairman of the board. And Dainiu, what's wrong? His cousin saw him staring at the newspaper in astonishment, as if he had lost his mind. And, cousin, this photo is too much like my brother. What brother? And the one who came over with me, he was also planning to rely on you. He is the one who was discovered by those white water police that night. We submerged underwater to hide, but when I floated back up, I did not see him again. His cousin thought he was talking about someone else that turned out to be his brother Zhang Guodong, who had come over with him. In fact, through correspondence, he already knew. Now he only saw Zhang Dainiu without seeing Zhang Guodong, and later he heard that the two of them had encountered the white water police chasing them at Haikao Bay that night, so they were basically already fish food. There is no telling how many people have fed the fishes trying to smuggle from the mainland to Xiangjiang. Only a fortunate few have managed to smuggle into Yunlong. How is this possible? And this Zhang Ting had been in the news recently, as his cousin had seen reports about him. And he was definitely a wealthy man in Xiangjiang. After all, to acquire Xiangjiang Real Estate and Xiangjiang Milk Company is an extraordinary feat. Therefore, his cousin firmly believed that the person in the newspaper could not be Zhang Dainiu's brother who had smuggled over. And he felt that it was just someone who bore a resemblance. Of course, the probability of that is also very low. His cousin, seeing Zhang Daniu say that the Zhang Ting in the newspaper resembled his brother, couldn't help but mock him. That person is living a rich life, living in a villa and driving a Rolls Royce, while your brother has long since died, feeding the fishes in the sea. People in Xiangjiang often say different fates for the same person, different handles for the same umbrella. In the eyes of Zhang Daniu's aunt, Mr. Zhang was born with a fortune, standing high above everyone else, being the chairman of the board of directors of a real estate and dairy company in Xiangjiang with an unknown fortune. He travels in a Rolls Royce, lives in a villa on the hills of Repulse Bay, has bodyguards by his side, with a housekeeper and servants at home. This has been her lifelong dream. Now, with the help of her husband's family, after struggling for over 10 years, they have only managed to establish this small rice shop, and beyond that they truly dare not even think. Zhang Daniu did not speak. Although he knew that the person in the photo, Zhang Ting, resembled his brother Zhang Guodong very much, he found it hard to imagine how after just a few months the other party had become a wealthy man. He would rather believe that the other party was still alive and perhaps living a life similar to his. If he were still alive, why wouldn't he come to the rice store to find him? Unfortunately, it was possible that he had already perished that night. His uncle patted Zhang Daniu. Daniu, stop overthinking. His uncle was afraid that he might think too much and go mad. His uncle and aunt felt that he might be too obsessed with his childhood friend Zhang Guodong, possibly going mad, or perhaps the grueling work at the rice store over the past few months had led him to develop delusions. The moving had already ended, although the bags of rice that had been moved down still needed him to arrange them properly. Originally, his aunt asked him to continue moving, but his uncle gave her a look and she refrained from scolding him. Daniu, go rest for a while, don't overthink things. Zhang Daniu could only take the newspaper into the wooden house. When Zhang Daniu lay down, he still couldn't sleep. Even after moving so many bags of rice with his shoulders aching and his body exhausted, he still couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning while thinking of the photo on the newspaper. If he wasn't Zhang Guodong, then who was he? Zhang Ting. Why change his name? Could there really be someone so similar in this world? Zhang Daniu felt that even if his brother turned to ashes, he would still recognize him. In Zhang Daniu's heart, he believed his brother was still alive. Until after 6 in the morning. It was already bright outside. Zhang Daniu was awakened again by his uncle. Hurry up and help, your aunt is going to scold someone again. This aunt scolded everyone, even her own husband, who is Zhang Daniu's uncle. Zhang Daniu could only get up, wash up briefly, and then go. After a simple breakfast, he gained strength and began to work. He continued until lunch. Whenever someone came to buy rice, he had to help deliver it, and in some places he even had to personally deliver it to others' homes. To Zhang Daniu, this was very annoying and tiring. He had no qualifications and had come to rely on his uncle's family, not knowing what else to do. If only Zhang Guodong were still alive, at least he would know that he had always listened to him since childhood. Whatever he said, he would do. Now he didn't know what to do, just taking it one day at a time at his uncle's place. Daniu, take these 2 bags of rice to this address. And I'm not familiar with that area. Don't you have a mouth? Just ask people. Deliver the rice first, then come back for lunch. Helpless Zhang Daniu could only carry 2 bags of rice. This wasn't what he had moved last night. Combined, it was just over 100 jin. He still had to walk slowly. As his aunt watched Zhang Daniu leave, she scolded behind him. You don't work hard and still need to be told, eating so much at home, how can you not do more? At home, Zhang Daniu was often hungry, having eaten very few meals with meat in a month. Now at his uncle's place, the food was sufficient since they ran a rice store, and he could eat as much rice as he wanted. As for meat, fatty cuts were not lacking either. His uncle's children usually didn't want to eat fatty meat, so now most of it was consumed by Zhang Daniu. Zhang Daniu ate a lot, but he also worked a lot. Over these few months, his weight had risen from under 100 jin when he was at home to over 140 jin now, averaging an increase of over 10 jin each month. Following the address his aunt gave for the delivery, Zhang Daniu asked a few passers-by along the way and finally found the delivery address in a small alley. After delivering the rice, Zhang Daniu returned. Back at the rice shop, he sat down to eat with his uncle's family. Zhang Daniu was wolfing down his food when his uncle's children couldn't help but laugh at his appearance. Zhang Daniu didn't know why he suddenly stopped eating after a big bowl of rice. Daniu, are you choking? His uncle hurriedly asked. Uncle, I want to see him. Who do you want to see? His uncle found it strange. Mr. Zhang. When Zhang Daniu said he wanted to see Zhang Ting, his uncle had no immediate reaction, but his aunt couldn't help but laugh. Have you gone mad? He's not your brother. I think you don't want to work here anymore. You're looking for an excuse to go elsewhere, right? His aunt thought he was looking for an excuse to leave. It was hard to find a poor relative like Zhang Daniu, who could be scolded so freely. Most importantly, even though he ate a lot, he also worked hard doing all the tough jobs. Zhang Daniu looked at his uncle. His uncle turned to Zhang Daniu and said, Daniu, you can't meet him. He doesn't know you. If you approach him recklessly, maybe his bodyguards will beat you up. His uncle still cared about him. In his view, that person could not possibly be the brother Zhang Daniu spoke of. Uncle, I just want to take a look. Then go ahead. His uncle knew that if he didn't let him go, he wouldn't give up. His aunt wanted to say something, but seeing her husband give her a look, she refrained from scolding. The newspaper said that Mr. Zhang now works at the Chinese Merchants Building. The Chinese Merchants Building is located in the central area of Xiangjiang. The journey used to require taking a ferry, but now it's through the Hongham Tunnel. Zhang Daniu had already received his new ID in Xiangjiang, but it was still very chaotic and messy here. He planned to have his elder son accompany him. Let your cousin take you there. All right, Dad, Mom, I haven't been to Victoria Harbor in a long time. His uncle's eldest son was only 16 years old and was naturally excited to accompany this so-called distant cousin to Xiangjiang's central district. Dad, give me money. He directly stretched out his hand, asking his parents for money, skipping his meal. When his father went to give him $100 and some pocket money for the bus. After Zhang Daniu finished the last grain of rice in his bowl, he followed his cousin out of the rice shop. The two walked to a bus stop outside. Country bumpkin, keep up. He didn't want to acknowledge this cousin, usually directly calling him a country bumpkin. Zhang Daniu said nothing and followed him onto a bus. When he saw his cousin pay, they found a seat to sit down. It was evident that his cousin was very excited, but it was merely an excuse to play at Victoria Harbor. Zhang Daniu was going to see if that person was really his brother. Zhang Daniu also knew that it was 99 unlikely to be his brother. Having been in Xiangjiang for so long, Zhang Daniu had always lived in the Deepwater Bay area, and this was his first time coming to Kowloon side. He didn't expect that the high-rise buildings here were indeed increasing. It looked very prosperous here. No wonder they say there's gold everywhere in Xiangjiang. From this perspective, it truly is. The Kowloon district of Xiangjiang is now incredibly prosperous. Upon entering the Hongham Tunnel, Zhang Daniu was somewhat afraid, especially knowing that this was actually below Victoria Harbor. After passing through the Hongham Tunnel, he saw that the high-rise buildings around Causeway Bay were also increasing. Zhang Daniu followed his cousin and changed to another vehicle. After getting off the bus, his cousin looked at him and asked, "Hey, you don't really want to see Mr. Zhang, do you?" To his cousin, Mr. Zhang was a high and mighty figure, and if he recklessly approached, he might really get beaten up by the bodyguards, as his mother said, thrown out without knowing whom to tell. "You and I are going to the Chinese Merchants Building to take a look." Zhang Daniu thought that the other party was a big shot, so how could he randomly hit someone? His cousin mocked him. They could only take a vehicle toward the bus stop near the Chinese Merchants Building. After getting off the bus, they walked for more than 10 minutes. That's the Chinese Merchants Building over there. At this moment, standing here and looking at the surrounding high-rise buildings, Zhang Daniu was even more amazed. This must be the most prosperous place in Xiangjiang. The Deepwater Bay area now felt like the countryside, completely undeveloped. Zhang Daniu and his cousin arrived outside the Chinese Merchants Building one after the other. They noticed that people here were dressed in bright clothing, men in suits and women in skirts, with many fair-skinned blonde foreigners coming in and out. The two were dressed ordinarily, especially Zhang Daniu wearing a tank top and ordinary pants with a strong smell of sweat on him. According to the newspaper, Mr. Zhang worked here on weekdays. Today is Monday. Presumably Mr. Zhang should be working upstairs. Zhang Daniu still dared not rush in directly. The two men loitering near the entrance were equally unacceptable. No one knew their intentions. When a security guard noticed their suspicious behavior, he immediately approached. "This area is strictly off-limits to unauthorized personnel. Please leave at once." The 8th floor housed offices dedicated to Hong Kong stock trading, a highly restricted zone accessible only to Galaxy Investment Company staff. Their furtive circling aroused genuine suspicion. What precisely did these two intend? I'm from the same hometown as Mr. Zhang, a fellow townsman of Mr. Zhang. The guard raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. Zhang Ting had recently risen to prominence. Crowds gathered daily, not only journalists but countless others hoping for even a fleeting chance to meet him. Yet Zhang Ting granted no such audiences, dismissing even the most renowned Hong Kong newspaper reporters. His schedule was relentlessly demanding. "I truly am his fellow townsman. I'm Zhang Daniu. You may verify this with Mr. Zhang himself." Zhang Daniu staked everything on this claim. Regardless of whether the man upstairs was truly his brother, he would at last know for certain. He simply had to ask. His expression bore no trace of deceit, so the guard relented. "Wait here. Do not wander or touch anything." The guard ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Zhang Ting sat in his office reading an English-language newspaper. He found it odd, a young man dressed in tattered clothes claiming kinship. Yet such connections were not uncommon. The guard informed Zhang Hua, head of security. Zhang Hua then knocked on the door. After Lorna granted entry, Zhang Ting asked, "What is it?" "Sir, a man downstairs claims to be your fellow townsman and requests an audience." A fellow townsman. Since his recent fame, many in Hong Kong had claimed kinship or shared origins with him. Yet Zhang Ting had no intention of meeting them. He was about to decline outright, until the guard added, "He says his name is Zhang Daniu from Zhangjia village in Yingda." Zhang Daniu. Yingda Zhangjia village. At first, Zhang Ting could not recall his previous identity. As Zhang Hua turned to leave, Zhang Ting called him back. "Wait a moment. I need to think." Zhang Hua paused. Zhang Ting surmised that his recent media exposure must have drawn attention. That night, after parting ways with Zhang Daniu, his former self had presumably been rescued, but where Zhang Daniu had spent the intervening time remained unknown to him. Initially, Zhang Ting wished to sever all ties with his former life. even adopting his past life name rather than his original one, signaling a deliberate break. Now Zhang Daniu had arrived, likely recognizing him from newspaper photographs, yet uncertain whether this man truly was his childhood friend. Should Zhang Ting deny the connection outright, or dismiss him summarily, he would irrevocably renounce his bond with his childhood companion. And with that he would sever every link to Yingda, the very soil of his origin. Zhang Ting gazed out the window, memory stirring. His former family had borne many children, yet only 4 sons and 3 daughters survived infancy, and he had been the youngest. His elder brothers were long married, his sisters wed. His hometown was desperately impoverished. He knew they'd fled starvation, knowing marriage might remain forever out of reach, risking everything to sneak into Hong Kong alongside Zhang Daniu, seeking refuge with Zhang Daniu's maternal uncle. He had never imagined, however, that his present self would now inhabit that former body. Denying that past would mean erasing Zhang Daniu entirely and abandoning Yingda without trace. Another consideration weighed upon him should he ever return home, especially after 1978. His path would inevitably echo that of Li Kashing. Li Kashing hailed from Chaozhou. Though he rarely returned after settling in Hong Kong, he preserved that ancestral identity, crucial in fact for later investments on the mainland. Thus, should he one day go home, his roots would inevitably be scrutinized. No person emerges from stone. Everyone carries an origin. Like overseas Chinese across generations, they all held fast to ancestral homelands, to a tangible root. Zhang Ting realized full denial was futile. Better to acknowledge the truth now. He looked out the window, then turned toward Lorna beside him. Bring him up to the 8th floor first, and inquire about his current circumstances. Yes, sir. Lorna and Zhang Hua descended. Zhang Daniu and his cousin remained rooted by the entrance, obeying the guard's instruction, neither daring to leave nor wander. After nearly half an hour, 2 figures appeared, a sharp-eyed man and a young white woman. Your name is Zhang Daniu? Zhang Hua asked. Yes, I'm Zhang Daniu. They followed him into an office. Lorna stepped out to arrange coffee for both men. Zhang Hua began asking questions, though he knew nothing of their history, only that this man might be the boss's fellow townsman. Li Kashing too counted hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, of fellow Chaozhou natives in Hong Kong. What did that signify? Merely shared origins. What do you do now, eh? I work for my uncle's rice shop. Zhang Daniu recounted his situation. He laid out the past several months in detail. Zhang Hua listened intently. Zhang Daniu hesitated, too wary to sip the dark, unfamiliar brew. Please wait here. Zhang Hua returned upstairs. Sir, he says he works at his uncle's rice shop in Sham Shui Pa. Zhang Ting now knew beyond doubt this was his childhood friend, the inevitable consequence of his newfound fame. He had already resolved it. Embracing his former identity was unavoidable. Complete severance was impossible. Acknowledging Zhang Daniu changed nothing. How is he faring now? He appears exhausted, reportedly hauling dozens of heavy rice sacks each midnight. Zhang Hua knew such labor rivaled the grueling toil of Hong Kong's docks. Clearly his uncle offered no real support. At this pace his body would collapse within years. Family exploiting family, without mercy. Shall I ask him to leave, sir? Zhang Hua assumed this man was merely another anonymous townsman, no different from any stranger. Zhang Ting replied no. Assign a guard to escort him around the city first, then bring him to the Repulse Bay Villa. I'll see him after work. Yes, sir. Zhang Daniu still couldn't determine if the man upstairs was truly his brother. If not, why keep him waiting? If yes, why delay the reunion so long? Zhang Daniu had all but given up hope. When Zhang Hua descended, he smiled warmly. Young man, mister. Zhang is quite busy, but he's arranged for you to tour the city and will receive you at his villa after work. What? Mister? Zhang truly intended to meet them. Then why not now? Zhang Daniu trembled. Was it elation, disbelief, or something deeper? His cousin stared in astonishment. Could it be true that the man upstairs was indeed his cousin's childhood friend? If so, fortune awaited. He found it scarcely believable. A guard escorted Zhang Daniu and his cousin downstairs, and they began wandering the nearby streets. The hillside villa at Repulse Bay. 6 o'clock in the evening. A Rolls-Royce pulls up to the villa's parking lot. The car door opens. Zhang Ting steps out of the car. The butler Zhang Jinrong approaches. Sir, your fellow townsman has been waiting for you over there. Is there something wrong with him? No. Zhang Ting walks over to where Zhang Daniu and his cousin are sitting. In the afternoon, the two went to Huaranhang to find Zhang Ting, but were unable to meet him in person. They were taken on a tour around central Hong Kong by a bodyguard before being brought back to the hillside villa. Back at their hometown in Yingda, Zhang Daniu's family still lives in a dilapidated house made of tiles and mud. His uncle's family is slightly better off now, living in a narrow house of less than 80 square meters near Sham Shui Pa, mostly staying at the rice mill. Now that the two have arrived here, seeing such a large main villa and several smaller houses around it, both of them are utterly astonished. Zhang Daniu is only 18 years old, yet children of the poor mature early. He understands many things, but he cannot comprehend why his brother has changed so drastically after just a few months. The difference in identity and status leaves Zhang Daniu uncertain about how he will face Zhang Guodong. He knows things will definitely be different from before. Zhang Daniu is merely regarded by Zhang Jinrong and the others as Zhang Ting's fellow townsmen. They drink coffee and have afternoon tea snacks here while waiting. As the sun begins to set, Zhang Daniu feels uncomfortable. He hears the sound of a car parking in the distance. His cousin looks over and sees the Rolls-Royce. Of course, not many people in Hong Kong can afford a Rolls-Royce. His cousin immediately guesses that Mr. Zhang has returned. Cousin, it should be Mr. Zhang who is back. Zhang Daniu feels nervous and his cousin is even more anxious. When had they ever met someone of such stature? Zhang Ting and Zhang Jinrong walk over. Zhang Ting sees Zhang Daniu for the first time. In his mind, memories of his past life remind him that Zhang Daniu has indeed grown much stronger. Growing up, Zhang Daniu had always followed closely behind him like a little tail. They are not blood brothers, but they are even closer than real brothers. Zhang Guodong is 2 years older than Zhang Daniu, and Zhang Daniu regards Zhang Guodong as an older brother. Now, after several months apart, Zhang Daniu recognizes his brother at first glance. However, he seems a bit different. Sir, this is your fellow townsman, Zhang Jinrong says from the side. Zhang Ting nods. He walks over, and Zhang Daniu is stunned as he looks at Zhang Ting. Before him stands Mr. Zhang, both familiar and unfamiliar. Is this truly his brother? Now, as a person of higher status, Zhang Ting's aura is entirely different. Meanwhile, his cousin is so frightened that he hardly dares to look at Mr. Zhang. Butler, take him to the dining room first. Zhang Jinrong leads Zhang Daniu's cousin away. Zhang Ting gazes into the distance and observes Zhang Daniu, noting that he has indeed grown much stronger over the past few months. Zhang Daniu had a hard life at his uncle's house. He could only say he had a place to sleep and enough to eat. His aunt was probably harsher and more critical towards him than outsiders. Guodong, how did you change so much? Zhang Daniu asks. Daniu, I no longer go by Guodong. My name is Zhang Ting now. Why is he called Zhang Ting? Zhang Guodong naturally provides no further explanation. Then what about me? Zhang Ting looks at Zhang Daniu and guesses what he is thinking. Zhang Ting sighs. Daniu, I understand what you've been through at your uncle's house. But what are your plans now? Plans? Zhang Ting knows he can no longer be the same Zhang Guodong as before. For this childhood friend of his past life, he can provide support if possible. If not, he cannot help someone who is like a mud that cannot be lifted from the wall. I don't know. Should I go back to my uncle's house? Zhang Daniu bows his head. Of course, he does not want to return. But what can he do if he stays here? What can you do here? Now everyone in the villa has their own tasks to handle. Even the bodyguards are not simple people. Zhang Daniu truly does not know what he can do. He can manage to move things around. If it's just that, what difference is there between staying at his uncle's house and staying here? Zhang Ting looks off into the distance, feeling a gust of wind. You are still young. How about this? I will arrange for you to study first. In Zhang Daniu's case, he has not studied much and does not like reading. He currently possesses only brute strength. Zhang Ting knows that the other party is loyal to him. However, the other party cannot even drive and lacks the necessary driving skills, so all this must be learned. Before returning, Zhang Ting had already made arrangements. Brother, I will follow your instructions. Zhang Daniu indeed does not know what to do, but upon hearing Zhang Ting's arrangements, he feels relieved. Let's go eat first. Zhang Ting leads the way. Zhang Daniu follows behind. The two arrive at the dining room. Apart from Zhang Daniu's cousin, there are also the elderly lady, a middle-aged aunt, and Nyonyo present. Grandma, this is my childhood friend from home. Zhang Ting introduces Zhang Daniu's identity to the elderly lady and the middle-aged aunt. They chat for a while. Brother, dinner is ready. These past few days of good eating have made Nyonyo seem to have put on baby fat. Zhang Ting sits down and Connie brings a basin of water. After Zhang Ting washes his hands, Connie wipes them dry and they can start dinner. From morning until now, Zhang Daniu and his cousin have only had afternoon tea here, and they are truly hungry now. When the two chefs and the maid bring over a sumptuous dinner, Zhang Ting is naturally accustomed to it. Zhang Daniu and his cousin are stunned as they look at the large table of dishes in front of them. Could it be that Mr. Zhang usually eats like this? In contrast, the elderly lady and the other two have gradually come to feel that it is nothing special. Before the elderly lady and the others arrived, Zhang Ting usually ate alone like this. Tonight's dishes are somewhat special, particularly the addition of bluefin tuna sashimi. If it were in Zhang Ting's past life, bluefin tuna would be particularly expensive, especially after being hyped up by the Japanese, and it would usually only be found in high-end Western restaurants or upscale Japanese cuisine establishments. During that time, many bluefin tuna became extinct and became extremely rare. Now in the early 1970s, it is still quite possible to catch bluefin tuna in the deep seas near Hong Kong. Now when fishermen catch them, they are merely treated as ordinary fish. This time the two chefs bought a bluefin tuna back. Mr. Zhang, the way to prepare bluefin tuna, according to the Japanese, is to eat it as sashimi with wasabi. It is very fresh and delicious, Chef Zhu Jintang said. Zhang Ting in his past life had no desire to eat sashimi at all. Now he is even less inclined. Chef Zhu, I usually prefer cooked dishes. I'm afraid of parasites in raw meat. Chef Zhu is somewhat astonished. After realizing this, he immediately responds, Mr. Zhang, I will go and prepare cooked tuna for you right away. The two chefs get busy. Zhang Ting enjoys his dinner. Zhang Daniu and his cousin stare at the large table of dishes in front of them, momentarily unsure of how to start eating, as there is so much food, and most importantly, they have never eaten such a feast. Grandma, let's all eat. Zhang Daniu and his cousin begin to dig in almost ravenously. Zhang Daniu's cousin has had a relatively decent upbringing in Hong Kong, merely somewhat better off than an ordinary family. What surprises him the most is that he never expected his cousin's brother to be Mr. Zhang, who now lives in a large villa, drives a Rolls-Royce, and eats food he has never seen before. The two chefs bring out the grilled tuna steaks. Zhang Ting picks up his knife and fork and begins to savor it. About 40 minutes pass. While eating and reading the newspaper, Zhang Ting has almost finished. Zhang Daniu and his cousin are still eating. Zhang Ting puts down his chopsticks. The two are still eating. The elderly lady and the others have also finished eating. Zhang Ting and Nuno head outside. He enjoys taking a walk after dinner, watching the little birds chirping in the bitter neem tree. After half an hour, Zhang Jinrong comes over and says, "Sir, your fellow townsman and his cousin have already eaten their fill. Have a bodyguard drive his cousin back. As for him, call him over." Zhang Jinrong goes to make arrangements. Zhang Daniu's cousin learns that he will be taken away by car. Although he feels a bit reluctant today, he accompanied his cousin, enjoyed the view of Victoria Harbor, and had his first lavish meal at the hillside villa at Repulse Bay. He is already very satisfied. "Cousin, aren't you coming back with me?" his cousin asks. "Mr. Zhang has plans for your cousin." His cousin knows that this brother will no longer suffer at the rice mill. He dares not say anything and can only get into the luxury car, the Bale sedan, and leave for Liangji Rice Mill in Shamshuepa. Zhang Daniu has now come beside Zhang Ting. "Tonight you will rest here. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to study. In Hong Kong, having a skill is indispensable. If you can't even drive, it will be useless to stay by my side." "Yes, brother, I will listen to you." Zhang Daniu is taken to be arranged for rest. Zhang Daniu leaves. Zhang Ting remains. December 5, 1972. Tuesday. Early morning. Zhang Ting was habitually awakened by Connie outside the master bedroom. When Zhang Ting got up and prepared to go swimming, he noticed that the temperature was a bit cool today. Zhang Ting decided not to go swimming. He came down from upstairs. "Go call Zhang Daniu over." Usually Zhang Daniu worked at Liang's rice shop and had to get up in the middle of the night to move rice. Thus, when he was here last night, he also woke up in the middle of the night. Only after recalling did he realize that he was now at the villa. As he dozed off again, he heard someone calling him. Zhang Daniu got up, and the maid first let him wash up before following him outside. Zhang Ting was waiting for him in the yard. "Dania, how did you sleep last night?" "Bro, I slept very well. It was not just good, it was incredibly comfortable. This was indeed much more comfortable compared to Liang's rice shop. After you finish breakfast, they'll have someone arrange for you to study." Zhang Ting and Zhang Daniu went to the dining room, and when the old lady and the other two arrived, they all sat down together for breakfast. Connie brought over the newspaper. Zhang Ting read the newspaper while having breakfast. Next to him, Zhang Daniu was once again stunned by the abundance of breakfast before him. "Have you been in touch with your hometown these past few months?" "Yes, I have. I have my cousin write letters to my hometown every so often, and I send back all my wages from working at my cousin's place every month." Zhang Daniu had parents and many siblings back home. In fact, his family was worse off than Zhang Guodong's family originally. Clearly, after Zhang Daniu sent all his monthly 400 Hong Kong dollars back home, it indeed helped his family a lot. In the letters, he mentioned to Zhang Guodong's family that they had lost contact that night at sea, and they probably thought he was dead by now. Zhang Ting did not continue to ask. After he finished breakfast, he called Zhang Jinrong to say a few words. "Sir, I understand." Zhang Daniu could only stand there watching Mr. Zhang get into the Rolls-Royce and leave. At the office on the 9th floor, Zhang Ting had just appeared when he saw Cassie and Lorna had already arrived. "Boss, today is the listing of Xiangjiang Antenna Company." Regarding Xiangjiang Antenna, Zhang Ting had studied it in his past life and could say it represented the stock market bubble of the early 70s in Xiangjiang. It could also be said to mark the peak and beginning of the end of the Xiangjiang stock market in the early 70s. In the early 70s, the Xiangjiang stock market entered a frenzied phase as the regulatory framework of the Xiangjiang governor's office was insufficient, and any company could easily go public. On November 22, 1972, Xiangjiang Antenna announced it would list on the Kowloon Stock Exchange, claiming to have invented a home-use antenna, although the prospectus clearly stated the company has just been established and has not yet begun operations. The funds raised from the listing will be used for research and development. Future dividends cannot be guaranteed. Yet it was still wildly pursued by investors. In fact, the first time Zhang Ting saw the stock's bidding document, he was already very clear. This was a speculative stock. Historically, there have been many bull markets in the domestic stock market, and at the height of the bull market, there were many such speculative stocks. Such speculative stocks could surge from a few dollars per share to hundreds, or even to several $100s per share. It could be said that these stocks were incredibly wild, and the bubbles were enormous. However, in history, such speculative stocks not only represented the emergence of bull stocks, but they were also sought after by the likes of Zhang Ting's aggressive trading team, as well as other retail investors, private equity, public funds, large investors, and market makers. They just wanted to see who would be left holding the bag at the end. This feeling was akin to passing the buck. No one believed they would be the last one. For someone like Zhang Ting in his past life, he was part of the aggressive trading team. He only needed to catch a few limit-up stocks each time and would not be too greedy. Now this one was also a highly representative speculative stock in the Xinjiang stock market. Xinjiang Antenna. Of course, it wasn't the only one. In fact, there were quite a few such stocks on the 3 major Chinese stock exchanges in Xinjiang. Today, this particular speculative stock was officially listing. Zhang Ting remembered this stock very well from his past life. Now he had also simulated it once in the simulator, and it was basically similar to what he had learned in his previous life. In his view, the emergence of this speculative stock also indicated that the current bull market in Xinjiang was about to end soon. At 9:30 in the morning, the Xinjiang Stock Exchange officially opened. Xinjiang Antenna listed on the Kowloon Stock Exchange, and as soon as it opened, the stock price began to rise. The initial offering price of Xinjiang Antenna stock was $1 per share, and it quickly soared to $2, meaning it doubled. However, it seemed to still be climbing crazily. In the hall of the Kowloon Stock Exchange, many retail investors were looking at the Xinjiang Antenna stock, seeing the stock price rapidly soar by 100. Many shareholders felt their pockets were swelling with excitement. For them, this was all money. More and more retail investors poured in, all clamoring to buy this stock. By the time the morning trading session was nearing its end, the stock price had already soared to $2. This meant it had risen by two times, or 220. By the end of the morning, this company, which had no performance to speak of, had actually surged by 220. It's easy to imagine how crazy this speculative stock was. At this moment in the office, Zhang Ting saw Cassie approaching to report. Boss, Xinjiang Antenna has risen 220 in just one morning. It's truly insane. Although she had been following Zhang Ting for these past few months and had seen him buy stocks that rose over 100, the fact that it had surged by 220 in just one morning was indeed astonishing. Don't rush if this stock has just begun today. Soon more and more retail investors will come in, and some will even go bankrupt just to buy this stock. Boss, won't that be disastrous when it drops? That's inevitable. Right now, everyone thinks the stock price will only go up and won't go down. At noon, Zhang Ting had lunch with Cassie and Lorna. At 1 in the afternoon, the 4 major exchanges in Xinjiang opened again. The most watched stock, Xinjiang Antenna, after the market opened in the afternoon, did not continue to rise. It was clear that some people thought the price had risen enough and started to sell. Zhang Ting had already had someone take over this portion of the stock. However, the stock price began to decline slowly, and by the end of the trading day, this stock closed at $522 per share. Compared to the opening, it still rose by 1.5 times, or about 150. At this point, some of the shareholders who sold out had already made a profit of 1.5 times. Zhang Ting knew that today was just the beginning. Until this stock reached its peak frenzy, it would likely rise to 29 Hong Kong dollars, all the way up to 30 Hong Kong dollars per share. What does a rise of 29 Hong Kong dollars mean? It was almost an increase of 29 times, which translates to a percentage increase of 2,900. It could be said that this was one of the craziest stocks in this round of the Xinjiang stock market. Not only this one, but there were also many others. Today, driven by Xinjiang Antenna, the trading volume on the 4 major exchanges in Xinjiang once again surpassed 500 million Hong Kong dollars. On this day, Zhang Ting's Galaxy Investment Company also made nearly 10 million Hong Kong dollars in the Xinjiang stock market. At this point, the Xinjiang stock market had already closed. Zhang Ting also entered the stock market in Country Y again. Until 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Ting left the Chinese bank building. He took a car back to his villa in Repulse Bay. Zhang Ting got out of the car and took a walk in the yard. Connie picked up the evening paper, and Zhang Ting noticed that the reports in the newspapers about the Xinjiang stock market indicated that people from all walks of life, especially those from the lower classes, were flocking into the Xinjiang stock market. These people included rickshaw pullers, dock workers, and even some nightclub dancers, all pulling out their savings to enter the stock market. While Zhang Ting was reading the newspaper, Wang Hui came over and asked, "Sir, I received a call from my family today, asking if I want to pool money to buy stocks." Pooling money to buy stocks. Who is it? It's a cousin of mine who married well. She said she has connections and can buy shares with daily profits that can double. Shares. Zhang Ting was genuinely surprised. In fact, the exchange was indeed operating on a system where shares were bought in blocks, and one block could cost tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Ordinary people couldn't afford to buy a block, so they pooled together to buy one block or some so-called shares. This was of course illegal. So you want to speculate in stocks now? I'm worried. Wang Hui had some savings, but was also concerned that she would lose everything if things went wrong. Do you know what stocks are? Wang Hui shook her head. She genuinely didn't know what stocks were. Then you are essentially throwing your money into the sea. At that moment, Wang Hui understood. Zhang Ting knew that it might not even be the craziest time yet. At the most frenzied times, from the staff of the Xinjiang governor's office to the beggars in Xinjiang, everyone was discussing stocks, as if the money in stocks was only increasing. In early 1973, Country M announced a ceasefire in the Vietnam War, and the governor's office declared the construction of a subway. Various companies began to distribute dividends and bonuses, and coupled with the ongoing turmoil in country, financial sector, the stock market in Xinjiang became even more frenzied, akin to a land of gold. More citizens in Xinjiang flocked to buy stocks, with rumors spreading that they preferred stocks over cash, causing stock prices to soar uncontrollably. However, Governor MacLeod of Xinjiang and some discerning individuals had already recognized the bubbles within this chaotic stock market and repeatedly issued warnings. Upon hearing Zhang Bei's words, the remaining individuals immediately changed their course of action and dispersed. Observing this scene, the others were quite surprised, as they had not seen this Zhang Bei for some time. This second-generation heir had indeed undergone considerable changes. Although the Heavenly Emperor's palace was powerful, it also adhered to reason, thus no one could say anything against Wang Zhong's detention. As for the accessory enhancements from the Wild Boar King, they were merely average. However, they were undoubtedly far superior to the plain equipment he wore, as at least they were bronze artifacts. Even the most basic bronze artifact was significantly more advanced than plain gear. Mo Tianhen spoke subtly, using his own powers to influence the minds of the crowd, gradually calming their restless hearts. After being recruited, the powerful beings from various eras would sign a divine soul contract, which implied a binding obligation. Once they had exchanged freedom and faith for their lives and immortality, now the time had come to make another choice. He decided to suppress his anxious heartbeat, slightly turned to the side, lay on the sofa, and closed his eyes, hoping to drift off to sleep and escape the interference of those sounds. He was well aware of how difficult it was to rise to power. If it weren't for me today, he might never have reached the position of a porter in his entire life. Dianfeng nodded, his eyes turning as he attempted to channel the forces of the entire time river realm. However, looking at the riverbank, this celestial river seemed boundless. If it were all elixir liquid, even if all the celestial essence in the universe were refined here, it still wouldn't be enough, right? Princess, do not touch the prince consort. Daoist Wu Wei suddenly opened his eyes and warned me. His hasty words disrupted his breath, causing him to immediately spew out a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did I realize that Daoist Wu Wei had also sustained serious injuries. Zello, clad only in a bath towel, seemed to have just wrapped himself up after realizing who was outside. He shut the door, pondered for a moment, and then impatiently entered the wardrobe, emerging in a nightgown. After a while, they finally arrived at the shop halfway up the mountain. At this moment, everything was peaceful. Duan Weiqi unknowingly pressed a switch, causing the walls to retract, and the afternoon sunlight streamed in through the glass walls, decorating the place like a golden hall. Han Jiao believed that Zhou Jing was unaware of her meeting with General Qi, feeling secretly fortunate for her foresight in not flaunting her power before the matter was settled. Yu Yuru felt as if she had been pardoned. Hearing the man's words, she gently pushed aside the Yu Ting who was on her, then picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground, now in a terrible state. Li Jiayu looked forward to the upcoming spring festival holiday. She was eager for the gift Duan Weiqi had promised her and anticipated taking a ride on a private plane. However, the work schedule after the spring festival was already packed, and there was a mountain of work to complete before leaving for the holiday. Duan Weiqi decided to set the departure point in City C. Although pure consciousness could not see, hear, speak, or breathe, a joy called freedom filled the soul, and the spirit was washed clean, appearing so clear and untainted at that moment. He introduced the situation of this experimental field while being the first to get out of the car, leading the leaders towards the field. To refine the primal body of myriad beasts, one simply had to ingest the materials. The same applied to breaking this item. She tossed the mirror into her mouth, but this time did not chew, instead holding it in her mouth. Due to the severe sugar shortage in the country, Zhang Ting thought of the impending international sugar crisis. At this moment, he recalled the sugar futures and then thought of Mali C. The more Zhang Ting thought, the more excited he became. He knew that if this was done, well, it might yield more than what he earned from the Hong Kong stock market and the Y country stock market throughout the last year. When Zhang Ting stopped, he suddenly felt the super financial simulator in his brain emit a reminder sound. The entire process took about 25 minutes, and Yin Lu managed to complete everything while walking without being noticed by anyone and returned to the seafood area empty-handed, where Zhuo Weiming was still weighing the seafood. Xiao Ju smiled slightly, moving his body very slowly, propping up his arms in an attempt to block more of the disturbing sunlight so as not to disturb Chang Guest's sleep. He had indeed indulged himself too much last night, probably tiring her out. In this class, everyone should organize their mistakes. Also see if you have any questions for me. The rest will be self-study. The teacher took a chair and sat down next to the podium. Upon seeing the bustling metropolis again, no one felt like admiring the ancient grandeur. They directly followed Zhao Huaiyan to the Tianhe Medical Center, located in a busy area. His laughter ceased, and he couldn't help but feel melancholy. This cage-like fate, Su Xian, I hope you can escape it soon. I don't mind being discovered. I can handle whatever comes my way. But if it hampers my father's plans, that would be a grave sin. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel distressed and turned my head in anguish. However, things have come to this point, so I can only take it one step at a time. Yanlu put down his bag and sat down on the sand. His gaze was level, not looking around, but but his left eye's X-ray function was quietly activated. Liu Yishou said, "President Wang, to be honest, my stomach isn't great, but since you've toasted me, I'll drink it." He also downed the drink in one go. Back then, Pangu was full of troubles. With a wave of his hand, the primordial chaos was formed, and it remains so to this day. May I ask if the blue sky can indeed grow old, and can the earth truly endure? 3 questions for me. Am I free of sorrow and joy? The 4th question is about prosperity for the common people, and the 5th question is about the longevity of mankind. Holding on to this confusion, I reach for the heavens. Over 160 sugar-coated hawthorns were packed by Boss Li, with each person getting one. Many people amidst the tingeing of red dust and the mundane routine of day after day have lost their dreams living ordinary lives and forgetting the powerful answers they gave their teachers on the first day of school. As he spoke, several green lights suddenly flashed behind him, and then a few individuals who also appeared to be green believers appeared behind him. Seeing this scene, the golden-crowned youth no longer hesitated. With a flick of his hand, numerous wind blades over 100 feet long gathered from above and crashed down. Family matters should not be meddled with by outsiders. Zhou Dunru was the first to react, jumping out as he looked at elderly Xu Yuan, who was licking his lips while staring at Li Qingzhu. He spoke in a powerful voice, but after Boss Li's interference, Zhou Elder's words seemed to carry a hint of weakness. The previous few families encountered obstacles during their retreat because they had not cleared their rear properly, resulting in the annihilation of the entire team. Military achievements leading to immortality and physical ascension are to a certain extent both enhanced by the fortune of the entire world, thus allowing for cultivation into immortality. Moreover, since this fortune is earned by oneself, the resulting strength is also the most powerful. The white-robed monk said, since nearly 5,000 years ago when the second celestial guide directly ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal, there has not been such an uplifting news from the immortal realm for a long time. In the past, Li Qingzhu could not mobilize much spiritual energy from Longshan. Thus, the strength he could exert was limited, but this limited strength was already at the peak level in the immortal realm, leading Boss Li to feel powerful. Kaida International Airport. This is the international airport that has been in use since the construction of the new Xiangjiang International Airport has yet to be completed. In his previous life, Zhang Ting had never been here. Now he was visiting for the first time, arriving here with Leuna and 10 bodyguards. The other bodyguards drove back. The day before, Leuna had already booked the tickets in advance and arranged for their stay at a hotel in New Jiapa. "Danyan, do you really not consider me a friend?" Li Jian's expression darkened at once. She quietly walked over to the sofa and sat down, her eyes fixed intently on the fierce movements of the vicious tiger. Lin Yin boldly speculated this idea from some ancient legends. According to those legends, fierce beasts absorb the essence of the sun and moon, enjoying the blessings of nature. If they have undergone trials and possess sufficient strength, they may gain human wisdom and appearance. The crimson flame demon dove, like the flame serpent, belongs to the fire-type magical beasts born from devouring flame energy and may eventually advance to a level 9 magical beast if all goes well. The solitary sword demon did not say anything more. He simply turned around and drew a large iron sword from within his clothes. Victory for him. This was merely a beginning. There would be more victories to come in the future. Because of this, the 3 elders, using the great elder Angry Whale as leverage, forced He Jun to become a killing machine in their hands. Each time he donned the yellow spring nether armor, it marked the onset of a bloody storm. After sipping the hot milk from Li Yin, which was sweet in taste paired with the fragrant and delicious bread, Guan Yunfei felt all her fatigue dissipate. Although I felt no physical harm, my mental strength had suffered a severe attack. The middle-aged man who had taken the Bhutanese princess hostage had already been pushed into the car by the man in black. During a press interview, the reporters were not focused on the movie itself, but rather on what the cast of the Justice League thought about the new Marvel movie and their clash. Moreover, the way he exited the reincarnation secret realm surely meant he had gained recognition from the essence of life and death reincarnation. So my parents were this strong. No wonder I am so against the heavens. After discovering the truth, Xiao, he was also stunned in place. Reich Ruian felt something was amiss and looked around, but found nothing unusual. Indeed, Qing Shuan had asked his mother to invite his uncle and aunts to dinner together that night. The day after tomorrow, pre-celestial, refining the body, condensing qi, and transforming into the aura. Guiyongjun, can you explain this to me in detail? These unfamiliar realm divisions immediately piqued Li Cheng's curiosity. However, he remained hidden within a building, secretly observing the situation outside without taking action. However, today, he felt he had let Li Cheng down, especially since Li Cheng was a promising young man he had high hopes for. The fact that he had been tricked by the Su family left him feeling ashamed to face Li Cheng. My divine Bao. Wei Qixing's expression was a mix of shock and anger, resembling a wounded beast letting out a mournful cry. "You bastard, I will kill you." Meng Yubing no longer held her previous icy demeanor, as if she was a furious tigress letting out a sharp cry. As her voice echoed in everyone's ears, the 2 combatants on the stage had already clashed numerous times. Mina Kamen was no exception. Although she was a united person, she was temporarily studying at a higher institution in the People's Federation, quietly discussing with several other graduate students while following the representative of the People's Federation. He truly did not find her appearance ugly compared to the concubines in Yufu Palace who were flaunting themselves in front of him today. She was far superior. Although she did not explicitly state how people had perished, Xiao Wansi still felt a chill run down her spine, sending shivers throughout her body. At this moment, Zhang Ting looked outside, and the sun was still high in the sky, indicating that the sun over Xinjiapo had not yet begun to set. Its absence meant that it was still very hot outside. Zhang Ting sat in the presidential suite's living room enjoying the air conditioning while turning on the black and white television, only to find the broadcast was in Mandarin, though it was not particularly interesting. A knock sounded at the door. Leona went to open it and saw a hotel waitress. "I have yet to meet my mother. My father has been searching for her for many years without any news. Sister, can you help me find her?" Finger said, her face filled with disappointment. When the man's words escaped his lips, the stone that had been floating in Lin Dyer's heart suddenly fell slowly. Just thinking about the black heart individuals within the Mu residence made Lu feel an uncontrollable surge of anger. Yang Qinghe had already experienced a miscarriage, and she had been nurturing herself well these days. Although she did not suffer much during the birth of Wen Yuni, her body was still weak. To gossip at such a time was clearly a threat to her life. The next day, the examination results came out, revealing that Yi Qianqian indeed had a hematoma in her brain caused by the car accident. The hematoma was pressing against a nerve, and surgery carried risks. Moreover, the prerequisite for the surgery was that Yi Qianqian needed to regain consciousness. If she couldn't wake up, the surgery couldn't begin. Most importantly, this guy could lecture about profound truths, presenting some incomprehensible concepts that were initially impressive but later seemed like complete nonsense. However, it should be noted that as long as there is a single member in a team with ulterior motives, the entire team becomes extremely dangerous. Thus, after returning to her human form, Peiqi directly logged out and left the digital world. Li was startled, looking at the bloodstains all over and recalling Shun Chiyu's strange reactions during this period. She felt increasingly frightened. They weren't even married yet, and it seemed they already had a secret pregnancy. What would happen if this got out? "It's not like you took the initiative to kill him." "Oh, what does that have to do with Chu Ji Dao or the ancestral teachings?" Chu Yu said nonchalantly. Looking at Su Meng's hands spread out to the side, she seemed to be in a mindset of "let it be, if I die, I die." Some people instinctively shifted their gaze to Qin Ming, hoping to see this classmate exhibit extraordinary energy once again to rescue them. Zheng Xiujing initially thought Cheng Xiuan was joking, but upon hearing him say this, she was greatly startled. He instinctively activated the Swan Ni divine body to its limits, unleashing countless bolts of golden lightning from within, attempting to block the 5 divine arrows. After preparing some items in the central district, Luochen set off with Chu Xinyue and others toward the location marked on the map. He could easily tear apart a vast expanse of space to the peak powerhouses of the continent. He was like a child wielding a wooden knife. Even a slight leakage of his chi could unleash destructive force capable of overwhelming mountains and seas, power that no lower-tier realm cultivator could resist. They exchanged words seemingly in agreement, discussing as if it all made perfect sense. Lin Zhou secretly gave them an approving glance and began to mock them in return. However, such news had been completely banned by Shield. Cheng Xiuan should not have access to such information. Looking up, one could see a stunningly beautiful face, as if meticulously carved by the heavens. It was evident that she had only applied a light touch of makeup, with her brows and eyes radiating springtime charm. Her pair of watery eyes seemed ready to spill over with tears, enchanting and alluring. Unless there was absolute power suppression, no bloodline in the 6 realms could slay him at the same level. Upon hearing that the middle-aged man Yaozong Wang was a Qi transformation warrior, everyone was slightly startled, but not overly surprised. After all, their backgrounds were not ordinary. They had encountered many Qi transformation warriors and did not revere them like ordinary warriors. Zhang Ting had yet to meet the real Mei Lisi. In Zhang Ting's view, the other party was quite extraordinary, akin to a Zhuge Liang-like advisor. Historically, Li Jiaqing had likely known Mei Lisi in the New Jiape as early as the 1970s, or even earlier. However, even though Li Jiaqing recognized Mei Lisi's exceptional abilities, his admiration for talent did not enable him to successfully recruit Mei Lisi. What does this indicate? It indicates Mei Lisi's uniqueness. Despite the criticisms spoken by the Chinese about their country and praises for foreign lands, when the country truly calls upon them, 90% of Chinese people would undoubtedly respond, "I will return." With a high crown and jeweled ribbons, sharp eyebrows that seemed to pierce the temple's eyes like stars adorned in a 7-treasure, holy robe shimmering with radiance, each step he took caused starlight to burst forth, exuding an imposing aura. It was the 5th Song Hai of the heavenly saint. In fact, this matter had long circulated in the elite circles of the East Sea, especially since the involved parties included the young masters Xia Hozhou Jizhe and Ma Tianxiang, along with a dozen other prominent CEOs, causing quite a stir. Tang Xiaoyun was indeed formidable. His mastery of the myriad phenomena was captivating, yet he still lacked maturity. Feng Hao noticed that Tang Xiaoyun's performance in the myriad phenomena was not as refined as that of the previous burly man with a mustache. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Yu suddenly thought of how to respond to Xing Yifeng's question. Haven't you ever been in first class? Sitting beside him, Huiyuan AI sent him a text message. In the solemn main residence conference room, all important relatives of the Bailey family were present, and the urgent meeting was convened entirely due to the appearance of Yu Hualang. The intentions of the drunken man are not in the wine, but in the landscape between the mountains and rivers. Here, observing the distant scenery, one can truly see everything clearly, a variety of sights, all within view. Ho Xiang turned around calmly, sitting down. A rogue. Fang Dazhong was enraged to the point where his nose was crooked. After all, this young master had not even touched his finger, merely engaging in conversation. Of course, despite the intensity of the battles, among others, the most popular ones remained Murong Qingxing and Yangling Xuan. In the next 10 minutes, the meeting directly turned into Wei Gang's solo performance, mercilessly berating the second-class leader with fresh and repetitive insults. That night, Su Yun did not leave again. They slept back-to-back, shoulders touching as usual. He marked the upper triangular grass patch in the opposite wild zone, a position set by a Mei when pushing the troop line earlier. Now in Qin Yao Peak, how much could Yi Yao elevate her cultivation in just 3 short days? Tai Dan pulled out the items prepared by Qin Xiao Xiao, still chewing on a piece of flatbread, savoring it thoroughly. Before he left Tianlan's sacred land for his journey of practice, he had one important matter to attend to. Lin Yi nodded repeatedly, leaving satisfied. Then he remembered something, turned back, and bowed to Lin Weiner before bouncing away. However, amidst this peaceful atmosphere, a wave of unease surged in a valley dozens of miles away. He spent so many years altering himself piece by piece, painstakingly sculpting himself into the form he believed would satisfy her. Wolf too looked disdainfully at the timid appearance of these prodigies and directly strode over to pat Qin Zhan lightly on the shoulder. Someone like you, clearly possessing fox traits, yet looking so unappealing, just forget it. Someone immediately mocked. Just now she had witnessed those servants turning to ashes in an instant after merely catching a whiff of resentment. In fact, this song was recorded after the plane flew from the northwest to Kyoto, and as soon as Liu got off the plane, he rushed to a recording studio to finish the song before flying to Jidong. She had just been listening to Lin Yi analyze the patient's condition, becoming somewhat engrossed, and thus wished to participate. Historically, My Lizi left Xinjiapo for Xianjiang around 1975 to pursue his fortunes. However, after arriving in Xianjiang, he waited nearly 4 years before joining Li Jiaqing's company. From then on, he became Li Jiaqing's most trusted professional manager, hailed as his right-hand man. My Lizi also knew that Xinjiapo could not compare to Xianjiang. At that moment, Zhang Ting and My Lizi stood by the window watching. Yi Changkong tried to explain, but Long Hao would not listen. He angrily swung his hand and left, ordering everyone to assemble. As the two prepared to decline in turn, a Huangjin guard hurried out and interrupted their conversation. Zhang Jiao was not angry. Since Long Hao had met him, the old man had maintained a placid, unruffled demeanor. Beside the path into the mountain hollow, a stream ran, its waters chattering ceaselessly. It was hardly possible to conceal. Any approach by day would inevitably be discovered. Warmth radiated from him, his breath pleasantly scented and inviting. Surely the cold of night had driven such closeness. She knew that this matter could not be hurried. After all, the bond between Si Rong and her brother was not formed in a day. It could not possibly be ended by a single event. Recently, Bo Feng had doted exclusively on Luo Siki. He often feasted on the finest cuisine, and the occasional rich banquet still stirred the appetite. Spoken that way before Jiang Xiang and Hong Wan, if it had been someone else, they would surely have been offended, yet Gu Songyuan felt none of those particular pangs. Indeed, Yun Yanking was no simple man. If his son were missing, he would already be searching the streets. Gu Ming prized wealth above all, and when presented with an opportunity to gain both person and profit, how could he fail to seize it tightly? Long Hao felt no displeasure at his suggestion. On the contrary, he hoped they would remain quietly within the safe zone. On ordinary days, you are my heart, my liver, an indispensable part of my very being. After deliberation, the two decided Sun Miaoi should learn the bianzhong, the chime bells. Though it appeared somewhat bold, it was certainly better than knowing nothing at all. As soon as he returned to London, Yen Qingfeng put him to work. He could not shirk duties at will as he had in Tongqing, and with matters concerning Tangqing to attend, he could not come back on time every day to keep her company. Having Hua Rong visit to cheer her was a comfort. Su's mother caught the scent of porridge and stepped into the kitchen, where she found Su Mi in her pajamas humming as she wrapped dumplings. Regarding the choice of a Dashun, Yang Chao altered his plan. He had intended to employ the Nada Dashun for the second stage selection, but now he felt it was too risky. Of course, without a Dashun to possess him, he could not enter the solo duels, so he shut himself in his room and watched videos. Among the Yuzibo clan, a clansman's eyes would be sealed if his mindset had not matured. Sang Jinyue slumped without grace upon the dragon throne, those silver needles were not merely stuck in place. Each had been driven with inner force. Sister, you're not thinking of Yushitsi again, are you? Luo Shuechen asked when he saw his sister's expression. He knew it too well. Whenever she thought of Yushitsi, she always wore that look. Although Mo Sang felt bitter and resisted, he remained bound by her restriction and had no right of choice. Helplessly, he could only concede. The greatsword, accompanied by a gale of force, descended toward Sir Wan. The keen blade flashed with a cold light, and everyone believed that anyone struck by it would be cleft in two. If he were to speak, he would have no defense. He could hardly claim to be a modern man who had crossed over into this world. Zhang Ting publicly announced My Lizi's position. The surrounding staff, except for Leona, were all somewhat shocked. Although the new Japa Tiger and Leopard Company had a certain level of notoriety, they did not expect the boss to directly appoint the president of the Tiger and Leopard Company as the general manager of the Galaxy Investment Company. This position is not inferior to Wei Li's current one and may even be more important. Welcome, Mr. My Lizi, to the Galaxy Investment Company. Moreover, the most important thing is that this type of skill is not something everyone is eager to learn. It is only utilized when one's cultivation reaches a bottleneck, necessitating alternative methods to enhance overall strength. Liu, you have finally emerged from seclusion. I came to find you several times, but you were always in closed-door training. Lan Tian smiled and said, let me tell you some good news. Because you discovered a top-notch spiritual essence stone mine for the Xing Lei sect, even Master Yao Yu knows about it. Master Yao has ordered to give you a chance to prove yourself. Seeing this scene, the American on the motorcycle and the fat man behind him couldn't help but gasp in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. The ancient fire beast was originally a peak existence of the 7th grade martial sovereign. It was only natural for it to ascend to become a holy tier magical beast. Zhou Zhong glanced at the distance. The chasing wind twin-headed serpent was not far from Zhou Xiaojin and the others waiting for him. He planned to return first and take these blue-eyed gale tigers back to the Tianyan sect. I awkwardly stepped aside. Ooh, I don't like others touching my head. Since the principal has spoken, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Who dares to openly attack my city guards? From inside the city gate, hundreds of guards rushed out, shouting at Li Yu and the others. Among this group of guards, most are cultivators above the Star Emperor level, and there are even several low-tier Star Saints. Just as Song Liangsheng was getting up for the 7th or 8th time after falling Su, one could finally no longer bear to watch. This 4th concubine has always been known for her tendency to sneak around. Everyone in the household knows this, so it is not surprising that she is absent. Outside the arena, the spectators who loved to watch the commotion shouted enthusiastically, instantly generating a lively response. It is also a regrettable place, since it has already been discovered cultivating the other shore flower to the level of a cycle of reincarnation is likely no longer possible. Speaking of which, after Bai Li Dengfeng exited the palace, he first returned to the Wujigong, using his spatial ring, and then traveled to the Qinglong Kingdom through a spatial wormhole. Of course, it can no longer be called the Qinglong Kingdom. It is merely the territory of the former Qinglong Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the fat steward quickly stopped, casting an indignant glance at the white-clad man curled up on the ground. He then instantly transformed his expression into a fawning smile and approached Bai Li Dengfeng, laughing awkwardly while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, clearly feeling anxious inside. What? At the sudden revelation from Li Cheng, everyone, including Zhao Fei and Fugui, was left dumbfounded. This green wind grand formation can attack the soul. Even they, as Star's sovereign-level powerhouses, would not be able to pass through unscathed. Immediately after the sword's body buzzed and the spiritual energy surged forth, the violent aura startling the 100 twists and turns of the chains, entangling Xia Wushan, making them rattle as if trembling in fear. What do you want from me? Ling Duyu frowned and asked upon reaching the yard gate. Since they were all from the same village, Ling Duyu felt it inappropriate not to come out and meet them. On a festive occasion, you shouldn't even show your face when someone comes to visit. That's rather hard to explain. Both of them did not want to miss this opportunity and began to fiercely attack each other. They were constantly shaken by each other's power, and the force continued to surge into their bodies, worsening their injuries. It was only at this moment that Chun Shao nodded, stepping forward to restrain his aura alongside Shi Yuan. Zhang Ting stepped out of the study. Inside remained only My Lizi, Wei Li, and Kowloon. Both Wei Li and Kowloon had already learned My Lizi's identity. Even so, My Lizi regarded the two men solemnly and asked whether they could truly carry out a business worth 10 billion Hong Kong dollars for the boss, questioning if they were capable of accomplishing such a task. 10 billion Hong Kong dollars involved. Not only Wei Li was astonished, Kowloon was equally surprised. Biaozi, did you call Yao Ba? Long Kuan asked, watching his son stare at the television and completely ignore the father who had just returned. Not good, what is happening to them? Yao Liang's voice came through the earpiece. Through the sniper scope, he could clearly see that the one leading them was Wang Feng. She was gone for more than half a day. This time she returned not only with some game, but also with unknown wild fruit. She paid no heed to whether they were poisonous, washed them in water, bit into them, and a look of contentment spread across her face. With a single motion, Zhen Feng tore a thin mask from his face. Oddly, the mask soon hardened into a cold metal visage entirely unlike the earlier sand-like membrane. With a thunderous tremor, the void shook, darkness rushed before their eyes, vertigo flooded their minds, their bodies were lifted into the air, and in an instant all consciousness was snatched away. Chun Xinghai discovered the spiritual energy in his dantian, exhausted, and sensed grave danger. He snatched from his storage ring a Huiyuan replenishing pill Hu and Shinden, and swallowed it. When one pill proved too slow at restoring him, he swallowed a second without hesitation. An elder brother is an elder brother. After all, he was born before us, Pan Pu exclaimed, filled with admiration for his brother's cunning after hearing the stratagem. Qi Dian's eldest son Wu Difeng stared expressionlessly at the carved object on the auction table. He listened indifferently to Yang Runin and the others haggling. The hand he rested on the chair flexed its 5 fingers, as if mulling something over, yet his face betrayed no hint of emotion. Each time Long, she returned, he handed the exact sum of money to the old man, a fact that left Jin bitterly disappointed. She had half expected her husband to find some pretext to skim a little off the top. Hong Tian closed his eyes in puzzlement and attempted to sense, but perceived nothing at all. Lin Feng guessed that such a faint sound would likely have gone unnoticed even by the man in the green robe. Had the man not been concentrating to study the images within the other's mind, he probably would never have noticed it. An assault launched by a peak stage He-Ti cultivator, even without employing martial techniques and relying only on raw force, possesses enough potency to slaughter a cultivator in the early He-Ti stage. After more than 100 blows, even if Lin Feng held a triggering manual caught utterly unprepared, he would have been dead beyond recovery. The turbulent European Championship has concluded. Aside from players bound to European Cup duties, most players have effectively begun their vacation countdown. In a few days, at most a week, they will return to their clubs for restorative training to burn off holiday weight and prepare for the new season. Do you have a plan to deal with Chen Pujuan? What stratagem is it? Speak quickly. Li Yuan's chief worry remained Chen Kefu. Upon hearing there was a scheme to handle Chen Kefu, he leaned forward, eyes bright with anxious expectation. With Lin Feng's current cultivation, he could already fashion worlds of his own. Though the human world had after countless years become firmly established and far stronger than the realm once created by the supreme Lin Feng, would not require extraordinary effort to descend from Kowloon's star to earth in a short time. Yet what followed immediately reduced him back to his true form, and the smug expression on his face began to contort. Were it not for Wu Dawei's revival in the third quarter, the Califulan Qishir team might already have been the defeated side in tonight's game. Central Hong Kong, Lianxiang Tea House. A century-old establishment, originally a branch of the renowned Lianxiang Tea House in Guangzhou, Guangdong Province, later operating independently. Even so, this tea house remains immensely famous across Hong Kong. Last night, Lao Shirley came to meet him. Zhang Ting usually shuttled between his half-mountain villa in Repulse Bay and his office. This time, however, he deliberately accompanied Lao Shirley, Connie, and Wang Hui for an outing. Suddenly, fire erupted. The thunderous crackle of gunfire filled the air. Tens of thousands of soldiers each squeezed their triggers once. The sheer volume of bullets would reduce any bullet-vulnerable zombie to a riddled sieve. The Een spirit did not pursue Hedon, but struck from the flank, its shadow capable of passing through walls to deliver damage. 2 shuriken, whistling, toward Bolong. Tu Agu followed the soldier's directions toward Shunqing Gate, while the soldier walked closely behind, recounting specific details along the way. What kind of powerhouse retreats before adversity? 1 step backward may mean 10,000 steps lost on the path ahead. A deer's call rang out. Zijin's sacred spirit flickered, circling behind the phoenix, immortal, then drove its antlers forward with crushing force. In ancient times, his impermeable body prevented any leakage of spiritual energy. Nearly all of it flowed unimpeded along his martial meridians into the Dantian. So intense was the influx at first that he felt on the verge of explosive rupture. Since this world's embodiment of evil had fully invaded Yi Xingqian's body, leaving no residual presence outside, he now contained its entirety within. Such a rare opportunity could not be missed. Yi Xing demanded that Yi Xingqian eradicate both himself and the embodiment of evil in one decisive stroke. Mr. Su, I'm afraid I don't know the specifics. I've only heard rumors. If anything I say is inaccurate, please disregard it, Igor said with a wry smile. Indeed, even he thought the island's price exorbitant. What does a last disciple signify? It means that centuries, or even millennia hence, when the elder master withdraws into seclusion, this final disciple becomes the sole heir to his position. To describe the route from here to the Imperial Pillar Tower in full detail, Yi Xingqian believed even speaking until his mouth ran dry might prove futile. No. Xiao Xiao evaded his scrutinizing gaze. Standing beside such a man was deeply unnerving. Any day he might turn his calculating mind upon you, as he did upon others. That constant heart-pounding dread bred instinctive fear. Everyone with discernment saw clearly that the master and madam were estranged. The coachman glanced at Qingyu, who paused briefly before gesturing for him to drive the carriage ahead and escort the madam home. She remained standing alone at the gate. Just watch, you'll find no peace either. Yes, all fault lay with them. She would never forgive them. Never. In the next instant, her smile froze. Then a black-clad figure vaulted into the tent, swept her legs from beneath her, and pinned her to the ground, a steel blade resting perfectly against her throat. Lei Ba coiled silently upon Bing Shan's shoulder, too afraid to utter a word. After all this time, he had grasped certain truths. Yet Brother Lei gently held her hand and reassured her not to dwell on it. It was deliberately left there, a gift from his beloved Schwer, his most cherished memento meant to be kept forever. Ji Yin smiled faintly, turned back into the house, and carried out a large bundle of green vegetables along with all the meat he had brought. Damn it. I'll seize the Ouyang family's entire enterprise someday, just to soothe this simmering resentment. 5 years ago, though no one witnessed the full duel between Feng Jie and Zheng Jia, both combatants carefully restrained their power, ensuring no collateral devastation reached Earth. General Wei retorted, Wu Shun, you wretched grandson. You've been running around Waterloo for years. Surely you know the rules of racing. Don't think hiring some brute to fight for you lets you dodge your gambling debt. Another week has passed. March 9th, 1973. Friday. A mundane and ordinary day devoid of any particularly sensational good news or significant influx of capital. Yet the Hang Seng Index soared to a high of 1775 points, due to market speculation, just 25 points shy of breaking through 1800. This morning, the trading volume across the 4 major exchanges approached 700 million Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, it was merely a morning. Xie Feng's expression changed, narrowing his eyes in disbelief. He hadn't expected someone to dare to brazenly act out in his territory, showing such blatant disregard for him. As the 2 chains continued to move, the Eastern boy's face grew increasingly pale, the crimson lightning and dark flames spilling out uncontrollably, as if his power was spiraling out of control. Perhaps by coincidence, what they feared most during their Eastern expedition was the Yun Tian Jiu Dao, which had sealed the Devil Say in the past. However, the Eastern governor was none other than the Qilin sorcerer Zhen Yuanzi, one of the 9 paths who suddenly went missing 2 years ago, instilling them with ample confidence for their expedition. What do you mean? Do you also want to join? I asked in surprise, looking at Su Wanmei as a hint of confusion crossed my gaze. They left for the airport a long time ago. It seems there was something they hadn't handled properly, and they needed to hurry to take care of it before they could set off on their trip. Gong Chung replied as he personally prepared breakfast for Mu Si Rong. Thus in the past, he had never struck the other person, knowing that a single punch could accidentally kill. However, now consumed by rage, he could no longer care about such things. Leave and never show up in front of me again. Oh, I don't want to see you anymore. He coldly pushed her away and turned around, refusing to look at her. The white-clad monk let out a solemn declaration, shaking his head with a sigh, displaying an air of arrogance, as if to say that if you don't play, you must bear the consequences. Although I didn't know if Dechuan would be as surprised as a Biao had been, I didn't expect that 5 minutes later a Biao would actually echo Dechuan's original words. The master of the witch sect, having broken through to the returning Dan realm, transformed from a frail old man into a robust middle-aged figure with a few streaks of gray in his hair. Wang Maomao blushed shyly, stating before leaving that she would definitely bring her younger sister to the courtyard to show them. Had this not been the main venue for the Chongqing sword with elders providing protection, she might have already been cut in half. As they discussed animatedly, the usually taciturn Zhen Wuming scolded the outspoken Nalanda. Hearing his sister's call to Bao's previously cold expression instantly softened, revealing a gentle demeanor. Why bother doing something that a myriad of enemies can accomplish? They take pride in acquiring blades, yet he foolishly seeks to destroy one. Isn't that insane? Beside him, Jing Chu, though over 2 years old, felt a bit tired after walking for a while. At this moment, he looked enviously at his older siblings, his eyes reflecting a hint of desolation. Beneath the crabapple tree, there were indeed 3 swings. Lin Sui released Gu Jing's hand and happily ran towards the swings, sitting down and starting to sway. This memorial tablet passed from the emperor to Luo Dian, then to Fu Jinan, and finally landed in the hands of the esteemed crown prince. In any case, during her past birthdays, he had never celebrated them with Pei Fong, nor had he visited her once on her birthday. Yet he never missed a single one of Fong Shuling's birthdays. A master of mixed attributes, proficient in both offense and defense, excelling in strategy and on-the-spot responses, with strength when needed and skill when required. What is happening? Besides Xiaoshang, a young man inquired, sensing that the grand formation seemed to have changed in an instant, the most noticeable alteration being that the 7 stars that had previously hovered above them had vanished completely. Wearing heavy armor made of shinstone, Long Yuan was unable to exert much power, his speed severely restricted, making it impossible to float. The situation was dire. You are now severely injured by me, unable to unleash even half of your strength. How can you display your power? Xinjiao, Guo family. Ever since Guo Henian invested in the Shangri-La Hotel in Xinjiao, he often stays at the Guo family mansion. However, Nanyang is hot, humid, and rainy all year round. Even though the Guo family has installed air conditioning for some unknown reason, Guo Henian has recently been feeling inexplicably irritable. Guo Henian, nearing 50, has encountered many problems in his years of business in Nanyang. This man in white with a masked face casually uttered the three words Qian Meng, Ji, suggesting a connection to that peculiar ancestor. Meng Yao was clearly very aware of Duan Tian's gaze. Although she secretly resented it, she could not afford to care for anything else in her pursuit of advancement. Meng Ke nodded slightly, leaping from the bed like a fish and running to the dining table. Looking at the plate before him, which held a cilantro pancake and a fried egg, he licked his lips and began to eat vigorously with chopsticks. Genetic data. Although Duan did not understand what this meant, he was no longer surprised by Tong Tong's frequent display of valuable items. As the three fellows landed, they were taken aback by dozens of eyes staring at them, hurriedly retreating. Since someone was willing to give them money, Dai Wenna was naturally happy to engage in such a deal that weakened her opponents while strengthening herself. Damn, this guy is simply a stud. Feng Linghua muttered under her breath as she braced herself against her sore waist to stand up. Little brother, I see your face is troubled. May I ask what is the matter? Song Di Lingwei glanced at Shui Zhongyue with a smile that was not quite a smile. Feel free to act as you wish, my dear. Wu Yang smirked, and in the next moment, he transformed into white light and vanished. Don't move, raise your hands. Wu Chongli approached, gun drawn, shouting, the muzzle aimed at Zhang Hao with his nephew Wu Yi following closely behind him. They simply could not become qualified alchemists, as the most important hallmark of an alchemist is to possess Dan fire, yet none of these people had it. The Dragon Clan is vast and sacred. Even their remains are not to be violated by other races. Dragons nearing death will come to the Dragon Tomb continent to await their demise. Dragons that die on the Dragon continent will have other dragons transport their bodies to the Dragon Tomb continent. The man held a long sword covered in dirt, excited like a fool, attracting countless fiery gazes, but his laughter abruptly ceased as he was left dumbfounded. The airport is over 10 kilometers from Ningxue, with a stretch of open wilderness in between, uninhabited save for a few solitary streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. A taxi screeched to a halt, and the driver suddenly pointed a watermelon knife at Zhang Hao. Li Longji had never before lost his temper with Yang Yuhuan like this. When he was with her, had his expression ever been this dark? Now Wang Xiaofei had calmed down. Although Shirtu was skilled, he believed Shirtu would not dare to make a move here. When Xu Feng saw the Qingtian Universe God, he was momentarily stunned. Then his expression changed slightly as he noticed the Qingtian Universe God's pale face, clearly severely injured, as if it had been previously sacrificed with blood. Wei Zhenan had not cried in a long time today. As he ran, his tears were blown away by the wind. He did not want to see his country invaded by others, yet he felt powerless. Realizing the Zhao family had a huge appetite, Zhao Fan was surprised that it was this vast, and he did not muster the courage to speak several times. However, shortly after, he and Bone King were drawn into the chaotic time and space currents of the void, separated, and upon arriving here, this misunderstanding arose, drawing the attention of so many longevity experts. The aunt strongly insisted on tying Meng Dai's legs. It wasn't just about worrying she would kick off the blanket, she was mainly afraid that Meng Dai's legs would grow crooked. The scenery in Geneva is quite pleasant, yet Guahenian has no interest in admiring it. Before the International Sugar Conference concluded, he immediately left Geneva, leaving 2 subordinates to attend the meeting, and flew to London. In London, he learned from many sugar sellers that there is currently a severe sugar shortage. Not only have spot prices surged, but even sugar futures have skyrocketed. At this moment, the futures price of international white sugar in London has risen close to a peak. He is not particularly important in the Hua family. Hualin has been keeping him down, and in these 2 years far removed from his masters, he fears that no one will remember him. As the words fell, Jiang Yubai did not say anything further. He quietly watched Chen Mingting wash the dishes before her, much like a curious child. Han Feng understood her current situation and did not push her. Anyway, if he got hungry later, he could just buy something else to eat. Meanwhile, he was already starving, ordering double portions and eating voraciously. Su Qi was also quite interested and stroked his chin, saying, "This is the first time I've encountered these wild gods. As for the righteous gods, I have never heard of them. I wonder what righteous gods exist in this world. Are they those righteous gods mentioned in the investiture of the gods, or something else? Who are they? What are their favorite colors? How about the flavors of the dishes? Wait. This information is very important. Sometimes it can even determine the success or failure of a romance." Caught off guard, the sword wielder attempted to roll sideways to evade the attack from the earth giant. However, the seemingly slow-moving giant's arm suddenly extended, its massive hand becoming even larger, effectively blocking the escape route of the knife-wielding Qinghua disciple. After the discussion, Wei Qi prepared to leave the palace. Today it was agreed that Xie Jiao would help Princess Changle with her examination, though he wondered if she had returned home. Du Chen stepped into the room and found it quite spacious, with all the necessary furnishings and a decor that was rather elegant, no different from that of the Central Plains. It seems that although the Black Wind sect is located on the borders, they still have high standards. Zhao Jingquan watched the hesitant Yin Luhua, sitting on the Kong, suddenly appearing shy and awkward. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the silk thread, and the downy hair around her neck along with her rosy face was filled with the fragrance of youth, as if an intoxicating wave of desire threatened to engulf her. Li Shanshan had actually called her several times, but Yang Xuan always used her busy work as an excuse. She hurriedly hung up before Li could say anything, and upon returning home, she turned off her phone, denying her the opportunity to say anything. It is evident that she is quite troubled. Having a powerful enemy who also has a legitimate claim is undoubtedly like adding a knife, making Lu Yizhen's situation even more desperate. Alice struggled for a moment, realizing that the ropes binding her hands and feet were utterly inescapable. If she exerted even a little strength, she would instantly lose all her energy. An astute waiter immediately rushed to inform the director, who felt his head spinning with confusion. It turns out that the Earth mid-level deity is well within their grasp, making his so-called Earth mid-level deity a mere joke in their presence. When Chuyu arrived at the police station's entrance, Qianxing was already waiting for him for quite some time. Seeing Chuyu arrive, Qianxing hurriedly led him to the office where the criminal investigation department was located. Admitting that he was inferior to Mu Qingyan, acknowledging that Mu Qingyan truly was Chongming's rightful place, the man worthy of her. Such a pursuit of the remaining enemies is undoubtedly the most advantageous battle. This could achieve certain military results, boost the army's confidence, and also assess the effectiveness of their usual training in battle. According to the official, this Just Atai is also Li Yongfeng's son. These dogs of the barbarians disregard principles, so their names are also randomly assigned. Li Laogo has another son, named Bayan Lu Ergu explained. Li Jiaqing values talent greatly. When he learned that he might lose a crucial talent in his life, he felt as if he had lost a beautiful woman. In fact, this talent was even more important than the beautiful woman he had imagined. Last night a person sat in the study for a long time. When he returned to the master bedroom to sleep, he tossed and turned all night, which made Zhuang Yueming find it hard to imagine that person named Mai Lizi. Lin Yi felt a door suddenly open within him. A surge of unique potential was released, merging with his power. They achieved their two objectives for the mission to Qianzhou easily, which was a joyous event. Wang Batian also leaped forward to protect his other two brothers. King Zhuxian quickly ordered someone to find Tai Fulong, and then carried Princess Jilan to the bed. Lavaya used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Princess Jilan's mouth, while Hong Lian brought hot water and cleaned her face. 2 minutes later, Shin Yunlong entered the office and saw Wang Chun pausing for a moment before simply nodding in greeting. On the contrary, Wang Chun appeared very excited, instantly springing up from the sofa. Therefore, fighting you is quite simple. As long as I have a few more magic practitioners by my side, you won't be able to do anything to me. You, Yinjin said. Long Wei was suddenly enraged, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know how to express them. After all, it was evident that Yi Haochuan had been schemed against. I don't know. He Liang shook her head slightly. For the past few days it felt like she had been dreaming, but it was a nightmare, and even now she couldn't believe that everything happening to her was real. One could see a mysterious figure lazily raising their arms, seemingly intending to block the fierce assault from Han, who with one hand. Among these men there were gentle disciples from the Dianzong sect, wild beastmen, princes, ruthless demon lords, and childhood friends like Li Xuanfeng, and so forth. I always try to avoid recalling those past events because every time I do, a mist of tears inevitably rises in my eyes. Instinctively, I wanted to stretch and found that I couldn't move at all. What Zhang Fong didn't expect was that just as his fleet was about to approach Wells Island, someone noticed something was wrong. Battles were occurring around the island. The 4 patrolmen were also confused by their leader's sudden display, probably wondering, what is this guy doing? Could it be that he is truly sleepwalking? It's not that he didn't want to take them along, but the captain's condition has not been good lately. Those who stayed with him knew that the captain despises strangers and dislikes meeting or talking with unfamiliar people. Rem's response left Ram silent, being given away like an object by the one she loved. Ram's heart was deeply wounded. Xia Shirin knew that Zhou Fengping would never harm her. She nodded, telling herself not to be foolish. Originally, she didn't want Xia Yuma to come, but she insisted on coming, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. Yin Ran's delicate face broke into a smile as she took out a purple golden VIP card from the spatial artifact at her slender waist and respectfully handed it to Song Feng. Father, you considered the situation and did not believe that Yu Beifong had done anything wrong. The real culprits were them. After sending off Qiao Yin and her husband Yi Linlang, and Xia Suning went to their respective workplaces. In fact, apart from Yi Linlang, Gong Ling, and Sheng Xing, who already knew that Sheng Zhizhou was Li Jiwei's son, the others were unaware. Prince Xiaowa frowned and remained silent for a while after hearing this, while Xia Fuya looked nervously at her father. Chinese Merchant's Tower, 9th floor. Office of Zhang Ting at Galaxy Investment Company. Upon learning that Li Fizeo's Far East Securities was moving out of Chinese Merchant's Tower, Zhang Ting knew it was time to prepare for Galaxy Investment Company's relocation. As for where to move, Zhang Ting had already considered this clearly. It would be the newly established Kangol building in Xianjiang. Historically, in 1988, it was Jardine Matheson. Gongya Haomiao could only comfort himself, saying, it's fine to have a scar, it can make you look cooler. Hearing the chattering voices and the cheerful sounds, Gong Yahao Miao turned to see the pair of meat mushrooms. They got off their horse in front of Ji Xian, bowed, and chattered away. Fortunately, it didn't end in failure. After finishing the fight and the smashing, the big gray bear left a particularly boastful remark before taking his people away. Tian Miao asked the question very slowly, especially the last few words, almost word by word. After asking, he stared intently at Gong Yahao Miao. In fact, it wasn't just within Wei Wan's body. Even Duan Wuya had such energy. However, the energy within Duan Wuya only benefited him without any harm, so Luo Chen didn't handle it. The reason for wanting to get rid of the Bai and Wu families was due to a personal vendetta compounded by their long-standing opposition to the Gu family and primarily due to their collusion with the Star-Picking Society. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered. Old Ghost was clever. If he won too much, others would stop playing with him. Therefore, this method would not arouse suspicion. Something fell off, but it was hard to articulate. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Tian Miao waved his hand and did not enter the temple, leading a few people towards the distant sky. That night, a grand banquet was held in the city lord's mansion with 20 to 30 tables set up, several tables inside, and the rest in the courtyard. The garden was filled with red lanterns, and disciples from all sects were seated. Jiang Jin and others with some status in Zhe City were also invited. Many bandits were directly surrounded and killed. Even if they were powerful, one person's strength could never compare to the combined force of several people. Make your move. You have one more chance. If you wish to hide again, you may not have another opportunity. Meng Qi gently lifted Feishua, pointing it coldly at Wu Tian. Upon arriving at the villa, hot food and dishes were already prepared. Li Yu instructed to place the salt goods in the public warehouse, then disbanded the team. I was also extremely hungry, bowing my head to eat voraciously, completely unconcerned about how to pay later. In just a moment, the table of dishes was swept clean. As the waiter was about to come over to collect the bill, I looked around for an opportunity to slip away. Although Lin Qias had already guessed the outcome, she still wanted to ask, and hear Yi Dongqing say it himself. Zhong Lingyu was both amused and helpless. This guy's popularity was indeed undeniable. Of course, he was quite handsome and also strong. During Taekwondo club days, even Wu Dazhuang was no match for him. Old ancestor of the 5 elements, please don't beat around the bush with us. Oh, just tell us directly, an elderly cultivator said with a bitter face. As for how long to hold on, I wasn't sure, but to prevent the ambush of the mist shadow leopard, I vigilantly watched my surroundings, and the others gradually huddled closer to me. Beside Pei Donglai, those soldiers who were determined to defend their homeland, willing to face death, each had red eyes like madmen, wielding great swords and holding bayonets, charging forward towards the enemy. The appearance of zombies was 10 times more repulsive than that of evil spirits. Evil spirits were merely phantoms, pale in face. Although terrifying, they were not disgusting. But zombies. Their entire bodies were rotting, emitting a foul stench. It was truly nauseating. Zhang Ting knew that delivering charcoal in the snow was always the most valuable gesture. To him, exchanging 30 million pounds sterling for future dominance over the domestic trillion yuan grain and oil market was still profoundly worthwhile. At that moment, Zhang Guangtuo finally exhaled in relief. He knew not only had he fulfilled his domestic mission, but far surpassed it. Mr. Zhang, you mentioned earlier that foreign currency is desperately scarce this year. Zhang Ting, of course, understood perfectly. The country exported very little. Without exports, there was naturally no inflow of foreign exchange. The moment Nan Feng spoke, every gaze in the room shifted toward the middle-aged man clad in yellow robes. His eyes widened in shock, his gaze darting frantically. Only moments before he had been gloating, and now he was utterly unprepared for Nan Feng's sudden pointed confrontation. The stout man bound the oil peddler tightly and stuffed a rag into his mouth. After confirming his steady breath, he stepped outside and dragged back a sharp-edged bluish stone. Just then the music ceased abruptly, and the telephone rang. Han Ke glanced at his phone. It was Li Feier calling. Su Wenwen reached to remove her headphones and return them, but Han Ke raised a hand to gently decline. He thought, this is the perfect opportunity to show Su Wenwen that the nature of my relationship with Li Feier is not what she imagines. At that instant, the palm leaf fan returned to Chu Yan's grasp. With a light flick, he sent it sweeping toward Lin Feng, whereupon the flame wolf surged forward with ferocious speed, its fangs forged from condensed fire, cold and lethal, as if poised to swallow Lin Feng whole in a single bite. Even if I have not yet ascended to that realm, there are certain things I will reclaim. One by one, our Mu family's dominion and the blood debts owed to our Mu lineage. Mu Zifei spoke with chilling venom. Haha, nothing at all. Let us continue onward. He ruffled Fan Yu's hair and led him forward once more. This measure also significantly reduced the mortality rate among these flawless puppets, allowing the vast majority to survive. Night fell once again. On that same bed, Han Ku and Zheng Qing lay side by side, yet neither slept, each lost in private contemplation. Su Wenwen snapped back to awareness and hastily stammered, nothing at all, before quickly dialing her own number. Tang Sini dared not take such a risk. She had painstakingly cultivated the image of a devoted, exemplary mother. a reputation painstakingly built and utterly irreplaceable. There at the hospital room's entrance, Yifeng stood clutching a life-sized cardboard cutout of Si Jingqian, sweat glistening across his brow. Above, an even greater terror descended from the heavens, an overwhelming pressure unmistakably emanating from a nascent soul cultivator turned demonic cultivator preparing to unleash a thunderous decisive strike. When the soul-destroying formation suddenly erupted with a golden beam, Yuming Wang, who had been smug just moments before, froze in stunned silence. Watching his unyielding back recede indifferent to her frantic cries, and Lan lowered her leg, her limbs numb with shock. Zhang Tianbao fanned himself lazily, while mocking Lin Dachuan, telling him to scram and stop interfering with his time with Wang Xiaofeng. He had no intention of being used as a pawn, only to be instantly obliterated by countless experts in a flash. That would be too unjust to bear. The loss of a loved one is not a storm. It is a slow, pervasive dampness. When it happens, he had not truly accepted it. His awareness lagged behind, even that of others. Ho Xingbei wasted no courtesy either. Once settled, he went straight to Yang Jian to inquire what exactly had transpired. After finishing his tirade, Emperor Chongzhen ignored Empress Zhou entirely, only then noticing that without his realizing dusk had already fallen. A wave of sorrow and desolation washed over his heart. To convince everyone, Deng Chao hurriedly uploaded photos of others. Dahe Niu sprawled across the sofa, and the cheetah curled up on the floor. Given his current status in the Xianyue world, he was indisputably the strongest of his era, truly peerless. He had even slain a saint who flagrantly defied celestial law. Understood. 8 gates of Tonko, 7th gate, the gate of shock, open. Kai, recognizing the extraordinary aura radiating from Ban, activated the 7th gate without hesitation. What? Mingjing blinked in surprise, glancing toward you, standing behind Ban. You strained to recall his blade, yet the spirit artifact, normally obedient to a mere thought, now resisted, as though gripped by some unseen force, taut and trembling. Hua Rinxing Building, 9th floor office. Zhang Ting arrived at the company as usual. Standing by the window, he immediately spotted the white-walled building nearby. That building was then still named Kowloon Building. It was 1970. The Hong Kong Land Company had invested heavily to construct this 52-story, 178.5-meter-tall skyscraper, the tallest in Hong Kong, and even across Southeast Asia. Indeed, it stood as the tallest structure in Hong Kong, and all of Southeast Asia. Pushing open the gate, he strode directly into his courtyard. Free from any disturbance, he sat cross-legged upon his bed, hands forming a mystic seal, while faint black spiritual energy welled forth from his body, plunging him instantly into deep cultivation. I froze. My raised hand rested rigid in midair. At that very instant, a ghostly figure tapped my shoulder. A surge of overwhelming force hurled me violently onto the ground. Under the command of Lord Shulong, Du Yulong led his 4 brothers to dispatch a wave of aquatic beast demons to harass and lure the master and disciples into an ambush. Then, wielding their arcane arts, they ensorcelled the entire group and cast them once more into the underwater dungeon. The young man spoke loudly and rolled up his sleeve, drawing Ling Luoxi's gaze instantly to his left wrist. The entrance featured a solitary threshold nearly knee-high, an architectural feature markedly distinct from southern styles. 2 massive square wooden doors stood wide open on either side, each adorned with a golden dragon in exquisite relief, lifelike and awe-inspiring at first glance. What? Hand it over to the police. We'll intervene only if needed. Report back to your unit tomorrow. Let Guokai recover fully before returning. Milan leaned against the table. The salesperson's expression instantly shifted. You penniless wretch. Do you honestly think you can afford a car like this? Do you even know its price? You couldn't buy a single wheel in your entire lifetime, yet you dare ask for a test drive. Get lost. Seeing Zixiang was still a boy, the attendant had long since lost patience. Now he dared request a test drive. A true country bumpkin. At midnight, 12 o'clock, Wesley Lake in Hangqing. By then, over 1,000 men had gathered along the lakeshore, all under Wang Tianheng's command, and naturally all enforcers of the Tianxia Association. Jin Yeshuan kept replaying Ming Yi's final words, but the soft, wind-like footsteps behind him still caught his attention. Zhen Miao returned to her boudoir. With her foot injury preventing contact with water, she merely wiped herself down lightly before lying down. The meal passed in utter silence. Everyone ate only a few bites, then sat quietly waiting for news. Chen Fiyun was still groggily lost in thought, when suddenly the leader of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolves lunged upward with a roar, jaws agape, fangs bared, hurtling straight toward him. This punch appeared unremarkable, yet Tang Fei knew it carried the full force of his 12-fold strength. It could shatter even a mountain. Though he fought without a mecha, his raw combat prowess alone towered above all mortals. With Zhen Miao's fate hanging in perilous uncertainty, Lady Jiang, though deeply concerned for her nephew, dared not reveal excessive emotion. She quietly withdrew her gaze. The ground was pale, its hue eerily reminiscent of piled bones. Upon stepping into this realm, one could almost hear the distant clamor of clashing arms and battlefield cries echoing across the ancient sepulchral walls of time itself. Upon hearing Merlin's reply, Master Zhuang visibly arched an eyebrow and a sly, unsettling smile spread across his face. Hoo-hoo, energy deception. He said it with a distinctly sinister tone. Shedding its old skin, the serpent's newly revealed scales were astonishingly acute. As the great python slipped back into the water, its body surged with unprecedented ease and vitality. All chaotic thoughts vanished instantly, leaving only the unsettling sensation that the person before him moved in a way profoundly disturbing to his senses. During their flight, Chu Feng and Feng Yurong gazed down upon the land below, 1,000 miles of desolation, war-torn and lawless. In many regions, demonic beasts roamed freely, human settlements scarce. Once vast Yangzhou now lay in ruins, its landscape scarred beyond recognition. On May 25, 1973, Friday, at 5 in the afternoon, before leaving the Chinese merchants building, Zhang Ting and Mai Lizi took a car together to the villa at Repulse Bay. Before leaving the Chinese merchants building, Zhang Ting had already instructed Leona to notify Wei Li and Kowloon to meet him at the villa. Zhang Ting and Mai Lizi sat in the car, looking out the window. Influenced by the significant drop in the Hong Kong stock market, various aspects of Hong Kong began to feel the repercussions. Finally settling down, Meng Nan called over 2 bikers who rode wildly on their motorcycles, one named One-Eyed Dragon and the other named Wild Dog. According to the timeline, once the sun disappears and the power of heaven's holy light is obscured, the seal of the Talashia tomb will be severely weakened, at which point an even more terrifying demon will be unleashed. The 3 teams of rogues merged again into a single rogue army advancing towards the demon heights. In front of Feng Yun, a vast area was filled with countless fallen giants, making it difficult for any giant to reach Huan San. Missionary Di Kakai, and what brings you to see me? Adrian did not appreciate engaging in meaningless small talk like others. To him, it was merely a waste of time, so he directly inquired with Di Kakai in. Several voices merged into one. Lu Buzhong and his subordinates from the Special Operations Station in Island City instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist with no chance of survival against the barrage of high-speed bullets. Ning Mingyu's vision brightened, and he instantly returned to his original position. Before him, and Suze, a mass of black mist rapidly fled, seemingly fearful of something pursuing from behind. Undoubtedly, the new style Warhawk, equipped with the most advanced materials, theoretically has a maximum speed of 4.2 Mach, but due to the inadequacy of external materials and structure, reaching that speed could result in the aircraft disintegrating. In truth, Feng Buping did not regard the master of Huashan as significant. His greatest dream was to return to the Huashan sect. After all these years, he was well aware of the struggles of the sword sect outside, and his lingering attachment to the sword energy contest was merely an excuse. It is said that a powerful clan often possesses one or even several planets of their own, with a vast interstellar army and countless strong individuals. After a brief contemplation, the elder Eden softly reminded Luo Chun, while also casting a glance toward Old Hua, indicating something. Moreover, they all understood that a major author could not possibly spend every day in front of a computer typing, and it was uncertain whether they would even see the update prompts they posted. Su Ruagu followed suit, extracting chunks of blood evil stones, breaking them with a sword, consuming the exotic treasures and the stones. He waved his hand to release the blood evil stones, though in much fewer quantities, as Su Ruagu eliminated those previously examined. Zhou, he wanted to say something, but he saw Wang Feng suddenly extinguish his cigarette and pull his arm outside. Aside from 4 or 5 that appeared to be demonic seeds born from being infused with demonic energy, most of the other shadows were ghostly entities formed from the surrounding corpse gas and yin energy. This time no one laughed. Instead, the entire audience applauded, although most of those clapping were previously expressionless students. The cultivators on the flying vessel looked ahead, where over 1,000 kilometers away loomed a distorted space, standing like a wall connecting heaven above and earth below, extending beyond the limits of sight. As they spoke, a large cluster of flickering green light erupted from the edge of the radar screen. Xiachen looked at the girl, her tone carrying a pleading note indicating that this ailment had caused her considerable suffering.